Chapter 91 Bai Confronting Shock. After finishing the meal, Xiao Yao felt his body getting hot, and a stream of energy was flowing through his body, making him feel like he had to vomit. Seeing Xiao Yao couldn't sit still, Bai Confronting smiled slightly and said, "There are a few wooden training stakes in our yard, you can go and exercise." "I go too." Bai Lingyun immediately followed and shouted. "Okay, then you go with Xiao Yao," Bai Confronting said cheerfully. "Uncle Bai." "And he?" "I go move around first." Xiao Yao stood up impatiently. Through the mirror on the wall, he saw his face flushed, as if he was drunk. "Huh?" Walking out of the house, he took a deep breath of cool air. The winter in Kyoto is very cold, and the cold wind blows in his face, which actually relieves some of the heat in his body. Standing in the yard, Xiao Yao first carefully observed the wooden stakes. The wooden stakes are light black, and the texture is much harder than ordinary wood. There are also more than a dozen shallow pits on them. "My sister dug these holes." Bai Lingyun stood aside, his little head raised, his expression very proud. "Then your sister is very powerful," Xiao Yao praised. He just patted the wooden stake lightly, and felt that if he was at the black iron level, he would not be able to leave a mark on the wooden stake. In terms of physical fitness, Uncle Bai's daughter is indeed better than himself at the black iron level. "Brother Yao, my sister is a girl, so you, as a boy, should have no problem," Bai Lingyun said harmlessly. Seeing his parents so enthusiastically entertain this handsome brother, Bai Lingyun felt a little jealous and curious. So he took this opportunity to see how good this brother was, and whether he was as good as his sister. Xiao Yao glanced at him. "This kid, he is so smart. He knows how to provoke at such a young age. Let me try." Xiao Yao took 2 steps back, stretched his legs briefly, and motioned Bai Lingyun to step aside. In the room, Bai Confronting and Yining were also quietly observing Xiao Yao's performance. Old Zhao's son. His fighting skills should not be bad, Bai Confronting commented. He remembered that when he was in college, Xiaoli's fighting skills were also ranked among the best in their class. As Xiaoli's only son, Xiao Yao must have inherited his father's strengths. "How do you think he compares with Xiao Xiao?" Yining asked. "I guess they are about the same," Bai Confronting responded. But in his heart, he thought his daughter was definitely better. After all, he had been fighting since childhood. He used a lot of precious medicinal materials and high-quality beast meat to train his daughter, and he taught her fighting skills by himself. Xiao Yao definitely didn't have this condition. "Let's see." Hissing, taking a breath of cool air, Xiao Yao felt a shock of spirit, and kicked the wooden stake with a step forward. The speed of the leg was so fast that it made a whip sound in the air. The heavy kick like a battle axe hit the wooden stake, and with a bang, the wooden stake broke, and the upper half flew out directly. Seeing this, Xiao Yao quickly retracted his legs and subconsciously glanced into the house. It was really bad to destroy someone else's house as soon as he arrived. "Oh my god!" Bai Lingyun opened his mouth, looking dazed. The Bai Confronting couple in the house were also shocked, and they didn't even notice that Xiao Yao was looking at them. "This can't be bronze level," Yining said uncertainly. "It must be bronze level," Bai Confronting immediately asserted. He brought these wooden stakes from school, and they were specially used for training students at the black iron level. But even at the bronze level, there are many students with wild beast type war beasts, who cannot do it as cleanly and neatly as Xiao Yao. He is very sure that Xiao Yao is definitely at the bronze level. Bronze level, so fast bronze level. No wonder Lao Xiao didn't say it on the phone. This guy definitely wanted his son to give him a big shock in person. But he did it. Bai Confronting's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he came to Xiao Yao's side. Xiao Yao was startled by Bai Confronting's sudden appearance, but he still apologized embarrassedly. "Uncle Bai, I'm so sorry, I kicked your wooden stake." Bai Confronting waved his hand, and said, "It's okay. The wooden stakes are not worth much." "Xiao Yao, let me ask you, are you already at the bronze level?" Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows in confusion. Didn't his father tell him? He said truthfully, "Yes. Uncle Bai, I was already at the bronze level half a month ago." Half a month ago? Bronze level? To be honest, Bai Confronting was deeply shocked. High school students across the country awakened at the same time, and Xiao Yao was able to be promoted to the bronze level in such a short time, much faster than his carefully cultivated daughter. If he didn't know Xiao Yao's background, he would even doubt which master or grandmaster family this kid belonged to. Even if he was a master or grandmaster family, He had never heard of anyone who could be promoted to bronze level in such a short time. This old Xiao quietly cultivated a monster. Xiao Yao, can you let me see your war beast? Bai Chunfeng said. At this time, Yining also walked to Bai Chunfeng and looked at Xiao Yao curiously. No problem. Xiao Yao nodded. A flash of white light, Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared at the same time. As soon as they landed, Xiaoke and Lao Niu immediately blocked Xiao Yao. Xiaoke hair stood up, and Lao Niu muscles were extremely tense. The two beasts looked at Bai Chunfeng with a vigilant look, and kept warning in their hearts. Danger! Danger! Don't panic. Xiao Yao touched Xiaoke and Lao Niu, and comforted them. It's okay, they are our own people. Feeling the message from Xiao Yao's soul, Xiaoke and Lao Niu slowly relaxed their bodies. Your two war beasts are good. Bai Chunfeng smiled and praised. They have strong insight and vigilance. But why haven't I seen these two types of war beasts before? Xiao Yao explained, Uncle Bai. These two war beasts are unique to me. This one is the black wind wolf. And this one is the purple prison demon bull. Not bad. Not bad. Take them back first. Seeing that the two war beasts were still tense, Bai Chunfeng said immediately. Okay. Xiao Yao communicated with the two beasts in his heart and took them back. Bai Chunfeng sighed. It looks like you will perform well in this trial. By the way, do you want to go to Kyoto University or Mizuki University? With Xiao Yao ability, he will definitely be admitted in advance with the first place. Now it depends on which school he wants to choose. As a teacher at Kyoto University, Bai Chunfeng naturally hopes that Xiao Yao can enter his school. In this case, after the school's vigorous training, he will definitely win the championship of the National League in the future. Kyoto University, Xiao Yao said firmly. He had been determined to enter Kyoto University since he was a child, and become an alumnus with his father. Moreover, as the best university in the country, Kyoto University is the best in the country in terms of teaching resources and other resources. Even a diamond-level expert like Uncle Bai is a teacher in the school, which shows how powerful it is. In addition, after all, with the relationship between Uncle Bai and his father, Xiao Yao believes that after entering Kyoto University, he will be much smoother. Good. Bai Chunfeng said happily, Xiao Yao. Your choice is right. Our Kyoto University is definitely your best choice. With your qualifications, and after the training of the school, you will definitely become the champion of the National League. This is also my goal, Xiao Yao said confidently. Chapter 92 Beast Taming Space and Space Equipment. Oh, right. Bai Chunfeng waved his hand. A dark black wooden stake appeared in his hand. As he thrust it downward, the stake was firmly fixed on the ground. This is a bronze-level training stake. I see that the energy in your body has not been released yet. Train with this, and don't worry about hitting. This one is very solid. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. After the kick just now, he felt that the heat in his body was relieved. Now, with this bronze-level training stake, he can give full play to it. But Uncle Bai, I have a question for you. Xiao Yao saw that there was no trace of space equipment on Bai Chunfeng's body, so he asked curiously, is this wooden stake taken out from the space equipment? Hearing Xiao Yao's words, Bai Chunfeng smiled and said, it can also be said to be space equipment, but this space equipment is my beast control space. Beast control space? Xiao Yao's eyes widened. Beast control space can also be used as space equipment. Why didn't he know that? Seeing Xiao Yao's puzzled look, Bai Chunfeng explained, after the platinum level, the beast control space will intersect with the real world to form a small channel. And the summoner can use mental power to let real objects enter and exit the beast control space at will. When it reaches the diamond, master, and grandmaster levels, the beast control space will have more magical effects. You will see it in the future. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. Platinum level can use the beast control space as a space equipment. How big would the area be? His own bronze level beast control space is thousands of square meters. Then the platinum level space must be tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. It can fit an entire shopping mall. Then you continue to train. If you feel tired, go into the house and rest for a while. Bai Chunfeng smiled and walked back to the room with Yining. After seeing his parents walk away, Bai Lingsha stuck to Xiao Yao and whispered, Brother Yao, can you teach me how to fight? Xiao Yao was a little confused. Didn't your father teach you? Bai Lingsha said a little aggrieved. I taught you. But I still can't beat my sister. Xiao Yao, ? So I taught you to fight in order to beat your sister? You are such a good brother. Xiao Yao said helplessly. It's useless for me to teach you. Your sister is a summoner. Her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, even if your fighting skills are several times better than hers. You can't beat her. And why do you want to beat your sister? Because my sister always beats me, and my parents don't care. Speaking of this, Bai Lingsha's eyes were a little red. Look at how wrong the child is. Xiao Yao felt a little sympathetic to this little boy. There are many similar cases around him. If the boy is older, the brother will take good care of his sister, and dote on her. But if the girl is older, she will beat her brother during meals, sleep and daily. As long as they don't beat him to death, the parents won't say anything. Hey Lingyun, I can't help you either. You can only hope that you grow up soon, and become a summoner, then you will have a chance to get back at him. Xiao Yao patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Okay. Bai Lingsha was a little discouraged. Thinking that he would have to go through such a long period of darkness in the future, he couldn't help feeling sad. Poor kid. Xiao Yao looked at him sympathetically, but still started his training. After that, he kept hitting the wooden stake, fist, palm, leg, knee, elbow. The continuous attack made the wooden stake bang. Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao with admiration, and waved his hands to cheer from time to time. In his heart, the one who can beat his sister is the most powerful person. The basic skills are very solid. In the room, watching Xiao Yao textbook-like movements, Bai Changfeng couldn't help but nod secretly. Bronze level. Changfeng, even you have misjudged it. He won you is also a summoner. And she naturally knows what bronze level means at this time. I really didn't expect it. Bai Changfeng showed a helpless smile. Such a fast bronze level. It is simply unheard of. I can guarantee that throughout the hundreds of years of history of Kyoto University, there is absolutely no one who has entered the bronze level faster than Xiao Yao. So amazing? He Wan Yu's eyes were full of surprise. She didn't expect that the genius who could create the history of Kyoto University was right in front of her. This feeling of witnessing history is really amazing. Speaking of which, Bai Changfeng touched his chin, and a strange look appeared in his eyes when Xiao Yao and Xiao Xiao were born. It seems that old Xiao and I agreed to a marriage for the two children. Xiao Yao is handsome, and his temper seems to be good. His talent is even more exaggerated. You say. Hiss. There was a pain in his waist. He Wan Yu twisted his waist fiercely and warned, you have a good relationship with Lao Xiao. But don't drag your daughter into it. Xiao Xiao will only choose the boy she likes. Don't try to trick me. No matter how talented you are. If your daughter doesn't like it, no one can help you. Oh, I know. Bai Changfeng defended himself. I just saw that Lao Xiao raised a good son, and suddenly thought of the previous things. I must respect Xiao Xiao's opinion on this matter. Don't make me sound like I want to sell my daughter. Humph, it's good that you know. He Wan Yu rolled her eyes. After calming down, looking at Xiao Yao who was training meticulously outside the window, He Wan Yu had to admit that Xiao Yao was indeed a nearly perfect boy. Tall, handsome, modest and polite, plus extremely outstanding talent. As a son-in-law, he was really impeccable. And her husband and Xiao Yao's father had a lifelong friendship, so there was no estrangement or gap between the two families. But as a mother, her daughter's wishes are the most important. No matter how outstanding Xiao Yao is, as long as his daughter doesn't like him, there's no need to mention anything. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Yao wandered around the wooden stakes in all directions, like a shadow, his palm, fist or leg, making the wooden stake shake violently. Huh? He stopped. Xiao Yao took a deep breath. There was a mist on his head, and his eyes were extremely bright. After hitting the wooden stakes for a while, the heat in his body had completely disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of hearty pleasure. He felt that his strength had increased slightly. No wonder Uncle Bai's daughter was so strong. With the nourishment of high-quality beast meat for many years, her physical fitness must be much better than her peers. This is the advantage of a strong family. Diamond-level families are like this. Those masters, grandmaster families must be even more exaggerated. Brother Yao, you are really amazing. Bai Lingsha gave a thumbs up, and said with some admiration, don't say that, Uncle Bai is much better than me. Xiao Yao said embarrassedly. The son of a diamond-level expert praised himself for being so powerful. Why does it feel so strange? Bai Lingsha curled his lips. Anyway, I haven't seen how powerful my father is. When my sister bullied me, he didn't show up. Good guy. This child's resentment is almost condensed into substance. How cruelly did his sister bully him? Squeak at this time. The sound of bicycle brakes sounded outside the door. Hearing this sound, Bai Lingsha's body shook violently. His expression immediately became nervous. My sister is back. He ran to the door, stood up straight, waiting for the queen to return like a guard. Chapter 93 Bai Lingsha. Not long after, a girl in white came into the yard pushing a bicycle. Sister, you're back. Bai Lingyun bowed slightly, and said obediently. Yes, I'm back. The girl said, and threw the school bag in her hand into Bai Lingyun's arms. Seeing the girl's appearance, Xiao Yao eyes flashed with surprise. The girl was wearing a white sportswear. Her skin was as white as jade without any flaws, an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows. Her eyes were like a pool of clear water, and her silky hair hung down naturally. She was wearing a baseball cap and pink sneakers, and the youthful and beautiful aura of a young girl was blowing in her face. Seeing a strange boy in the yard looking at her, Bai Lingsha stopped immediately. Sister, let me introduce him. Holding a school bag, Bai Lingyun ran over like a puppy and introduced enthusiastically. This is Xiao Yao. Brother Yao. He is Uncle Zhao's son. Uncle Zhao's son. Bai Lingsha suddenly remembered that her father had told her yesterday that Uncle Zhao's son would come to live at home. She herself was actually somewhat resistant to strangers staying at home. But seeing her father's firm attitude, and thinking of the relationship between her father and Uncle Xiao, she didn't say anything. However, after meeting Xiao Yao, her first impression was still good. The boy looked handsome and clean. And after seeing her, the surprise in his eyes also made her a little proud. After all, appearance is justice. If an ugly man looked at her like this, she would definitely feel offended. But if a handsome guy looked at her like this, it means that this handsome guy has good taste. Hello. I'm Bai Lingsha. Bai Lingsha nodded. Hello. Xiao Yao responded slightly reservedly. This might be the first time he saw such a beautiful girl in real life, and in her home. So he was a little nervous. Xiao, you're back. Bai Chengfeng walked out of the house. And when he saw his daughter, the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. After seeing his father, Bai Lingsha immediately said happily, Dad, I'm already Black Iron level 5. When she smiled, her dimples were faintly visible, and her eyes were like crescents. Very cute. Looking at her smile, Xiao Yao was slightly lost in thought. Good. You are worthy of being my daughter, Bai Chengfeng said proudly. That is. Bai Lingsha raised her head proudly. And suddenly, her eyes swept across the broken wooden stake in front of her, and her eyes gradually changed. It's bad, Bai Chengfeng said inwardly. He knew his daughter's personality very well. She has been extremely strong since she was a child, and she wants to be the first in everything. Although this kind of character makes her have a strong self-driving ability, combined with family training, she has always been in the leading position among her peers. But this time is different. Her opponent is a more evil genius. Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao and asked calmly, Did you break my wooden stake? Xiao Yao thought she was blaming him, so he apologized quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. I didn't mean it. It's broken. It's broken. Xiao Yao's reply made Bai Chengfeng feel depressed. He could imagine how his daughter would react after hearing this. At this moment, Xiao Yao also realized that he was too nervous just now, which caused him to speak without thinking. What he said just now seemed to be showing off himself and mocking his opponent. Not strong? Bai Lingsha snorted coldly. She dumped the bicycle on the lawn and said, Let's have a fight. What the hell? Xiao Yao's body stiffened. He looked at Bai Chengfeng with a pleading look. Bai Chengfeng didn't look at him, but walked to Bai Lingsha and said softly, Be good. Xiao Yao is a guest. It's not appropriate for you to spar with him when he just arrived. Bai Lingsha looked at Bai Chengfeng stubbornly. Dad, do you think I will lose? Bai Chengfeng was speechless for a moment. What should he say? Is it that your daughter will definitely lose? After watching Xiao Yao training just now, he thought that Xiao Yao's physical fitness was far better than his daughter's. Maybe his daughter's fighting skills would be more sophisticated. But in the face of absolute power, that little technical gap would not play a big role at all. Xiao Yao is already at the bronze level. His physical fitness is much better than yours. Why don't you wait until you reach the bronze level, then you two can compete with each other? Bai Chengfeng advised earnestly. Bronze level? Bai Lingsha was shocked. He remembered his father saying that the boy in front of him was the same age as him, and awakened at the same time. This time he was going to take the joint exam. Unexpectedly, he had just reached the Iron level 5, and the other party had already reached the bronze level. At this time, there was a qualitative difference between the Iron level 5 and the bronze level. This was the first time that Bai Lingsha fell behind her peers. This feeling made her feel uncomfortable and unwilling. So what if it's bronze level? Bai Lingsha insisted, Dad. Physical fitness is not everything. Fighting skills can make up for the physical gap. You told me that. My dear. I said so. But that means that the gap in fighting skills is too big. So it can make up for the physical gap. But Xiao Yao's skills are not worse than yours. Bai Chengfeng smiled bitterly. Are you going to fight or not? Bai Lingsha frowned and said. Uncle Bai, look at this. Xiao Yao looked at Bai Chengfeng with some embarrassment. Ahem. Bai Chengfeng coughed twice and said, Xiao Yao, since Xiao wants to spar with you, then you two should give it a try. This time, we will make friends through martial arts, but be careful about the degree of attack. Bai Chengfeng emphasized the last sentence. Okay then. Xiao Yao nodded helplessly. To be honest, he really didn't want to fight with Bai Lingsha. First, he felt that he had too much advantage in physical fitness, and it was meaningless to fight with her. On the other hand, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and hurt the other party. Seeing Xiao Yao embarrassed look, Bai Lingsha's stubbornness deepened. She decided to teach this boy who looked down on her a profound lesson. The two walked to a lawn and stood opposite each other. Bai Lingsha took off his baseball cap, threw it to Bai Lingyun, and tied his black hair into a ponytail, which made him look much neater. Sis, come on! Bai Lingyun's eyes lit up, and he cheered for Bai Lingsha like a fan. But in his heart, he hoped that Brother Yao could deal with this female devil, break her arrogance, and give him justice. At this time, Bai Chengfeng stood between the two of them, and said in a deep voice, in the competition later, stop when you have reached a certain point, and be careful when you attack. He said the last sentence to Xiao Yao. But it was precisely this that aroused Bai Lingsha's rebellious heart. Even my dad doesn't think highly of me. Humph, I will definitely beat him. I understand. Xiao Yao nodded. Even if Uncle Bai didn't say it, he would still take action. Seeing that Xiao Yao understood what he meant, Bai Chengfeng nodded secretly. He wasn't worried that the two would get hurt. After all, with him around, nothing would go wrong. But he was worried that Xiao Yao would be too ruthless, and his daughter would lose too badly. That would be troublesome later. Bai Chengfeng stepped back a few steps, and waved his hand. Begin! Chapter 94 Xiao Yao vs Bai Lingsha. As soon as Bai Chengfeng finished speaking, Bai Lingsha stepped forward and attacked, shaking her right arm, and thrusting forward like a spear, so fast that it made a crisp sound. Bai Lingsha knew that her strength was definitely not as good as Xiao Yao, so she had to strike first and defeat her opponent with her confident fighting skills. Seeing her aggressive attack, Xiao Yao's body sank slightly, twisted her waist, and blocked the punch with her left arm. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard, and Bai Lingsha felt as if her fist was hitting cowhide. It was clearly her own attack, but her fist was shaking and hurting. But the pain only aroused her competitive spirit. With light footsteps, she quickly got close to Xiao Yao. With rich fighting experience, she immediately found a way to win. Xiao Yao was tall and strong, with long arms and legs, and stronger than herself. If they fought at a distance, she would definitely not be his opponent. Only by getting close, relying on her more flexible characteristics, could she prevent the opponent from taking advantage. Half-step collapse punch. Taking a half-step forward with her front leg, Bai Lingsha straightened her back and turned her palm into a fist, and the punch was extremely fierce. It was hard to imagine that this was a punch from a girl. Xiao Yao contracted her waist, his buttocks back, crossed her hands and pressed down, interrupting her punch, and causing her steps to become disordered. Bai Lingsha stabilized her body, stomped her front foot hard, raised her back knee, and hit Xiao Yao's chest with a flying knee. At this time, Xiao Yao took 2 steps back, and slapped her right hand down while stepping back. Snap! Bai Lingsha's attack was resolved by Xiao Yao again. After landing, Bai Lingsha hurried forward. She couldn't let Xiao Yao pull away. With a step, the ground was splashed with mud. Bai Lingsha was like a ghost, closely attached to Xiao Yao about half a meter, or fists, or elbows, or knees. The attack was like a storm, suffocating people. Dad? Can my sister win? Bai Lingyun stood beside Bai Chengfeng, watching the fierce battle in front of him intently. Seeing that his sister had always had the upper hand, he couldn't help asking. It's very difficult. Bai Chengfeng shook his head. No way. I see that Brother Yao has been beaten all the time. Bai Lingyun didn't understand at all. Bai Chengfeng didn't say anything, but just touched his head and asked him to concentrate on watching the battle. At this time, Wan Yu also came to the yard, watching the battle in front. With her knowledge, She could naturally tell who the situation favored. On the surface, her daughter was the one who took the initiative to attack, and she seemed to have the upper hand, while Xiao Yao was exhausted from defending. But she could see that Xiao Yao's defense was very easy, and his defense was clean and effective. So he consumed very little physical energy. But her daughter was different. Her fighting style would consume a lot of physical energy. Once she failed to attack for a long time, she would not have the strength to fight without Xiao Yao's help. Bai Lingsha also realized this. Snap after a failed attack, Bai Lingsha stood up straight and said angrily, "Are you a turtle? You can only block?" Hearing this, Xiao Yao was not angry. But since Bai Lingsha said so, he decided to launch the first attack. Dong with a step, Xiao Yao rushed forward like a tiger leaping into the stream, kicked out with his left leg, with a crisp sound, and chopped forward like a battle axe. Xiao Yao's speed was beyond Bai Lingsha's imagination. Xiao Yao had been defending just now. She thought the opponent was the kind of person who was strong but clumsy. She didn't expect that his speed would be so amazing. It was too late to dodge. She lowered her shoulders and raised her elbows, and protected her head with her right arm, blocking the attack firmly. Bang! Xiao Yao's powerful kick actually kicked Bai Lingsha away. She rolled several times on the grass before stopping. "Wow!" Bai Lingsha exclaimed, seeing the female devil being punished. He was happy. But in a moment, his face showed worry again. "Don't get hurt, you little brat. You're using so much force." Bai Chengfeng immediately looked at Xiao Yao with a bad look. He could see that his daughter was fine, but seeing his most precious daughter being kicked away with his own eyes, he was so angry that his heart was tickling. "You little brat, I'm going to train you well in the next 2 days." "It's bad. It's bad." Xiao Yao also said inwardly that it was not good. He had been practicing fighting with Gui Jian before, and was used to going all out, so when he kicked just now, he mobilized all his strength as usual. But when he saw Bai Lingsha being kicked away, he realized that he had used too much force. "Oh my god, Uncle Bai won't beat me to death. Will he?" Feeling an unfriendly look from the side looking at him, Xiao Yao's heart tightened. His Bai Lingsha stood up with difficulty. She felt that her right arm was about to break, and her head was buzzing. "Well, or should we stop it?" Xiao Yao said helplessly. He really didn't want to fight anymore, even if he won. It would be unfair. He was also worried that he could not control his strength and hurt Bai Lingsha. "No. Keep fighting." Bai Lingsha refused directly. Although the opponent's physical fitness was overwhelmingly superior to his, and his fighting ability was also very superb, but it was still not the point of admitting defeat. Bai Lingsha, who was naturally strong, would never give up until the last moment. Bang! Bai Lingsha rushed forward again. Xiao Yao sighed helplessly and took a defensive stance. With his fists clenched, Bai Lingsha punched Xiao Yao in the face. Xiao Yao put his arms together, blocking his face. At this moment, Bai Lingsha's upper arm suddenly dropped, twisted his feet, and his whole body clung to Xiao Yao's back like a swimming fish. His left arm was raised and folded, and his right arm was quickly locked. Naked choke. With insufficient strength, their fighting abilities were similar. Naked choke was the only way Bai Lingsha could think of to win. Naked choke. Xiao Yao was also very familiar with this move. Locking techniques in fighting training, choke techniques are a must-learn part. Naked choke is a very fierce move. Once the naked choke is formed, even if the choke party has an advantage in size and strength, it is difficult to escape the bondage of naked choke. For ordinary people, once the naked choke is formed, 3 or 4 seconds is enough to lose all combat effectiveness. If it takes longer, it may directly lead to death. Thinking of this, his body suddenly tensed up. Chuckling, Bai Lingsha stuck to Xiao Yao's back and choked Xiao Yao's neck with all her strength. But at this time, she felt that she was not choking a person's neck, but a wooden stake. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't go any further. Snap! At this time, she felt her right hand being pulled, her right elbow being lifted, and an overwhelming force slowly pulled her right hand away. Even if she tried her best, her pretty face flushed. She could only watch her naked choke being broken. Xiao Yao smiled faintly. Although the naked choke is powerful, it depends on who uses it against whom. If Zhang Weili can perform a naked choke on Tyson, she may still win, but how about letting a female star perform a naked choke on Tyson? At present, the difference in strength between Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha is the same as that between a female star and Tyson. The difference in strength of at least several hundred kilograms can allow him to easily break the opponent's naked choke. Release your hands. Xiao Yao's body suddenly lowered, and turned his feet to go behind Bai Lingsha. Raise your arms, close to your back, and give him a taste of his own medicine. The naked choke is complete. Chapter 95 Ready Fruit. After the naked choke was formed, Xiao Yao basically did not use any strength, but just set up the frame. And Bai Lingsha also knew that she was choke naked, and had been completely defeated, so she stopped resisting. At this time, Xiao Yao was close behind Bai Lingsha, with his arms around her neck, and he could smell the fragrance of her hair when he lowered his head slightly. The soft body and the elegant fragrance made Xiao Yao's heart flutter, and his mind went blank. Why don't you let go quickly? At this time, a voice of suppressed anger came to his ears. Xiao Yao quickly let go of his hand, his face flushed a little, and said, sorry. Bai Chengfeng snorted coldly, walked to Bai Lingsha, bent down, and said with concern, good girl, you are not hurt. He only saw his daughter lowering her head. Her mood was a little low, but he didn't notice that. Her ears were also flushed. I'm fine, Bai Lingsha said softly. Seeing that his daughter's reaction was much better than he expected, Bai Chengfeng was relieved. Sister, have a drink of water. Bai Lingyun ran over and handed Bai Lingsha the water bottle on the side of her school bag. Bai Lingsha glanced at him, took the water bottle and drank a sip. Bai Lingyun put his hands behind his back, like a little eunuch waiting for the queen's order. But secretly, he gave Xiao Yao a thumbs up behind his back. This kid Xiao Yao was happy. And he was thinking, if he told Bai Lingsha what Bai Lingyun was doing now, would it be a scene of sister-loving brother filial piety? After thinking about it, I decided to give up. Lingyun is not easy, you can't bully an honest man. After the competition, let's go into the house and take a rest. Xiao. Go change clothes. Yining said. Bai Lingsha just rolled on the ground twice, and her pure white clothes were stained with grass and dirt, black and white, looking very embarrassed, and there was a light black mark on her face. But this black mark was not ugly, instead, it added a strange temperament to her beauty. After her mother said that, Bai Lingsha noticed the stains on her clothes. She was a clean person, and quickly threw the kettle to her brother, and rushed into the house. After Bai Lingsha left, Bai Chengfeng looked at Xiao Yao, narrowed his eyes, and said in a bad tone, boy, wasn't it a bit too harsh just now? Xiao Yao swallowed his saliva. Uncle Bai, I didn't control the strength just now, I'm sorry, I didn't hurt her. Seeing Xiao Yao's nervous look, Bai Chengfeng suddenly laughed. Kid, I was just teasing you. Don't worry. It's just a normal competition. Xiao is not that fragile. To be honest, he thought that this failure was a good thing for his daughter. Xiao has always been the first since she was a child. It has been too smooth all the way, and she has never experienced setbacks. This is not a good thing. People can't always be smooth sailing. No matter how strong and excellent you are, there will always be someone ahead of you. The earlier you experience setbacks, the more beneficial it will be for your child's growth. If she really experiences setbacks when she is old, she will probably never recover. He was still worried before. Who should he find to teach his daughter a lesson? This person is too old. But no one of the same age is better than his daughter, which almost made him worried. But today this person finally appeared. Xiao Yao. Good kid. Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Uncle Bai didn't blame him. But he couldn't help complaining in his heart. At such an old age, he still teased young people. Don't you have the demeanor of a diamond-level strongman? Let's go back to the house first. The fruits are ready. Yining said. Let's go. Bai Chengfeng walked straight into the house, and Xiao Yao followed closely behind him. Bai Lingyun followed Xiao Yao with his calves, and saw that no one was watching him. So he turned around and gave Xiao Yao a thumbs up again, witnessing the defeat of the female devil with his own eyes. Xiao Yao was like a hero in Bai Lingyun's heart, and he admired him. This kid Xiao Yao touched his head with a smile on his face. Come on, Xiao Yao, have some fruit. Yining brought out a plate of fruit that Xiao Yao had never seen before, and placed it on the table. Xiao Yao looked at it carefully and asked uncertainly, Auntie, is this a ready fruit? The ready fruit is a spiritual fruit that he saw in a book, which grows in extremely hot areas. The ready fruit has a strong nourishing effect on the human body. Even for ordinary people with cold body, eating one can make them swim in the river in winter. And the ready fruit also has a great effect on the summoner. In addition to nourishing the body, it can also increase the summoner's sensitivity to the fire element. After reaching the silver level, if the war beast happens to have fire ability, then the probability of him mastering the fire element ability will also increase. And even the probability of inheriting the war beast's fire element skills will increase. If it is really the ready fruit, then the value of this plate of fruit is really too high. Yes, it is the ready fruit. Xiao Yao, it seems that you have a wide range of knowledge. Yining smiled. It is really the ready fruit. Xiao Yao didn't know what to say. Such a precious fruit is used to entertain himself. And he really deserves it. Bai Chengfeng was standing by. He saw what Xiao Yao was thinking. So he said, Child, don't worry. Eat it. I have planted many red fruit trees in my beast control space. Planting trees in the beast control space? Xiao Yao was shocked by Bai Chengfeng's words. In addition to war beasts, can other living things grow in the beast control space? Seeing Xiao Yao's confusion, Bai Chengfeng explained, Platinum-level beast control spaces can only store dead things. But diamond-level beast control spaces can be stuffed with some unintelligent living things, such as plants. Going up, the beast control space will be even more magical. It was so magical. Xiao Yao was very surprised. It turned out that in addition to war beasts, other creatures could live in the beast control space. Then according to Uncle Bai, when it reaches the Grandmaster level or the King level, can humans also live in it? Isn't that another world? Bai Chengfeng put a ready fruit in Xiao Yao's palm. Eat it. After knowing the situation, Xiao Yao was no longer polite and took a bite. The ready fruit tasted very sweet, and the juice seemed to be heated. After taking a bite, the body felt warm. Dad, can I eat it? Bai Lingsha licked his lips and asked. Eat it. The energy of the red bristle fruit is very mild. It won't hurt your body. And it's okay to eat 2 more. Dong 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 at this time. There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Bai Lingsha came down. She changed into loose clothes again. It seemed that she had washed her face. Her jade-like face looked more translucent. Even without makeup, she was as pretty and cute as a lotus flower emerging from the water. Wow! It's a red bristle fruit. Bai Lingsha and Xiao Yao were face to face. But she was not embarrassed. She picked up a red fruit and started eating. Seeing that everyone was together, Bai Chengfeng said, Xiao Yao, you stay here for a few days. I will take you to visit Kyoto during the day. When I come back in the afternoon, I will tell you some things to note about Kyoto University, which will help your future campus development. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao thanked. Dad, I want to go play too. I haven't been to many places. Bai Lingsha suddenly shouted. Bai Chengfeng readily agreed. Okay, then I give you a holiday for the next 2 days, but you have to study hard in the afternoon. The primary school is still on holiday, so Bai Chengfeng agreed very straightforwardly. At this time, Bai Chengfeng noticed that his daughter's eyes also showed a trace of yearning, so he said, Xiao Xiao, come along, I haven't taken you out to play for a long time. Then, okay. Bai Lingsha seemed to agree reluctantly, but she was very happy in her heart. Her little thoughts were seen by Bai Chengfeng, and he couldn't help but sigh. This arrogant character is just like her mother. Chapter 96 Diamond Level Power. After eating the fruit, Bai Chengfeng saw that Xiao Yao had nothing to do, so he said directly, Xiao Yao, I have nothing to do now, I want to see how strong your 2 war beasts are. As soon as these words came out, Bai Lingsha immediately turned her head, with curiosity in her eyes. Although she lost badly in the fight, after all, summoners still mainly rely on war beasts. She really wanted to know how powerful the war beasts that could be promoted to bronze level so quickly were. Okay. Xiao Yao agreed readily. It seems that the diamond level boss wants to personally point out to him. This opportunity is something that ordinary people dare not even think about. Back in the yard, a white light flashed, and Xiaoke and Laonyo reappeared. A woo! Moo! The appearance of Xiaoke and Laonyo made Bai Lingsha's eyes shine. The black wolf looked mighty and domineering, and its streamlined body looked very agile. The purple cow was even more exaggerated, with bulging muscles, just like granite. No wonder he has such strong strength and speed. It must be the effect of the war beast feeding back. After the defeat, Bai Lingsha was also thinking, when she reaches the bronze level, whether she can defeat Xiao Yao in fighting. Now it seems that only when the second war beast is a power type, can her speed and strength catch up with Xiao Yao. But seeing Xiao Yao's broad shoulders and thick arms, she was very hesitant. I won't become like this. She loves beauty by nature and keeps choosing between strength and beauty, but finally chooses beauty. Forget it, the power of a summoner still depends on the war beast. When I reach the bronze level, my war beast will definitely defeat you. Fighting is just a small matter. Come on, let me see their strength. Bai Chengfeng waved his hand, said calmly. But in his heart, he was thinking, "Brat, you beat Xiao Yao so hard just now, and you dare to hug her, humph. I will teach you a good lesson this time." Xiao Lao, go! Xiao Yao let the two beasts let go. After all, Xiao and Lao Niu are only bronze level, they can't even beat their gold level father, let alone the terrifying diamond level. A diamond level summoner at least has the strength of a gold level war beast. If they fight seriously, Xiao and Lao Niu can't even withstand a single move. Moo! Wild charge. At a distance of 10 meters, Lao Niu arrived in an instant. The horns pushed forward, and the huge body burst out with amazing power. Bai Chunfeng did not dodge, and stretched out one hand like lightning, grabbed the horns of Lao Niu, and then threw it away. The several-ton body of the old cow was thrown away like garbage. Boom! The heavy body fell to the ground, and immediately smashed a big hole in the lawn. Ouch! At this time, Xiao flew up. Endless restraint. Xiao's speed was very fast. Bai Lingsha only saw a black shadow flash by. But facing such an attack, Bai Chunfeng just smiled faintly. Ouch! Xiao's body passed through the human figure. Xiao Yao pupil shrank. He found that what Xiao pounced on was actually the afterimage. Afterimage. This is the shadow left behind when the human, I cannot catch it in time when moving at high speed. Has Uncle Bai's speed reached this point? This is also the first time that Xiao's ultimate move has failed. The old cow climbed up and stood side by side with Xiao. They could feel that the gap between them and the man opposite was too big. But the more so, the more it could arouse the fighting spirit of the two beasts. Go! Xiao shouted in his heart. Moo! The old cow rushed to the front again, executing the tactics they were familiar with. Dong dong dong! The old cow's heavy body stepped on the ground, splashing layers of mud. When it was within 5 meters of Bai Chunfeng, the old cow slightly raised its front legs and stepped heavily. Bang! A round milky white air wave was generated, and Bai Chunfeng's body was instantly shaken up 2 meters. This change was beyond Bai Chunfeng's imagination. He didn't expect that a bronze-level war beast skill could have an effect on him. A wish Xiao's body was glowing with yellow light, and his footsteps paused. His body jumped up. Accumulate power. The beast's mouth. The wolf claws waved forward and grabbed Bai Chunfeng. Bai Chunfeng raised his hand to block it. Just as the wolf claws collided with his arm, he suddenly frowned. He found that the black wolf had come behind him at some point. What kind of ability is this? Xiao opened his bloody mouth, howled like a wolf, and bit Bai Chunfeng's neck hard. The sound of metal colliding sounded. Xiao's face showed pain. He felt that he was not biting his neck, but a piece of extremely hard steel, which almost broke his teeth. A strange color flashed in Bai Chunfeng's eyes, and his body suddenly disappeared with the help of the air. What kind of ability is this? Teleportation? Seeing Bai Chunfeng's figure disappear in an instant, Xiao Yao's eyes widened, extremely shocked. Your war beast also has the ability of mental attack, which is very good. At this time, Bai Chunfeng's slightly surprised voice came from behind Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's body froze. He didn't even see when Bai Chunfeng came behind him. Bai Chunfeng walked forward, with an interested look on his face. Interesting. After 2 simple moves, he found that the black wolf had used 3 skills, and the purple cow had also used 2 skills. For a bronze level, the skills alone have surpassed most war beasts. It is worthy of being a monster that can break the record of Kyoto University. Boom boom boom! Old cow and Xiao came again from the left and right. That's it, Bai Chunfeng said lightly. Xiao Yao saw the afterimage flash by again. Bai Chunfeng appeared in front of the old cow as if teleporting, and his fingers were bent and flicked, hitting the old cow's forehead. Bang! The old cow flew backwards for more than 10 meters, as if it was hit by a high-speed train. Then, Bai Chunfeng teleported to Xiao's side again, and with a big hand, he pressed Xiao's head into the ground like a 5-finger mountain. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. He saw a big bump slowly bulging on the old cow's forehead, as if he had grown another horn, and his pupils were out of focus. Obviously, he was knocked unconscious by the collapse of his head. Xiao was not much better. Although the soil was relatively soft, he was not hurt too much. But when he stood up, he walked crookedly, as if he was drunk. Of course, Bai Chunfeng controlled the force very well. Xiao and Lao Niu's health only dropped less than 10%, and they will recover soon. Xiao Yao, why don't you fight me? Bai Chunfeng suggested with a smile. For some reason, Xiao Yao suddenly felt cold, and he felt that the smile was not kind. Forget it, I won't make a fool of myself. Xiao Yao laughed dryly. Okay then. Bai Chengfeng looked a little regretful, but after the battle, he still smiled and gave a high evaluation. Your 2 war beasts are very good. Black Wolf has 3 skills, Purple Bull has 2 skills, and the skills can be matched with each other. This alone is enough to make you the best summoner in the bronze level. That? Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment. But considering the relationship between Uncle Bai and his father, and his care for him, he decided to tell the truth. Uncle Bai, my war beast actually has more than these skills. Xiaoke has 6 skills, and Lanyo has 5 skills. As soon as these words came out, Bai Chengfeng's smile froze instantly. Chapter 97 Kyoto Tour. 6? 5? Bai Chengfeng immediately raised his voice. Are you kidding? Having 5 skills at the gold level is a great potential. You have 5 and 6 skills at the bronze level. Young man, we are not from the same world. Right? Yes. Xiao Yao nodded sincerely. Seeing that Xiao Yao didn't seem to be joking, Bai Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he didn't want to talk anymore. Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao with a strange look. 6 skills? 5 skills? What kind of monster are you? She suddenly felt relieved about her failure. Why would I compete with a monster? He won. You also said it was outrageous. As a summoner, she knew too well how important the skills of war beasts were. 6 skills at the bronze level, not to mention breaking the history of Kyoto University. This has already broken the record of mankind. This child, is he really Lao Zhao's son? He can't be an adopted alien. Seeing everyone's unbelievable look, Xiao Yao briefly introduced the skills of Xiaoke and Lanyo. Again, if he wants to become a top summoner, his war beast information will definitely be known by the outside world. So there is no need to hide it. Xiao Yao, let me ask you seriously. Are you really Lao Zhao's son? Bai Chengfeng asked very seriously. Xiao Yao's face darkened. What do you mean? Are you forcing a hat on my father? Seeing Xiao Yao's mentality, Bai Chengfeng quickly explained. I know Lao Zhao's qualifications, and I can't believe he can give birth to a son as evil as you. Xiao Yao said helplessly. Uncle Bai, don't I look like my dad? Yes, I do. Bai Chengfeng nodded. Xiao Yao and Xiao Li are 60% similar, but at the same time, they have Lu Hui facial features, which makes them more delicate. But I still think it's outrageous. Bai Chengfeng said puzzledly. Why does your war beast have so many skills? This is not scientific. It must be unscientific because I have a system. Xiao Yao smiled awkwardly. Maybe I am special? This is the only explanation. Bai Chengfeng comforted himself. There are always some very special people in the world. Xiao Yao is one of them. Go back to the house. Bai Chengfeng waved his hand uninterestedly. As a summoner, Xiao Yao's situation is really annoying. Even if he is diamond level, even if he is Xiao Yao elder, he can't help but feel that God is unfair. All the love is concentrated on one person. Of course, he quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, Xiao Yao is the son of his best brother. With this relationship, he will feel relieved to see Xiao Yao's excellence. After a while, Bai Chengfeng introduced many systems, rules and resources of Kyoto University to Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha. Many things were the first time for Bai Lingsha to hear about them. This lecture lasted until the evening. Dinner was still rich meat with rice and fruits. Moreover, Bai Chengfeng also reserved some beast meat for Xiao Yao, and Bai Lingsha war beasts as dinner. Therefore, Xiao Yao also saw Bai Lingsha war beast. War beast named Rainbow Horn Deer, War beast level Black Iron level 5, War beast skills Rainbow Acceleration, Rainbow Flying Blade. The appearance of the Rainbow Horn Deer is very outstanding. The whole body is white, but only the 2 horns, the hooves and tail are rainbow colored when running. It seems to be stepping on a rainbow, both elegant and holy. It is also a rare race that has 2 war beast skills at the Black Iron level. And the skills are very powerful. As the name suggests, Rainbow Acceleration is to burst out a stronger speed in a period of time, similar to the rapid burst of preserved eggs. And the Rainbow Flying Blade is a long-range attack skill. The rainbow-colored flying blades are shot out from the antlers, which has a strong lethality. Moreover, the size of the Rainbow Horn Deer is not small. After Bai Lingsha rode on it, her feet were about half a meter from the ground. If she encountered danger in the future, she could ride on the Rainbow Horn Deer and escape easily. Therefore, this is a war beast that combines appearance, fighting, and running away, which is quite comprehensive. The next day, Bai Chengfeng took a few days off and started a 3-day tour plan with his 3 children. Because he won, you still had work. She did not participate. The first stop they went to was the Dragon Country Martyrs Memorial Hall. Here, Xiao Yao and the other two learned about the various deeds of Dragon Country soldiers and summoners fighting against the Beast Tide and foreign enemies for hundreds of years. They not only felt the cruel disputes in the summoner world, but also felt extremely shocked by the indomitable and sacrificial spirit of generations of Dragon Country heroes. The second stop was the Dragon Guarding Fortress in Kyoto. The Dragon Guarding Fortress is an important barrier to protect Kyoto and Chishiagobi, and it is also the fortress with the most strict military deployment in the country. As the A-level forbidden area of Dragon Country, Chishiagobi is home to countless powerful monsters, including Diamond level, Master level and even Grandmaster level monsters. And the Dragon Guarding Fortress is like a wall that not only protects Kyoto from harm, but also protects the city behind Kyoto. After learning about the geographical location and importance of the Dragon Guarding Fortress, a sentence popped up in Xiao Yao's mind. The Emperor guards the National Gate indeed. The A-level forbidden area is already one of the most dangerous areas in Dragon Country. But Dragon Country chose to set up its capital here and built a magnificent fortress to protect the capital and the people. For hundreds of years, no matter how many beast tides erupted in the Chishiagobi Desert, none of them could break through the Dragon Guarding Fortress and harm the people in the slightest. This is not only due to the sacrifices of countless Dragon Country children who are not afraid of life and death, but also the courage of the Dragon Country's top leaders to burn their boats. The third stop was relatively easy. They went to Lungting Trading Area, the largest summoner trading market in Longwa. Almost all of them were summoners. There were shops and stalls. They sold a wide variety of things, including animal skins, animal meat, spiritual fruits, gemstones, and pills. Xiao Yao had never heard of many of these things, and they were not recorded in books. With Bai Chengfeng's explanation, he was amazed. Many of the treasures had magical effects, such as pills that increased the affinity of war beasts, increased war beast skills, treasures similar to the twin fruits of light and darkness, spiritual fruits that strengthen the physical fitness of summoners, and armor for war beasts, etc. However, the prices were really prohibitive. After this day, Xiao Yao felt that his knowledge was greatly broadened, and he was more yearning for the richness of the summoner world. After 3 days of life, Xiao Yao not only learned a lot, but also became closer to the Bai family. Bai Chengfeng treated him like his own son or nephew, without reservation. After he defeated Bai Lingsha, Bai Lingyun became a little fanboy and liked to follow him around, calling him Brother Yao and Brother Yao. This made Bai Lingsha a little jealous, and he often punished him when he got home. His relationship with Bai Lingsha has also made some progress. Now they get along just like ordinary friends, but they are closer than ordinary friends. On the second day, they added each other's contact information, but because they were together all day, they didn't chat. But Xiao Yao, who was thoughtful, thought that adding contact information was a good start. What will happen in the future? Who knows? Chapter 98 Say Goodnight. On the fourth day, their trip was over. Because tomorrow was the day of the joint examination, all students taking the joint examination needed to check into the designated hotel one night in advance, and the next day, the teachers led the team to the Kyoto University Examination Center. There were hundreds of people taking the exam, and Kyoto University and Mizuki University were also very wealthy, and they directly booked the 5-star hotel in Kyoto, the Imperial Hotel. After dinner, Bai Chengfeng drove Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha to the hotel. Have a good rest tonight. Bai Chengfeng didn't say anything else, because he was quite confident in his daughter and Xiao Yao, and didn't need to give too many instructions. Dad, bye. Goodbye, Uncle, bye. After saying goodbye to Bai Chengfeng, the two dragged their luggage to the hotel front desk. There was a horizontal table in front of the front desk, and a banner hung above the table. Kyoto University, Mizuki University Joint Entrance Examination Reporting Point. A female teacher sat behind the table, looking at the two. Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha arrived relatively late, so there was no one in the hotel lobby except the female teacher and the front desk. Teacher, let's report, Xiao Yao said. Give me your ID card. The female teacher's voice was gentle and clear, giving people a kind feeling. Xiao Yao took out his ID card, and the female teacher placed the ID card on the instrument and asked Xiao Yao to point it at the camera. 1 second later, the green dot kept flashing. The female teacher returned the ID card to Xiao Yao and said, "Go to the front desk to check in." After that, she handed a piece of cardboard to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao glanced at it casually. It was printed with the schedule for the next day and the joint examination plan. Before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, breakfast will be provided on the second floor of the hotel. At 8 o'clock, gather at the hotel lobby. The bus will take all students to Kyoto University. No need to carry luggage. 9:30 11 o'clock. Chinese test 12 o'clock 13:30 Mathematics test 1400 hours 1600 hours Comprehensive test 1700 hours. The formal trial schedule is very tight. And there is almost no time to rest. Xiao Yao put away the cardboard and went to the front desk to check in. Sir, your room is 715. The front desk lady handed the room card to Xiao Yao politely. Xiao Yao took the room card and stood aside waiting for Bai Lingsha. Soon Bai Lingsha also checked in. Her room was 807, which was not on the same floor as Xiao Yao. After getting on the elevator, the two of them immediately fell into an awkward atmosphere. Because this was the first time they were alone together. Xiao Yao felt his heartbeat quicken. But he didn't know what to say. Ding, the elevator sounded. We arrived at the 7th floor. Xiao Yao carried his luggage and waved to Bai Lingsha. Let's go. Yeah. Bai Lingsha hummed softly. After entering the room, Xiao Yao put his luggage aside. It must be said that the room in a 5-star hotel is luxurious. 1.8 large bed, ultra-high-definition TV, wide viewing platform, and a super large bathtub. Even though Xiao Yao had never taken a bath in a bathtub, but seeing this large and clean bathtub, he wanted to try it. But in the end, he still didn't choose to use the bathtub. Because it took too long to drain the water. Which was enough for him to take 2 baths. If there was one more person in the room, he could try it. After taking a simple shower, Xiao Yao called his parents and told them about his schedule and exam arrangements in the past few days. From the phone, he could hear that his father was very satisfied with Uncle Bai arrangements. The conversation lasted half an hour. Later, Xiao Yao felt really bored. So he opened the video of the National Summoner League again and started studying. Normally he could get into the state quickly. But for some reason today, he always felt absent-minded. Xiao Yao turned off the video and unknowingly opened Bai Lingsha chat page. The chat page of the two was blank, with nothing on it. Xiao Yao wanted to send a sentence as the beginning of the chat. But he changed 4 or 5 beginnings over and over again, but deleted them one by one. He was a bachelor in his previous life, and he had never been in love in this life. How to start a chat with a girl was really a blind spot in his knowledge. What should I send? Xiao Yao tilted his neck with a very distressed expression. Finally, for some unknown reason, he sent a message. Are you asleep? As soon as the message was sent, Xiao Yao regretted it. Why did I send this? What a stupid thing to say. It's over. It's over. He collapsed on the bed, looking at the ceiling light with lifeless eyes. Ding at this time. The phone message sounded. Xiao Yao sat up straight and quickly opened the chat box. No, bored Chin. This expression is so cute, save it. Xiao Yao smiled unconsciously, quickly typed. I feel bored too. By the way, how difficult is the cultural exam tomorrow? Did Uncle Bai tell you? Ding, the message was quickly replied. No, but with your ability, as long as the score is not too low, the cultural exam score will not affect you much. By the way, how are your grades usually? Curious. Xiao Yao thought about it and replied, not bad. In the room, Bai Lingsha snorted and laughed. As I expected. If you are strong in strength and your academic performance is okay, it would be unfair. She quickly typed a reply and sent a pat on the head expression. Don't worry. As long as you can pass. Xiao Yao mouth corners raised again and gradually got into the state. I have a bottom line in my heart. Thank you, grateful, it doesn't matter. Maybe during the trial, I will need you to save me. Xiao Yao fingers flew. Flower protector. I will do anything for you. Patting chest. On the other side, Bai Lingsha wrinkled his nose. With a proud expression, I'm just being polite. I don't need you to save me. By the way, do you know the format of the trial? Xiao Yao asked. I don't know, my dad didn't tell me. Helpless. Okay. Xiao Yao was very curious about the format of the trial. After all, it was written on the cardboard. The trial would start soon after the exam. Could the trial be held at Kyoto University? Ding at this time. Bai Lingsha sent another message. I have to wash up first, talk later. After seeing this, Xiao Yao quickly replied, okay. Okay. Then you should wash up first. After sending it, Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, and finally sent a sentence with trembling fingers. Good night. After sending this sentence, he held his breath, stared at the screen, and felt that time around him was about to stop. He could only hear his heart beating. Ding. Good night, moon, yes? Xiao Yao shouted excitedly, jumped back, and lay directly on the bed. He looked at the last sentence good night, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Suddenly, he turned over, buried his face in the pillow, and laughed continuously. After a long time, Xiao Yao suppressed his inner joy, put on his shoes, and went to the observation deck. The hotel has a good view. Kyoto is bustling with traffic at night, and there are bright lights and wine. Looking up, there are stars and nebulae. Xiao Yao opened his arms, with a bright smile on his face. Tomorrow must be a good day. Chapter 99. The exam begins. At 7:10 the next day, Xiao Yao simply washed up and went to the restaurant on the second floor for breakfast. The restaurant on the second floor is very large, with dozens of self-service windows, soy milk, fried dough sticks, milk, bread, desserts, fruits, very rich. Xiao Yao drank a large glass of milk, made a sandwich with 2 fried eggs, 4 slices of bread, and a few slices of bacon, and finally ate a lot of fruit. After eating, he sat in his seat, observing the students coming and going. At this time, most of the students came to the restaurant to eat. Xiao Yao estimated that there were about 200 people, but the total number must be more than that. This group of students, male and female, had all kinds of heights, weights, and skinny. Some of them spoke with a strong accent, and you could tell where they were from. Xiao Yao glanced at the restaurant and didn't see Bai Lingsha. He was a little disappointed, so he chose to go downstairs and wait. After going downstairs, Xiao Yao noticed that several buses had stopped at the entrance of the hotel. A male teacher was holding a loudspeaker, and the loudspeaker kept repeating, "Students who have eaten can get on the bus directly." Xiao Yao thought about it and decided to get on the bus directly. He arrived early and sat in the first bus. The bus was half full. He took a look and chose a seat next to no one. At 8 o'clock, the bus was full. After receiving the notification, the driver started the bus directly. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Bai Lingsha. "Have you got on the bus?" Soon Bai Lingsha replied, "I'm on the bus. I'm in the 4th bus." Xiao Yao made a smug expression. "I'm in the 1st bus." Bai Lingsha replied, "You got up so early, surprised?" Xiao Yao smiled unconsciously. "Yes, I was more excited at night, so I just got up early." Ding. Bai Lingsha, "Why are you excited about taking a test?" Wiping sweat. "I'm not excited because of the test." Xiao Yao smiled and made a helpless expression. "It's my first time taking this kind of test. I might be nervous and excited." Bai Lingsha, "This kind of mental quality is not good. I need to practice more in the future." Xiao Yao, "I understand." Bai Lingsha, "Let's not talk about it for now. I want to sleep for a while, sleepy." Xiao Yao, "Okay, then you go to sleep first." Putting back the phone, Xiao Yao saw the boy next to him looking at him curiously. "Brother, girlfriend?" The boy raised his eyebrows and asked. Xiao Yao shook his head and said, "No. No. It must be someone you like." The boy said with certainty, "When you sent the message, the smile on your mouth never faded." "Really?" Xiao Yao pinched the corner of his mouth with his hand, very surprised. The boy looked like an experienced person. "Brother, I am a love expert. Your expression shows that you are chatting with someone you like." "Love expert? Awesome." Xiao Yao stretched out his hand, introduced himself. "My name is Xiao Yao. I am from Zhong Province, Yincheng." The boy held Xiao Yao's hand. "My name is Li Chuanxiu. I am from Gan Province, Lancheng." Northwest man. Because there were other people around, it was not easy for the two of them to have a deep chat, but being able to sit together was fate. They added each other on WeChat, and chatted casually. 15 minutes later, the bus drove into Kyoto University, and stopped in the parking lot. After all the students got off the bus, a middle-aged man in his 40s stood on the platform and said loudly, "All students, please be quiet." Instantly, the parking lot was silent. The man nodded and said, "I am Wang Jufeng, the leader of this team. Now all the students are here. I will call the roll first and tell everyone the examination room. There are 437 students in total this time. No one's name is repeated. Please listen carefully. I will only say it once." The names called came up. And Yimeng, examination room 1. Here. Bo Wani, examination room 1. Here. Bai Haohui, examination room 1. Here. Bai Lingsha, examination room 1. Here. Kai Chengong, examination room 1. Here. Everyone could hear that the order of the examination rooms this time was arranged according to the first letter of the surname. Li Boming, Examination Room 7. Here. Li Chanju, Examination Room 7. At this time, no one responded. Wang Jufeng frowned and said again, Li Chanju, Examination Room number 7. Still no one responded. At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly remembered something, looked at Li Chuanqiu beside him, and smiled. Li Chuanqiu had a dark face, helplessly raised his hand, and said loudly, Teacher, my name is Li Chuanqiu, not Li Chanju. Ha ha ha. His answer caused a burst of laughter. Many people realized that Wang Jufeng mistook Su for pig, and laughed out loud. Wang Jufeng's face turned red. He took a closer look at the list, and murmured, Damn it. I just felt something was wrong. Whose name would have the word pig? I'm really confused. Ahem. Wang Jufeng coughed twice, and said, I'm sorry. Classmate. I was just blurry. Li Chuanqiu. Examination Room number 7. Here Li Chuanqiu shouted helplessly. Then, Wang Jufeng continued to read. But because of the lesson just now, he slowed down a bit. Xiao Yao, Examination Room number 12. Here. Yang Xiaoxiang, Examination Room number 13. Here. Zhang Zhiyuan, Examination Room number 14. Here. All 437 students arrived. Wang Jufeng put away the list and said, Next. I will take you to the examination room. The examination will start on time at 9 o'clock. The seating chart of each examination room will be posted on the door. In addition, pens and paper will be prepared on the examination table. Afterwards, Wang Jufeng led a large group to the examination room. After walking for about 10 minutes, the students also enjoyed the interior of Kyoto University. Kyoto University is indeed the best university in the country, with an extremely beautiful environment, lush trees neatly arranged on each street, and distinctive buildings everywhere. Wang Jufeng walked in the front, looking back and introducing, Dear students, this is our North Campus of Kyoto University, which is also a campus built for summoners. Xiao Yao also guessed this, because he saw some students passing by the large group, with various war beasts around them. He guessed that there should be no restrictions on summoning war beasts here. Soon they came to a white building. He went up to the second floor. Examination Room 12. Seat 17. Sitting in his seat, Xiao Yao turned the ballpoint pen at hand boredly, waiting for the opening of the exam. At 9:25, two teachers walked into the exam room with the exam papers and quickly distributed them. At 9:30, the bell rang, and everyone started the first exam. Chinese. Although Xiao Yao has focused most of his energy on training and actual combat in recent months, he will also take some time to review previous knowledge. His foundation is too solid. Even if he hasn't done a lot of questions for a few months, he still has a solid grasp of various knowledge. After all, the title of academic god is not called casually. Glancing at the questions, Xiao Yao smiled confidently. Chapter 100. The Grandmaster appears. At 9:30, 11 o'clock, the Chinese language test is over. The test was not difficult. After Xiao Yao finished writing the composition, there were still 15 minutes left to check. After the Chinese language test, Wang Jufeng took all the students to the cafeteria of Kyoto University for lunch. The winter vacation was not over yet. There were not many students in the cafeteria. It was not crowded at all, with hundreds of people coming in. Lunch was also a buffet, and the dishes were very rich. Xiao Yao served some rice, beef and vegetables, and found a seat to sit down. He glanced ahead and soon saw Bai Lingsha sitting in a corner, eating quietly. The sun shone through the window on her beautiful face, and Xiao Yao was slightly lost in thought. Hey, Xiao Yao. Li Chuanqiu greeted him and sat opposite Xiao Yao, blocking his view. What are you looking at? Li Chuanqiu looked back and asked. Oh, nothing. I'm observing the cafeteria. Xiao Yao came back to his senses and explained. The cafeteria at Kyoto University is really good. Li Chuanqiu sighed, then asked, How was the test this morning? Xiao Yao said, It was okay. Chinese is something that I can't say is good or bad. That's true. Li Chuanqiu nodded, but it was easier than I thought. I thought the exam at Kyoto University would be difficult. Xiao Yao shrugged. We are summoners. Cultural subjects are not the focus, especially Chinese. It won't be too difficult. It would be great if the two exams in the afternoon were of this difficulty. To be honest, I haven't studied much since I woke up. I was so scared yesterday that I didn't sleep well when I saw that I had to take the cultural exam. Li Chuanxiu said. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I guess most people are in this state. Don't worry. After the two of them finished their meal, they returned to their respective examination rooms and waited for the next exam. At 12 o'clock, the math exam started on time. Mathematics and science have always been Xiao Yao's strengths. After the test papers were handed out, he still habitually glanced at all the questions and had a clear understanding of the difficulty. In 1 hour, he finished all the questions. Full marks. No way to escape. The 14-point comprehensive test was more difficult, because there were both liberal arts and science students in the test. So there were questions from 7 subjects in total on the comprehensive test, including biology, which was required for both liberal arts and science, and only 2 of the other subjects, physics, chemistry, politics, history, and geography, could be chosen. Biology was the most difficult and important of all subjects, because it involved a lot of wild plants and monster knowledge, which really tested the student's knowledge. But for Xiao Yao, biology is the subject that sets him apart from others. Since he was a child, he liked to read the 2 books Wild Monsters and Mutated Plants carefully. After each edition was updated, he would study it as soon as possible, so he answered the questions smoothly without any pause. Ding, the bell for the end of the exam rang, and the examiner quickly collected the test papers of all candidates. Xiao Yao noticed that many students looked constipated. After all, being a strong summoner does not mean being good at studying. Many people were poor students before, but they are more talented in the path of being a summoner. After the cultural exam, all students gathered and stood in line, and then were led by Wang Junfeng to a large auditorium. The auditorium was magnificent, and after hundreds of people sat down, it did not seem crowded at all. The students were whispering with the people around them. Even though they came from different cities across the country and did not know each other, they still could not suppress a bad habit of checking answers. The guy next to Xiao Yao was this kind of person. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't help asking Xiao Yao about the content of the exam. Of course, Xiao Yao was happy to answer, but every time he answered a question, the guy's face turned paler, and finally, he exuded a despair. It's over. It's over. I feel like I'm going to fail. The boy muttered to himself with his eyes dull. Classmates, please be quiet. At this time, Wang Junfeng walked onto the stage and said loudly. Suddenly the scene became quiet. Wang Junfeng paused for a moment and continued, Next, I will introduce the form of the trial to you. Wow! Everyone straightened their backs and listened attentively. First, our trial will last for 3 days, and it will be a point system. Then we will issue everyone an electronic badge, and according to the level and strength of the monsters killed, the corresponding points will be automatically displayed on the electronic badge. Then, several teachers issued the electronic badge to each student. Okay. Now that all the students have received their electronic badges, please pin them on the most conspicuous place on your chest. This format looks familiar. It's the same as the Zaya Junction trial, except that there is more content about points. Xiao Yao pinned the badge according to Wang Junfeng's request. Dear students, we do not prohibit private fights in the trial. If you can eliminate others, the points on his electronic badge will be automatically transferred to you. As soon as Wang Junfeng said this, it immediately caused an uproar. Private fights are not prohibited. The points will be automatically transferred after eliminating others? Doesn't this encourage everyone to eliminate others? What if there are casualties? Many people who are not confident in their own strength began to look worried. Wang Junfeng saw everyone's worries and said, Don't worry, we encourage private fights and naturally have means to protect everyone's safety. Don't worry about this. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It's still the same set. Xiao Yao wondered if the Zaya Junction trial copied the previous joint examination format of the 2 major universities. It was exactly the same. I don't think they will give out resistance bracelets. Seeing everyone calm down, Wang Junfeng continued, This time, the points will be weighted and counted with your academic performance. The top 30 students will be admitted in advance by our 2 universities. As for whether to choose Kyoto University or Mizuki University, it's up to you. In addition, for the top 2 students, we will have extra rewards. Wow, rewards! Kyoto University's rewards must be extraordinary. Many students' eyes began to light up. Yes, exactly the same. Xiao Yao thought in his heart. But why didn't they say where the trial would be held? looking at the card. The trial would start at 5 o'clock. The trial would last for 3 days, but we haven't prepared anything yet. Wang Jufeng said a lot just now, but he didn't mention a key piece of information, which is the trial location. The trial location is very important to students. If the difficulty is low, it will not be possible to distinguish everyone's strength. If the difficulty is high, it may lead to the annihilation of the whole army. Moreover, the students had not prepared anything for the 3-day trial. They would starve to death if they ran naked to the battlefield. Many people realized this as Xiao Yao did. Seeing everyone's excitement, Wang Jufeng smiled slightly. And then his words completely ignited the entire auditorium. Next, please invite our honorary president of Kyoto University and Mizuki University, Master Yi Xuanya, to speak to everyone. Wow! As soon as he said this, everyone stood up instantly. Chapter 101 Space Transfer? Dong dong dong. A man walked slowly from the side of the auditorium, dressed in black, with a tall figure, seemingly in his 40s at first glance, with the charm of a mature man, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes and wisdom, like an old man who had experienced all kinds of life. Wow, this is Master Yi. Master Yi. Oh my god. Mom, I saw Master Yi. The scene was chaotic for a while. Everyone instantly turned into the most fanatical fans, and kept exclaiming and screaming. In Dragon Country, a person may not know the top leader, may not know the most popular star, but he will definitely know Dragon Country's 4 great masters. The legendary deeds of the 4 great masters are widely circulated on the internet and written into textbooks of all generations. At the same time, Dragon Country's most popular series of movies, The Grandmaster's Power, tells the deeds of the 4 great masters. The Grandmaster's Power 4 was just released a few months ago. On the day of the release, Xiao Yao went to watch it with his friends. At that time, he was excited by Master Yi's feat of fighting against the beast tide of the Dark Forest. From then on, he became a die-hard fan of Master Yi. He didn't expect that today he could see Master Yi himself. Oh my god! Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with excitement. This was 10,000 times more difficult than a celebrity meeting. You might be able to see a celebrity by paying a little money, but a master-level expert is usually hard to find, and most people will never see one in their lifetime. Especially for summoners, they can truly experience the power of a master-level expert. Even if he is called a god, it is not an exaggeration. Hello, classmates. Master Yi had a faint smile on his face, and his voice was clear and magnetic. Hello, Grandmaster Yi. Everyone bowed together, said in unison. Grandmaster Yi raised his arm, and suddenly an invisible force lifted everyone's body, making everyone stand up straight instantly. Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Controlling hundreds of people's bodies at once, is this the Grandmaster level? Students, Teacher Wang Jufeng also told you the form of the trial just now. I will not repeat it here, but I only emphasize one point. Students can fight as much as they want. You don't have to worry about your safety. When Master Yi said this, everyone felt relieved. If someone else said this, they would definitely believe it. But this was Master Yi who said it himself. So what's there to be afraid of? Just do it. Okay. The trial will start soon. I wish you all the best in the trial. Before everyone could react, Master Yi waved his hand, and everyone disappeared instantly. Master Yi. This is the list of the academy this time, including 425 people at Black Iron level 4, 10 people at Black Iron level 5, and 2 people at Bronze level 1. A total of 437 people. After all the students disappeared, Wang Jufeng took the list and said respectfully, 2 bronze level people? Master Yi was a little surprised and asked. Besides Xiaozhu, what is the name of the other bronze level child? Xiaozhu is his great-grandson Yi Xiaozhu, and also his most outstanding descendant. Under the careful training of the family, Yi Xiaozhu broke through to the bronze level in less than half a year after awakening, which was faster than he was back then. He didn't expect that. Besides his descendant, there was someone who could break through to the bronze level in such a short time. Which family is he from? Grandmaster Yi added. Wang Jufeng responded, Master Yi. This child is called Xiao Yao. He is not from any family. His father is the captain of the Yanqing law enforcement team, a gold-level graduate, and a graduate of our Kyoto University. Xiao Yao. Grandmaster Yi showed an interested look in his eyes. In his eyes, a gold-level graduate is no different from an ordinary person. This kind of family can actually cultivate a genius as outstanding as Xiaozhu. Interesting. Master Yi nodded and said, I understand. Let's see how they perform next. Xiao Yao sat down on the ground, looking around blankly. He was surrounded by an endless plain, with weeds swaying in the wind, and the air carrying the smell of soil. He was in the grand and majestic auditorium just now, and in the blink of an eye, he came to a deserted plain. This change was so fast that Xiao Yao didn't react for a while. Is this the art of space transfer? Xiao Yao stood up and murmured. But I didn't bring anything. After searching his empty trouser pockets, Xiao Yao looked helpless. He had to go through 3 days of trials without any equipment. This was also a big problem for him. At least, he would have to worry about eating. A flash of white light appeared, and Xiao Yao summoned Xiaoku and Lanyo. At this time, he could only rely on them. A woo-moo as soon as they appeared. The two beasts looked at the vast plain and roared excitedly. Compared to the small beast controlling space and the cramped city, this is their favorite place. Xiao Yao touched Xiaoku and Lanyo bodies, and put his worries behind his head. With them around, he would not starve to death. At worst, he could try to make fire by drilling wood and barbecue in the wild. The ancients could do it. So what should he, a summoner, worry about? Looking at the similar scenery around him, Xiao Yao randomly chose a direction and set off directly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he encountered the first enemy. Name of War Beast: Blue Claw Bear. War Beast level Black Iron level 5. War Beast skill Giant Claw. The Blue Claw Bear in front of him was huge, with brown and black hair all over his body, but his paws had blue hair, which was very eye-catching. A Xiaoku shouted excitedly. This is mine, I go first. For so many days, this warlike guy has been pent up. Okay, I leave it to you, we eat bear paws tonight. Xiao Yao patted Xiaoku's body and said, roar, roar. Feeling the pressure from the two creatures in front, the blue-clawed bear roared twice in a bluffing manner, and put on a fierce posture, trying to intimidate Xiaoku. Xiaoku curled his lips in disdain, and with a kick of his foot, he rushed towards the blue-clawed bear. Swish, swish. The black figure swept across the grass, leaving behind the sound of the grass and trees being startled. Seeing the powerful enemy coming, the blue-clawed bear mustered up courage, and the blue bear paw instantly expanded, and slapped the black shadow heavily. A powerful claw. Huh? The giant claw missed. Xiaoku easily went around behind the blue claw bear. The wolf claw pierced through the body, pierced through the heart, killing it with one blow. The opponent with experience value +5 Black Iron level 5 could no longer block Xiaoku's move. A woo! Xiaoku retracted his claw, licked the blood on his claw, and a red light appeared in his eyes. This world is his hunting ground. The Zwan Angry Beast is here. At this time, a conspicuous red number 100 appeared on the electronic badge on Xiao Yao's chest. Black Iron level 5 counts as 100 points. Xiao Yao nodded, walked to the blue-clawed bear, and looked at the pair of giant paws with some worry. He really wanted to eat bear paws, but he didn't have a knife. So how could he cut them off? And even if he cut them off, he wouldn't know how to do it. Looking at the phone with no signal, Xiao Yao was very worried. What the hell is this place? Chapter 102, Single-handedly fighting the ghost-faced dog. After some consideration, Xiao Yao finally gave up the idea of eating the bear paw. It was difficult to handle the bear paw. You had to wash it with water, remove the hair with a knife, and have fire and a pot, etc. He didn't have any of these conditions. But Xiao Yao still asked Xiaoku to dig off a claw of the blue-clawed bear, rub it on the grass, and remove the blood stains. The claw of the blue-clawed bear was very sharp. Holding the base of the giant claw, it was the right size, and not slippery. It could be used as a dagger. The key now is to find a water source, which is Xiaoku's mission. After walking in one direction for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yao encountered the second enemy. Name of War Beast: Ghost-faced dog. War Beast level Black Iron level 2. War Beast skill Rapidity. The ghost-faced dog is not big, about Xiao Yao's waist, but it looks extremely ugly, with a sunken face, with sharp teeth, and a bumpy face, very scary. A Xiaoku growled in boredom, prepared to quickly deal with this guy. Leave this to me. Xiao Yao stopped Xiaoku and said excitedly. He is now a man with a certain fighting power. His physical fitness has increased dramatically. He has mastered 2 major skills. Although he can't beat those powerful races in Black Iron level 4 and level 5, he can still try Black Iron level 1 and level 2. Woo! The ghost dog is very vigilant. Once it sees that the situation is not right, it will run away immediately. Xiaoku, stop him for me. But don't let him die, Xiao Yao said immediately. A Xiao moved, and in 2 or 3 seconds he caught up with the ghost-faced dog. He slapped the wolf claws and threw the ghost-faced dog to the ground. Fortunately, he controlled the force and did not let the ghost-faced dog suffer too much damage. Dong at this time, Lao Niu blocked the ghost-faced dog, and Xiao stood behind it. The weak and powerless ghost-faced dog trembled between the two bronzes. Come! 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 Xiao Yao walked to Lao Niu, holding a simple dagger, and approached the ghost-faced dog little by little. This was his first time to fight a monster alone. The gray rock rabbit did not count before, and that was killed by Xiao. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was still a little nervous. I wish Xiao, don't worry. I be there to support you. Mu Lao Niu, I keep an eye on him. After hearing the assurances from the two bodyguards, Xiao Yao gradually felt relieved, seeing a human walking towards him, with two big guys blocking his way out. The ghost-faced dog realized what he was facing. With the ghost-faced dog bared his fangs, and his expression became fierce, making his originally ugly appearance even more disgusting and scary. Even if I die, I will take one with me. The rapid ghost-faced dog instantly activated its skill, and its body suddenly accelerated and rushed toward Xiao Yao. But for Xiao Yao, his current dynamic vision can keep up with Xiao's speed, so the ghost-faced dog's burst is not threatening. Stepping back, turning his body, Xiao Yao avoided the ghost-faced dog's attack, and at the moment when it passed by his body, the dagger stabbed and pulled, piercing a bloody hole in the ghost-faced dog's body. Woo! After the ghost-faced dog landed, it howled in pain. But Xiao Yao gradually entered the combat state, took a step, and quickly approached the ghost-faced dog. The ghost-faced dog turned and barked wildly, leaped up, and grabbed Xiao Yao's face with its claws alternately. It was now time to charge the beast's mouth. Xiao Yao's eyes condensed, and he activated the skill instantly. Swish! The speed increased sharply. Xiao Yao bent his fingers into claws, and with the blessing of an invisible force, he flicked his 5 fingers, leaving 5 bloody wounds on the ghost-faced dog's face. At the same time, he appeared behind the ghost-faced dog strangely, and stabbed heavily with the simple dagger in his hand. Puff! The sharp dagger pierced through the brain, and the ghost-faced dog's eyeballs bulged, and it died instantly. Zwan Rage Beast experience plus 1 Minotaur Chief experience plus 1 electronic badge. 140 Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Although the battle process only lasted a few seconds, it required him to concentrate highly and not relax at all. This was more tiring than training for half an hour. Zay pulled out the dagger and wiped off the blood on the ground. Xiao Yao pointed forward and said with a heroic spirit, "Let's go." In front of the monitoring room, teachers from Kyoto University and Mizuki University were sitting in their seats, watching the live broadcast on the screen. Just above the screen, there were more than a dozen electronic screens, which displayed the score rankings of all students. Another bronze-level Jun Feng. What's the name of this child? Whose child is he? An old man with white hair spoke up. Many teachers also noticed Xiao Yao. When they learned that Master Yi Jr. Yi Xiaozhu was a bronze level, they were deeply shocked. They didn't expect that another bronze-level monster would appear now. It's incredible. Mr. Zhang, this kid is called Xiao Yao. His father is Xiao Li, a graduate of our Kyoto University. Currently he is the captain of the Yincheng Law Enforcement Team, Gold Level 5. Wang Junfeng responded very politely. This Mr. Zhang was his college mentor. He devoted almost the rest of his life to Kyoto University, but at the same time, Mr. Zhang is also a Diamond Level 5 strongman, only one step away from the Master level, but it was this step that trapped him for decades. Later, Mr. Zhang became discouraged, concentrated on training students, determined to cultivate a Master-level strongman, complete his unfinished business. Oh, you're not from a big family. Mr. Zhang's eyes were full of interest. He pointed at Xiao Yao and said, "We want this child from Kyoto University." Mr. Zhang, this is not appropriate. At this time, a teacher from Shuemu University immediately said, "Which school to go to is up to the student's choice. You can't force it." Yes, Mr. Zhang. That's right. We want this child from Shuemu University too. Several teachers from Shuemu University echoed. Kyoto University and Mizuki University have always been in competition with cooperation. But for outstanding talents, it is common to tear each other's faces. Even though Mr. Zhang is highly respected, facing such a genius, the teachers of Mizuki University will not give up easily even if they tear each other's faces. Seeing that Mizuki University is so disrespectful, Mr. Zhang's tone became cold. Our Kyoto University is the best school. If people are placed in Mizuki, their training will be wasted. Mr. Zhang, what you said is unreasonable. A teacher from Shueima University said bluntly. The champions of the previous 2 national leagues came from our Shueima University, which shows that the teaching quality of your Kyoto University is not as good as ours. Mr. Zhang's beard trembled, and he said directly, this year's champion must be our Kyoto University. Mr. Zhang, just wait and see, Shueima University said unyieldingly. Seeing his former teacher being scolded like this, Bai Chunfeng shook his head, walked to Mr. Zhang's ear, and whispered a few words. Really? Old Zhang said in surprise. Right. Bai Chunfeng smiled and nodded. Well, Chunfeng. Well done. Old Zhang stroked his beard and laughed, turning his head to look at the group of people from Shueima University, with a very proud expression. What an old child. Looking at old Zhang's expression, Bai Chunfeng smiled and sighed in his heart. What did Bai Chunfeng say? The teachers of Shueima University felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, and had a bad feeling. Chapter 103 Wind-Winged Snake. It took Xiao Yao several hours to find a water source. A wide river was surging, and waves were splashing from time to time. Xiao Yao scooped up the water with both hands and drank a few sips. At present, his biggest problem was the lack of tools and there were no containers for water, so the settlement could only be chosen not far from here. After remembering this location, Xiao Yao explored around and soon found a good location. This was a small hillside, and the grass at the foot of the slope was soft, which could be used as a natural mat. After walking for a few hours, Xiao Yao was a little tired, so he leaned on the hillside and took out his phone out of habit. Suddenly, he found something was wrong. The phone showed that it was 21:15 at night, and it was already night. But he looked up and saw that the sky was white. Although he couldn't see the sun, it was definitely not night. They won't take us to the South Pole. But this place doesn't look like it, Xiao Yao murmured. Could this be Western Xinjiang? I heard that it is still light in Xinjiang at 10 p.m. But it is too scary to go from Kyoto to Xinjiang all at once. But at the same time, Xiao Yao also had a vague guess in his heart. If this guess is true, it will be even more shocking. After not eating at night, Xiao Yao began to feel hungry, but this hunger is still bearable at present. Compared with the trial of Shaojun Mountain, this trial is more strict and cruel. The biggest trouble is that there are no tools and food prepared. Not only do they have to sleep outdoors, but they also have to find a way to solve the problem of how to eat. This is much more troublesome than killing monsters. A wood at this time, Xiaoku suddenly howled in a low voice, turned his body, and looked not far away. Xiao Yao also stood up quickly and looked forward. Hiss hiss hiss, the sound of grass rubbing against each other was heard. Xiao Yao looked closely and saw a python more than 10 meters long, extremely thick and sturdy, swimming over. Its vertical pupils were light gold, looking both cold and majestic. At the same time, it had 2 wings on its back. The wings were not big, and were covered with snake scales. Name of War Beast: Wind-Winged Snake. War Beast level Bronze 2. War Beast skills: flying at low altitude, poisonous fog. Boom. Old Neo stood in front of Xiao Yao like a competent bodyguard. Xiaoku crouched slightly, making an attacking gesture. Bronze 2. Xiao Yao was not nervous. Usually, Xiaoku and Lao Nio's training targets were Bronze 5 armored beasts, so there was no need to worry about a mere Bronze 2 monster. It was just that this wind-winged snake was very troublesome, and it could fly, and it was poisonous, so it would be a bit tricky to deal with. Leave it to me. Xiaoku sensed Xiao Yao's thoughts and said confidently. Okay. Then I leave it to you. This flying monster really couldn't be dealt with by Lao Nio, so he could only leave it to Xiaoku. Hiss. The wind-winged snake spit out its tongue and approached quickly. Its cold vertical pupils showed no emotion. Go. Xiao Yao gave an order, and Xiaoku rushed towards the other party like an arrow. Hiss. Seeing Xiaoku approaching, the wind-winged snake shook its wings, and its body suddenly floated 7-8 meters in the air, and its thick snake tail whipped down like a whip. Snap! The snake tail collided with the wolf's claws. Xiaoku took 2 steps back. Then he roared, bent and stretched his hind legs, leaped into the air, and pounced on the wind-winged snake in midair. Endless bondage. The wind-winged snake only felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and the next second, he fell to the ground unconsciously from midair. Snap! 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 Xiaoku wolf claws danced out shadows quickly, leaving scars on the face of the wind-winged snake. After the wind-winged snake woke up, It was furious, opened its mouth, and a large cloud of green mist sprayed toward Xiao. Although Xiao was prepared, he was still hit by the mist. The mist was highly corrosive and stuck to Xiao's fur, making a sizzling sound. At the same time, the wind-winged snake rolled up its body, trying to tie Xiao tightly. Fortunately, Xiao was agile and jumped out at once. The wind-winged snake wings vibrated again, flying at a low altitude, and its whole body suddenly straightened, like a peerless spear, rushing toward Xiao. Xiao's body flashed yellow. His eyes quickly turned blood red. His feet slightly bent, and he took a defensive posture. Just when the wind-winged snake was about to get close to Xiao, Xiao raised his head and howled. A trace of fear and terror appeared between the wind-winged snake's golden vertical pupils. It twisted its body, and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, Xiao jumped up and jumped directly behind the wind-winged snake. The sharp wolf claws penetrated the scales and pierced into the flesh. The intense pain made the wind-winged snake completely sober. Hissed, the wind-winged snake swung its body frantically, spinning and flipping in the air, trying to throw Xiao off. But Xiao's claws were like nails, piercing deeper and deeper, and firmly nailed into the flesh of the wind-winged snake. No matter how he struggled, Xiao just couldn't get down. A flash of madness flashed in the eyes of the wind-winged snake. He turned his body, with his back facing down, then his wings stopped vibrating, and his whole body fell rapidly from midair. At this moment, a purple figure rushed over quickly. Just when the wind-winged snake was about to land, the purple figure stepped heavily, and the wind-winged snake was like a spring, and it bounced up again before it landed. This sudden change made the wind-winged snake panic. But Xiao was prepared. Puff! He pulled out his claws, jumped down from under the wind-winged snake, and as soon as his feet landed on the ground, he jumped up again. Accumulate power. The beast's mouth? Xiao appeared on the back of the wind-winged snake again, as if teleporting. He opened his bloody mouth and bit it down. Grunt! A large piece of flesh was bitten off by Xiao, and the wind-winged snake brain went blank due to the pain. Its wings stopped flapping, and it fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The dust flew up immediately. Xiao pressed on the wind-winged snake and waved his wolf claws wildly. Puff! 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 Each strike of the wolf claws was like a cutting machine, cutting off large pieces of flesh and blood. The health of the wind-winged snake was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hiss! Feeling its body getting weaker and weaker, the wind-winged snake knew that it had no hope of survival. A sense of determination emerged in its vertical pupils. It mustered up its last strength and sprayed out all the poison. Puff! Xiao was sprayed directly by the poisonous mist. He was dizzy, and his hair was corroded. Luckily, Xiao had a backup plan. The mouth of the beast. Xiao bit down, and the cold snake blood flowed into his mouth continuously. HP plus 33%. The originally corroded hair instantly became shiny. Seeing this change, the wind-winged snake showed despair in its eyes. Before dying, it looked at the purple cow in front of it, and felt very angry. 2 against 1, and you sneak attack, you have no martial ethics. Bang! The snake head fell to the ground, and lost all its vitality. One angry beast experience plus 15 Minotaur chief experience plus 5 electronic badge. 940. Seeing the display of the electronic badge, Xiao Yao was happy. Bronze 2 monsters are worth 800 points. This is still very efficient. 1 bronze 2 monster is equivalent to 8 iron 5 monsters. Although killing iron 5 monsters is much easier than bronze 2 monsters, Xiao Yao still hopes to encounter bronze monsters. Because in this way, points can be obtained faster, and Xiao and Lao Niu experience points will increase more. Bullying is not his goal. Gaining more points, and letting Xiao and Lao Niu grow quickly, is what he wants to see most. Chapter 104. Xiao is ambushed. In the monitoring room, Xiao Yao name went straight to the first place, 200 points higher than the second place he shows you. Good boy, you killed a bronze level 2 war beast so easily. Didn't you notice that? This wolf has already displayed its third skill. That cow is also very exaggerated. It can shake up the wind-winged snake without contact. What skill is this? Almost all the teachers were paying attention to Xiao Yao battle. Seeing him kill the bronze level 2 wind-winged snake so easily, the desire to fight for him became stronger. Seeing the admiring and eager eyes of the group of teachers from Shuima University, Zhang Lao turned his head to look at Bai Chengfeng. He didn't say anything, but his eyes expressed his meaning. Are you sure it's okay? Bai Chengfeng smiled and nodded. Yeah. Zhang Lao snorted and turned his head to continue looking at the screen. Bronze level 2. Nothing more than that. Looking at the corpse of the wind-winged snake, Xiao Yao said with a little pride. After the last blow of the beast's mouth sucking blood, Xiaoka health value also reached 87%. With the self-healing of light, he will soon be able to recover to his peak state. Unfortunately, with such a corpse nearby, the smell of blood continued to spread outward, and this hard-earned residence could not be stayed. Then go find Xiao Xiao. Anyway, I'm free. Xiao Yao found a legitimate reason in his heart. Xiao Ku, it's up to you. After so many days of getting along, Xiao Ku naturally remembered the taste of Bai Lingsha. He licked the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance. At this time, the person Xiao Yao wanted to find was experiencing a battle. The rainbow horned deer stood in front of Bai Lingsha. Opposite her was a brown cheetah. Name of War Beast Rainbow Horned Deer. Level of War Beast Black Iron. Level 5 Skill of War Beast Rainbow Acceleration, Rainbow Flying Blade. Name of War Beast Yellow Clawed Leopard. Level of War Beast Black Iron. Level 4 Skill of War Beast Swift Claw. Bai Lingsha had a rich knowledge reserve. Recognized the yellow clawed leopard at a glance, although she didn't know the level of the opponent, but it would definitely not be higher than bronze. This was what Little Rainbow told her. As long as it is not bronze, Little Rainbow will not fear any opponent. Ho ho! Sticky saliva is left on the mouth of the yellow-clawed leopard, and greed and cruelty are revealed in the pale yellow pupils. Rainbow Flying Blade. Bai Lingsha gave the order directly. The yellow-clawed leopard mainly attacks in close combat, while Little Rainbow's advantage is its fast speed, and it also has long-range attack methods. Under Bai Lingsha training, the main tactic of the rainbow horned deer is kite flying. Swish. The rainbow-colored double horns emit a bright white light, and then two rainbow flying blades rush out, cutting towards the yellow-clawed leopard like a crescent sickle. Although the yellow-clawed leopard did not have the skill of accelerating as a leopard, it had a strong ability to burst out in an instant, and it dodged the two flying blades with a single move of its limbs. The yellow-clawed leopard bared its fangs, and its eyes were teasing, as if to say, "That's it?" Seeing the mocking look of the yellow-clawed leopard, Bai Lingsha smiled. Swish, two rainbow flying blades passed by the yellow-clawed leopard, but after flying a certain distance, they turned in the air and flew back to the original path. By the time the yellow-clawed leopard felt something strange behind him, it was too late. Puff, puff. Two rainbow blades pierced into the sides of the yellow-clawed leopard's body, like scissors cutting through cloth, creating two more than 1 meter long cuts in an instant. Blood gushed out from the wound, along with colorful intestines and internal organs. The scene was very bloody. Boom. The yellow-clawed leopard's eyes bulged, losing too much blood, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle, and soon after he fell to the ground. He completely lost his life. Well done, Little Rainbow, your spinning blade is getting better and better. Bai Lingsha touched Little Rainbow's head and praised her. Little Rainbow's big round eyes showed intimacy and pride, and her rainbow-colored tail swayed back and forth, looking very happy. But what they didn't know was that not far away, there were two pairs of eyes staring at them. Rainbow Horned Deer. The speaker was a thin girl with regular features and wheat-colored skin. She looked like a little beauty, but her cheekbones were slightly high, making her look a little mean. Next to her was a muscular boy, not tall, with a slightly mature face. The girl was called Wang Yiren, and the boy was called Wang Xiao. They were both from the capital of Hai Province, and they were in the same class. They just happened to meet each other, so they decided to team up and take care of each other. What a beautiful girl! Wang Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the pretty and charming Bai Lingsha with bright eyes and white teeth in front of him. Hearing Qian Xiao words, Wang Yiren suddenly felt uncomfortable, and then seeing Bai Lingsha's skin as soft as cream, and the extremely holy horned deer, she felt jealous. Let's eliminate her, Wang Yiren said. What? Wang Xiao was very surprised. We have no grudges against each other. Are you stupid? Wang Yiren said angrily. Even Master Yi asked us to go all out, just to encourage us to eliminate each other. What? Are you attracted to her? Wang Xiaohao's tone stagnated. He actually liked the girl next to him and tried to pursue her, but Wang Yiren never gave a clear attitude, although the girl in front was very stunning. After all, they didn't know each other, and the people around them were more important. Wang Xiaohao said, "What do you think we should do?" He acquiesced to Wang Yiren's elimination plan. Wang Yiren's expression eased slightly, and whispered, "You will use the swamp technique to control the ground, and the hardening technique to cooperate with my war beast to attack. Understood? Wang Xiaohao nodded. And they had practiced this tactic many times in school, so there was no need to talk too much. Let's take action. Wang Yiran lowered her eyes and said coldly. At this time, Bai Lingsha and the rainbow horned deer were walking aimlessly in the same direction. She had the same worries as Xiao Yao. Without tools and food, the problem of eating was really worrying. Suddenly, she felt her feet soften, the originally solid ground turned into a sticky swamp, and the heavy rainbow horned deer had half of its legs sunk into it. Bai Lingsha suddenly felt a warning in her heart, and her sharp eyes swept forward. Not far away, a man and a woman stood up from the grass and looked over here. Beside the man was a dark war beast, which was short, only reaching the knees of a person. Bai Lingsha recognized it as a swamp beast at a glance. Beside the girl was a huge spider, whose back was shaped like a diamond shield, and whose 8 slender limbs were stepping on the swamp, coming towards her. Before the spider took each step, the swamp on the ground would turn into hard land, allowing the spider to move quickly as if walking on flat ground. Bai Lingsha saw that this man and woman wanted to eliminate her. She gritted her teeth, tried to pull out her legs, and let Little Rainbow attack the other side. Swish, swish. 2 rainbow blades shot towards the opposite side. Seeing this, the spider stopped and pushed its back. Ding, ding. 2 crisp sounds rang out, and 2 white marks appeared on the spider's back. But that was all. Swish, swish, swish. Little Rainbow's legs were deeply mired in the mud, unable to move, and could only continuously launch rainbow blades. The spider was not afraid at all, enduring the damage, and approached little by little. Bai Lingsha had just pulled out her leg, moved a small step back, and was about to pull out her other leg, when the mud under her feet suddenly hardened instantly. Crack. This sudden change made Bai Lingsha lose her balance, and one of her ankles made a crisp sound. Bai Lingsha groaned in pain. She knew her ankle was not broken, but it was severely bruised. Da-da-da. The spider stepped on the mud, and was about to approach the rainbow horned deer. Its 8 limbs were slender and sharp, and it exuded a cold breath. At this time, the rainbow horned deer was sinking deeper and deeper, and half of its body was almost sunk in. If the spider really approached, it would have to sit and wait for death. Seeing this scene, Bai Lingsha showed reluctance. She was an extremely strong-willed person. She could tolerate physical pain, but she could not accept the fact that she was eliminated on the first day. But as the spider got closer and closer, the reluctance in her eyes turned into despair. Was she eliminated just like that? At this time, Wang Yiran's pride was beyond words. What's the use of being beautiful? She was just a vase. She pursed her harsh lips, and a disdainful smile appeared on her lips. With suddenly, a shocking wolf howl came from her ears, which made her smile stagnate. Chapter 105 disappeared out of thin air? A lone and arrogant wolf howl came from not far away. Wang Yiran and Wang Xiaohao looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a black shadow running towards them, so fast that they couldn't see the true face of the person coming. What the hell is this? Wang Xiaohao opened his mouth slightly, and his voice was trembling. As the black shadow got closer and closer, the cold and piercing murderous aura came at them like a wave, making the 2 people's feet cold, and falling into an ice cave, and the 2 war beasts were also trembling with fear. Finally, the 2 saw the true face of the black shadow. It was a huge black wolf, almost as big as Wang Xiaohao. His eyes were bloodshot, his fangs were exposed, and he exuded a violent and bloodthirsty killing intent like a demon wolf. Mud baby. Swamp magic. Wang Xiaohao forced himself to calm down and ordered. Although he was frightened and confused, the swamp beast still subconsciously obeyed the command of his master, and released a swamp magic towards the land in front of the black wolf. Swish. Suddenly, the ground with a diameter of 30 meters softened and turned into sticky mud. Swamp magic is a very practical and effective means to hinder the movement of enemies. Even Bai Lingsha was caught by surprise. But obviously, this trick is useless against the black wolf. Awoo! The black wolf howled, and its speed increased suddenly. Its body jumped out and actually crossed the distance of 30 meters directly. Endless bondage, the werewolf's ultimate move, can not only suppress the enemy, but also be used to cross the terrain. And Xiaoku is well versed in this. Paw. His feet stepped on the solid ground. Xiaoku rushed towards the 2 again without any pause. But the 2 were too far away to react. Xiaoku directly threw down Wang Yiran, who had no war beast beside him. His blood-red eyes exuded a terrifying murderous intent. He opened his mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and then bit down. Ah! Wang Yiran was frightened to death, and let out a piercing scream. Kacha Xiaoku bit into nothing. It turned out that Wang Yiran disappeared out of thin air, and her war beast shield spider also disappeared with her. Ho! Xiaoku turned around and looked at Wang Xiaohao, and a low moan came out of his throat. Shua! Wang Xiaohao was frightened by the violent eyes, and his scalp went numb. He took a few steps back, and said in a trembling voice, "Don't come over here. It's none of my business." Xiaoku licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily, and without saying anything, he pounced directly at Wang Xiaohao. Plop! Xiaoku missed again, and Wang Xiaohao, like Wang Yiran, disappeared out of thin air with the war beast. Xiaoku! On the side, Bai Lingsha shouted with surprise. Xiaoku turned to look at her. His bloodshot eyes turned clear, and he nodded gently. A few days ago, Bai Lingsha often fed him and Lao Niu some high-quality beast meat, which brought the 2 beasts a lot of benefits. So even Xiaoku, who was arrogant, had good intentions towards the girl. When she saw the familiar figure, Bai Lingshao's heart was instantly filled with surprise. She didn't expect Xiaoku to arrive at the critical moment. It was like a god sent from heaven. Since Xiaoku is here, then Xiao Yao. She turned her head and looked into the distance. Dong 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 in the distance, a purple figure was approaching with heavy steps, followed by a black figure. Xiao Yao stopped and saw that Bai Lingsha was fine, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "You're not hurt?" Xiao Yao asked with concern. After hearing Xiao Yao question, Bai Lingsha felt the pain in his ankle again. Somehow, Bai Lingsha was not as stubborn and strong as before, and there was a hint of grievance in his tone. "My ankle is twisted." "Ah, your ankle is twisted," Xiao Yao said hurriedly. "Wait a minute, I rescue you right away." Looking around, Xiao Yao didn't find any sticks or ropes. He looked at the rainbow horned deer that was almost sinking into the mud, and suddenly an idea came to him. "Old cow, the earth is shattering, pay attention," Xiao Yao ordered. The old cow nodded, stomped his front foot on the ground. Boom, the ground shook. Bai Lingsha and the rainbow horned deer were actually shaken out of the mud. Xiao Yao and Xiaoku jumped at the same time. Xiao Yao hugged Bai Lingsha in midair, and landed in a handsome princess hug. But Xiaoku was not so gentlemanly. He directly threw the rainbow horned deer to the ground, and let the little rainbow land on its back first. After landing, he slowly jumped off the deer. After 7 or 8 seconds, Xiao Yao just hugged Bai Lingsha like that, as if he was dazed, and did not move. "Put me down?" Feeling the warmth coming from her thighs, Bai Lingsha's face turned red, and she said in a weak mosquito-like voice, "Oh! Oh! Oh!" Xiao Yao finally reacted and quickly put Bai Lingsha down. Just now, he was holding Bai Lingsha's soft body, and the faint body fragrance penetrated into his nose, which made him a little absent-minded. He didn't realize that he was still holding a girl. "Ahem. Look at your feet." Xiao Yao coughed twice and said. Bai Lingsha looked at her muddy feet. She loved cleanliness, and didn't want to start at all. "She looks tangled." Xiao Yao saw her problem and said, "I know there is a water source. Let's go there and wash it first." "Yeah." Bai Lingsha nodded in agreement. She took a step, prepared to leave. Suddenly, her ankle hurt, and a look of pain appeared on her face. "Be careful." Xiao Yao helped her, and said with concern, "You'd better not walk by yourself." Bai Lingsha also felt that she couldn't walk now, and was ready to let Xiao Kaihong carry her. At this time, she saw that Xiao Kaihong was covered in mud, except for the black mud above her neck, like a wild child rolling in the mud. "I'd better walk by myself?" Bai Lingsha gave up the idea of riding the rainbow horned deer. If she walked by herself, she could just wash her feet and shoes. She would not need any clothes if she rode Little Rainbow. She dragged her body with difficulty, and walked forward step by step, with a look of pain on her face, which made Xiao Yao feel very distressed. "Well, you can ride on the old cow," Xiao Yao said. Bai Lingsha looked at him in astonishment. "Isn't it bad? Many war beasts, except their masters, would resist others riding on them, like her Little Rainbow, except herself, and would never let anyone else ride on their backs." Xiao Yao patted the old cow on the back. "Old cow, is it okay?" He kept communicating with the old cow in his heart. "Old cow, brother Niu, my happiness depends on you." A smile appeared in the old cow's eyes. The old cow nodded at Bai Lingsha. His eyes were calm and generous. Then I trouble you, old cow." Bai Lingsha touched the old cow's body, gratefully. After that, she pressed the old cow's back with both hands, jumped on one foot, and skillfully climbed onto the old cow's back. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao touched his nose. He had originally wanted to carry Bai Lingsha up, but unfortunately the plan failed. "Then let's go," Xiao Yao said with a smile. "Let's go!" Bai Lingsha sat on the back of the old cow, showing a bright smile. "A woo! Moo! Ing!" The three war beasts also made their own sounds. Chapter 106 Beauty Trap? That's Zhangfeng's daughter. Right? No wonder he was so sure that this kid would join Kyoto University. It turns out that his sweetheart is here. Mr. Zhang turned his head and glanced at Bai Changfeng. His eyes were full of smiles. At his age, how could he not see Xiao Yao's inner thoughts? For young people, it's normal to like each other. The girl is beautiful, and the boy is strong. What a perfect match. Such an excellent child. Let Kyoto University train him. On the other side, a teacher at Shuemu University changed his expression. He was quite familiar with Bai Changfeng, so he naturally recognized the identity of the girl in the video. What's wrong? A colleague saw that his expression was not right and asked. The teacher glanced at Bai Changfeng and whispered his thoughts. Damn, isn't this a honey trap? Despicable. The colleague blurted out. Swish. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Especially Bai Changfeng, whose eyes were frighteningly cold. What did you say? Bai Changfeng said coldly. The colleague realized that what he said was very inappropriate, and quickly admitted his mistake. Sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. Bai Changfeng narrowed his eyes, and it took a long time for him to retract his cold gaze. On the other side, the teacher of Shuemu University also learned about the situation after asking, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. Bai Changfeng. You chicken thief. You actually used your daughter as bait. They were just wondering why Zhang Lao's attitude changed so quickly after Bai Changfeng finished speaking in his ear. It seemed that he was determined to take advantage of this child. It turned out that there was another reason in the middle. Beauty trap. Damn it! Although they were very upset, when they saw Bai Lingsha's beautiful face on the screen, they understood it very well. Such a beautiful girl, if it were me, I would definitely want to stay with her. After all, it's because Kyoto University and Mizuki University are at the same level, so being with the person you like is naturally the best. Bai Changfeng looked at the screen calmly, but he couldn't help but be grateful to Xiao Yao in his heart. If Xiao Yao had really been eliminated just now, it would undoubtedly be a big blow to her with her strong personality. His daughter would most likely be sad and upset for a long time because of this, which was something his father did not want to see. Fortunately, Xiao Yao arrived in time, but he was a little unhappy with the scene of Xiao Yao holding his daughter tightly. It was like seeing his cabbage being pushed by a pig. He had seen Xiao Yao's little thoughts a few days ago, but as a father and elder, he neither supported nor opposed it. Everything depended on his daughter's choice. By the river, Bai Lingsha took off her shoes and socks, and put her delicate feet into the river water to wash them carefully. After washing them, she also washed her shoes and socks inside and out. At this time, Xiao Yao found some hay and branches nearby, and built a rack. You tie your shoes and socks on it, and they will dry quickly after baking for a while, Xiao Yao said. Okay. Bai Lingsha tied her shoes to the branches with shoelaces, and put her socks on it. Then it was up to Xiao Yao. He used the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire, and began to rub the branches constantly. His hands were like cowhide, and he was strong and quick, and soon sparks were produced. It's on fire. It's on fire. Xiao Yao excitedly threw the burning branches onto the hay. And soon, the hay was ignited. Success? Xiao Yao clapped his hands, looking quite proud. Bai Lingsha watched him busying around, with a childish look on his face, and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Yao. Well, what's the matter? Xiao Yao turned around and looked at her. Thanks. Hi. You're welcome. Xiao Yao smiled. By the way, how did you know I was there? Bai Lingsha sat on the ground, holding her chin with her hand, and asked curiously. Well, I was just walking around and happened to find you. Xiao Yao laughed. Is that so? Bai Lingsha's mouth curled up. It seems that my luck is really good. Haha, yes, yes. Xiao Yao scratched his head and smiled. Silly look. Bai Lingsha rolled her eyes at him amusedly. How could she believe that this was a coincidence? It should be Xiaoke who found her. She remembered Xiao Yao said that. Xiaoke had a good nose, and one of the skills of a war beast was related to the sense of smell. This idiot, his acting is too poor. Bai Lingsha did not point it out, She thought Xiao Yao was quite funny like this. There is a kind of contrast between a genius and a fool. Wow. You have so many points. At this time, she saw the electronic badge on Xiao Yao's chest, and couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Yao looked down, and saw that his points had reached 1560. 620 more than before. Which should be the points he got from eliminating those two people. 620 points were obtained by eliminating those two people just now. You should get some of them. Xiao Yao said. I don't want it. Bai Lingsha pouted. Okay. Considering Bai Lingsha's strong personality, Xiao Yao shrugged and said nothing more. But putting aside the 620 points, you already have 940 points. How did you do it? Bai Lingsha looked at the 300 points on her chest and asked. She killed 4 monsters and only got 300 points. Could it be that Xiao Yao killed more than a dozen monsters in such a short time? He wouldn't have a monster-attracting physique. I killed a black iron 5 blue claw bear, a black iron 2 ghostface dog, and a bronze 2 windwing snake. And I got 940 points. Xiao Yao said. Bronze level 2 windwing snake? Bai Lingsha exclaimed. That's a flying monster. How did Xiaoku and Lao Niu kill it? She knew that Xiaoku and Lao Niu didn't have the means to attack from a distance. To deal with a flying monster like the windwing snake, which was 1 level higher than the second beast, it was good enough to be able to protect itself. She really couldn't think of a way to win. How should I put it? Xiao Yao thought about it, not knowing how to explain it, so he said directly, when you encounter such an enemy again later, you will know after you take a look. Okay. Bai Lingsha put his curiosity to rest, looking at the white sky, said faintly, where is this? Xiao Yao said, I guess the answer. You know? Bai Lingsha looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Yao nodded, took out his phone and took a look, said, Look, it's 12:30 in the evening, and it's still so bright. Unless Master Yi transferred us overseas, it can't be like this. Yeah. You make sense. Bai Lingsha nodded in agreement. Xiao Yao continued, you should have seen it just now. When Xiaoku attacked those two people, they suddenly disappeared. Yes. That's right. So I think this is... Xiao Yao paused, and said slowly, Master Yi Beast Control Space. Chapter 107 The house was stolen. Master Yi Beast Control Space. Bai Lingsha opened his mouth wide. No way. This area has mountains, water and monsters. It looks like the wild. Can the beast control space really reach this level? Xiao Yao expressed his thoughts. Uncle Bai said that his diamond level beast control space can plant red fruit trees, and as the level increases, the beast control space will undergo more magical changes. Then Master Yi is a master level strongman. I think his beast control space can reach this level. That makes sense. Bai Lingsha agreed with Xiao Yao's point of view. She turned her head, looking at the endless plains around her, sighed. If it's just like what you said, it's incredible. Yeah. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of yearning. If his guess was right, the Grandmaster level was just like the god of creation, carrying a world with him. If the Grandmaster level was like this, how terrifying would the king level be? The beast taming space would not be as big as the real world. Xiao Yao's stomach growled in an inopportune moment. Bai Lingsha smiled and pursed her lips. Are you hungry? Ahem, a little bit. Xiao Yao said embarrassedly. He has always had a big appetite, especially after being promoted to bronze level. His appetite is frighteningly large. He hadn't eaten for 12 hours, and he really couldn't hold it. I'm a little hungry too. Bai Lingsha frowned beautifully. I haven't prepared anything. I don't know what to eat. Xiao Yao thought for a moment, and said to Xiaoku, see if there are any smaller monsters nearby. If there are, bring them back. Leave it to me. Xiaoku suddenly became energetic, and rushed out without saying a word. This is what he likes to do the most. Wow. At this time, the rainbow horned deer suddenly emerged from the river. Using the turbulent river, she finally washed off all the mud on her body, revealing her holy body. In terms of cleanliness, Xiao Kaihong and Bai Lingsha are equally good. The muddy state just now made Little Rainbow almost crazy. If she met that disgusting mud beast again, she would beat it into mud. Little Rainbow, come here. Bai Lingsha waved. Little Rainbow ran to Bai Lingsha, squatted down, rubbed Bai Lingsha's hand with her wet head, and her cute little deer eyes were full of grievance. Okay. Don't be sad. Bai Lingsha said softly. We can be more careful next time. Little Rainbow turned to look at the old cow and whimpered twice. She was thanking the old cow for saving her. If it weren't for the old cow, it would have been difficult for her to get out of the quagmire. As for the black guy, although he helped her, he actually used her as a meat pad just now, which was annoying. Moo. The old cow felt the kindness of Little Rainbow, his eyes narrowed, as kind as a brother. Wow. At this time, a black shadow approached quickly. Xiao Yao knew Xiaoku was back. The speed was quite fast. Snap. Xiaoku came to Xiao Yao, his mouth loosened, and a dead rabbit fell to the ground. Wow. Xiaoku. This is your old friend. The gray rock rabbit. Xiao Yao said with a smile. The gray rock rabbit. Xiaoku's first enemy. Was also the source of his first experience. It can be called a pioneer in Xiaoku growth. Oh what? I don't have such a weak friend. Xiaoku curled his lips in disdain. You have no sense of humor. Xiao Yao said with a smile. Gray rock rabbit. Bai Lingsha pulled the gray rock rabbit's big ears, and said in distress, How can I eat this fur? Xiao Yao pretended to be surprised and said, So you eat rabbits. Why not eat this? Bai Lingsha looked at him in confusion. Xiao Yao laughed. I thought you were going to say ahem. He pinched his throat and said, Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat rabbits? Bai Lingsha was amused by his appearance and laughed. She gently hit Xiao Yao's arm and said coquettishly, How can there be such a pretentious person? Xiao Yao shrugged. That's hard to say. There are many pretentious people. Luckily Bai Lingsha is not like that. Many people in the monitoring room were also amused by Xiao Yao. Old Zhang smiled and said, This kid, others are undergoing trials, but he is here to fall in love. As he said that, old Zhang looked at Bai Chunfeng. Chunfeng, this kid is quite humorous. After saying that, but old Zhang looked at the teachers of Shuemu University with a proud look, as if to say, You little brat, you still want to snatch people from me. Bai Chunfeng smiled bitterly and said, Maybe he takes after his father is quite humorous. To be honest, Bai Chunfeng always felt it was strange that so many people were watching his daughter, and Xiao Yao playing alone. When he was around a few days ago, this boy was not like this. He didn't talk much to his daughter. As a result, when the two were alone, his attitude completely changed. Seeing his daughter's happy face, he was worried that it would not be long before the house was robbed. You little brat, stop chatting with my daughter, and go earn points quickly. Yi Xiaozhu has surpassed you. Today, Bai Chunfeng found out that, in addition to Xiao Yao, Master Yi descendants also reached the bronze level, which brought a lot of suspense to the first place. However, Bai Chunfeng still believed that Xiao Yao was better. After all, Yi Xiaozhu was born in a master family, and had enjoyed countless resources since childhood, while Xiao Yao was born in a small place like Yinqing, and had to rely on himself for everything. Both of them were bronze-level geniuses, Xiao Yao and Yi Xiaozhu, and they attracted the attention of almost all teachers. They wanted to see whether the children from big families were stronger, or the children from poor families were stronger. Although Xiao Yao's background was not ordinary, compared with Yi Xiaozhu, there was not much difference between him and a poor family. Bai Chunfeng knew Xiao Yao's background very well. One of the two war beasts had 5 skills, and the other had 6 skills. This was a common sense in the summoner world. He didn't believe that Yi Xiaozhu could catch up with Xiao Yao in this regard. Currently, Xiao Yao's points were 1560, and Yi Xiaozhu's points were 1700, which was already behind. This made Bai Chunfeng very anxious. After all, there were extra rewards for the first place in points, and he had a plan in mind. But Xiao Yao needed to get the first place in points. Seeing Zhang Lao's provocative look, several teachers of Shuemu University were angry. It's just a beauty trap. Why are you so proud? Now they have completely given up the fight for Xiao Yao. There is no other way. Someone is playing tricks. They really can't win. But since Xiao Yao can't be snatched, Yi Xiaozhu must not be lost. If Kyoto University gets 2 peerless geniuses, the president of Shuemu University will skin them alive. After all, this is related to the future victory or defeat of the National League and the allocation of educational resources. If these 2 geniuses are let go, they will be the sinners of Shuemu University. Seeing Yi Xiaozhu kill another monster, the teachers of Shuemu University secretly agreed, That's right. That's it. Why fall in love at a young age? Concentrating on improving your strength is the kingly way. You are worthy of being the child of a big family. You are so conscious. Chapter 108 Bai Lingsha Insistence. You are my midnight snack tonight. Xiao Yao brought a stone slab to the riverside, washed it with clean water, and then placed the limestone rabbit on it. After that, he took the claws of the blue-clawed bear, first cut the skin and flesh around the mouth of the limestone rabbit, and then peeled it down bit by bit. You are very skilled in this technique. Looking at Xiao Yao's skilled posture, Bai Lingsha couldn't help but say, after becoming a summoner, I have studied how to dissect various animals. But this is also my first time trying it myself. Xiao Yao responded, then he cut open the belly of the greystone rabbit, took out the internal organs, and threw them into the river. The turbulent water directly washed away the internal organs, leaving no trace. Then, he cut the remaining parts into small pieces, and rinsed them with water. Huh? The first step is done. Xiao Yao clapped his hands. What's the next step? Bai Lingsha asked. The next step is to roast it. Xiao Yao found some branches, wet them with water, and skewered the meat. Then he took a handful of skewers and put them on the fire. The sizzling flames hit the meat, making a sizzling sound. Xiao Yao kept turning the skewers, as skilled as a barbecue chef, and finished them in one go. Hey, I didn't expect you could do this, Bai Lingsha said in surprise. Xiao Yao smiled. Eat roadside barbecue a few more times, and you will be able to do it. Really? I haven't eaten roadside barbecue yet. Bai Lingsha looked a little regretful. She had experienced all kinds of delicacies since she was a child, but she had never tried some snacks, roadside stalls, things that ordinary people often eat. This is easy. I take you to try it when I have a chance, Xiao Yao said with a smile. To be honest, he rarely eats barbecue in this life. But he ate too much in his previous life. Drinking and eating barbecue were basically his daily activities. Then I wait. Bai Lingsha smiled lightly, revealing a shallow dimple. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao tasted it himself. The meat was cooked, but because there was no seasoning, it was full of fishy smell and tasted very ordinary. How is it? Can I eat it? Bai Lingsha asked expectantly. Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, and said, it's edible, but it's a little fishy. It's okay. Bai Lingsha took a skewer of meat and took a bite. When chewing the meat, she frowned slightly, but still swallowed the meat. Not bad, Bai Lingsha nodded. Really? You are not comforting me. Are you? I'm really not comforting you. Without seasoning, it's already very good to be able to cook like this. I give you a thumbs up. Looking at Bai Lingsha's sincere look, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up unconsciously. He found another advantage of Bai Lingsha, that is, she didn't have a big girl's temper, she was very adaptable, and she wouldn't be too harsh on the things around her. A girl who doesn't act pretentiously is really cute. Xiao Yao gave some of the skewers in his hand to Bai Lingsha, and gave some to Xiaoke and Laonyo. But Xiaoke and Laonyo didn't accept it. Xiaoke just didn't like this little bit of meat. It wasn't enough to fill his teeth. Besides, he had just drunk enough snake blood, so he wasn't hungry now. The same reason applies to Laonyo. His physiological structure allows him to store some food in his body, so he doesn't feel hungry now. Does Little Rainbow want to eat? Xiao Yao asked, holding the skewers. She won't eat. Bai Lingsha touched Little Rainbow's head. She's very picky. She only eats the freshest fruits and vegetables. Little Rainbow whimpered a few times in protest. I'm afraid I get an upset stomach. Okay, I understand. Bai Lingsha smiled dotingly. Okay, this is a little princess. Xiao Yao shrugged, and simply ate the remaining skewers. After replenishing the food, Xiao Yao felt alive again. With his current strength, he couldn't do the fasting. As his strength increased, his appetite would increase, and he would feel hungry if he didn't eat for a meal. Although the skewers were a bit unpalatable, they were food after all, and they could replenish energy. What are we going to do next? Bai Lingsha asked. Unconsciously, she had already put herself into the role of a team member. Are you not sleepy now? Xiao Yao asked. Bai Lingsha shook her head, suddenly coming to a strange environment. It was difficult for her to fall asleep. Anyway, the trial was only 3 days, and it would pass if she endured it. Then let's go find prey. Xiao Yao didn't want to waste time. He himself was not sleepy, so he might as well earn more points. The first place in points was his goal. Although he was stronger than others, he couldn't relax. Xiao Yao didn't know that there was a bronze-level genius like him among these students. If he knew, he would definitely not be as relaxed as he is now. No problem. Bai Lingsha agreed. Only the top 30 in points will be admitted in advance. This pervert next to her is naturally no problem. But she can't relax. Then let's go. Xiaoku, the task of finding prey is left to you. Xiaoku howled excitedly. Prey. He likes it the most. Crack. The green grass swayed. A white wolf was gnawing at the corpse beneath it, and the sound of bones breaking continued to make people's teeth ache. The white wolf raised his head, revealing his blood-stained face, and his eyes were full of intoxication and satisfaction. Suddenly, his ears moved, as if he heard an unusual sound nearby. Just as he turned his head to look at the source of the sound, 2 rainbow-colored flying blades flew towards him quickly. Without time to dodge, the white wolf directly activated his skills. Hardened body ding-ding, the rainbow flying blade hit the white wolf, making a sound of metal collision. The white wolf looked out, and then he saw that the attacker was a pure white horned deer, with unique rainbow-colored horns and glowing white light. Swish! 2 more rainbow blades flew out from the horns and hit the white wolf directly. The white wolf jumped and immediately avoided the attack of the blades. After landing, it roared angrily and rushed towards the rainbow-horned deer. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange sound behind him, and a warning sign suddenly appeared in his heart. This intuition helped him escape danger many times. So Bai Lang used the skill again without hesitation. Hardened body. Ding-ding, the flying blade came from behind, hitting Bai Lang's body. But just like before, it did not break the defense. It must be said that monsters, like Bai Lang with strong defense, are indeed the natural enemy of the rainbow-horned deer. The killing power of the rainbow flying blade is not weak, and Bai Lingsha has also cultivated the ability of boomerang, which can be said to be accurate against those unprepared enemies. But a tough guy like the white wolf, even if he takes the damage, it won't matter. The most troublesome thing. Swish, swish, swish. The white wolf rushed towards the rainbow-horned deer at a galloping pace. Ding, ding, ding. The rainbow-horned deer sent out a series of flying blades, but none of them worked. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, her 4 hooves began to glow, preparing to activate the rainbow acceleration. At this moment, a huge purple shadow suddenly appeared from the side. He was very fast, catching the white wolf off guard. Dong, when the purple shadow was within 5 meters of the white wolf, he stepped heavily, and the white wolf's body flew up. This sudden change startled the white wolf, and he even forgot to maintain the effect of the hardened body. Swish, the rainbow flying blade shot from a tricky angle, piercing directly into the white wolf's eyes, and smashed his brain into pieces. Dong, the white wolf's body fell heavily to the ground, and there was no sound. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Bai Lingsha turned his head to look at Xiao Yao, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Xiao Yao, I will deal with this kind of enemy myself in the future, and you don't need to help me." Although Xiao Yao was helping her, with her personality, she always felt that this was cheating, not relying on her own real strength. This was unfair to others, and she couldn't get over it in her heart. She believed that with her ability, she could kill the white wolf. To deal with tank-type enemies, she had a special set of tactics, which was just a little more difficult. Sorry. I pay attention next time. Seeing Bai Lingsha's serious expression, Xiao Yao felt that she had done something bad with good intentions. I don't blame you. Fearing that Xiao Yao would misunderstand, Bai Lingsha explained, I just want to get points based on my own strength. I understand. With Bai Lingsha's strong personality, it's not surprising that he said such a thing. It's just that I didn't think it through. Little Rainbow didn't care about that. She ran to the old cow and shouted happily a few times, as if to thank the old cow for his help. Looking at the lively and cute little rainbow, the old cow smiled kindly. Chapter 109, Weird Rainbow Flying Blade. Electronic Badge. 400. After killing the Black Iron Level 5 White Jade Wolf, Bai Lingsha points increased by 100, now it is exactly 400 points. Let's go to the next stop. Xiao Yao waved his hand. A Xiao's eyes exuded a bloodthirsty light. I smell the scent of prey walking on the road, Bai Lingsha suddenly said, Xiao Yao, I really didn't mean to blame you just now. Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, showing a calm expression. I know, your personality is like this. I won't take action next time I meet an enemy. Seeing Xiao Yao's sincere tone, Bai Lingsha smiled brightly. Yeah. Let me do it myself next time. A Xiao suddenly roared. Xiao Yao immediately realized that there was an enemy in front. After walking forward for a distance, Xiao Yao found the enemy. Name of War Beast: Firethorn Pig. War Beast level Black Iron level 4 War Beast skill Flame Spike. It was a fat wild boar, with red hair, and spikes all over its back, like a hedgehog weighing hundreds of pounds. He closed his eyes, and seemed to be sleeping. Iron 4 level Firethorn Pig, I leave this to you, Xiao Yao said. Iron 4 level monsters are too rubbish for Xiao and Lanyo. It's just a matter of one move, and the points are not much, so let Xiao deal with it. Then I won't be polite. Bai Lingsha patted Xiao Caihong's body, Xiao Kaihong. Go! Xiao Kaihong raised her little head, and 2 rainbow flying blades flew out. The firethorn pig was sleeping with its eyes closed, and suddenly heard a whistling sound beside its ear. It opened its eyes, and saw 2 rainbows flashing before its eyes. And then it felt a sharp pain in its waist. 2 wounds more than 1 meter long were bleeding continuously. If it weren't for its thick skin, this blow might have ruptured its internal organs. The firethorn pig screamed in pain. It turned its head suddenly, and its eyes were full of rage and murderous intent. In the distance, a holy horned deer was looking at it from a distance, and her rainbow-colored horns were shining with a bright white light. And then 2 more rainbow flying blades shot out. At this time, Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha both retreated far away, leaving only Little Rainbow. She the firethorn pig roared, and the dozen spikes on its back flew up as if they were equipped with a launcher. Each spike was carrying a blazing flame, and flew straight towards Little Rainbow. Dong-dong in the air. A few flaming spikes blocked the flying blades of the rainbow, and the remaining few attacked Little Rainbow with a whistling attack. Little Rainbow's 4 hooves glowed with brilliant light, and its body suddenly accelerated. It broke away from the original place in a flash, and left behind a brilliant rainbow shadow. Rainbow accelerates. Paw. 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 More than a dozen flame spikes missed, entered the ground completely, blasted the soil into all directions. As Little Rainbow accelerated away, she did not forget to fight back. 4 consecutive rainbow blades flew out. These 4 blades attacked the firethorn pig from the 4 directions of top, middle, left and right. The strange route made it difficult for the firethorn pig to grasp. Boom! 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 The firethorn pig stood up and left. The seemingly fat body burst out with a good speed. But unfortunately, the speed of the rainbow blade was faster. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, the firethorn pig exuded explosive energy all over its body. It chose to use all its strength to block these flying blades and kill the hateful horned deer. Paw! 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 Dozens of spikes on its back came out in droves. Some of them blocked the rainbow flying blades, and the rest of them went in all directions, blocking all the retreat routes of the rainbow horned deer. Even if the firethorn pig could restore its spikes on its own, it would take half a month. In the past half month, it would rather be a ball-back firethorn pig than kill Little Rainbow, which shows how deep its hatred for Little Rainbow is. Looking at the flame spikes that were like flying feathers in the sky, Little Rainbow was not in a hurry. Her 4 hooves were shining brighter, and it was a little dazzling. She moved her feet and burst out at a speed twice as fast as before. Little Rainbow escaped from the attack range of the flame spikes in an instant, and her chubby little deer eyes looked forward. Her attack was not that simple. Seeing that the flame spikes were about to collide with the rainbow blade, suddenly, the rainbow blade changed direction in the air, and the crescent blade drew a semicircular arc, which immediately avoided the flame spikes and left 4 gorgeous rainbows in the air. The 4 flying blades rotated and converged at one point, and pierced the smooth back of the firethorn pig. The flying blades flew like a body, and the firethorn pig felt a sharp pain in its body, and its internal organs were instantly crushed. Its eyes bulged, and without even a scream, it fell to the ground. Bai Lingsha looked at the electronic badge for 80 and added 80 points. She had found the pattern. Black iron level 5 is 100 points. Black iron level 4 is 80 points, and for each lower level, the points are reduced by 20 points. Great! Great! Xiao Yao applauded. He was already impressed by Little Rainbow's boomerang move before, but he didn't expect it to be even more powerful this time, and it could suddenly change direction in a straight line. This move can have an unexpected effect against any enemy. That's right, I practiced this move for a long time. Bai Lingsha looked a little proud. In order to master this move, she studied a lot of knowledge, the principle of the boomerang, aerodynamics, etc. Now Little Rainbow's mental power is not enough to completely control the already launched rainbow blade, so it can only rely on this method, with a little mental power guidance to achieve the desired effect. When Little Rainbow's mental power gradually increases in the future, the path of the rainbow blade will become more bizarre and terrifying. Awesome! Xiao Yao praised. After watching Little Rainbow's battle, he is more and more looking forward to this kind of war beast with long-range attack. Xiaoke and Lan Yo are both very strong in combat, but the only disadvantage is that they have no long-range attack ability. If they encounter an enemy like Little Rainbow, or a flying monster, it is difficult to defeat the opponent. I hope the next hero can be a long-armed hero. Xiao Kaihong ran over. with the same expression as Bai Lingsha. And her smug eyes seemed to say, "Come and praise me, Xiao Kaihong. You are really awesome." Bai Lingsha praised her at the right time. Sometimes war beasts are like children. You can't be soft-handed when you need to educate them. But you can't be stingy when you need to praise them. Of course, Xiao Yao doesn't have this problem. Xiaoke and Lanyo both have mature personalities. Xiaoke requirements are simple. Just let him fight. He doesn't need to be supervised during normal training. He will complete it seriously. Lanyo is more Buddhist, as if he doesn't have any particularly strong desires, but he is meticulous in both training and fighting, which makes people feel relieved. Suddenly, Xiaoke growled, looked into the distance, reminding Xiao Yao in his heart. "Be careful, a big guy is coming." Dong dong dong. Dull footsteps sounded. Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha looked over at the same time. I saw a huge lion running towards me. Its mane was light blue, and it was very fast, and it came to the side of the firethorn pig in the blink of an eye. War Beast named Jade Lion. War Beast level Bronze level 3. War Beast skills Wind Speed, Lion King Claw. Chapter 110. Big Brother Nyonyo. Grunt. The Jade Lion tore off a large piece of flesh from the firethorn pig. The blood kept flowing down the corner of its mouth. This kind of fat and lean meat made the Jade Lion very enjoyable. Jade Lion. Bai Lingsha's eyes were solemn. She could feel the fear in Xiao Caihong's heart, which meant that this Jade Lion was definitely bronze level. My opponent is here. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. A bronze 2 windwing snake is worth 800 points. Then this Jade Lion must be worth at least 1,000 points. As for whether he could win, Xiao Yao was not worried at all. After all, the bronze 5 iron armored beast was no match for Xiaoku and Lanyo. So this bronze 3 Jade Lion would certainly not be able to defeat him. That's right. Xiao Yao was going to let Xiaoku and Lanyo beat him up. One-on-one. Even if Xiaoku could win, it would definitely be more difficult. In order to improve efficiency, he decided to let the two beasts go out together. Xiaoku. Lanyo. Beat him. Xiaoku let out a long roar. He had long been unable to suppress the high fighting spirit in his body. Hearing Xiao Yao command, he rushed out. The old cow shook his head helplessly and followed Xiaoku. The Jade Lion, who was eating, heard some noise coming from afar. It looked up and saw 2 black and purple shadows running towards it. Roar the proud Jade Lion was not afraid at all. It could feel that the energy of the 2 creatures in front of it was not as good as its own. It roared, and invisible air swirled around it, bringing grass debris flying. Boom with a kick of its limbs. The Jade Lion rushed towards the 2 bodies like an arrow from a bow. The speed of the wind. Whoosh whoosh. The speed of the Jade Lion was so fast that it made a whistling sound. Seeing the Jade Lion and the leading black shadow getting closer and closer, a Xiaoku roared and leaped forward as fast as lightning, leaving the Jade Lion no time to react. Endless restraint. Swish. 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 Xiaoku threw the Jade Lion to the ground, and the wolf claws directly scratched its face, leaving deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The Jade Lion was not an armored beast. Its advantages were speed and attack methods, but its defense was far inferior to that of an armored beast. But for Xiaoku, this kind of opponent is his favorite. Roar the Jade Lion woke up, and the severe pain on his face made it scream miserably. Its 2 front paws suddenly swelled, and its muscles instantly bulged, and it swung directly at Xiaoku. Lion King Claw. Xiaoku did not dodge or evade. His eyes turned blood red, and he used wolf claws to fight lion claws. Mouth of the beast. Bang! A dull sound sounded. Xiaoku was still weaker, and he retreated several steps, but this also distanced them. As soon as the Jade Lion stood up, it found that the front was filled with purple shadows. The old bull rose up, clenched his fist with 3 fingers, and hammered down like a giant spirit. The earth was shattered at close range. The Jade Lion roared, and its swollen lion claws faced the iron fist, taking the blow head-on. Crack! Fists and claws collided. A look of pain appeared on the Jade Lion's face. The old bull's strength was beyond his expectations, and he was in a hurry to fight, so his strength was insufficient, causing the bones of his forelimbs to make a ringing sound, and he was almost broken by the hammer. Before it could catch its breath, the old bull lowered its head and pushed the Jade Lion away. The invisible force lingered on its horns, and it directly pushed the Jade Lion away 7 or 8 meters. Can it be pushed so far at this distance? Bai Lingsha's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Generally speaking, after a war beast sprints, It can knock the enemy far away with its powerful kinetic energy and huge and solid body. However, when the old bull was almost close to the enemy, it could actually push the jade lion weighing several tons away for several meters. It was simply unbelievable. This is a skill of Liao, called Wild Charge. Xiao Yao explained. Wild Charge, I know that too. Many war beasts have this skill. But those only increase the speed and power of the war beasts. It's the first time I've seen a wild charge like Liao that can knock enemies away at close range. Well, maybe Liao is a little different. Xiao Yao laughed dryly. He didn't know how to explain it. A normal wild charge is like what Bai Lingsha said, which can increase the speed and power of the war beast's charge. But Liao is different. It can be used at long distances and at close ranges. It is much stronger than other brutal collisions. I understand. Bai Lingsha rolled his eyes. No matter how strange the things are, you will not be surprised. You big pervert. Xiao Yao touched his nose. You know what? Bai Lingsha called him a big pervert, and he was quite happy. He is not really a pervert. A wood at this time. Xiaoke let out a wolf howl, attracting Xiao Yao's attention back to the battlefield. The howl of the distant ancestors when the jade lion fell to the ground. Xiaoke approached it. He and Liao have cooperated many times. And this tactic is perfect. He will never give the enemy a chance to react. Fear flashed in the eyes of the jade lion. And there was no thought of defense. Xiaoke wolf claw pierced directly into the throat of the jade lion. The severe pain made the jade lion wake up. And he waved his claws to hit Xiaoke. Xiaoke pulled out the wolf claw and dodged the attack by ducking. After the wolf claw was pulled out, blood spurted out of the 5 blood holes. Roar the jade lion screamed in pain. But its vitality was very tenacious. Even though its neck was pierced, it did not die immediately. Instead, it burst into an amazing speed and pounced on Xiaoke. Before dying, it wanted to tear the wolf into pieces. With the help of the speed of the wind, the speed of the jade lion was so fast that Xiaoke only felt a black shadow pressing towards him. But Xiaoke did not waver at all, because he knew that his teammates would help him stop the enemy. This was the tacit understanding brought by their countless cooperation. As expected, the old cow suddenly stood in front of Xiaoke, like a huge wall, blocking all enemies. The jade lion pounced directly on the old cow. Seeing the culprit running away, the power in his body was constantly draining away. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of the jade lion. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the old cow. I will tear off a piece of your flesh even if I die. Suddenly, he felt a sinking sensation on his back, and his eyes went dark. The feeling of his eyeballs breaking made him on the verge of collapse. It turned out that Xiaoke used the beast's mouth behind the old cow. While the jade lion's vision was blocked, he suddenly attacked indirectly toward the jade lion's eyeballs, and then teleported to its back. Grunt. Xiaoke bit down, cutting off the jade lion's trachea. A steady stream of blood flowed down its throat into Xiaoke's body. The jade lion felt its strength draining away, and its body became weaker and weaker. It slipped off the old bull powerlessly, with despair and fear in its eyes. In a few seconds, it was completely dead. Zwan Rage Beast Experience plus 20 Minotaur Chief Experience plus 10 Electronic Badge, 2,560 AWU. After a hearty battle, Xiaoke howled to the sky, and his bloodthirsty and violent aura burst out. Sing. Xiao Kaihong hid timidly behind Bai Lingsha. This black guy is too barbaric. Stay away from him in the future. Big brother Nyo is still the best. Chapter 111 Coward. Wow, 1,000 points. Bai Lingsha saw the changes in Xiao Yao electronic badge, and said with envy, she worked so hard to kill the firethorn pig and only got 80 points. But Xiao Yao got 1,000 points in one go, more than 10 times as much as she did. It was so infuriating. But at the same time, she was also shocked by the cooperation between Xiaoke and Liao. It took them less than a minute to kill the jade lion, and the battle showed the almost perfect cooperation between the two beasts. One attack and one defense, they are one body. Combined with their powerful control skills, the jade lion has almost no ability to fight back. She felt that, with the current strength of Xiaoke and Liao, even a bronze 5 level war beast, it is possible to win the battle. If that is true, it would be too scary. Sure enough, he is a pervert. Bai Lingsha inexplicably rolled his eyes at Xiao Yao, making Xiao Yao a little at a loss. What did I do? I didn't do anything? In a space, Master Yi showed a surprised look on his face. It seems that I still underestimated you. Master Yi deliberately led the jade lion over. He wanted to see Xiao Yao's true strength. I didn't expect that a Bronze 3 monster could be killed so easily. Even Master Yi didn't expect this. Xiaoyu, your biggest opponent is here. Master Yi smiled. It is the happiest thing for a genius to have an equal opponent in the same class. With competitors around, they will not stop, and will always keep their enterprising spirit. It's not time for you two to meet yet, wait a little longer. Inside the monitoring room. This is too much, the Bronze level 3 Jade Lion was killed just like that? It's quite outrageous, but did you notice that? His 2 war beasts each have 2 control skills, which is the key to victory. Yes, these 2 control skills are crucial. And that Black Wolf used 3 skills in total, and the Bronze level has 3 skills. He and Yi Xiaoyu are really on par with each other. At present, his strength is stronger than Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Xiaoyu didn't kill the Bronze 3 level Violent Tiger as cleanly as he did. Let's wait and see. I guess Master Yi will arrange a decisive battle between them sooner or later. I'm really looking forward to it. There were constant discussions in the monitoring room. Many teachers were whispering, discussing Xiao Yao performance. Bai Chengfo smiled in his heart. 3 skills? If you knew that Xiaoke and Lan Yo had 6 skills and 5 skills respectively, you would be shocked. Of course, he would not tell them. If there really is a monster that can force Xiaoke and Lan Yo to use all their skills, he would have to observe the expressions of these people carefully. Oh, moo. Xiaoke and Lan Yo returned to Xiao Yao. The scarlet in Xiaoke's eyes had not faded yet, and the terrifying wolf eyes frightened Xiao Caihong's heart. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Feeling the fear in Xiao Caihong's heart, Bai Lingsha touched her head and comforted her. Seeing Xiao Caihong's fearful eyes, Xiaoke pouted. Coward. Xiaoke, you won't be able to find a female companion like this. Xiao Yao laughed in his heart. Xiaoke, I don't want a female companion, I just want to fight. Xiao Yao shook his head, he really didn't understand the world of battle maniacs. You don't want, I want? Let's continue. Xiao Yao said to Bai Lingsha. Let's go! Bai Lingsha was full of fighting spirit. Although she was not as strong as Xiao Yao, she couldn't fall behind too much. On the grass, the Iron 5 level Molters was attacking frantically below. It flapped its wings, and fist-sized fireballs kept falling. On the ground, a Black Iron level 4 Wind Ape dodged left and right. If it weren't for his flexible body and the blessing of wind speed, he would have been roasted by the fireball long ago. Not far away, the owner of the Wind Ape looked anxious. He could see that it was getting harder and harder for the Wind Ape to dodge. The Molter seemed to have mastered the speed limit of the Wind Ape, and the fireballs it released became more and more tricky. If this continued, the Wind Ape wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Fuck. It's really bad luck. Wu Xiaomo cursed inwardly. If it were any other monster, it would be fine, but Molters happens to be the natural enemy of Wind Ape. First of all, it can fly, and it has the ability to attack from a distance, plus it is 1 level higher in strength. It can be said to perfectly restrain Wind Ape, and it can't run away even if it wants to. Bang! A fireball hits Wind Ape, burning it so much that it screams. Bang! Just when Wind Ape's mind is in a mess, 2 more fireballs hit Wind Ape's chest accurately. Boom! Wind Ape is blown to the ground, holding his hands in front of his chest, wailing in pain. Huh? Molters flaps its wings, and the hot energy continues to gather. It looked like it wanted to kill with 1 strike. It's over. Wu Xiaomo's face showed despair. He closed his eyes, not daring to watch the next scene. At this moment, 2 gorgeous rainbow blades appeared behind Molters without knowing when, and stabbed heavily into Molters' back. Molters wailed and fell to the ground. 2 more rainbow blades came. One chopped at Molters' head, and the other chopped at its wings. Puff! Molters' head was chopped off by the flying blade and fell to the ground, leaving a smooth cut. What happened? Hearing the sound, Wu Xiaomo opened his eyes, showing a bewildered look. How come Molters died in the blink of an eye? How did it die? I didn't even see it. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the distance. Wu Xiaomo became alert, hiding his body, looking forward. Little Rainbow's last move was very accurate, cutting off the head with 1 move. A tall, sunny and handsome boy said with a smile. Our little Rainbow is amazing. Isn't he? The girl next to the boy touched the head of the rainbow horned deer, and said with a doting look. The girl's skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Walking side by side with the boy, they looked like a pair of gods and goddesses. Wu Xiaomo was a little envious. He also wanted to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. He saw 2 war beasts following behind the boy. Bronze level? No way. At this time, the wind ape was still lying on the ground, making painful howls. Not good. Wu Xiaomo's heart tightened. He was too nervous just now, and forgot that the wind ape was still injured. Xiao Yao glanced at the wind ape, and then looked in the direction where Wu Xiaomo was hiding. Friends over there, don't hide. I have no ill intentions. Xiaoke reminded him, there are other human smells over there. He found me. Wu Xiaomo stood up helplessly, and walked to the side of the wind ape. The chest of the wind ape was charred black, emitting an unpleasant smell, which made Wu Xiaomo feel distressed. However, he still did not let down his guard against Xiao Yao and the others. After all, eliminating him would earn him more than 300 points, which was not a small amount. He glanced at the electronic badge on Xiao Yao's chest, and his body stiffened instantly. More than 2560200 points? Brother, are we in the same world? Brother, don't be nervous. Xiao Yao smiled in response. I have no ill intentions. You should find a way to treat your war beast. His character has always been, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If others do not attack him or his friends, he will not do anything to eliminate them. Wu Xiaomo swallowed his saliva and said, Boss, thank you for your help. There is no way. This is a bronze level. 2560 points, boss. He probably doesn't think much of his points. Xiao Yao waved his hand. It's not me. It's my friend who helped you. Wu Xiaomo quickly looked at Bai Lingsha and said, This beautiful lady. Thank you very much. Bai Lingsha nodded, but didn't say anything. In front of unfamiliar people, she was still quite aloof. Brother, then we leave first. You find a way to treat the war beast. Xiao Yao waved his hand, and left with Bai Lingsha. After Xiao Yao left, Wu Xiaomo was completely relieved. There was no way, with a bronze level expert around, and he could be eliminated at any time. This kind of pressure was really great. Fortunately, this expert was very graceful, otherwise it would be terrible. Wu Xiaomo squatted down, helped Feng Yuan up, and sighed, Alas, I don't know if it's unlucky or lucky. First find a way to treat Xiao Feng. Chapter 112 Two Prideful Encounters. Why didn't you eliminate him just now? Walking on the road, Bai Lingsha suddenly asked. Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, No need, I can get first place without eliminating others. There was a strong confidence in his tone. But you can also eliminate him? The wind ape was injured. Why didn't you take action? Xiao Yao asked back. Bai Lingsha responded proudly, I won't do such a cheap thing. Although Wu Xiaomo's score was not much lower than hers, she would not do such a thing to take advantage of others' misfortune. Xiao Yao was not surprised at Bai Lingsha's answer, because this was her, a proud and strong girl who was not pretentious. Wow, it's been 12 hours, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Yao took out his mobile phone and said in surprise, 12 hours? Bai Lingsha was also very surprised. Half a day had passed without her noticing, and she didn't feel anything at all. Time flies so fast. Let's take a break, Xiao Yao said. From the beginning of the trial, until now, he has basically been walking all the time, walking for more than 10 hours. Even his physique feels a little tired. Bai Lingsha is better, because her ankle is twisted, so she rides on Xiao Kaihong when she is on the road, and sometimes she switches to Lan Yo when Xiao Kaihong is tired. But later she felt that her ankle was better, so she insisted on walking by herself. In total, she has been walking for almost 2 hours. Xiao Yao is worried that her ankle can't bear it, so he simply suggested taking a break. Okay, let's take a short break. Bai Lingsha also felt that her ankle was about to reach its limit, so she agreed to Xiao Yao's suggestion. The two sat on the ground, and Zhang Chou squatted down. Xiao Yao leaned on Xiao Ke, and Bai Lingsha leaned on Xiao Kaihong. Not long after sitting down, fatigue came like a tide. Before Bai Lingsha fell asleep, she said in a daze, Xiao Yao, I take a nap first. Remember to call me later. Without waiting for Xiao Yao to reply, she fell into a deep sleep. After many battles, even though her physical strength was still sufficient, her spirit was already exhausted. So once she sat down, she could not help falling into a coma. Looking at Bai Lingsha's peaceful and beautiful face, Xiao Yao held her chin with one hand, and just looked at her quietly. Him in her sleep. Bai Lingsha made a nasal sound, and her head slowly tilted to one side, and she was about to fall. At this time, a big hand supported her head in time. Xiao Yao slowly sat beside Bai Lingsha and rested her head on his shoulder. Bai Lingsha pursed her lips. She changed to a comfortable position and leaned directly on Xiao Yao. Smelling the elegant fragrance, Xiao Yao unconsciously smiled. I really hope you can rely on me like this at ordinary times. Many female teachers in the monitoring room unconsciously smiled. What a perfect couple. I feel like I'm watching a dating show. Confronting, when will I have your wedding wine? Be sure to invite me when the time comes. Bai Confronting smiled awkwardly, with a complex expression of both relief and entanglement on his face. The relief was that Xiao Yao took good care of his daughter, and he was very satisfied with Xiao Yao. The entanglement was that, as a father, seeing other close men around his daughter, he always felt like a cabbage was being eaten by a pig, and he brought this pig in himself. Old Xiao, are you really good enough to let your kid harm my daughter? Bai Confronting thought depressedly. If Xiao Li knew Bai Confronting's thoughts, he would definitely laugh triumphantly. Yes, this is my plan. I have long been attracted to your daughter. Be my daughter-in-law. Xiao, wake up. Bai Lingsha heard someone calling her in her ear, so she opened her eyes with difficulty. Well, Xiao Yao, how long have I slept? Bai Lingsha asked dazedly. Not long, just 1 hour. It's been an hour. I feel like I only slept for a while. Bai Lingsha stretched, stood up, patted the dirt on her body, and said, Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. After walking a few steps, Bai Lingsha's face suddenly flushed. But Xiao Yao's eyes were looking forward, and he didn't notice her change. Little Rainbow, are you serious? Bai Lingsha whispered in her heart. Of course. Okay. Looking at the boy beside him, who looked nonchalant, Bai Lingsha wrinkled his cute little nose, and felt a little embarrassed. For the next period of time, the two relied on Xiao's excellent sense of smell, and the active effect of W to find prey. The black iron level was given to Bai Lingsha. Xiao Yao did not let Xiaoku and Lanyo help. But in the battle, he would let the two beasts block the monster's way, and prevent it from escaping. The bronze level was dealt with by Xiaoku and Lanyo. After that, they encountered a bronze 4 gray armored wolf, and a bronze 5 violent tiger. But with the exquisite cooperation of Xiaoku and Lanyo, even the violent tiger could only die tragically in the mouth of Xiaoku beast. This scene also shocked all the teachers. 2 bronze ones defeated bronze 5s, which was simply a fantasy. Even for Yi Xiuzhu, the limit he could deal with was only bronze 3. When it came to bronze 4, he could only fight to a draw at most. But he would never be able to kill the opponent. In this regard, Xiao Yao has surpassed Yi Xiuzhu. Combined with Xiao Yao's background, everyone agreed that his talent was still higher than Yi Xiuzhu. This also made the teachers of Shuimu University secretly scold. Bai Confronting, you are too cunning. Bai Confronting could naturally see the thoughts of the group of people in Shuimu University, but he was too disdainful to explain. At first, he didn't know that Xiao Yao was bronze level, and he was even more disdainful to use his daughter to attract Xiao Yao to join Kyoto University. Everything was Xiao Yao's own choice. You guys are jealous. Time passed quickly. Under Xiao's powerful sense of smell, the two kept hunting. In more than a day, Xiao Yao points reached more than 10,000, and Bai Lingsha points were also more than 2,000. Although they could not compare with Xiao Yao, they also exceeded everyone else. During this period, they also met other students, but as soon as they saw the 2 war beasts beside Xiao Yao, everyone immediately hid far away, for fear that Xiao Yao would have evil intentions and eliminate them. Just like that, it was a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 3rd day, and there was less than half an hour left before the 3-day trial. Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha stopped looking for prey, and sat directly on the ground, waiting for the arrival of the final moment. Awoo! Suddenly Xiaoku roared at the distance. Feeling the message from Xiaoku, Xiao Yao's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Bai Lingsha asked. Xiao Yao said in a deep voice, 2 bronze-level war beasts are coming. War beasts? What do you mean? Bai Lingsha said in surprise. That's right. Xiao Yao looked solemn. In addition to me, it seems that there is another bronze-level contestant. Chapter 113 Swordtail Giant Lizard and White Jade Lion Tiger Beast. There is a second bronze level? Bai Lingsha immediately lost her composure. She has always been the best among her peers, and it is difficult for her to accept that someone has surpassed her. Before there was only Xiao Yao, she felt better. After all, Xiao Yao War Beast is too unique, which also allows her to comfort herself. This guy is a freak, and there is no point in comparing with him. So, except Xiao Yao, Bai Lingsha still thinks she is the best among her peers, But she didn't expect that there is another bronze level now. This hit her hard. Xiao Yao didn't have time to pay attention to Bai Lingsha's reaction. He stood up suddenly and stared at the front. Dong dong dong. Heavy footsteps sounded. A huge monitor lizard came towards them. It was covered with round scales all over its body, and there were light blue spots on the scales. The monitor lizard was more than 1 person tall, with thick limbs, sharp claws, and a sharp tail, like a long sword. There was a pure white lion-tiger beast beside the monitor lizard. Its hair was not a single color, and its tiger eyes were as sharp as a knife. On the back of the lion-tiger beast, a young boy sat, dressed in white, with a delicate appearance, a high nose, sword-like eyebrows slanting into his temples, and his dark eyes revealed a cold and indifferent look. War Beast name Swordtail Giant Lizard War Beast Level Bronze Level 1 War Beast Skills Great Force Swordtail Stab Lightning Paralysis. War Beast name White Jade Lion Tiger Beast War Beast Level Bronze Level 1 War Beast Skills Tiger Roar Lion King Claws. The draw body. Seeing the information of these 2 war beasts, Xiao Yao pupils shrank. This was the first time he saw a bronze level war beast with 3 skills. If his guess was correct, lightning paralysis and diamond body should be fed by acquired treasures. The natural treasures that can increase the skills of war beasts are all extremely expensive, and there is no guarantee of success after taking them. What kind of family has such financial resources? On the other side, Yi Xiaozhu saw that the boy opposite also had 2 war beasts. His indifferent eyes showed shock and confusion. He knew very well how much resources he had spent to reach the bronze level. Could it be that the boy on the other side was also a descendant of a big family? Why have I never seen it before? At this time, Yi Xiaozhu saw Xiao Yao electronic badge, and his face changed slightly. 15600 is actually higher than his own. He jumped off the back of the lion-tiger beast, his eyes were burning, and his clear voice was sharp. Who are you? Xiao Yao said calmly. Yincheng, Xiao Yao. Yincheng? Yi Xiaozhu was very confused. Isn't that a small city? Can such a small city cultivate geniuses of the same level as himself? Yi Xiaozhu stopped thinking about it. This Xiao Yao actually had more points than him. This was unacceptable to him. He had only one goal when signing up for the joint exam. That was to be the first. Yi Xiaozhu said coldly, "Let's have a fight." Xiao Yao simply replied, "Okay." Since he had met him, he also wanted to see how powerful this bronze-level boy was. Sizzle. Sizzle. The sword-tailed giant lizard flashed with electric sparks. The white jade lion-tiger beast slightly bent its body, making an attacking posture. "Go!" Yi Xiaozhu ordered. Dong dong dong. The 2 beasts instantly burst out with amazing speed and rushed towards Xiao Yao. "Xiaoku, old cow, go!" Xiao Yao ordered. A Wumu Xiaoku and old cow roared and rushed towards their respective opponents. The white jade lion-tiger beast was faster, so his opponent was the agile Xiaoku. A Wu Xiaoku took the lead and saw the white jade lion-tiger beast enter the attack range and roared and activated his skills. Endless binding swish. A black shadow flashed by. Xiaoku directly threw the white jade lion-tiger beast to the ground, waving his wolf claws wildly. But as Yi Xiaozhu war beast, the white jade lion-tiger beast had also undergone extremely strict training, so when Xiaoku pounced on him, he subconsciously used the skill diamond body. Ding ding ding. The sharp wolf claws hit the face of the white jade lion-tiger beast, making a metallic crisp sound. Roar. The white jade lion-tiger beast woke up, waving its huge claws to hit Xiaoku, but Xiaoku quickly dodged it. On the other side, the old cow and the sword-tailed monitor lizard also collided. Boom. The 2 beasts collided. The old cow did not move, and the sword-tailed monitor lizard was directly knocked back 3 meters. A trace of anger flashed in the sword-tailed monitor lizard's eyes, and his body suddenly swelled, and he rushed towards the old cow again with great force. Moo. The old cow raised his front legs, and his iron fist-like hoof smashed down. The earth was shattered. The sword-tailed monitor lizard responded with a color, and his huge palm slapped the hoof. Bang. The monitor lizard bent its back knees, and its whole body became shorter, and its hind feet sank deeply into the mud. Obviously, in this fight, he was at a disadvantage. Yi Xiaozhu frowned. He didn't expect that his war beast would be completely at a disadvantage after the fight. Who on earth is he? He. Xiaoku's eyes turned blood red, and he saw a flash of yellow light around him, and he pounced on the white jade lion-tiger beast again. The white jade lion-tiger beast was not to be outdone, and rushed forward. "A woo!" Xiaoku roared, and the ancestor howled. Fear flashed in the eyes of the white jade lion-tiger beast, But at the same time, he also shouted a thunderous tiger roar. Roar! Xiao Ke felt his brain go blank. The tiger roar has a deterrent effect, and the principle is similar to the ancestor's howl. So the two beasts were caught in each other's mental attack at the same time. Shua, the two beasts woke up, and swung their claws in the same way. Lion King's claws. Beast's mouth. Bang, a dull sound rang out. Xiao Ke and the white jade lion tiger beast each took a step back. Xiao Ke blood-red eyes showed excitement. This was the first time he encountered such an evenly matched opponent. Play with you. On the other side, Old Bull and sword-tailed monitor lizard were also fighting with fists and flesh. Snap, the sword-like tail swung at Old Bull, directly leaving a white mark on Old Bull's body. The scarlet in Old Bull's eyes began to spread, the soil under his feet kept surging, and his whole body was filled with strange fluctuations. Trampling just at this moment. Boom! Old Bull hit the sword-tailed monitor lizard with a heavy blow. The sword-tailed monitor lizard felt a blank in its brain, and instantly fell into a dizzy state. Moo! Old Bull raised his body again, and smashed down with both fists. The earth shattered. Crack. The sword-tailed monitor lizard shoulder made a sound of bone breaking. The severe pain made the sword-tailed monitor lizard wake up instantly. Zzz. The strong current gathered on the sword tail. The monitor lizard swung its tail vigorously. The sword tail, like a thunder blade, pierced the old cow, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Jaw. The sharp blade entered the body. Although the wound was not deep, the strong current paralyzed the old cow's whole body. While the old cow was paralyzed, the sword-tailed monitor lizard opened its mouth and bit the old cow's neck, trying to kill it with one blow. Moo! The old cow roared. Firm will. The paralysis effect came into contact instantly. The old cow's muscles suddenly tightened. The cowhide seemed to be coated with a layer of film, becoming more solid. The sharp teeth bit the old cow's neck, just broke a layer of skin, then it sank into the tight muscles. It could not bite anymore. The old cow raised his knees. The steel-like cow bones hit the sword-tailed monitor's abdomen, making its eyes bulge, and instantly let go. Xiaoyu frowned even deeper. Compared with the white jade lion tiger beast, the sword-tailed monitor's decline has begun to show. Chapter 114, Red Flame Demon Eye Killing. Sizzle. Ding. Xiao Ke and the white jade lion tiger fought in a group. Claw attack, bite, the most primitive, the most violent and bloody battle was displayed in front of everyone. Xiao Ke attack hit the diamond body, leaving only a white mark. It was difficult to break the defense. Although the attack of the white jade lion tiger beast could cause damage to Xiao Ke, but under the powerful blood recovery effect of the beast's mouth, Xiao Ke was always in peak condition. The situation of the white jade lion tiger beast was still good, but the sword-tailed giant lizard was about to be unable to bear it. The old cow broke its shoulder bone with a ground-crushing move, which greatly affected its flexibility, and the power of its claws dropped by 40%. In this case, even if it used great strength, the sword-tailed monitor lizard's strength was still far behind that of the old cow. Boom! Ground crushing. The old cow used both fists to hammer. Although the sword-tailed monitor lizard narrowly avoided this attack, it was still knocked away in an instant. Before it fell, the old cow's horns hit its abdomen. Boom! The sword-tailed monitor lizard flew back several meters, and two large blood holes appeared on its abdomen. Hiss! The giant lizard stood up with difficulty. The golden vertical pupils were no longer as cold as before, but showed a hint of fear. Feeling the emotional change of the sword-tailed giant lizard, Xiaoju's heart sank. He knew that if he didn't think of a solution, he might really lose. Although the white jade lion tiger beast could still fight the black wolf to a draw, but once the sword-tailed giant lizard was defeated, the purple bull was free. The white jade lion tiger beast would not be able to resist the attack of the two beasts. Xiaoju looked at Xiao Yao and said coldly, "Let's fight." Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. He knew that the opponent saw that the war beast was about to die, so he wanted to challenge him. Although he didn't accept it, he would definitely win. After all, the boy could never beat the little rainbow beside him. But if that happened, it would be too boring. Xiao Yao took off his coat. The black knitted sweater couldn't cover his strong body. He hooked his finger at the opponent and said calmly, "Come on." Humpy Xiaoju's eyes turned cold. The opponent's behavior seemed to look down on him. "Don't blame me for being rude." Instantly, Xiaoju burst out with the speed of a cheetah and rushed towards Xiao Yao. "Come on!" Xiao Yao shouted and rushed towards him at the same speed. The two figures, one black and one white, were like trains running towards each other, and they collided in less than a few seconds. "Huh?" Yi Xiaozhu punched out, with a sound of breaking wind, and Xiao Yao punched back, without dodging or avoiding. Ka! The two fists collided, making a crisp sound of bones colliding. Retracting his fist, the two men took a few steps back at the same time, and the same thought came to their minds. What a hard fist! The two men's fighting beasts were similar in type. One was a power type, the other was an agile type, so after the fighting beasts fed back, the physical fitness of the two men was almost the same. But fighting also requires skills. Yi Xiaozhu had a flash of thought. He took 2 steps and rushed toward Xiao Yao, with great momentum, like a tiger coming down from the mountain. He raised his right hand, and chopped and hit fiercely. There was a loud explosion in the air, like a tiger roaring tiger fist. After being instructed by a famous teacher, and his fighting beast was a lion-tiger beast, Yi Xiaozhu tiger fist was practiced to perfection, and he had mastered the essence of it. Seeing his aggressive attack, Xiao Yao did not dare to neglect it. He lowered his waist, and sat on his hips, and crossed his hands to block. Bang! The powerful blow made Xiao Yao's knees bend slightly, but at the same time, he pushed upward with force. His calves straightened like a knife, and kicked at Yi Xiaozhu's crotch. Crisp and loud, fast and fierce. The blade-like kick made Yi Xiaozhu's lower body cold, and he quickly retracted his right arm, retreated with one leg, and pressed down with both hands at the same time. Bang! The huge force made Yi Xiaozhu retreat several steps, and a shallow mud pit was stepped on his feet. Xiao Yao was relentless. He took a big step and closed the distance between them. He raised his knee, turned his waist, and kicked with a heavy kick like a battle axe at Yi Xiaozhu. Yi Xiaozhu's eyes flashed fiercely. His right hand turned into a tiger claw. His left arm protected his forehead. He turned around and used his left arm to block Xiao Yao's heavy kick. His right hand fiercely grabbed Xiao Yao's calf. The tiger claw passed by. Xiao Yao's sweatpants were torn in an instant. Several white marks with blood appeared on his calf. Is his skin cowhide? Yi Xiaozhu was shocked. His tiger claws could tear wood, but how come he couldn't even break the opponent's skin? Xiao Yao dropped his legs, and then chased him, punching, elbows, knees, one after another, continuously, like a surging wave. Yi Xiaozhu attacked with his tiger claws, tiger fists, tiger tail swings. His violent and brutal momentum was no less than Xiao Yao. Bang bang bang. Pa pa pa. The two people's almost crazy attack made all the teachers watching the game cheer loudly. They are evenly matched. The basic skills of these two children are really solid. There are still some differences in style. Yi Xiaozhu's moves are complicated and varied. He has mastered the essence of tiger boxing. Xiao Yao is simple and effective. It seems that Xiao Yao's physical fitness is slightly ahead. He has strong defense, which is a great advantage. Overall, they are still equal. But Yi Xiaozhu's war beast can't hold on any longer. If he doesn't have other trump cards, he will lose. Master Yi disciple actually lost to a boy from a poor family. It's incredible to think about it. He hasn't lost yet. Let's keep watching. Beside the battlefield, Bai Lingsha stared at the two figures, feeling nervous and lonely. After watching the two people fight, she knew that if one of them was herself, she might not be able to take even 2 moves. Even if she reached the bronze level, could she tie with them? Bai Lingsha asked a big question in her heart. There is no way. These two people's physical fitness is too strong, of course. This is also due to the attributes of war beasts. After all, Little Rainbow is not a war beast that is good at physical strength, so the power it can give back is very limited. After watching Xiao Yao and Yi Xiaozhu's performance, the pride in Bai Lingsha's heart gradually subsided, and what followed was an unswerving fighting spirit. Sooner or later, I will catch up with you. Bang! Xiao Yao and Yi Xiaozhu kicked at the same time. Xiao Yao kicked Yi Xiaozhu in the chest, and Yi Xiaozhu kicked Xiao Yao in the abdomen. Thump, thump, thump. The two of them took several steps back, pulling distance. Huff, huff, huff. The two of them were panting at the same time. The violent fight just now consumed a lot of their physical and mental strength. If they were not careful, they might lose everything. Yi Xiaozhu glanced at the sword-tailed giant lizard, and found that it was about to collapse. So he said in a deep voice, "Hey, I can't control the strength of the next move. Be careful or you will die." Xiao Yao showed a smile full of fighting spirit. "Come on, I take it." "Okay," Yi Xiaozhu said in a low voice. He looked directly at Xiao Yao. The red light in his eyes continued to spread, and finally shot out 2 red lasers. "Fuck! Laser eyes?" Xiao Yao screamed. The laser was too fast, and it was definitely too late to dodge. He directly activated his firm will, put his arms together, and protected himself. 2 lasers hit Xiao Yao arms, and his black sweater was directly pierced. The unpleasant smell of meat continued to spread. Xiao retracted the laser and stared at Xiao Yao. How is it possible? Seeing Xiao Yao's condition, he immediately lost his usual calmness and shouted in shock. Although Xiao Yao's arms had 2 burn marks, they were not directly pierced as he imagined, but only 2 shallow pits. The muscles and skin in the shallow pits were burned by the laser, emitting a faint black smoke. But this injury can only be considered a minor injury at most. Is this a bronze-level summoner? Xiao fell into deep doubt. On the other side, Xiao Yao shook his arm, clenched his teeth, and endured the pain in his arm. Damn! It hurt so much. Fortunately, it was the rays emitted by the summoner. Otherwise my arm would have been melted. What the hell is this? Those 2 war beasts don't have pupil skills. Xiao Yao was shocked and confused. It's not strange for a summoner to inherit the skills of a war beast, but it's the first time he has encountered an extra combat skill for no reason. At this time, Bai Lingsha's shocked voice came to his ears. This is the Red Flame Demon Pupil Kill. He is the descendant of Master Yi. Red Flame Demon Pupil Kill? Master Yi? What the hell? Chapter 115, Instant Air Step. Red Flame Demon I Kill. What the hell is this? What does it have to do with Master Yi? Xiao Yao did not look back. His tone was full of doubt. The sword-tailed giant lizard and the white jade lion tiger beast definitely do not have this skill. How did this move come out? And how is it related to Master Yi? Bai Lingsha explained in a string of words. The strong after the master level, the blood will evolve. They have a certain war beast skill that can be inherited by their descendants. This is the blood battle skill. Blood battle skills are fixed. The master level has 1, the grandmaster level has 2, the king level has 3, and the blood battle skills of Master Yi family. One is Red Flame Demon I Kill, and the other is Instant Air Step. Oh my god! There's another one? Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. This is too shameless. For no reason, he has 2 more skills than other summoners. Bloodline combat skills are not inherited stably, so it's hard to say whether he can use the Instant Air Step. Bai Lingsha said. I hope not. The Instant Air Step, as soon as you hear it, is the ability to move in space, which is the most troublesome. Xiao took a deep breath. With his current ability, he can only launch the Red Flame Demon I Kill once, and then he will have to use other means. I thought I could easily defeat the opponent with my fighting ability, but I didn't expect that we would be evenly matched. Even if I used the Red Flame Demon I Kill, I still couldn't defeat the opponent. This Xiao Yao is really strong. However, let's end the battle here. Xiao's body trembled slightly, and he disappeared in Xiao Yao's eyes in an instant. Where are you? Xiao Yao's pupils shrank. Be careful behind you? Bai Lingsha exclamation came from his ears. Behind you? Xiao Yao was shocked. A fierce gust of wind came from behind his head. He didn't have time to turn around, so he could only muster all his strength and gather it on his back. Bang! A heavy punch directly hit Xiao Yao's back. Xiao Yao's blood surged. He felt a sweetness in his throat and staggered forward 2 steps. At this moment, a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao took a step forward, his body expanded, and turned sideways, crashing into Xiao Yao's arms like a giant bear. Bear shape, giant bear crashing into a tree. Trained by a martial arts master, Xiao's move of giant bear crashing into a tree was also practiced to perfection. Even a 10-year-old tree would be directly broken by him. Bang! Xiao Yao's body flew backwards, like a rag bag for 7 or 8 meters, and fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao stood up straight, breathing rapidly, thinking, you are not okay. Are you? Instant Air Step. Red Flame Demon I Kill. This Xiao can actually inherit 2 bloodline combat skills. He is worthy of being the most outstanding descendant of Master Yi. That's right. Among all the descendants of Master Yi, Xiao should be the second person to inherit all the bloodline combat skills. He has such strength at such a young age. His future is limitless. He is definitely a master-level seedling. Master level. It's very possible. If he can become a master, then the Yi family will have 1 master. 1 master and 2 diamonds, which is definitely the top 3 families. It's a pity for Xiao Yao. In terms of the strength of the war beast, he is still above Xiao. He is just too young and energetic. He should not accept Xiao's challenge. Young people are very confident in themselves. I think Xiao Yao must have inherited the war beast skills. Otherwise, he would not be able to resist the red flame demon I kill. That's right, alas, what a pity. When she saw Xiao Yao being knocked away, Bai Lingsha's heart seemed to stop beating. Xiao Yao. She quickly ran to Xiao Yao's side, wanting to check on him. Boom! At this time, a dull noise came from the distance. Xiaoyu looked back, and saw his sword-tailed monitor lizard unconscious under the iron fist of the old cow. Moo! The old cow looked at Xiaoyu from a distance. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent. At this time, Xiaoyu suddenly felt uneasy. He knew exactly where he was. If Xiao Yao really lost his fighting ability, then his great-grandfather would definitely remove him from this space. Then now, ahem. Xiao Yao stood up with difficulty, rubbed his chest, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Damn it, if it was 1 second later, I'm afraid I would really have to kneel down. The collision of Xiaoyu just now happened to be stuck at the last second of the firm will. The firm will has a 55% damage reduction effect, so although Xiaoyu's attack looked very fierce, it did not cause much damage to him. Xiao Yao, are you okay? Bai Lingsha shouted in surprise. Almost died? Xiao Yao smiled bitterly. Really? If his luck was a little worse, his sternum might have been broken. My god. Is this kid made of iron? I can guarantee that he must have some defensive war beast skills. The two heroes of the ages. They are equally matched. This is going to be interesting. Nothing interesting. Xiaoyu is bound to lose. His war beast has already been defeated. Xiao Yao still wins. This kid's talent is amazing. This is a blessing for Kyoto University. Good comrade Confronting. Seeing Xiao Yao stand up again, and not looking injured, Xiaoyu felt a little desperate. Who is this person? Why doesn't any of his tricks work? Cough cough. Xiao Yao coughed out the blood on his chest, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, Next is my turn. Dong with a heavy step, Xiao Yao rushed forward like a sharp arrow, and in the blink of an eye, he shortened the distance between the two. When he was 5 meters away from Xiaoyu, Xiao Yao accelerated instantly. Charge beast mouth. Xiao Yao's speed was so fast that Xiaoyu had no time to react, and subconsciously used the last instant air step. Dong, his feet landed on the ground. Xiaoyu appeared 10 meters away. But before he could stand firm, a black shadow appeared in front of him. Sizzle a sharp pain in the chest, 5 bloody wounds instantly dyed the white clothes red. Then the black shadow disappeared instantly. Dong, a dull sound rang out. Xiaoyu felt as if he was hit by a hammer in the back, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew forward. Behind him, Xiao Yao retracted his fist, thinking, you can't avoid werewolf Q even if you flash. Do you understand? It's over. Yes. Xiao Yao is still better. This kid also has 2 combat skills, which is incredible. Yes. Xiaoyu inherited the bloodline combat skills, and Xiao Yao inherited the combat beast skills. They are so lucky. Maybe this is the chosen one. 2 geniuses, the 2 most outstanding people. The next few years will be interesting. Pa pa pa. Xiao Yao stepped on the grass, gradually approaching Xiaoyu. Walking to his side, Xiao Yao looked down at him, and said, I don't know your name yet. Xiaoyu licked the blood on his lips. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, a good name. Xiao Yao nodded. Xiaoyu, since you have taken action, I will not show mercy either, looking forward to the next duel. As he said that, he took out the simple dagger from his waist. Xiao Yao, I will remember you too. I will not lose again next time. Xiaoyu lowered his eyelids and swore secretly. Xiao Yao waved the dagger and stabbed Xiaoyu. Suddenly, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next second, he appeared in a vast open space. Chapter 116, The Battle for People. Awu! Moo! Xiaoke and Lao Niu suddenly appeared beside him, making puzzled sounds. Xiao Yao turned his head and saw that Bai Lingsha and Xiao Kaihong, Xiaoyu and his war beasts, were not far from him. Shua! The sky was green, and green raindrops fell one after another. Pa! Raindrops fell on his forehead. Xiao Yao felt refreshed, and the stagnation in his chest disappeared. More raindrops fell on the injured people and war beasts. Xiao Yao noticed that the blood hole on the sword-tailed monitor lizard healed quickly, and the eyes that were originally closed slowly opened. Xiaoyu's body also fully recovered. After he stood up, he looked at Xiao Yao with burning eyes. Xiao Yao frowned slightly and glanced at his phone. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 whole days. Wow. It seems that his luck is also very good. Ah. It's finally over. I want to sleep. Sleep for 3 days in a row. I want to eat. I want to eat 10 pounds of meat. Many students raised their heads and howled. 3 days, without any tools or equipment. How many students had been starving for 3 days, and dared not sleep? Many were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, and their eye bags were almost drooping. And now, they finally came out. This group of unkempt, disheveled students almost cried with excitement. It's so hard for me. Fuck, bronze level. Some students shouted, and everyone immediately turned around and looked around, and soon focused their attention on Xiao Yao and Xiao. Bronze level, and 2 more. Oh my god, 2 bronze level bosses. Oh my god, more than 15,000 points, what is this? Everyone was talking, with curiosity and shock in their eyes. Xiao remained silent, with a stern expression, like a cold sculpture. Xiao Yao looked calmly, looking forward. Classmates, be quiet. Wang Jufeng suddenly appeared, standing at the front of the team, said seriously. The trial is over, everyone just walk along the road behind you, and you can leave the school. There is a school bus at the school gate, taking everyone back to the hotel. Let's go back to the hotel. I'm so tired. Ah. I'm going to sleep. Let's go. When they heard that they could go back to the hotel, everyone put aside their curiosity about Xiao Yao and the others, took back their war beasts, and immediately turned around and left. Let's go back. Xiao Yao also felt a little tired. He planned to go back and eat something first, and then have a good sleep. Xiao Yao and Xiao, stay for a while, Wang Jufeng suddenly said. At this time, some people turned their heads to look at the two. Xiao Yao and Xiao, are these the names of the 2 big guys? Write them down, and hold them tight when school starts. Xiao Yao and Xiao waited there. Not long after, more than a dozen teachers came from a distance. Xiao Yao noticed that Bai Chengfeng was among them. The dozen people stood in 2 groups. The leader of Bai Chengfeng group was a white-haired old man, and in the other group, a middle-aged man walked in front. Xiao Yao, Xiao, I am a teacher at Kyoto University. I invite you 2 to join on behalf of our Kyoto University. The old man walked up to the 2 of them, and said in a loud voice, My 2 classmates. I am Sunli, a teacher at Shuemu University. I also invite you to join us on behalf of our school. The middle-aged man spoke up. Xiao Yao naturally did not hesitate. He turned his head and looked at Sunli. Teacher, I'm sorry, because my father is a graduate of Kyoto University. So, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sunli. Xiao Yao, if you come to our school, we will provide you with 10 points every month. 10 points? Xiao Yao's eyes widened in surprise. Bai Chengfeng introduced the system of Kyoto University to him. Each student needs to complete various tasks to get points. And the points can not only be exchanged for items in the school's treasury, including elixirs, treasures, weapons, etc., but also can be used to enter the school's various special training grounds. 10 points are already very high. Many tasks only give 3 or 4 points. But he can get 10 points for nothing. Kyoto Shuemu is of the same lineage. The value of the points is the same. This is a great condition. We at Kyoto University will also give you 10 points every month. Mr. Zhang said directly. Hey, 10 points for nothing. Sunli is really a good person. Xiao Yao looked at Sunli, with an apologetic look on his face. Teacher, I'm sorry, you see. 15 points. Sunli said directly. We also have 15 points. Mr. Zhang was not to be outdone. We have 20 points. Sunli said with a stiff neck. We also have 20 points. Old Zhang glared at him. These are 2 benefactors. Xiao Yao was overjoyed. You guys keep going. Sunli's eyes turned red. I add another drop of the original liquid of the Tree of Life. This is his own treasure at the bottom of the box. But in order to let Xiao Yao join Shuemu University, he risked it. Principal, you have to reimburse me for it. The original liquid of the Tree of Life? Xiao Yao was shocked. The original liquid of the Tree of Life is a very famous treasure. Even if you only take 1 drop, you can increase your lifespan a lot. If it is put up for auction, it will definitely make the rich fight for it. After the summoner takes it, it will greatly enhance his body activity, self-healing ability, and affinity with the wood element. Xiao Yao hesitated a little. The original liquid of the Tree of Life is really a good thing. If he can get it, he can give it to the elderly at home. Seeing Xiao Yao hesitate, Zhang Lao felt nervous, and he was ready to take out his own treasure to increase the bargaining chips. At this time, Bai Chengfeng suddenly whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Lao looked at him in surprise. And then said, "Let's add another piece of Thunder Crystal." Thunder Crystal. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Yao said without hesitation, "Teacher's son. Thank you for your invitation. But Thunder Crystal is too important to me. I choose Kyoto University. Thunder Crystal is an extremely rare Thunder attribute treasure. After the War Beast absorbs it, it can increase the strength of its lightning ability. The most important thing is that it can also help the War Beast break through the level shackles, which is particularly effective for War Beasts below the Platinum level. There is no doubt that after obtaining the Thunder Crystal, Xiao Yao will give it to his father's Thunder Wing Green-Eyed Tiger to help him break through to the Platinum level. Although the original liquid of the Tree of Life is precious, there is a certain amount of output every year. There is one in the treasure house of Kyoto University. This is what Bai Chengfeng told him before. But the Thunder Crystal is a treasure that can only be encountered by chance. Once you miss it, you don't know when you will meet it again. Bai Chengfeng. It's you again. Suddenly was so angry that his teeth itched. If it weren't for Bai Chengfeng, Xiao Yao might have joined Shuemu University. Damn it! Suddenly pretended not to care. And nodded, "Okay. We will respect every student's choice." After that, he looked at Yi Xiaozhu. "Yi Xiaozhu, we invite you to join Shuemu University. The conditions we gave to Xiao Yao just now remain unchanged." Zhang Lao said, "Yi Xiaozhu, we also offer the same conditions at Kyoto University. We also have the original liquid of the Tree of Life." Yi Xiaozhu glanced at Xiao Yao and said, "He joined Kyoto University. I will only join Shuemu University." Xiao Yao, "See you in the league?" After saying that, he stood beside Sunli. Sunli breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Xiaozhu was not seduced by Kyoto University. Although Yi Xiaozhu is slightly inferior to Xiao Yao now, he is definitely a genius of the demon level. And he is also a member of the Yi family. It is not certain who will achieve more in the future. Paying 20 points and a drop of life essence every month to get such a genius is definitely a deal that does not lose money. Xiao Yao walked towards Bai Chengfeng, because he knew that Uncle Bai must have played a crucial role in getting Lei jigging. Bai Chengfeng patted his shoulder and said, "Go back to the hotel and have a rest. I will give you the reward for the first place in points, and the Lei Jing tomorrow." Xiao Yao points were too high. Even if his cultural scores were lower, it would definitely not shake his position as the first in weighted scores. Xiao Yao reward was paid by Kyoto University, and Yi Xiaozhu reward for the second place in points was paid by Shuemu University. However, the rewards were just a drop in the bucket for the two universities, far less than the Life Tree Essence and Lei Jing. Oh yes, there are rewards for the top scorer. Xiao Yao eyes lit up. He had forgotten that there were rewards for the top scorer. He was about to ask what the reward was, but Bai Chengfeng said directly, "Don't ask, you will know tomorrow." Okay. Xiao Yao said hello to the teachers of Kyoto University and left. When he left, he felt that several Kyoto University teachers always looked at him strangely, especially those female teachers. Their eyes were very wrong. Is it possible that they have taken a fancy to me? Xiao Yao shuddered. Auntie, I still like to work hard on my own. Chapter 117, Skybreaking Ring and Spiritual Herb Bone Strengthening Pill. Chengfeng, how do you know this kid will definitely choose Thunder Crystal? After Xiao Yao left, old John couldn't help asking. Bai Chengfeng explained, because his father has been stuck at gold level 5 for many years. If he has Thunder Crystal, he can break through to platinum level. I see. Old John suddenly realized. But you're going to have to spend a lot of money this time. Thunder Crystal is not cheap. There is no Thunder Crystal in the school treasury, so this must be Bai Chengfeng's personal collection. It's really expensive. But it's okay if it's used on the right person. Bai Chengfeng smiled. Zhang Lao, it seems that you have a good relationship with Xiao Yao's father. Bai Chengfeng's smile widened. His father was my roommate in college. And also my best brother. Lao Xiao. You didn't accept the things I gave you. But you won't refuse the things your son gave you. Is that so? Zhang Lao nodded. I will explain the situation to the principal. You have made a great contribution to attracting a genius like Xiao Yao. I will definitely ask the principal to reimburse you. Bai Chengfeng laughed. Then I thank Mr. Zhang. Xiao Yao returned to the hotel, had a big meal on the second floor of the hotel, then returned to the room, and took a good bath. Lying on the bed, he counted the gains of this trial. First, Xiaoke and Lao Niu experience points increased. Zhuan Rage Beast, Bronze Level 1, 575/1000, Minotaur Chieftain, Bronze Level 1, For 62/1000, because Xiao could kill more enemies, his experience points are higher than Lan Yo. In addition, he successfully entered Kyoto University, not only obtaining the privilege of 20 points per month, but also obtaining treasures such as lei jigging, and of course, the unknown treasure of the first place in points. It can be said that he returned with a full load. With a happy mood, Xiao Yao quickly fell asleep. Ding, the phone rang. Xiao Yao opened his eyes in a daze and turned on the phone. It was Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao saw the display on the phone screen and answered the call. Xiao Yao, I'm at the door of your room, Bai Chunfeng said directly. Ah. Xiao Yao hurriedly got out of bed, with a messy hair, and opened the door for Bai Chunfeng. Seeing Xiao Yao look, Bai Chunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Still sleeping, look at the time now. What time is it? Xiao Yao opened his phone and looked. Oh my god, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. He slept from 7 o'clock last night to 9 o'clock in the morning, sleeping for more than 10 hours. This is the longest time he has slept. Bai Chunfeng walked into the room, sat on the chair and said, Wash yourself first. Okay, Uncle Bai. Wait a moment. Xiao Yao ran into the bathroom, brushed his teeth, washed his face and washed his hair. And it took less than 5 minutes in total. This is the speed of a real man. Of course, the speed of washing. Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao walked to Bai Chunfeng with a refreshed spirit. Bai Chunfeng didn't waste any words, and directly took out a ring. This is the Shattering Sky Ring. The space is about 5 cubic meters. Then, a jade box and 2 porcelain bottles suddenly appeared on his table. The jade box contains thunder crystals. Don't open it casually. The porcelain bottle contains spiritual grass bone strengthening pills. A total of 40 pills. Spiritual grass bone strengthening pills. Xiao Yao eyes lit up. Now he has also dabbled in common elixirs. The 100 herbs bone strengthening pills rewarded by Shaojun Mountain before are mainly used for black iron level war beasts. And the spiritual grass bone strengthening pills are the advanced version of the 100 herbs bone strengthening pills, mainly for bronze level war beasts. 40 pills, really a lot. But compared with the spiritual grass bone strengthening pills, Xiao Yao still values the broken sky ring the most. This is space equipment. When you go out, it is a must-have for killing people and robbing goods. And it is 5 cubic meters. He remembered that Gui Yufan used one that was only 1/3 of a cubic meter, which was more than 10 times larger than his. Kyoto University is indeed rich and powerful. This time it really made a fortune. Xiao Yao took the broken space ring and asked, Uncle Bai, how do you use this? Bai Chunfeng said, drop blood to recognize the master. Ha, it's the same as in the novel. Will an old grandfather pop up for me too? Xiao Yao took out the claw of the blue claw bear and pointed at the tip of his finger. Blood flowed out and dripped onto the broken sky ring. The broken sky ring slowly absorbed the blood. Not long after, Xiao Yao felt that he had an inexplicable connection with the broken sky ring. He placed his hand on the jade box. And with a swish, the jade box disappeared instantly. Then, the jade box suddenly appeared on the table again. How magical! Xiao Yao exclaimed. When you reach the platinum level, you will not look down on this thing anymore. Bai Chunfeng smiled and said, this is just a small space. Hurry up and improve your strength. Xiao Yao chuckled. Diamond level bosses naturally look down on a mere 5 cubic meter sky-breaking ring, but as a newbie, he still needs it. If he had the sky-breaking ring before this trial, he would definitely have a very comfortable life in these 3 days. He thought about it. When he got home, he would buy a bunch of necessary supplies and put them in the sky-breaking ring. Water, meat, canned food, tent, dagger, blanket. More than a dozen things flashed through his mind. Pack up your things. I go find Xiao Xiao first. You can come home with me later. Bai Chunfeng said a few words and left. Xiao Yao packed his luggage and sat in the lobby on the first floor waiting for Bai Chunfeng and the others. Many students had already left with their luggage. When they saw Xiao Yao, they looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Many people remembered that this guy was a bronze-level boss. Damn. He was handsome and strong. He was not going to let anyone live. Xiao Yao was calm and listened to the song by himself. Recently, the famous singer Lu Yi released another single. The lyrics and melody are just SOSO. He was used to listening to the masterpieces of various big names in his previous life. He was not interested in such sloppy songs. However, Lu Yi's voice is very unique. Even if it is a very ordinary song, it will be very beautiful when she sings it. This talent is really God-given. It's a pity that the song is not good, and this good voice is wasted. This wait lasted for an hour. Finally, Bai Lingsha and Bai Changfeng appeared. Xiao Yao, sorry for the long wait. Xiao is a little slow. Bai Changfeng glanced at Bai Lingsha and said, dawdling is a common problem for all girls, even summoners are no exception. Xiao Yao smiled. It's okay, girls have more things, it's understandable. See, Dad, your awareness is not as high as Xiao Yao. Bai Lingsha snorted twice. Bai Changfeng shook his head helplessly. Your mother and I are both vigorous and decisive in doing things. How come you didn't inherit any of it? It's because you took too good care of me. Xiao Yao thought to herself. The richer a girl's family is, the more likely she is to dawdle, because everything is usually packed in advance by her parents. When she is on her own, she seems to be in a hurry. TSK. Bai Lingsha rolled her eyes and said nothing. At this time, Bai Lingsha noticed the broken sky ring in Xiao Yao's hand, and her eyes were full of envy. Just now, Bai Changfeng revealed Xiao Yao's reward to her. She didn't feel much about the spiritual grass bone strengthening pill and the thunder crystal, because she couldn't use them anyway, but she was really greedy for the broken sky ring. Although she was greedy, she would not ask her father to prepare one for her. The points earned by Kyoto University can be exchanged for the broken sky ring, and she wants to earn what she wants with her own strength. Chapter 118 Going Home. After returning home, Wanyu and Bai Lingyun were sitting in the living room waiting. Dad, Brother Yao's sister? Bai Lingyun shouted happily. Hearing this, Bai Lingsha narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous look flashed across his eyes. Humph, you actually put Xiao Yao in front of me. Bai Lingyun suddenly felt cold. When he saw Bai Lingsha's narrowed eyes, he secretly said that it was bad. He quickly picked up the teacup on the table, quickly walked to Bai Lingsha, and said respectfully, Dear sister, please have some tea. Bai Lingsha saw that this was his favorite honey grapefruit tea. And after taking it, he said lightly, Not bad? Xiao Yunzi, you have made progress. Xiao Yao looked at the two with amusement. Bai Lingyun was completely suppressed by his sister, and it was estimated that there was no hope for him to turn over in this life. After sitting down, Wanyu first asked the two about the trial. Bai Lingsha did not hide anything, and basically told them everything about their experiences in the past few days, including how Xiao Yao rescued him, what monsters they encountered, and the final battle between Xiao Yao and Yixiozhu. After listening, Wanyu said with a smile, It seems that this trial is all thanks to Xiao Yao. He really helped me a lot. Bai Lingsha admitted frankly. Without Xiao Yao, she would have been eliminated on the first day. Brother Yao is awesome. The little fanboy Bai Lingyun shouted excitedly, hearing the battle between Xiao Yao and Yixiozhu at the end. His heart surged, and he wished he could be one of them. Huh? Bai Lingsha glanced at him, and Bai Lingyun was silent instantly. Xiao Yao, thank you for taking care of Xiao. Wanyu said with a smile. And Xiao and I are friends, and it is only right that we help each other. Xiao Yao said modestly. Okay, go and prepare lunch. Xiao and Xiao Yao haven't had breakfast yet. Bai Changfeng suddenly said. He watched the entire trial, and this guy didn't treat himself as an ordinary friend. If he continues to take care of her, his precious daughter will run away with another man. Damn Xiao Li. I prepared Lei Jing for you, and almost lost my daughter. I really owe you in my previous life. Got it. Wanyu got up and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Ding at this time, Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha phones rang at the same time. Xiao Yao opened his phone and saw that it was a text message from the Joint Entrance Examination Admissions Office. Xiao Yao, congratulations on your first place in the Joint Entrance Examination with 707 points in cultural subjects and 15,600 points in trial. A teacher will contact you in the near future. Please keep your phone open at all times. 707 points? Xiao Yao smiled. The total score of cultural subjects was 750. He scored 707 points, which was an extraordinary performance for him. On the other side, Bai Lingsha was also very happy. Her score in the cultural subjects was 699 points, 1 point away from 700 points, and her trial score was 3,600 points, which made her third in the total joint exam, only behind Xiao Yao and Yixiozhu. Of course, she knew in her heart that the high score in the trial was inseparable from Xiao Yao. After all, many prey were found through Xiao Ku. But she scored 699 points in the cultural subjects, which must be better than you. Bai Lingsha asked casually, Xiao Yao, How many points did you get in the cultural subjects? Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment, and said, 707. How much? Bai Lingsha immediately raised her voice. 707. Is this what you call okay? Bai Lingsha took a deep breath, and spoke word by word. She still remembered that the night before the joint entrance examination, Xiao Yao was still worried about his cultural studies, saying that his cultural studies were just okay. Is this okay for you? Big liar. Bai Lingsha snorted, and went upstairs with her luggage. Xiao Yao smiled bitterly. I was just trying to make conversation. I can't say that I'm good at academic subjects. Seeing Xiao Yao being humiliated in front of his daughter, Bai Chengfeng suddenly felt a sense of pleasure. You little brat, you're playing the pig to eat the tiger, and now you're eating my Bai family. You're humiliated now. That, Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao looked at Bai Chengfeng, and Bai Chengfeng immediately put away the smile on his face. What's the matter? Bai Chengfeng said calmly. I'm going to go back to Yinshan right after dinner. Brother Yao. You're going back so early. Stay a little longer. Bai Lingyun immediately tried to persuade him to stay. He had only been with Xiao Yao for a short time, but he had already become Xiao Yao's most loyal fan. With Brother Yao suppressing the female devil, he was bullied less. He usually did things like serving tea and pouring water. But with Brother Yao around, the female devil rarely ordered him around. This was his patron saint. Xiao Yao said, Lingyun, I have some things to deal with when I return to Yinshan. I will come to see you when Kyoto University starts. Okay, you can go back after dinner. Bai Chengfeng said directly. He naturally knew why Xiao Yao was in such a hurry to go back. Okay, Bai Lingyun said somewhat sadly. Lunch was still rich, golden gray qing and beef, paired with various vegetables, and the last red fruit. Xiao Yao ate so much that his waist could hardly stand up. After resting, Xiao Yao booked a high-speed rail ticket to return to Yinshan as soon as possible, and said goodbye to Bai Chengfeng and others. Auntie Xiao Lingyun, I will go back first. See you in a few months. Xiao Yao took his luggage and waved goodbye. 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 Brother Yao. Xiao Yao glanced at the three people, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I am really lucky along the way. With the support of my family, the company of my friends, and the training of my elders. Without these, even if I have the system, I will never reach the height I am today. Goodbye. Xiao Yao waved again, and then walked into the garage with Bai Chengfeng. Bai Chengfeng sent Xiao Yao to the high-speed rail station and told him, Xiao Yao, don't relax for a while. Beijing University is a place full of competition. You not only have to compete with people in the same class, but also with those sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. It is most important to work hard to improve your strength. Uncle Bai, I understand. I won't relax. Xiao Yao nodded heavily. Even if Bai Chengfeng didn't say anything, he wouldn't relax his requirements on himself. With the golden finger, as long as he worked a little harder, he would grow at a very fast speed. And when he saw the heroes, he was familiar with appearing around him and becoming stronger and stronger. The sense of accomplishment in his heart would push him forward. His biggest goal now was to become a king-level hero and let more heroes shine in this world. Okay, I won't say anything else. Have a good trip. See you in a few months. Okay, goodbye Uncle Bai. After saying goodbye to Bai Chengfeng, Xiao Yao set out on the road home. On the way, his heart was surging, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. After getting the Lei Ji Jing, with the accumulation of his father, he will definitely be able to break through to the platinum level. The platinum level is also a big watershed. On the one hand, the beast control space can be used as a space equipment. On the other hand, the platinum level war beast can be combined with the summoner. The summoner himself will also exert a powerful force at that time. What will my father's new war beast look like? What will it look like after the combination? Looking forward to it. Chapter 119 Shaoli by Jean. 4 hours later, Xiao Yao got off the car and headed straight to the law enforcement team base. Xiao Yao is back. Xiao Yao. Our great genius is back. Along the way, many law enforcement team members greeted Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao nodded one by one, find someone and asked, Is my dad in the office? Yes. Okay, thank you. Xiao Yao walked to the door of Shaoli's office and knocked on the door. Dang dang dang. Come in. Shaoli's voice came. Xiao Yao pushed open the door and saw his father, as usual, bowing his head to handle affairs. Oh, my son is back. Xiao Yao showed a look of surprise, stood up and walked to Xiao Yao. Why don't you take your luggage home? Xiao put Xiao Yao luggage aside, sat down, made a cup of tea and handed it to Xiao Yao, and said with a smile, "Tell me, how was the joint entrance examination? If your son comes, he will definitely be the first?" Xiao Yao said proudly. "You little brat. Look at what you can do," Xiao Li scolded with a smile. However, he also knew that with his son's bronze-level strength, it was a foregone conclusion that he would win the first place. "Is Lao Bai family okay? Uncle Bai and Aunt He are both very nice to me. And Xiao Xiao and Ling Yun are also very enthusiastic." "Xiao Xiao? It seems that you two are very close," Xiao Li suddenly said. "Xiao Xiao is very beautiful." "Right?" Xiao Yao subconsciously replied, "Beautiful." Xiao Yao body stiffened, and suddenly realized it. He turned his head and saw Xiao Li half-smile expression, and pulled his mouth awkwardly. "Well done. Keep working hard in the future." Xiao Li smiled with satisfaction. He didn't know what he meant by keep working hard. "I still have some official business to deal with now. You can go to Guijian and the others first, and then go home tonight and tell us about your experience in the past few days." "Dad, I think you can put your official business aside for now. I have something to give you." After saying that, a jade box suddenly appeared on the table. Xiao Li didn't look at the jade box, but focused his eyes on Xiao Yao's broken sky ring, and said with interest, "This is the broken sky ring. It didn't exist when I was in college. It seems that it was only developed in the last 10 years. Is this a reward for the joint entrance exam?" Xiao Yao nodded. "Yes, the shattering sky ring is my reward for getting the first place in the total score. The things in the box are extra rewards paid by Kyoto University in order to compete with Mizuki University for my admission." "Extra rewards? Then why is it for me?" Xiao Li smiled. "Dad, I can't use this thing. I can only give it to you." "Oh, then what is this?" "You know when you open it. It's quite mysterious." Xiao Li smiled and opened the jade box. This is easy. The moment the jade box was opened, the two people's eyes were instantly filled with purple light. A strong electric current flowed in the jade box, and a purple crystal was quietly placed in the box, emitting a strange glow. Xiao Yao felt his hair stand up instantly, and his skin felt tingling. After closing the jade box, Xiao Li said with a complicated expression, "Lei Qijing." "Yes, it's Lei Qijing, Dad. How about it? Are you satisfied with my gift?" Xiao Yao said very proudly. "Satisfied? I am very satisfied," Xiao Li replied, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. "Crazy. Crazy, I didn't expect that you would finally give the Lei Qijing to me. It turned out that Bai Chengfeng got a piece of Lei Qijing a long time ago, and wanted to give it to him, but he felt that this thing was too valuable and could not accept it. As a result, the Lei Qijing was transferred to him through his son's hands, and the reason for getting it was also very legitimate. No need to think, this must be Bai Chengfeng behind the scenes. Forget it, I owe you another favor. Dad, are you ready to break through now?" Xiao Yao said with expectation. "What exactly is the platinum level like? What will be the new war beast of Dad? He is really looking forward to it." "Now," Xiao Li said with a smile. Relying on the background of the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger, and the assistance of Lei Qijing, he has absolute confidence that he can successfully break through the platinum level. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Right now. Go downstairs." Xiao Li took the jade box and walked out of the office, while Xiao Yao followed closely behind Xiao Li. "Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao." Along the way, the law enforcement team members saw Xiao Li, and nodded and greeted him. "Captain Xiao. What is he doing?" "I don't know, but it feels like something big is happening. Captain Xiao is going downstairs. Let's go take a look." Many people looked down secretly. Standing in the square in front of the law enforcement team, a white light flashed, and the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger appeared instantly. Roar. Thunder-winged green-eyed tiger spread its thunder wings. Blue lightning lingered above it, and its dark tiger eyes looked around. "Hi, Overlord." Xiao Yao greeted him from the side. Roar. Thunder-winged green-eyed tiger looked at Xiao Yao, with a touch of kindness in his eyes. "Wow, Captain Xiao summoned thunder-winged green-eyed tiger. Is there something urgent?" "I don't know. Generally, Captain Xiao won't summon it unless there is a special situation." "What happened?" Xiao Li looked at thunder-winged green-eyed tiger and said, "Overlord, today is the time for you to break through. Are you ready? Breakthrough?" The thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger flashed a look of doubt. He has been stuck at gold level 5 for a long time, and has not made any progress recently. How can he break through? Xiao Li did not waste words, and directly opened the jade box. Easy. The strong electric current spread instantly, and the rich purple light filled the entire square. What is that? Oh my god, I feel numb even from such a distance. This should be a treasure with thunder attribute. Thunder attribute, could it be? Fuck. The captain is about to break through the platinum level. Someone shouted. And the entire law enforcement team fell silent instantly. Platinum level? Fuck. Captain Xiao is about to break through the platinum level? Boom, the entire law enforcement team exploded. And everyone rushed downstairs, wanting to confirm everyone's guess with their own eyes. ZZ, the wings of the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger unconsciously flashed with lightning, and the dark green eyes burst into strong surprise and shock. He could feel that if he absorbed the energy above, he would definitely be able to break through the platinum level. Roar, the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger roared, stretched out its claws, and grabbed Lei Qijing directly. Xiaoli did not stop it, and watched the claws touch Lei Qijing. At the moment of contact, the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger's entire body was instantly surrounded by purple light. The purple light was extremely dazzling, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Roar, the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger's painful and excited roar came from the purple light. As the purple light became brighter and brighter, an electric field several times stronger than before appeared. Xiao Yao felt his body numb and retreated more than 10 meters before he felt relieved. Easy. Electricity continued to flow into the body of the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger. The purple electric light attached to the thunder wings and continued to extend outward, making the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger look as if it had added a pair of oversized wings, both domineering and with a strange sense of coordination. Roar. At this time, the thunder-winged green-eyed tiger roared loudly. His body suddenly expanded. The electric current around him penetrated into his body like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Lightning gathered in his dark green eyes, emitting a strange purple light. War Beast named Thunder-Winged Green-Eyed Tiger. War Beast level Platinum level 1. War Beast skills Wind and Thunder Wings, Tiger Roar, Green-Eyed Ghost Kill, Tiger Diamond Body, Lightning Spear, Crazy Thunder Chains. Boom. At this time, Xiaoli's body shook violently. His eyes were closed tightly. His body slowly floated into the air. The blue-purple electric current continued to flow along his body. A strong and domineering aura burst out. Platinum level, success. Chapter 120 Storm Spirit and War Beast combined. Paw. 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 The glass of the law enforcement team building shattered one after another. Everyone suddenly felt short of breath, looking at Xiaoli in shock. Platinum level, this is definitely platinum level. Captain Xiao has reached platinum level. Oh my god, my boss is platinum level. Shua. At this moment, Xiaoli suddenly opened his eyes. There was a strong wind gathering between his left eye, and there was a surge of wind and thunder in his right eye, and he waved his hand, and the new War Beast appeared in front of the world. Name of War Beast Storm Elf. War Beast level Platinum level 1. War Beast skills Lightning, Wind Wall, Levitation, Wind Prison Demon Killing Formation, Thunder Aurora Finger, Wind and Thunder Immortal Body. The Storm Elf is about the length of a human arm, has a handsome and strange appearance, has a light blue body, is surrounded by whirlwinds, has a thunder crown on its head, is like a king, is proud and noble. The Storm Elf's body floats in the air, gazes around, then looks at Xiao Yao with a pair of indifferent eyes, as if looking at an ant. At this time, Xiaoli stared at him, and said seriously, "This is my son." The Wind Elf's eyes fluctuated, and finally turned from indifference to calmness, and turned his head to look elsewhere. Xiao Yao didn't care about the indifference of the Storm Elf. After all, his strength was too far behind that of the Storm Elf. And he and the Storm Elf didn't have an emotional foundation, like he did with the Overlord and Lao He. War beasts and monsters are very simple. If you are weak, they will look down on you. But seeing that his father's new war beast is a Storm Elf, he was very happy. First of all, the Storm Spirit's qualifications are needless to say. With 6 platinum level skills, it is definitely one of the top war beasts. Secondly, the Storm Spirit's skills are also very powerful. Lightning, Wind Wall, and Levitation are 3 skills that combine attack, defense, and assistance. Wind Prison Demon Killing Formation is a large-scale attack combat skill. Although we have not seen its actual effect, we know it is absolutely powerful just by hearing the name. While Thunder Aurora Finger is a single-point attack capability, although the attack range is not as good as Wind Prison Demon Killing Formation, its lethality is much stronger. The last one is the Wind and Thunder Indestructible Body, which is a bit like the natural fruit ability in One Piece. It can transform into wind and thunder at any time. and physical attacks are ineffective. Wind and thunder are almost ineffective. It is a very strong life-saving skill. From this point of view, the Storm Spirit not only has comprehensive attacks, single-point attacks and range attacks, but also has excellent defense, and has almost no shortcomings. Moreover, the appearance of the Storm Spirit also makes up for the weaknesses of the Father's War Beast system. The 4 War Beasts of the Father: Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger, Black Demon Ape, Red Flame Dog, Ironback Bear, are all wild beasts, excellent in close combat, but lack long range and range attack capabilities. Even though Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger has Blue-Eyed Ghost Kill, Lightning Spear, and the newly appeared Wild Thunder Chain, but due to the weakness of Wild Beast's elemental control talent, the damage of these skills is also limited, mainly to assist him in close combat. But after the appearance of Storm Spirit, Wind Prison Demon Killing Formation, and Wild Thunder Aurora Finger can completely make up for the last shortcoming of Dad, and become the most comprehensive hexagonal warrior. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao couldn't help but say, "Dad, congratulations." Xiao Li also smiled. He had been stuck at gold level 5 for many years. Now he finally broke through. You can imagine how excited he was. However, his son and subordinates were there, so he didn't show it too much. Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao. At this time, people kept running down from the law enforcement team building. Some even jumped out of the window and came to Xiao Li. Captain Xiao, congratulations on your promotion to platinum level. Captain Xiao, congratulations. Captain Xiao, what is your new war beast? Is it an elf? Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao. When the storm elf saw so many weak humans around, he showed a hint of impatience on his face, and his body floated in the air, flying to the side of the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger. Roar because they had signed a soul contract with Xiao Li, the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger, and the Storm Elf would naturally get close to each other, and could communicate with each other, so the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger also took the opportunity to tell him some information. Okay, everyone. Be quiet. Xiao Li pressed his hand, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Thank you for your congratulations, I have been promoted to platinum level, and my new war beast is a Storm Elf. Wow, Storm Elf. The elf is so handsome. Just like a prince. It's the king, look. He has a crown. What's the point of you guys focusing on appearance? This is a platinum level elf. His elemental lethality is the most terrifying. Okay? What do you care about me? I just like to look at appearance. So what? Okay. 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 There's nothing to say to people like you. Xiao Yao was on the side, listening to everyone's discussion with a smile. Xiao Li was promoted to platinum level, and the law enforcement team members were no less happy than he was. First of all, the boss becomes stronger, which naturally drives the subordinates to become stronger. The stronger Xiao Li is, the more resources the law enforcement team headquarters will issue. Moreover, after becoming platinum level, the power of Yinqing law enforcement team will be further enhanced, and the law enforcement process will become smoother. Those organizations that have the support of gold level masters. Let's see if they dare to pretend to obey in secret. Captain Xiao, can't the platinum level merge with the war beast? Can you show us? Yes. Yes. Captain Xiao, please show us your skills. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened immediately, looking forward to it. Xiao Yao also showed his expectation. Merging is the most famous ability of the platinum level, and he has never seen what it looks like when a summoner merges with a war beast. Okay. Xiao Li nodded readily. Even if others didn't say anything, he would have tried it. After all, he also wanted to feel how strong the platinum level combat power was. Overlord. Xiao Li looked at the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger. Although the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger and the Storm Spirit could merge with him, Xiao Li still preferred the Overlord, who had been with him for many years, and had a deeper relationship with him. Roar. Feeling Xiao Li's thoughts, the Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger roared, and the Thunderwing fluttered, and the whole body turned into a stream of light, and poured into Xiao Li's body. Boom! The violent momentum burst out, and the people standing around Xiao Li were instantly forced to retreat a few steps. Wow! A pair of strange thunder wings spread out from behind Xiao Li, and blue-purple lightning lingered above. Xiao Li shook his wings, floating in the air. His eyes turned into a dark green, and he stretched out his right hand. The back of his palm was covered with tiger stripes, and his sharp nails were extremely sharp, exuding a metallic color. Zzz, as easy as his mind moved, a 5-meter-long lightning spear appeared in his palm. Xiao Li's mouth curled up. This powerful feeling is really fascinating. Wow. So handsome. Thunder Spear. My god. Does Captain Xiao look like Zeus? I really want to take a photo of Captain Xiao and hang it on my bedside. I report that someone is fantasizing about Captain Xiao and expelled him from the team. Fuck you. I want to use Captain Xiao to motivate myself. Platinum level is my goal in the future. Forget it. Let's become silver level first. Xiao Yao looked at his father's strange, domineering and charming look, and couldn't help but feel excited. Platinum level. I want to become platinum level too. Chapter 121 Sensational Choice City Guard. A stream of light flew out of Xiaoli's body. The stream of light landed, and the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger reappeared in front of everyone. Xiaoli slowly landed on the ground, with a smile on his face. Captain Xiao, cool. Captain Xiao, from today on, you are my idol. Captain Xiao, you have always been my idol. Xiaoli smiled and said, okay, everyone has seen it. Let's go back first. By the way, old Wang, ask someone to fix the glass. Wang Dihao nodded and said, okay. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Xiaoli, Xiao Yao, and the two war beasts, who were constantly communicating in the front square. Dad, you were so handsome just now. Xiao Yao laughed. Xiaoli pretended to frown. You mean, I'm not handsome usually? I'm also handsome usually, and I was even more handsome just now. Xiao Yao gave a thumbs up. Haha, you also contributed to my handsomeness. Xiaoli smiled, and then said, Xiao Yao, after being promoted to platinum level, I will report the situation to the headquarters. Also, after the news spreads, I think I will be very busy next time. You should go home first. I understand. Then Dad, I go home first. It's okay to stay here. After Dad is promoted to platinum, it's his turn next. There are still spiritual herb bone strengthening pills in the sky-breaking ring that he hasn't used yet. Xiao Yao took his luggage away, said hello to the law enforcement team members, and left. As Xiaoli expected, within a few minutes, the news that Xiaoli was promoted to platinum level soon caused a sensation among the top leaders of Yincheng. Municipal Office. Leader, Captain Xiaoli of the law enforcement team was promoted to platinum level? The secretary glanced at his phone and reported quickly. What? A middle-aged man in his 50s suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, Platinum level? Are you sure? The secretary nodded. Very sure. I saw it with my own eyes from the law enforcement team. Good. Good. The leader said excitedly, this is a blessing for Yincheng and the people of Yincheng. Yincheng has one more platinum level, which is more important than 10 more gold levels. The platinum level is almost the top combat power of ordinary cities, and it is also the ultimate trump card against the beast tide. With one more platinum level expert, Yincheng's safety has increased dramatically. Moreover, the person who is promoted is the captain of the law enforcement team, who is an official insider, which is undoubtedly the best news for the leaders of Yincheng. Quick, call Captain Xiao for me. I want to congratulate him as soon as possible. Zaya Junction Base. Report to the commander, we have received news that Xiaoli, the captain of the Yincheng law enforcement team, has been promoted to the platinum level. What? Li Daocheng shouted in surprise. Platinum level? Yes, it is indeed platinum level. Li Daocheng grinned. Oh, this Lao Xiao, quietly broke through the platinum level, is worthy of being a graduate of Kyoto University. He is just more talented than us. Okay, I know, I will call him now. Yincheng No. 1 High School. Coach Zhou opened his mobile phone, and saw the message sent on it, and was stunned. Platinum level, actually broke through the platinum level. I am really awesome. My son is a monster, this family. Coach Zhou smiled, and shook his head. He didn't call Xiaoli to congratulate him immediately, because he knew that Xiaoli's phone would be blown up by calls at this time. But he still sent a congratulatory message to Xiaoli. After sending the message, Coach Zhou murmured, Platinum level, Yincheng sky is about to change. Underground Casino. Boss, Xiaoli has broken through the platinum level. Shua, the middle-aged man on the chair, frowned immediately. Are you sure? Sure, it's spread in many places now. The man looked solemn. After a long pause, he waved his hand. Okay. I understand. The subordinate nodded and prepared to leave. At this time, he hesitated and said, Boss, the law enforcement team's affairs in the future. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, cooperate with them fully. Our casino does not need customers with cases. Understood. Boss, I will inform them right away. After the subordinate left, the middle-aged man's eyes were deep. Xiaoli. Black Front Hunting Team Boss. Xiao Li has been promoted to platinum level. Oh! A burly man asked in surprise. Is Xiao Li a platinum level? Yes. Great. Great. I finally succeeded after so many years. Along, go get the best stuff in the warehouse. I will give it to Captain Xiao tonight. Yes. The major organizations in Yinqing, especially those with gold-level masters, all received the news of Xiao Li promotion at the first time. Some people were happy for him. Some people were worried. But no matter what they thought, they sent their congratulations as quickly as possible. On the other side, Xiao Li sat in his office, looking very happy. He had just spoken to the headquarters of the law enforcement team, and the headquarters promised to raise the level of the Yinqing law enforcement team next month and allocate more resources. In addition, the headquarters also gave a suggestion that he could go to Wu City, the capital of Zhong Province, to serve as the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. And the Yinqing law enforcement team would send another gold-level person to serve as the captain. But Xiao Li declined this suggestion. He had lived in Yinqing since he was a child. And his parents, wife and children were all here. Changing the environment was a huge change for the family. In addition, he has a group of brothers who have followed him for many years. They finally made it with him, and will get more resources in the future. However, if he leaves, they will have to adapt to the new leader again, and there will be no resources. This is unacceptable to him, seeing that he insisted on staying in Yinqing. The law enforcement team headquarters did not force him, and promised to distribute the resources as soon as possible next month. After hanging up the call from the law enforcement team headquarters, Xiao Li's phone did not stop for a moment. And it was all congratulations from various organizations. After finishing all the things, a few hours have passed. Dang dang dang. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Gee. The door was pushed open. Seeing the visitor, Xiao Li stood up suddenly. Brother Xiao. The visitor interrupted Xiao Li. Just call me He Yang or He Lao Gu. Okay, brother He. Xiao Li nodded, quickly made a cup of tea, and handed it to He Yang. He Yang looked to be in his 60s, with some wrinkles around the corners of his eyes. He was not tall, but he had an upright figure. Brother He, why are you here? Xiao Li asked. He Yang smiled and said, I rushed here as soon as I heard that you were promoted to platinum level. You are indeed a graduate of Beijing University. You are really gifted, Xiao Li said modestly. Compared with brother He, I am still far behind. He Yang shook his head. Brother, I am 65 years old, and I was promoted to platinum by chance. And you are much younger than I was then, Xiao Li said. I was promoted with the help of others. Otherwise I might be a few years later than you, He Yang said. Luck and connections are also part of strength. You don't have to belittle yourself. I came here today to ask for your opinion on something. Please speak. Brother, I want you to replace me and become the defender of Yinqing. Chapter 122 Awakening Battlefield Bronze Level 2. City Guard? Xiao Li was very surprised. Every city close to the wild will have a city guard. The minimum strength of a city guard is platinum level. In super large cities, like Kyoto and Magic City, there are more than one city guard, and they are at least master level or above. The city guard is the last line of defense of the city against the beast tide, the city's stabilizing force, and its importance is irreplaceable. Because of their importance, the country will treat them well. Money, resources, status. Why did He Yang give up this position? Seeing Xiao Li doubts, He Yang explained, Brother Xiao, I am 97 years old this year. I have spent countless efforts in more than 30 years. But I only reached Platinum 3 in the end. He sighed, with my qualifications, I am afraid that it will be difficult to break through the diamond level when my life ends. I am fine. By then, I will be more than 100 years old, have many children and grandchildren, and my life will be very complete. But, he looked reluctant, I can't rest easy when I think that my war beast will die with me. So that's how it is. Xiao Li suddenly realized, he understood what He Yang meant. Even for platinum level summoners, their lifespan is limited. 150 years old is the average lifespan of most platinum level summoners. Some have a long lifespan of 160, 170, but this is rare. If you can reach diamond level, the average lifespan will reach 180 years old, and if you are lucky, you can live to 200 years old. But even if this number is not small, it is still too short for some war beasts. For example, some wild beasts, such as canines and cats, have a lifespan similar to that of humans. When the summoner dies, they are almost old. But for some war beasts, such as elves, turtles, undead or plants, their lifespan is much longer than that of summoners. When the summoner dies, the war beast will also die. This is also the regret of many summoners before their death. Although it sounds unfair to the war beasts, since they enjoy the convenience of rapid strength improvement, they are destined to bear certain costs. This is the law of the summoner world. Then brother, what do you mean? Yang said in a deep voice. I want to go to the awakening battlefield and find an opportunity to break through the diamond level. Brother, the awakening battlefield is a meat grinder. Do you want to think about it again? Xiao frowned and said. Yang waved his hand. Brother, I naturally know the cruelty of the awakening battlefield. Even the platinum level is not safe. But this is my only chance. Yang's eyes showed emotion. Almost 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. I, Yang, have become famous at a young age. I have experienced money, power, and beauty. Now I have children and grandchildren. And I have no regrets in life. He showed a determined look. I have paved the way for the children, so in the last few decades, I will also fight for the war beasts. I would rather die on the battlefield with the war beasts, than let them die with me in bed. I understand. Xiao nodded. Brother, if you really make up your mind, I will replace you as the city guard. However, the city guard is appointed by the state, and I am not sure whether I can do it. Yang smiled. Brother Xiao, if you agree, then the city guard will definitely be yours. Since you are a native of Yinqing, you must have a deeper feeling for your hometown than I do. And your background is clean. And your strength and potential meet the standards. As long as I report it, this position will not be given to others. But I won't leave so soon. Before I go to the awakening battlefield, I still have to arrange some things. It will take about 3 years. Let me celebrate my 100th birthday in Yinqing. Xiao smiled and said, when you are 100 years old, I will definitely give you a big gift. Thank you. Yang stood up and said, Brother Xiao, since we have reached a consensus, I will not stay any longer. Many people are anxious to see you. Xiao smiled bitterly. Indeed, the phone has not stopped. I originally wanted to have dinner at home tonight, but the city has already prepared a hotel, so I can't break the appointment. Brother, why don't you come too? Brother, I won't join you. I'm an old man, and I'm sure I spoil your mood. Yang smiled and waved his hand, turning to leave. Ding, the phone rang again. Xiao shook his head and answered the call. On the other side, after Xiao Yao returned home, he put down his luggage and came to the war beast breeding area inside the community. At this point, there was no one in the breeding area. Xiao Yao directly summoned Xiaoke and Laonyo. Moo. Xiaoke and Laonyo looked around in confusion. No enemy found. Paw. At this time, a porcelain bottle appeared in Xiao Yao's hand. He poured out 2 spiritual grass bone strengthening pills from the porcelain bottle. Come! De Lang. Air Lang. Take the medicine. He fed the 2 pills into the mouths of the 2 beasts. The 2 beasts rolled their tongues and swallowed the pills. After the pills went down, the 2 beasts only felt warm in their stomachs, and a trace of warm currents flowed through various parts of their bodies, and soon the warm currents disappeared. 10 seconds later, Xiao Yao saw that Xiaoke and Laonyo experience points were increasing, and eventually each increased by 30 points, and no longer changed. Wow! They absorbed so quickly. Bai Chengfeng told him that it takes a certain amount of time for a war beast to absorb the full effect of the pill. Generally 2 to 3 days. And don't feed the second pill before the effect is fully absorbed. I didn't expect Xiaoke and Laonyo to absorb so quickly. And it was done in just a dozen seconds. It's worthy of being a cheat. It's just different. Do you two feel like you can take a second pill? Laonyo, no problem. Xiaoku, I can take 100 pills. 100 pills. You are dreaming. I don't have money. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes. Spiritual herb bone strengthening pill is not Maltesers. You want to take 100 pills by yourself, you are dreaming. Xiaoke curled his lips. Pauper master. Xiao Yao was full of black lines. I am fucking. You are right, I am a pauper. All his money on him is less than 10,000 yuan. For a summoner, he is indeed a pauper. Still have to make money. He shook his head, and continued to take out 2 pills, and fed them to the 2 beasts respectively. Just absorb. Feed. Absorb. Feed. Xiaoke ate 15 pills, and his experience value reached bronze level 2, 25/1200. Lao No ate 18 pills, and his experience value reached bronze level 2, 2/1200. After the promotion, Lao Nyo and Xiaoke bodies were strengthened. At the same time, Xiao Yao also noticed the changes in the skills of the two beasts. For example, the damage reduction effect of Lao Nyo firm will increase from 55% to 56%, and the time was changed to 8 seconds. Xiao Yao inherited the skill of firm will, so his panel information also changed. The damage reduction time of Xiaoke ancestor Hal was also increased to 7 seconds. It was also increased before, but Xiao Yao didn't notice it. However, the 7-second damage reduction is really powerful, which greatly enhances Xiaoke combat ability. After both war beasts reached bronze level 2, there were still 7 spiritual grass bone strengthening pills left, but he didn't plan to continue feeding them. This stock will be used when the next breakthrough is imminent. Chapter 123 Perfect Match. Lu Hui was naturally very happy about Xiao Yao's return, and prepared his favorite dishes in the evening. And Xiao Yao also told her about his father's breakthrough to the platinum level. Lu Hui smiled and said, "I knew this a few hours ago." "Ah, so your father told you." Xiao Yao said a little depressed. He originally wanted to give his mother a surprise in person. "Your father didn't have time to tell me, but several city leaders, and some people I don't know called me many times to congratulate me, so I knew the news of your father's breakthrough. So that's how it is." Xiao Yao didn't expect his dad to break through. Others called his mom. "Okay, let's eat first. Your dad won't be back tonight." "Then let's eat first." Xiao Yao shrugged. "Looking at this situation, I guess my dad won't be able to go home for dinner in the next few days." After dinner, Xiao Yao also shared this good news with Bai Changfeng. "Uncle Bai, my dad has broken through the platinum level." "Oh, really? Congratulations." Bai Changfeng smiled. He knew Xiaoli's situation very well. He was usually busy with official duties, and the resources in the small city were insufficient. So he was stuck at gold level 5 for many years, and could not break through. However, Xiaoli War Beast had great potential and strength. What he lacked was an opportunity or key resources. With Lei Jiging's help, breaking through to platinum level was a matter of course. "Uncle Bai, I'm also bronze level 2 really?" "Congratulations," Bai Changfeng replied subconsciously. And suddenly, he realized it. "Bronze 2? Bai Changfeng's eyes widened. He remembered that it had only been about a month since Xiao Yao broke through to bronze 1. He was able to break through again in a month. You treat breaking through as drinking water. So easy? "Uncle Bai, this is also thanks to the spiritual grass bone strengthening pills awarded by the school." Xiaoke and Lao Nyo finished eating them, and broke through smoothly. "Finished eating? Did you let them eat all the pills?" "No. Xiaoke ate 14 pills, Lao Nyo ate 18 pills, now there are 8 pills left." "You feed them more than 10 pills a day? Are they okay?" Bai Changfeng suddenly felt ridiculous. "Other war beasts take 1 pill to slow down. Are you eating the pills as snacks?" "No problem, maybe my war beast is more peculiar." "Strange." "Okay." Bai Changfeng's mouth twitched. He felt that he would not be surprised by anything that happened to Xiao Yao in the future. "Xiao Yao, don't relax even if you have made a breakthrough. Try to make another breakthrough or 2 before school starts. If Xiao Yao can really reach bronze level 3 or 4 before the start of the school year, then his strength will not be inferior to those students who have just entered the sophomore year. Even among the sophomores, he is also the best one. At this rate, it is very likely that he will be able to participate in the National League in his junior year." "Uncle Bai, I understand. I will work hard." After hanging up the phone, Bai Changfeng thought for a while, and directly dialed Xiaoli's number. In the hotel banquet hall, more than a dozen tables were toasting. Xiaoli was at the main table, and many people lined up on the side waiting for a toast. Ding, the phone rang. Xiaoli took out his phone, and saw that it was Bai Changfeng's call. He smiled, stood up and said to the people at the table, "Everyone, excuse me. I have to take a call." "Captain Xiao." "Take your call. Don't worry about us." "Yes, Captain Xiao. You are welcome." Xiaoli walked to an empty place, and answered the phone. "Hello. Crazy man old Xiao. Do you feel good about being promoted to platinum level?" "It's really cool. It's much more cool than when I beat you up back then." "Fuck, when have you ever beaten me up?" "Believe it or not, I can beat you up with one hand right now. Heh, if you dare to hit me, I beat up your grandson, and make you so heartbroken." "Grandson? What grandson? Fuck, Your uncle. Bai Chengfeng immediately realized what Xiao Li was referring to, and cursed. Damn it, you let your son come to my house. Did you plan to beat up my Xiao Xiao a long time ago? Xiao Li smiled. Isn't it good to have a son-in-law who comes to your door? What, is my son bad? That's not the case. Xiao Yao is still a very good kid. In this regard, Bai Chengfeng still showed his recognition and appreciation. But I've been wondering, is Xiao Yao your son? How can a little trash like you give birth to such a monstrous son? Now it was Xiao Li's turn to lose his composure, and he cursed. Hack you, what do you mean, if Xiao Yao is not my son? How can he be your son? Bai Chengfeng chuckled. He looks like you. And his personality is similar to yours. But in terms of talent, you and your son are a world apart. This is called a disciple surpassing his father. Okay. To be honest, I approve of Xiao Yao. But whether Xiao Xiao likes him or not is up to her. Anyway, I neither support nor oppose. I know. Let the children solve their own problems. By the way, what is your new war beast? And what are its skills? Bai Chengfeng asked. Xiao Li did not hide it, and told Bai Chengfeng all the information about the Storm Elf. Storm Elf, very good, perfectly complements the shortcomings of your war beast system. Bai Chengfeng is the person who is most familiar with Xiao Li war beasts. Even Xiao Yao can't compare with him in this respect. After all, the two of them have performed too many tasks together, and they know each other's situation clearly. The weakness of Xiao Li war beast system is that it has no range damage and strong magic damage. Now the appearance of the Storm Elf perfectly makes up for this. This bastard is really lucky. Okay, I won't talk about anything else. I guess you must be very busy tonight. I'm hanging up. Crazy. What's the matter? Thank you. Xiao Li knew that. Lei Jing was not a reward from Kyoto University to Xiao Yao, but it was prepared by Bai Chengfeng for him a long time ago. It was only handed over to him because Xiao Yao won the first place in the joint entrance examination. He was very clear about this feeling. Thank you for nothing. When did you become so hypocritical? I'm hanging up. Beep. The phone was hung up. Xiao Li smiled and shook his head. Who is Captain Xiao talking to on the phone again? It seems that he is laughing and scolding. At the table, many people were watching Xiao Li every move. I don't know, it seems that he must be a very close friend. A man said with envy. It would be so happy to have a good relationship with Captain Xiao. This is a platinum-level strongman, the strongest person in Yincheng. He Yang is usually very low-key, and many people don't know his existence, so in the minds of most people, Xiao Li is the strongest person in Yincheng. I remember that Captain Xiao's wife works in an accounting firm. And his son is a senior in Yincheng No. 1 High School. I'm going to think of a way to get around and try to get on good terms with Captain Xiao. Yincheng No. 1 High School. What a coincidence. My daughter is in Yincheng No. 1 High School. I have to ask her to get in touch with Captain Xiao's son more in the future. Maybe they can become a couple. Your daughter? Looking at his companion's small eyes and flat nose. The man pursed his lips and stopped talking. What do you mean by that expression? Nothing. Nothing. Let's eat. Damn. Do you look down on me? My daughter? No. No. Just looking at your looks. Your daughter and Mr. Xiao are definitely a perfect match. Humph. That's more like it. Chapter 124 Black Front Hunting Team. It has been 3 days since Xiao Li was promoted to platinum level. During these 3 days, Xiao Li received countless forces, and the gifts at home were almost piled up. In the end, he had no choice but to stuff them all into his beast control space. At the same time, Lu Hui accounting firm's business volume increased dramatically, so she had no time to go home to cook these days, and often went home late at night. Xiao Yao also encountered the same situation. Many people came directly to his home, visiting and giving gifts. Even if Xiao Li was not there, they would chat with Xiao Yao for a few words, calling him young Master Xiao all the time. In the end, he was annoyed, and simply hid in the law enforcement team. Fortunately, they had met almost everyone they needed to meet. And the family finally had a quiet time. You've been annoyed these days, haven't you? Xiao Li sat on the chair, and said helplessly. Xiao Yao sighed. I'm so annoyed. There are a lot of strangers for no reason, and I have to smile, which makes my face almost stiff. Ha, this is the reality of society. Xiao Li laughed. When you are successful, there will be a group of people around you who want to please you, but when you are down, these people will leave you in an instant. Okay. This matter is over. And now let's talk about your business. My business? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. What is it? Xiao picked up the teacup, took a sip and said, "You still have 3 months before school starts. How are you going to spend these 3 months?" How? Speaking of this question, Xiao Yao was also a little entangled. He definitely didn't need to go to school, because his strength was much higher than that of other students. And they couldn't train together. The small training ground was not good either, because a poor guy didn't deserve to go there. From this point of view, he could only stay in the law enforcement team. However, there is a problem with the law enforcement team, that is, the cases are not fixed. Sometimes there are no cases for a week or two. Even if there are cases, it is often not his turn to fight. The only advantage of staying in the law enforcement team is that he can practice with Guijian or others, and accumulate combat experience, but it is difficult to increase the experience points for Xiaoke and Lanyo. At this time, Xiaoli said, "I will give you 2 choices. One is that you stay in the law enforcement team, and continue to assist Guijian in handling cases, and usually let him or others practice with you. What about the second one?" The second one? Xiaoli paused for a moment, deliberately leaving the question in suspense. "Have you heard of the Black Front Hunting Team?" Black Front Hunting Team? Xiao Yao shook his head in confusion. He knew about the hunting team, which was a group of summoners who went to the wild to hunt monsters together, and brought valuable items from the monsters back to the city to sell. The Longting Trading Zone in Kyoto, the largest summoner trading market in Longwa, many of the shops there were backed by high-level hunting teams. But he really didn't know which hunting teams Yanqing had. Xiaoli explained, "The Black Front Hunting Team is the most famous hunting team in Yanqing. Their captain is Renfeng, a gold level 4 summoner, who has a good relationship with me. So in addition to the law enforcement team, I can also arrange you to join the Black Front Hunting Team." "I choose the Black Front Hunting Team," Xiao Yao said without hesitation. He really wanted the opportunity to go hunting in the wild, and have a strong team as a guarantee. "Okay. I take you to see Renfeng later," Xiaoli said. Although Xiao Yao would be safer if he stayed in the law enforcement team. Under his own eyes, his growth space would definitely not be as big as going to the Black Front Hunting Team. After all, the wild is the destiny of summoners, and the fastest place to grow. He still trusts Renfeng. He is quite capable, upright and generous. And the whole team is also very good, which can guarantee the safety of the child to the greatest extent. Of course, as long as you go to the wild, it is impossible that there is no danger at all. But since you have embarked on the path of summoners, some risks are inevitable. Only when you are strong can you fully control your own destiny. At noon, Xiaoli brought Xiao Yao to a private restaurant in Yanqing that was very famous for its cuisine. There were already 3 men in the room waiting for the 2 to arrive. Captain Xiao is honored to attend the banquet. I, Renfeng, am really flattered. Seeing Xiaoli coming in, a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood up and smiled. Xiaoli smiled and said, "Old Ren, if you keep talking like this, I'm leaving." "No. No. No." Renfeng hurriedly grabbed Xiaoli's arm. "Sit down. Captain Xiao. This is your son Xiao Yao." "Right." Xiao Yao said politely. "Hello, Uncle Ren." "Come, Xiao Yao. Sit here." After everyone sat down, Renfeng pointed to the people next to him and introduced them. "They are my vice-captains. This is Wei Welong. And this is Shang Ziming." "Hello, Captain Xiao." The 2 nodded respectfully at the same time. "I have heard of these 2 people. And they are both your right-hand men," Xiaoli said with a smile. Renfeng laughed. "Indeed. Without them, my hunting team would be finished. You know me. I don't bother to take care of those messy things. And they are basically the ones who worry about them. By the way, let them serve the dishes first." Shang Ziming immediately notified them, and soon, exquisite cold dishes were served on the table. After a few pleasantries, Xiaoli told the purpose of this trip. "Old Ren, I need to trouble you with something." Renfeng patted his chest. "Just tell me if you have anything." Xiaoli patted Xiao Yao's shoulder and said, "This time it's for my son Xiao Yao, who just awakened this year, will graduate from high school soon. Before entering college, I want you to take him out to practice more in the wild, to broaden his horizons." Hearing this, Renfeng's face suddenly showed a trace of embarrassment. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Captain Xiao, this may be a little difficult to handle. You know, our Black Front Hunting Team only accepts bronze-level summoners. Of course, this is also for safety reasons. Black Iron level is too dangerous in the wild. Sometimes it is too late to protect them. I think Xiao Yao has just awakened this year. It is a bit too hasty to go to the wild now. When he reaches bronze level, I will personally take him to the desolate plains. On the side, Wei Yuelong and Shang Ziming heard Renfeng answer, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the boss didn't hinder Captain Zhao's feelings and put the bomb in. After all, the wild is not a training ground. Anything can happen there. If a black iron level player goes in, he may die if he is not careful. It is impossible for their team members to focus on Xiao Yao all the time. If something goes wrong, no one can afford the wrath of a platinum level strongman. Rejection is the wisest choice. After hearing this, Xiao Li smiled and said, "Old Ren, don't worry about this." "Don't worry." Renfeng opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this time, Xiao Li said, "Xiao Yao is a bronze level 2 summoner." Bronze? Bronze level 2 summoner? Renfeng and his friends froze and looked at each other, their eyes full of distrust. What are you kidding? Bronze level 2 just after awakening this year? Are you talking in your sleep, or am I still asleep? Chapter 125 The Desolate Plains. Why, you don't believe what I said? Xiao Li said with a smile. Renfeng's expression was tangled. It's not that I don't believe it, it's really. Xiao Li smiled and said directly, "Xiao Yao, let them see your war beast." Xiao Yao nodded. He looked at the surrounding environment first. The room he was in was on the first floor. The room was relatively empty. Even if he let Lan Niu out, it would be fine. Shua! A flash of white light, Xiaoke and Lan Niu suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Really bronze level. When Renfeng and the other two saw Xiaoke and Lan Niu, they stood up suddenly, with shock on their faces. Is this really a senior high school student, who awakened this year? He reached bronze level in half a year, and bronze level 2 at that. What kind of monster is this? Witnessing Xiao Yao bronze level with their own eyes, they were more shocked than when they learned that Xiao Li had broken through to platinum level. After all, Xiao Li had been stuck at gold level 5 for many years, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through to platinum level. But Xiao Yao was different. It had only been less than half a year since he awakened in the senior high school, and he could break through to bronze level 2 in such a short time. This speed was simply unheard of. The father is a platinum level warrior, and the son is a genius. This family is really amazing. Renfeng showed a touch of admiration. Captain Xiao, I didn't expect that you are not only strong yourself, but also cultivated such an excellent son. I am sitting in a well and looking at the world. Come, I will toast you too. Renfeng picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Xiao Li returned a glass of wine in a happy mood. Hearing others praise his son, he was much happier than hearing compliments on himself. Captain Xiao, since Xiao Yao is at the bronze level, then things will be easy. If you feel comfortable, leave Xiao Yao to me. It happens that I will lead the team to the desolate plains the day after tomorrow, so let him go with me. Hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes showed anticipation. From awakening to now, he has never been to the real wilderness. The desolate plains must have a harsh environment, and there are quite a lot of monsters. But with a gold level strongman as the leader, I think it will be safe. Okay, Old Ren, I trouble you with Xiao Yao, Xiao Li said, as the captain of the Yincheng law enforcement team, a newly promoted platinum level expert. He has too many things to do. Otherwise, he should personally take Xiao Yao to the wild for training, which would be safer. However, the Black Front hunting team is not bad either. Renfeng himself is a gold level summoner, and he has many bronze and silver subordinates. They are already considered top-notch combat power in the desolate plains, which is enough to ensure Xiao Yao's safety. Renfeng looked at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, come to our Black Front hunting team base tomorrow. I take you to meet my team members. Xiao Yao said, okay. Uncle Ren. Wei Yuelong and Shang Ziming looked at each other, and the emotions in their eyes were quite complicated. On the one hand, it would be a great thing for the Black Front hunting team to make Captain Xiao Li owe them a favor. But on the other hand, Xiao Yao joining the team also made them feel more pressured. If something unexpected happened, even if it was just an injury, they were worried that they would not be able to withstand Xiao Li's anger. The boss was used to being a hands-off boss, and he was confident in his own strength. So he agreed very readily. But for the two of them, it was really stressful. However, from the bottom of their hearts, they were more inclined to accept Xiao Yao into the team. After all, on the one hand, they could get closer to Xiao Li, and on the other hand, they wanted to have more contact with this super genius. After seeing Xiao Yao's strength, They had no doubt that Xiao Yao's future would definitely be more brilliant than Xiao Li, and he would most likely become a diamond level or even master level summoner. Being able to establish a good relationship with a genius at the beginning of his career, this is an opportunity that many people would rather beg for. They don't know if boss Renfeng agreed so quickly because of this consideration. Although the boss usually looks careless, unrestrained and heroic, he actually has a kind of wisdom that is foolish. After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Li and his son said goodbye to Renfeng and others. The wine prepared tonight was brewed from spiritual fruits. Even with Renfeng's super strong physique, his face flushed after drinking it. He said dizzily, "Captain Xiao, then I won't see you off. Let Xiao Yao come to my base tomorrow." Xiao Li looked calm and said, "Okay, old Ren, then you go back first." After that, he looked at Wei Yuelong and Shang Ziming and said, "Take good care of your captain." The two nodded quickly. Okay. Renfeng was the main force tonight, and they didn't drink much, so they were still very sober. After Xiao Li and the others left, the confusion in Renfeng's eyes faded slightly. He looked at the two's backs as they walked away, and couldn't help but sigh. This father and son are really amazing. After saying that, he looked at Wei Yuelong, along. "Tell the brothers, Captain Xiao's son will come tomorrow. Everyone should be careful." Wei Yuelong nodded and said, "Understood, boss. I will notify them immediately. Also, the desolate plain has been unstable recently. Tell them to prepare all the equipment for me, and don't let anything happen." "Yes, Dad. What is the desolate plain like? Is it dangerous?" Xiao Yao was very curious about the desolate plain he was about to visit. Xiao Li said, "There are certainly dangers, but with Renfeng here, safety is guaranteed. According to our detection, the most powerful monsters in the desolate plains are platinum level. The number is unknown, but they have never approached the border of Yanqing. There are quite a few gold level monsters, but gold level monsters generally do not gather together. With Renfeng's strength, plus his many years of experience, as long as he does not go deep into the heart of the desolate plains, safety is still very high." "Is that so? Then I'm relieved." Xiao Yao nodded. Although he was full of curiosity about the wild, he had to ensure safety. He was not the kind of person who liked the unknown and excitement. Safety was the first priority in everything. He would try to be as stable as possible. He could be as stable as a master or a grandmaster. So why take risks? Of course, being stable is not being timid. He still had to try things that were very certain. "Dad, if I go to the wild, do you think I should buy some equipment tomorrow?" Xiao Yao asked. "No need." Xiao Li shook his head. "You go directly to the base of the Black Front hunting team. The wild and the trial field are two different things. Some of the equipment you bought before can't be used in the wild. In addition, you need some professional equipment. I believe Renfeng will prepare it for you." "Is that so?" Xiao Yao thought about it, and it was true. After all, he bought equipment according to the online guide before, but it is hard to say whether it is suitable for the deserted plains. You need to prepare different equipment for different environments. For example, if you go to the forest and the Gobi Desert, the equipment for the plains will definitely be different. He is very ignorant about this. "Okay, go home. Oh, by the way, have you told Lao Zhou about your admission to Beijing University?" "Yes, I told Coach Zhou the day I came back." "That's fine." Chapter 126 Testing Black Striped Bear. The next morning, Xiao Yao came to the Black Front hunting team base. This is a large outdoor equipment and monster material collection store called Black Front, specializing in selling various equipment and monster fur, meat, materials, etc. After entering the store, Wei Yuelong was already waiting at the door. "Brother Long." Xiao Yao smiled and greeted him. Wei Yuelong was not old, in his early 30s, and it would definitely not be appropriate to call him uncle, so Xiao Yao directly called him Brother Long. "Xiao Yao, the captain and the team members are waiting for you downstairs." Wei Yuelong showed a kind smile and led Xiao Yao into their underground base. There was a staircase leading down at the deepest part of the store. After the two of them went down, they suddenly saw the light. The underground floor was very large. Xiao Yao estimated that it was at least 2,000 square meters. On the left was an enclosed arena. The ground and walls were made of special materials. Both summoners and war beasts could fight on it. The right side was divided into a rest area, with benches, a bar, billiards, and several mahjong tables. Seeing Xiao Yao appear, Renfeng, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up immediately. Renfeng clapped his hands, and more than 30 people gathered around him, looking at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, welcome to our Black Front base. Let me introduce you. This is the son of Captain Xiao Li of the law enforcement team. Xiao Yao. Welcome. 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 Mr. Xiao? More than 30 people immediately responded with the most enthusiastic applause. There is no way. This is the son of a platinum-level expert, the top second generation in Yinqing. Xiao Yao bowed slightly, and said modestly, just call me Xiao Yao. Seeing Xiao Yao's polite and modest demeanor, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried before whether this young master would be arrogant, and then the days ahead would be very difficult. But now it seems, it is much better than expected. Xiao Yao, let me introduce my team members. I won't say much about Wei Yuelong and Shang Ziming. This is my nephew Renshu, a silver level 3 summoner. You two are of similar age. You can communicate more in the future. Renfeng pointed at the big guy next to him and said. Renshu was about the same size as Renfeng, tall and sturdy, with bulging muscles. They were indeed a family. He looked to be around 26, 27 years old, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a rather honest look. Hello, Xiao Yao. Renshu stretched out his broad hand. His voice was muffled. Hello, Brother Shu. Xiao Yao shook his hand and said. This is a member of the first team, Lu Peng, a silver level 2 summoner. This is a member of the first team, Duan Weiping, a silver level 3 summoner. More than 30 people. Renfeng introduced them. With a strong memory, Xiao Yao remembered the appearance and name of each person. Through the introduction, he also learned the basic composition of the Black Front hunting team. The Black Front hunting team has a total of 4 teams, each with about 8 people. The first team is led by Renfeng himself. In addition to him, there are 4 silver level summoners and 3 bronze level 5 summoners, the strongest among all the teams. Wei Yuelong and Shang Ziming are the captains of the second and third teams. In addition to them, each team is also equipped with 3 silver level and 4 bronze level summoners. The fourth team is relatively weak. The captain is Gu Cheng, who is in his 40s and looks very smart, a silver level 2 summoner. In addition to him, there are 6 bronze level members. The main task of the fourth team is to assist the first 3 teams, do some logistical work, such as support, transportation of monster materials, sales, etc., and occasionally follow other teams into the desolate plains. In general, except for the fourth team, the other 3 teams are still very strong, even much stronger than the teams of the law enforcement team. The team leaders of the law enforcement team are all silver level, but the team members are all bronze level. Although the law enforcement team has 8 team leaders, the number of silver level summoners is still far less than that of the Black Front hunting team. Of course, there are reasons for this. First of all, the admission of the law enforcement team is very strict, and the background must be clean and there must not be any stains, which excludes many summoners. After all, many summoners have hot tempers, and fighting is inevitable. There are many who bully others by taking advantage of their power. So many summoners are not qualified to apply for the law enforcement team. Secondly, the law enforcement team has great power, but the income is not too high, and the danger is not small. They have to fight a large number of summoner criminals. So many people prefer to choose the hunting team, which is similar in danger, but has several times higher income. Xiao Yao, let me first talk about tomorrow's plan. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, I will lead the first team to the desolate plains, and you will be directly incorporated into the first team and be under my direct management. Renfeng said. No problem. I trouble Uncle Ren tomorrow. Renfeng nodded and continued, in addition, you need to bring some equipment to the desolate plains. I have prepared all these equipment for you. Xiaoshu. Renshu turned around and took the backpack on the table and handed it to Xiao Yao. There are water bottles, food, knives, nightlights and other necessary supplies in it. There are also some equipment that you may not have seen. I will introduce them to you one by one when we go to the wild. Okay. By the way, there's one more thing. Renfeng said, Xiao Yao, I need to have the clearest understanding of the strength and skills of each member's war beast, mainly for the formulation of field plans. So now I need to test your strength. Do you mind? No problem. Xiao Yao said readily, Uncle Ren, how do you want to test it? Renfeng pointed to the ring on one side. Just over there, Xiao Shu, you can have a competition with Xiao Yao. Renshu smiled honestly, no problem. The team members beside him also showed their expectation. They also wanted to see how powerful the son of the platinum-level strongman was, and whether he had inherited Captain Zhao's style. Soon, Xiao Yao and Renshu stood on the ring, facing each other. A flash of white light, Xiao Yao summoned Xiaoku and Lanyo. A Wumu Xiaoku and Lanyo looked around, and found that there were many unfamiliar people around them, and they were standing on the familiar ring. Xiaoku's eyes immediately showed a high fighting spirit. No matter how many people are around him, just let him fight. The wolf-shaped war beast and the bull-shaped war beast looks like one is agile and the other is powerful. Based on the race and appearance of Xiaoku and Lanyo, Renfeng made his own judgment in the audience. Yesterday was too hasty. He did not observe Xiao Yao two war beasts carefully. Today, they are really good. Whether it is wolf-shaped or bull-shaped, they are common but powerful races in the wild beast system, and one is agile and the other is powerful. The combination is perfect. On the other side, Renshu also summoned his own war beast. War beast named Black Striped Bear. War beast level bronze 5. War beast skills Giant Bear Claws, Violence. Chapter 127. The recognition of the Black Front Hunting Team. The Black Striped Bear is huge. Its limbs are strong and powerful. There are more than a dozen light black lines on its face. It looks a little weird. As soon as the Black Striped Bear appeared, it focused its attention on Lanyo. He could feel that the big guy on the opposite side seemed to be as powerful as himself. So he secretly raised his vigilance. Xiao Yao, my Black Striped Bear is bronze level 5. Let him test the strength of your two war beasts. Renshu patted the black bear on the back and said, Okay, Brother Shu. Xiao Yao nodded. Xiaoku and Lanyo could defeat the bronze 5 beasts together at bronze 1. Now that they have both advanced to bronze 2, it is easy for them to defeat the black bear. But today is just a competition. He just needs to show off his beast skills and strength. Okay, then let's get started. By the way, we have a medical beast, so you two don't have to be too restrained, Renfeng said. The last sentence was said to Xiao Yao. Then Renfeng waved his hand. Start. Swish. As soon as Renfeng finished speaking, the old cow's body suddenly started, like a high-speed chariot, and the distance of 10 meters was reached in an instant. Boom! The two huge bodies collided, and the Black Striped Bear had no time to react, and was directly hit against the wall. Everyone felt the wall shaking slightly. If the wall had not been reinforced with special materials, it would probably have been knocked down by this. Boom! The black bear landed on the ground, making a dull sound. He opened his mouth in pain, feeling a breath of air choking his chest, extremely uncomfortable. What skill is this? Renshu's pupil shrank. He didn't expect that the seemingly bulky old cow could burst out with such an amazing speed in an instant. Just one move, the black bear was injured internally. Is this really bronze level 2? Aside, Renfeng also nodded secretly. This collision skill is interesting, fast and concealed, and its practical value is quite high. Ayo! The black striped bear finally let out the pin-up air in his chest. He roared, the black lines on his face twisted, his eyes turned red, and his body suddenly swelled. Furious, the old bull's attack completely angered him. He wanted to let the other party see how powerful he was. Bang! 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 The black striped bear rushed forward, stomping on the ground with a loud bang. The old bull was in the front, and when the black striped bear was about to approach him, the bull stomped heavily with its hoof. Bang! The black striped bear's body instantly bounced off the ground. Awoo! At this time, everyone saw a black shadow flash by, and Xiaoku knocked the black bear down in midair. Endless bondage. The wolf claws waved wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the black bear's chest was scratched into a bloody mess. Xiao Yao reminded Xiaoku to hold back before the battle, and did not let him attack the black bear's face. After all, it was a sparring match, and you should not hit the bear in the face. But even if it was just an attack on the chest, the black bear could not bear it. Awoo! The black bear opened its blood-red eyes, and its swollen bear paws slapped Xiaoku. But Xiaoku just jumped lightly, and dodged the attack of the black bear. He was so familiar with this tactic, it was almost rooted in his soul. At the same time, Old Bull also followed up with a combo. Boom! Old Bull stepped forward, raised his body, and smashed down with his thick hoof, making a whistling sound. The black bear roared, and the black bear paw expanded again, hitting the hoof directly. Bang! A dull sound sounded. Old Bull and the black bear each took 2 steps back, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. What a powerful beast! Renfeng said in his heart. You know, the black striped bear is a bronze 5 level beast. And it also used the two skills of Violent and Giant Bear Claws. And it only fought a tie with the opponent. It's incredible. What kind of race is this cow? It has such strong power. Swish. At the moment when the black-striped bear retreated, Xiao suddenly turned into a black shadow. Seeing the black shadow flash in front of him, the black-striped bear subconsciously slapped forward. But then, he felt a pain in his chest again, and the bear's paw missed. In the eyes of others, they only saw Xiao dodge the black bear's blow with his agile body, and leave a few more claw marks on the black bear's chest. But then, he unexpectedly appeared on the black bear's back, so fast that even Renfeng couldn't see clearly. Xiao stretched out his wolf claws and stabbed the back of the black bear's head. When the distance was less than an inch, the wolf claws stopped suddenly. Xiao Yao wins. Renfeng announced the result of the competition in time. Suddenly, fierce applause came from the basement. Even Renshu himself couldn't help but applaud. The strength of Xiao Yao two war beasts was beyond his imagination. One was full of strength, not inferior to his black bear, and the other was strangely fast, like a killer. The two bronze level 2 war beasts actually beat the bronze level 5 without any chance to fight back. He is indeed the son of Captain Xiao. Plop Xiao jumped off the back of the black bear, shook his head, and didn't seem to have had enough fun. Ao the black bear growled a few times in frustration. He felt that he hadn't even used his strength, but was defeated by the opponent. This feeling of being unable to use your strength is really unpleasant. Renshu patted his head and comforted him. It's okay. You're fighting two people alone. And it's normal to lose. Ao, yes. That's right. I want to fight you one-on-one next time. The black bear said with his teeth and claws bared. Okay. Okay. Renshu said helplessly. I arrange a one-on-one duel for you in the future. Xiao Yao and Renshu took the war beasts back to the beast control space and walked off the stage together. Xiao Yao, the skills of your two war beasts are very good. After stepping down, Renfeng said with a smile. According to his observations just now, the skills of the wolf-shaped beast are forward suppression and instant movement. The skills of the bull-shaped beast are knockback and collision. 3 of the 4 skills are control skills. After these two beasts join the team, they can bring more tactical changes to the team. Even though Xiao Yao is only a bronze summoner, in Renfeng's heart, his strategic value is no less than that of a silver summoner, because control skills are extremely rare. Sometimes even half a second of control can bring earth-shaking changes to the battle situation, especially in team battles. The effect is more obvious. I found a treasure. Renfeng sighed in his heart. Since Xiao and Lanyo only used 2 skills, and they were both bronze level, Renfeng subconsciously thought that these were all their skills. So he didn't ask about the skills. For the next period of time, Xiao Yao didn't leave, but played with the members of the Black Front hunting team, playing billiards, poker, mahjong, things he had never touched in his life, and had a lot of fun. The members of the Black Front hunting team also had a good impression of Xiao Yao, a young man without any second-generation heirs. So they taught him a lot of knowledge about the wild during their time together, which benefited him a lot. It was not until the evening that Xiao Yao said goodbye to everyone and returned home. With a nervous and exciting mood, he gradually sank into a dream. Desolate plains. Here I come. Chapter 128 Black Armored Ant Colony. Early the next morning, Xiao Yao arrived at the Black Front hunting team base. Renfeng and the members of the first team were ready. As soon as he arrived, Renshu handed him the backpack, and the group got in the car and drove to the desolate plain. A few hours later, the car stopped in front of the Xiaojunction military fortress. To enter the desolate plain, you must pass the inspection of the Xiaojunction military fortress. Squeak. After the car stopped, several soldiers with live ammunition walked in front of the car and said, "Please show your pass." Renfeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out a pass from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. The soldier used a black instrument to scan the pass. The green light came on, and the soldier returned the pass to Renfeng. After checking that there was no problem with the car and the people, he said to the person behind him, "Let it go." The gate opened, and the car slowly passed through the military fortress. After driving out for more than 10 minutes, the car stopped. This place is close to the border of the desolate plain. If you go deeper, you may encounter monsters. So the car can't go any further. All the members of the first team got off the car and took out 9 large black boxes from the trunk. "Xiao Yao, carry it. You can put your backpack in it." Renshu handed the black box to Xiao Yao. What is this? Xiao Yao took the black box and asked in confusion. Renshu explained, this black box is made of special materials, with good sealing and heat preservation properties. The materials we hunt will be placed in it, so it won't deteriorate in a short time. So that's it. Xiao Yao nodded and opened the black box. The black box was divided into large and small sealed compartments. And the middle compartment was just big enough to fit into the backpack. The black box was very heavy, weighing at least 150 pounds including the backpack. Fortunately, everyone was a summoner above the bronze level, with excellent physical fitness, so the weight would not have much impact. Although Xiao Yao could put the black box into the shattered sky ring, considering that everyone else was carrying boxes, he was empty-handed, which was a bit inappropriate. So he just carried it. Anyway, it's not too heavy. Xiaofeng, you go back first, Renfeng said to the driver. The driver, Li Xiaofeng, is a member of the 4th team. After sending everyone to the barren plain, he needs to return by the same route, wait until 12 noon on the 5th day, and meet them at the current location on time. Okay, boss, I wish you all the best. Li Xiaofeng waved to everyone, and drove the car back. Renfeng glanced at the team members, nodded and said, let's go. The cold wind howled. The temperature in the deserted plains was much lower than in the city, hovering around -15 degrees Celsius. Wait a minute. While walking, Xiao Yao suddenly said, what's wrong? Xiao Yao. Renfeng turned around and asked. Xiao Yao pointed to the front. There are monsters ahead, there are a lot of them, and they are coming towards us. Oh! Renfeng looked ahead, he did not feel the breath of monsters. How did you confirm it? Renfeng asked. Xiao Yao pointed at Xiaoku and said, my war beast has a good sense of smell. He smelled the smell of a monster. So that's it. Renfeng looked down at Xiaoku. He didn't expect this wolf to have such a good sense of smell. Although his years of experience in the wild have honed his strong alertness and perception, in terms of detection range, he is definitely not as good as a war beast with excellent sense of smell. Can you confirm what type of monster it is? Renfeng asked. Xiao Yao communicated with Xiaoku and said uncertainly, there are a lot of them, they look like ants. Ants? Renfeng shook his head. There are many ant-like monsters in the wasteland plains, but these ants are of low level, and most bronze level, and killing them will not yield any valuable materials. And there are so many of them, usually hundreds of them, go out together, which makes it quite troublesome to deal with them. Forget it, let's change direction. It's too late. Xiao Yao said, they are already here. Sure enough, there was a strange sound in the distance. Dense things, like black tides are rushing towards this side. Renfeng squinted his eyes, and saw that it was indeed as Xiao Yao said, it was an ant-like monster. I leave it to you. Quick battle and quick decision. Renfeng said in a deep voice. Such monsters below bronze level are not worth his effort. Just leave it to his subordinates. Yes. The members of the first team were on full alert, and the war beasts were ready to go beside them. Crack, 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 crack. The black ants the size of a puppy were getting closer and closer. Xiao Yao also saw their information. Monster named Black Armored Ants Monster Skills Giant Explosion. This group of black armored ants ranges from Iron 2 to Iron 5. And there seem to be more than 300 of them. They rush over densely, as if to destroy everything. Go! Renshu shouted. And the 8 war beasts rushed forward together. Shuo Xiaoku rushed to the first echelon in one swift step. As he moved, his eyes turned blood red, and his mouth curled up with a bloodthirsty arc. Bang! The war beast collided with the black armored ant colony, and it pierced through the entire ant colony like a rotten wood. Xiaoku waved his wolf claws. His figure fluttered, like the scythe of the god of death, harvesting lives wantonly. For these monsters, he didn't need to use any skills. Just his powerful speed and sharp wolf claws were enough. On the other side, Lao Niu also rushed into the battlefield. Dong with a heavy step. The black armored ants within a radius of 5 meters were instantly shaken up. Moo! At this time, Lao Niu suddenly roared, and a faint green light appeared on his body. Oh! This triggered the victory roar. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows, thinking, victory roar. When Alistar controls an enemy or a nearby unit dies, Alistar will gain victory levels. When the level reaches 7, he will heal himself and nearby teammates. This is the first time that Lao Niu has triggered the healing effect of Victory Roar since he appeared. The opponent in the previous battles was basically the same, and the passive effect never reached 7 levels. Today, Liao kicked a group of black ants to death. So the passive effect was triggered instantly. Victory Roar can also heal teammates. But the war beasts of the Black Blade team are too scattered, which is beyond the skill range. Is this also a skill of your war beast? Renfeng, who has been paying attention to Xiao Yao, said. Xiao Yao nodded, yes. This is Liao's skill Victory Roar, which can heal himself and teammates under the conditions. The healing effect is rare, Renfeng said with a smile. Healing skills are what many summoners dream of. With such a skill, safety will be greatly increased. Although Xiao Yao healing skills need to meet certain conditions to be activated, it is already very good. Renfeng suddenly changed his mind. In this case, this bull will have 3 skills. Bronze level has 3 skills, which is terrible. Dong Bang Sizzle except for Xiao Yao. The lowest strength of the Black Blade squad is Bronze level 5 summoner. These people's war beasts are like bullying children when dealing with black armored ants that are not even bronze. In just a few minutes, more than 300 black armored ants were slaughtered. Zon Angry Beast experience plus 51 Minotaur Chieftain experience plus 47. Looking at the system prompt, Xiao Yao was very happy. Chapter 129 Wind Wolf. The show is about to begin. The efficiency is still high in the wild, Xiao Yao said in his heart. Although each black armored ant can only bring about 2 or 3 points of experience, but there are so many of them. It takes almost no effort to deal with these black armored ants, but you can get about 50 points of experience. If you do this a few more times, you will reach bronze level 3. Seeing that the battle is over, Renfeng said, clean up the traces and leave immediately. Then, everyone took out a bottle of spray from their backpacks and sprayed it on their war beasts. This is a deodorizing spray, which can remove the bloody smell and other odors from war beasts. Many monsters in the wild rely on their sense of smell to find prey. So after using the deodorizing spray, the team's concealment ability can be greatly enhanced. Because the black ant is too low level, there is no valuable material on it. So everyone did not stay and left directly. Walking on the road, Renfeng thought of something, turned around and said to Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao, I forgot to tell you the principle of our team's loot distribution. Our Black Front's rules are like this. No matter how much you contribute in the battle, the spoils will be distributed according to the previously determined ratio. I will take 30% of the first team. The 3 silver level players will each take 15%. And the remaining 25% will be divided equally among the 5 bronze level players, which means 5% per person. Do you have any questions? Xiao Yao waved his hand. No problem. Uncle Ren, you can arrange it. To be honest, he didn't care about the distribution of the spoils at all. And he wouldn't have any objection even if there was no share. After all, he came here mainly to increase the experience points of Xiaoke and Liao. From this perspective, the others are equivalent to his bodyguards. It's good enough that he doesn't pay them, not to mention that he can share the spoils. Renfeng nodded, looking at the other bronze level players. You guys have no objection, right? Compared with the previous distribution plan, his distribution ratio with the silver level players has not changed, but because of the addition of Xiao Yao to the bronze level players, the ratio of each person will decrease to a certain extent. No problem. No problem. The other bronze level players shook their heads together. Their percentage only went from 6.25% to 5%, which was not much of a drop. Moreover, with one more player, their killing efficiency would also be higher, and the spoils they would get in the end might be even more than before. So they naturally had no problem with it. The most important thing was that they could be teammates with the son of a platinum level expert. A genius boy. Even if they lost some spoils, what would it matter? This was an opportunity that many people could not even ask for. Okay. Renfeng nodded and said, since there is no problem, let's continue on our way. Xiao Yao, can Xiaoke smell other monsters? Walking on the road, Renfeng looked at Xiao Yao and asked. They had previously searched for prey based on traces, experience and luck. If Xiao Yao could accurately locate the location of the monster, their hunting efficiency would be greatly increased. Sure, Xiao Yao replied. Okay, Renfeng said excitedly. You will lead the way for the next period of time. Xiao Yao touched Xiaoke's hair. Xiaoke, it's up to you. Xiaoke nodded, and suddenly raised his head and howled. A wood blood hunt. Active. Warwick can sense the positions of all enemies around him. The enemy closest to Warwick will continue to be affected by blood hunt for a period of time. Several bright red shadows appeared in the air. Xiaoke aimed at the thickest shadow and ran forward. Follow me. Renfeng waved his hand, and everyone followed Xiao's footsteps. Xiao's speed was not fast. Even if the summoner was carrying a black box, he could easily keep up with his pace. After about 10 minutes, everyone walked up the mountain carefully and looked down. At the foot of the mountain, a large group of wind wolves formed a circle and madly slaughtered the black-horned antelope in the middle. They were agile and very fast. No matter how hard the black-horned antelope tried, it could not break through the encirclement of the wind wolves. Monster name Wind Wolf. Monster skill Speed of Wind. Wind Cut. Monster name Black-horned antelope. Monster skill Rapid Explosion. Xiao Yao watched the whole battle. There are more than 40 wind demon wolves, all of which are above bronze, 5 of which are silver, and the strongest wolf king in the middle is silver level 5. In comparison, the strength of the black-horned antelopes is much worse. There are only a few of them, only more than 30, and only one of them is a silver leader. The rest are bronze. If the wind demon wolves hadn't intended to kill them, I'm afraid the black-horned antelopes wouldn't have lasted for a few minutes. Boss, what should we do? Everyone looked at Renfeng. Renfeng pondered for a moment and said, Counter-encirclement. We can't let a single wind wolf escape. Understood. Everyone rubbed their hands excitedly. There are many good materials on the body of the wind wolf. Its claws and fangs can be polished into weapons, or used as auxiliary materials for weapons. Its heart can be used to refine elixirs, and its skin is also very valuable. All in all, so many wind wolves are worth a lot of money. A group of people moved cautiously, forming a large circle, and surrounded the wind wolf. Swish! The wind wolf king opened his mouth, and a blade of wind shot out from his mouth, shooting straight at the leader of the black-horned antelope. The leader of the black-horned antelope moved his feet, narrowly avoiding the attack. But before he could stand firm, he felt a sharp pain in his back. It turned out that the 2 silver-level wind wolves behind him also used Wind Cut, and attacked him by surprise. Ah! The leader of the black-horned antelope looked at the corpses on the ground in despair, and he mustered up his last strength and rushed towards the wind wolf king. Rapid burst. Swish! The black-horned antelope burst out at an astonishing speed. It lowered its head, and its 2 long horns were like sharp spears, stabbing at the wind demon wolf king. The wolf king raised a bloodthirsty arc at the corner of his mouth. It moved its mind, and an invisible wind was added to its body. It stepped forward, and its speed was even faster than that of the black-horned antelope. Just when the 2 were about to approach, the wolf king shouted, and the high-speed rotating wind blade shot out from its mouth. At the same time, it stepped aside and went around the side of the black-horned antelope. Crack! The sharp wind blade cut off the black horn, and the cut was extremely smooth. The wind wolf king also successfully came to the side of the black-horned antelope. It waved its claws, and several bloody wounds immediately appeared on the side of the black-horned antelope, and blood gushed out. The wind wolf king licked the sweet blood on his claws, and there was a strong sense of playfulness in his eyes. What an interesting prey! Plop! The black-horned antelope lost too much blood, and its body softened, and it collapsed directly to the ground. It looked at the wind wolves coming towards it from all directions in despair. Ho! 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 Viscous liquid dripped from the corners of the mouth of the wind wolf, and his eyes were full of excitement and bloodthirstiness. Awoo! With the order of the wolf king, the wolves pounced on the black-horned antelope like crazy. Grunt! Grunt! The numbing gnawing sound sounded, and the wolf king sniffed the rich bloody smell in the air intoxicatedly, as if he had smelled the most charming smell in the world. At this moment, a blue lightning suddenly appeared and struck the wolf king directly. Awoo! The wolf king roared in pain, his body trembling slightly. Boom! 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 More than 20 war beasts emerged from the shadows. The leader was the silver level 5 thunder beast, silver level 5 kingmishu, which was Renfeng war beast. In addition, there was Renshu silver level 3 ice lion, silver level 1 black stone beast, and other members silver level bloodthirsty boar, Qingfeng bird, Guangguan cat, silver-tailed fox. The rest of the bronze level war beasts followed closely behind, surrounding the gale demon wolf. Xiao Yao looked at the scene below, with a smile on his face. The show is about to begin. Chapter 130 Destroying with Ease. Zizizizi. The thunder beast was filled with strong electricity, and as it moved, it started the battle. Snap. The arms of the aoki tree suddenly stretched and thickened, and the gnarled branches turned into giant pillars and swung forward. Roar. The ice lion roared, and a snowstorm erupted from its mouth, enveloping several swift-wind demon wolves in front. Ice roar. The bloodthirsty wild boar's body suddenly swelled, and its footsteps paused, and its fat body rushed forward like a chariot. Bang, bang, bang. The light cat kept throwing out light balls. The light balls fell to the ground, making an explosion-like sound. At the same time, the strong white light deeply hurt the eyes of the wind wolf, making their eyes go blank. Light explosion balls. There were only 5 silver-level wind wolves, while the Black Front Squad had 10 silver-level war beasts, so the situation instantly turned to the Black Front Squad. The Thunder Beast went straight to the Wind Wolf King, and saw its limbs glowing with blue lightning, and its figure was as fast as lightning. Snap! The giant palm with lightning flashed towards the Wind Wolf King. Awoo! The Wind Wolf King roared, and the sharp wind blade shot out from its mouth, directly hitting the face of the Thunder Beast. At the same time, its feet paused, and with the blessing of the wind speed, it was about to dodge the palm. But at this time, the lightning gathered in the palm of the Thunder Beast, and in the blink of an eye, a blue lightning shot out. Snap! The speed of lightning was extremely fast, and it hit the Wind Wolf in an instant. The strong electric current made the Wind Wolf King twitch all over, and his figure paused. But at the same time, the wind blade was about to hit the Thunder Beast. At this moment, a layer of lightning armor suddenly condensed on the face of the Thunder Beast. The high-speed rotating wind blade hit the thunder armor, and was instantly bounced off. The Thunder Beast retracted the thunder armor, and jumped close to the Wind Wolf King, and then slapped the thunder palm heavily. Bang! The Wind Wolf King flew back 5 meters, and a charred palm print appeared on his waist. The Thunder Beast was relentless, and followed the Wind Wolf King again, and stepped down with a giant palm surrounded by lightning. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The Wind Wolf King was paralyzed by the electric shock. He lost his life without even a scream. The death of the Wolf King made the entire Wind Wolf pack seem to have lost its backbone, and its fighting power dropped by 3 points. Xiao's opponent was a Bronze 3 Wind Wolf. Wolf against wolf. Xiao showed no mercy to his own kind. Charged the beast's mouth. It came within 5 meters in an instant, and with a wave of the sharp wolf claws, it immediately tore the eyeball of the Wind Wolf. Xiao appeared behind the Wind Wolf, as if teleporting, his wolf claws stretched straight, and pierced directly into the Wind Wolf's brain. Puff! The wolf claws pierced through the body. Xiao pulled out the wolf claws, and looked at the wolf beside him with cruel eyes. Pray, here I come! Lao Nyo's opponent was a Bronze 1 level wolf. His battle was even simpler. A brutal collision broke the wolf's internal organs, and it lost all its vitality. The difference in combat power was too great. In less than 3 minutes, the Wind Wolf was slaughtered. The cold wind blew, and the smell of blood drifted out, causing Xiao Yao, who had a keen sense of smell, to pinch his nose. Renfeng nodded secretly. He had been observing Xiao Yao's expression. When he saw such a bloody scene, Xiao Yao's eyes did not fluctuate at all. He was calm. Not like a senior high school student, but like a hunter who had experienced many battles. However, this kind of performance is a qualified summoner. The battle is over, and the next step is to start collecting materials, which is the source of income for the hunting team. Xiao Yao followed Renshu, watching how he dissected the Wind Wolf. The fur of the Wind Wolf is good. Many people like to use it to make coats and carpets. Skinning is also a technical job. You should start from here. Renshu was like a dedicated teacher, explaining his dissection experience without reservation. In his hands, the fur of the Wind Wolf was peeled off in 3 or 5 times. Of course, not all the fur of the Wind Wolf is valuable. Those that are too damaged will be directly abandoned. In addition to the fur, wolf claws and fangs were also pulled out, and some wolf hearts were dug out and placed in a frozen box. About 30 minutes later, everyone put the collected materials into the black box, and used a professional spray to clean the blood on their hands and bodies. Renfeng smiled with satisfaction. Silver-level monsters are not easy to encounter. Killing 5 silver-level monsters at once today is a big gain for the entire hunting team. Xiao Yao, you will lead the team from now on, Renfeng said. After experiencing this battle, Renfeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I thought that taking Xiao Yao into the desolate plains was a favor, and I would not only bear the risk, but also lose some spoils. But I didn't expect that the wolf's ability was born for hunting, and in the end, I actually benefited. Okay. Xiao Yao accepted this task without hesitation. After 2 battles, Xiao and Lao Nyo experience points increased by nearly 100. If there are more battles like this, Xiaoke and Lan Yo will probably reach Bronze 3 in 5 days. Sure enough, if you want to level up, you still have to go to the wild. In the next period of time, Xiao Yao will lead the team to find prey. But in fact, Xiao Yao expectations are still too ideal. Gathering monsters, like black armored ants, and wind demon wolves are not common in the wasteland plains. Most monsters live alone or in families. Although Xiaoke found a lot of prey, there are also many silver level ones, but after finding them, Xiaoke and Lan Yo did not have the opportunity to take action, and could only be a bystander. But for the members of the Black Wind Squad, Xiao Yao war beasts really brought them a huge surprise. Silver level monsters were encountered one after another, and the efficiency of one day was equivalent to that of the previous 3 days. At present, the black boxes of 3 people have been filled. At the current speed, there is no need to wait for 5 days. They can go home on the 3rd day. At night, several members of the Black Wind Squad sat together. Some war beasts were beside their masters, and some war beasts were on guard at the periphery. Several night lights were placed in the center, and everyone took out the food in their backpacks and started to eat. The desolate plains is not like the previous trial field. No one would bring a tent, because that would be courting death. The Black Front team chose a hillside as their residence. The ground was not very flat, and there were some gravels, so they needed to clean up the gravels before going to bed, and then sleep on the ground. Doing so can greatly maintain their flexibility, and they can escape at any time even if they encounter danger. Because Xiaoke played a huge role today, everyone's attitude toward Xiao Yao became more enthusiastic and friendly. When chatting in the evening, they shared a lot of previous hunting experiences and things to pay attention to in the wild, which benefited Xiao Yao a lot. Boss, I think based on today's efficiency, we can go back on the 3rd day. One of the members, Lu Peng, said. Renfeng nodded. Okay, I notify them later, and we go back on the afternoon of the 3rd day. The signal in the deserted plain is very poor. There seems to be a strong magnetic field interference here. It's impossible to make a phone call, but the message can be sent out. It just takes time. Xiao Yao subconsciously touched the bracelet on his right hand. This was given to him by his father before he left. This bracelet has a strong anti-interference ability, although it cannot send text messages or messages like a mobile phone. As long as you press the button on it, the other side will immediately sense it. Before leaving, my father told me that if the team encountered an irresistible enemy, then press the button quickly, and he would arrive as quickly as possible. However, if even Uncle Ren couldn't beat the enemy, how powerful would he be? At least he must be platinum level. Right? Xiao Yao couldn't help but shudder. I don't want to encounter a platinum level monster. Chapter 131 Gold Level 3 Wasteland Stone Spider. The hunting on the 2nd day went very smoothly. With Xiaoke's powerful tracking ability, the Black Front team made a lot of money, and almost everyone's box was full. On the morning of the 3rd day, after killing a silver level swift leopard, everyone found that the black box of the entire team had been completely filled, and there was no space left to place the spoils. This is really a happy trouble, Renfeng said with a smile. Generally speaking, they don't hunt for more than 5 days each time. It's rare that they return with a full load in 5 days. It's a good harvest to fill 2/3 of the black box. This time, the black box was filled in less than 3 days. I have to say, Xiaoke is really awesome. If only Xiao Yao could stay in Haifeng forever, then it would be hard for them not to get rich. Of course, Renfeng also knew that this was impossible. How could a genius like Xiao Yao stay in a small hunting team in Yincheng? To use the words of a young man, his future belongs to the Sea of Stars. Then throw some things away. You can throw away a few furs of the wind wolf to make room for the ones behind. You can also throw away those inferior claws and teeth, Renfeng said, seeing that everyone was reluctant to throw away the spoils. Xiao Yao hesitated and said, "Everyone, give these things to me." Renshu asked curiously, "Xiao Yao, your black box is full. How do you take these?" Xiao Yao did not reply directly, and took the swift wolf fur from Renshu. Swish! Right under everyone's eyes. The swift wolf fur disappeared instantly. Fuck! What the hell is this? A team member screamed. Is this the sky-breaking ring? Renfeng noticed the ring on Xiao Yao's finger, and asked uncertainly. Xiao Yao nodded, yes. It's the sky-breaking ring. Oh my god! It's really the sky-breaking ring. Renfeng was shocked. Xiao Yao, how big is your sky-breaking ring? Xiao Yao said, About 5 cubic meters. 5 cubic meters? So big? Renfeng immediately raised his voice. That's right. Xiao Yao nodded, then said, 5 cubic meters is not that big. 5 cubic meters is not big? Renfeng said speechlessly. Xiao Yao, do you know how much a 1 cubic meter shattered sky ring can sell for at an auction? How much? 8 million. Fuck. 8 million. Xiao Yao's eyes almost popped out. 1 cubic meter is 8 million, then his 5 cubic meter ring would be 40 million, considering that the larger the space, the rarer it is not too much for his broken sky ring to be worth 50 million. 50 million? This is 50 million. 8 million is not enough to buy it. Renfeng said, the broken sky ring has always been in high demand. No matter how big the space of the broken sky ring is, as long as it appears, it will definitely be bought instantly. After speaking, Renfeng looked at Xiao Yao with envy. Your 5 cubic meter broken sky ring, to be honest, I am not surprised that it is sold for 80 million. 80 million. Xiao Yao was completely in bungbu. How does it feel to wear 80 million on your finger? Xiao Yao suddenly felt that he couldn't even lift his finger. This is 80 million, which is almost 100 million. Kyoto University is too rich and inhumane. To be honest, he didn't think the sky-breaking ring was that valuable at first. Gui Yufan, who was at the silver level, had one, although the space was not big. After the platinum level, the beast control space can be used as space equipment. So from the bottom of his heart, he thought that the sky-breaking ring was only for low-level summoners to use as a transition, and its value would not be too high. But in fact, he did not realize that Gui Yufan was able to obtain the sky-breaking ring because he was backed by the strongest university in Dragon Country, Kyoto University. In addition, how many ordinary summoners can be promoted to the platinum level? Even 1 cubic sky-breaking ring can play a huge role, and sometimes it can even turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, the sky-breaking ring is definitely a super rare treasure for summoners below the gold level, because it is very difficult to make the sky-breaking ring. And the most important sky-breaking stone is very rare. So it has become so expensive now? 80 million. When Renfeng said this price, the eyes of several team members nearby almost turned green. This ring is worth 80 million? If Xiao Yao was not his teammate, the son of a platinum level expert, these people would want to kill and rob. 80 million. Even if it is divided equally. At least they don't have to work for several years. Xiao Yao, how did you get this sky-breaking ring? Renfeng asked curiously. Xiao Li was only the captain of the Yining law enforcement team. With his financial resources, he could not afford it, or even such a big sky-breaking ring. How did Xiao Yao get it? Xiao Yao did not hide it, and told everyone about the Kyoto Shuemu joint examination. First in points, defeated Master Yi Jr. After listening to Xiao Yao's story, Renfeng and others realized how talented this boy was. He overpowered the top talents in all provinces of the country, defeated Master Yi Jr.'s, and was fought over by Kyoto University and Shuemu University, the two most powerful universities in Dragon Country. This almost legendary genius is right next to me, which is like a dream. Xiao Yao, I think your father is talented enough. He graduated from Kyoto University and was promoted to the head of the Yining law enforcement team in less than 10 years. He was promoted to the platinum level before he was 50 years old. Renfeng showed his emotion, but compared with you, your father's talent is simply not worth mentioning. Xiao Yao said modestly, it's not that exaggerated. His current achievements are all due to the system. If there is no system, whether he can be admitted to Kyoto University, whether he can reach the current level of his father, is still unknown. Okay. Since you have the broken sky ring, then I won't be polite. Renfeng patted Xiao Yao's shoulder and asked everyone to store all the spoils that took up the most space in the broken sky ring. He was not worried that Xiao Yao would hide the spoils privately. After all, this is Xiao Li's son, the top genius in the country, and he would not do such a cheap thing. Let's go, since the box is almost empty, we will try to fill it before going home this afternoon. Go. Go. Go! The cold wind blew, and the dust flew. The brown hillside was undulating, and there seemed to be a hint of yellow-brown in it. Xiao Yao looked far away, and when he turned his eyes to that strange color, his heart suddenly tightened. Monster name Wasteland Stone Spider Monster Level Gold Level 3 Monster Skill Stone Wall, Petrified Armor, Stone Spider Web, Explosive Stone Burial Gold Level 3 Wasteland Stone Spider. This is the first gold level monster encountered since entering the Wasteland Plains. Xiao Yao quickly told Renfeng about his discovery. Oh! Gold level 3 Wasteland Stone Spider? Renfeng still trusted Xiao Yao judgment. Gold level 3. He touched his beard, thought for a moment and said, for the last battle, let's use it as the first move. Chapter 132 Iron Demon Ape and Fiery Mantis. Dong. 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 The steel-backed wild boar took heavy steps and climbed over small hills. From a high point, it had already seen the traces of water, licked the corners of its dry mouth, and continued to move forward. Snap! Suddenly, the steel-backed wild boar found that its feet seemed to be stuck to the ground, and it couldn't lift them up. It showed doubt in its eyes, and mustered up its strength to lift its legs. But no matter how hard it tried, its limbs seemed to be fixed, and it didn't move. Squeak! The steel-backed wild boar looked around in panic, and a feeling of extreme uneasiness surged in his heart. Crack! 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 At this time, the ground vibrated slightly, and then, the vibration became stronger and stronger, and gravel fell to the foot of the mountain one after another. Finally, a stone spider more than 2 meters high emerged from the ground. Squeak! The steel-backed wild boar screamed in fear. Crack! 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 The ground lifted slightly, and then the steel-backed wild boar realized that it was actually standing on a huge spider web. The spider web was yellow-brown, blending into the ground, which was why the steel-backed boar didn't notice it. The stone spider opened its mouth slightly. Its eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. It took a few steps forward, swung its front legs, and chopped at the steel-backed boar. The steel-backed boar gathered all its strength, pouring it into its steel-like back. But when the stone spider's limbs chopped on its back, the extremely hard steel back was like butter, and was instantly split by a hot knife. The steel-backed boar was split in half, and blood and internal organs fell like rain. Puff! The mouth parts of the stone spider pierced into the steel-backed boar meat. In just a few seconds, tons of flesh and blood turned into a sticky liquid and poured into the mouth of the stone spider. Gee! The stone spider made a satisfied sound. Just then, boom! A dull sound came from a distance. The stone spider looked up and saw a big silver guy jumping down from the sky. The stone spider took 2 steps back, and a stone wall rose from the ground, blocking it in front of it. A wild, excited roar sounded in the sky. The Iron Demon Ape's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and his whole body was covered with silver white. He clenched his fists and hammered down hard. Boom! The silver body instantly destroyed the stone wall like a battleship. As soon as the footsteps landed, the Iron Demon Ape rushed forward and smashed the stone spider with his huge iron fist. War Beast name Iron Demon Ape War Beast level Gold level 4 War Beast skills Iron Body. Great strength. Demon Ape Fist. Multiplied crackling. The mud surged, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a petrified armor on the wasteland stone spider. The iron fist hit the petrified armor, and only a cracking sound was heard. The armor was broken, and the cracks were as dense as a spider web. But the wasteland stone spider still used this force to retreat 7 or 8 meters. The wasteland stone spider's eyes showed rage and cruelty. It stepped down with its limbs, and a huge spider web turned up from the ground, trying to put the Iron Demon Ape into it like a bag. The Iron Demon Ape showed a disdainful expression, and he opened his 5 fingers and tore it outwards. Puff! The stone spider's web was like a piece of cloth, and he easily tore it apart. Crack! 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 At this time, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and dense rubble flew into the air, flying towards the Iron Demon Ape. Ding! 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 The rubble hit the Iron Demon Ape, making a crisp sound of impact. But these rubbles were extremely strange, as if they were attracted by a magnet, sticking tightly to the Iron Demon Ape. Then the wasteland stone spider roared. Bang! The rubble exploded at the same time, making a thunderous sound. Explosive stone burial. Ah! The Iron Demon Ape roared in anger. Although the rubble did not penetrate his iron body, it also caused him great pain. Bang! 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 The rapid heartbeat sounded like a drum. The Iron Demon Ape roared, and his whole body suddenly grew taller and swelled. Double. In less than a second, the Iron Demon Ape grew into a 7-meter-tall iron giant, and its muscular arms were thicker than the waist of an adult man. Dong! 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 The footsteps stomped heavily. The Iron Demon Ape's body seemed to become heavier, but due to its larger size, his speed was even faster than before. Seeing this, the wasteland stone spider quickly erected stone walls. But the Iron Demon Ape was like a chariot, destroying everything that stood in its way. In the distance, Xiao Yao nodded secretly. It felt like a bulletproof glass challenge. Unfortunately, your stone wall is not made in my country. It can't help but hit it. Seeing the wasteland stone spider getting closer and closer, the iron demon ape kicked his feet and swung his right fist forward. Huge force plus demon ape's fist. The millstone-sized iron fist hit the petrified armor, instantly piercing it. The wasteland stone spider cried out in pain. Its shell was directly cracked by the punch of the iron demon ape. Dark green liquid dripped from its body, emitting a fishy smell. But at this time, the wasteland stone spider was not in so much pain that it lost its mind. As its mind moved, a steady stream of gravel flew towards the iron demon ape and exploded directly in the air. The power of each gravel explosion was no less than that of a small grenade. Although these gravels could not injure the iron demon ape, they also blocked his forward steps in time. While the stone burial was still going on, the wasteland stone spider turned around and was about to leave. This big guy was really powerful. If he continued to fight, his life would be gone. But at this moment, an astonishing heat came from the side of his body. As soon as the wasteland stone spider reacted, he felt a sharp pain under his body. With a puff, the slender limbs were neatly cut open, and the red and green blood was directly vaporized and dispersed under the action of high temperature. A yellow-brown mantis vibrated its wings, and the flames on its arm blade gradually extinguished. It quickly flew away from the battlefield, and its body gradually turned light blue in the air. Name of War Beast: Fire Mantis. War Beast level Gold level 1. War Beast skills: Fire Arm Blade, Flame Cross Slash, Color Change and Breath Concealment, Armor Breaking Attack. Fire Mantis is Renfeng's second gold level War Beast. Just now, by changing color and concealing breath, it quietly sneaked into the vicinity of the battlefield, waited until the wasteland stone spider was injured and was unstable, and then attacked decisively. Armor Breaking Attack plus Firearm Blade. The wasteland stone spider's spider legs were directly cut off. The limbs were cut off, and the wasteland stone spider immediately lost balance and fell to the ground. Its face showed a look of pain, but the anxiety and fear in its heart overcame the pain in its body. It stood up with difficulty and fled forward with its 7 spider legs. But it was too late. The iron demon ape stepped heavily, creating a pit more than 1 meter deep. Its whole body flew forward like a cannonball. With a whistling sound, the iron demon ape stepped directly on the back of the wasteland stone spider. The pressure of more than 10 tons instantly crushed the already unbalanced wasteland stone spider. The iron demon ape swung his iron fist and smashed it down heavily. Bang! The head of the wasteland stone spider exploded like a watermelon, and red, yellow, and white dirt exploded in all directions. It's over. Xiao Yao retracted his gaze. It must be said that Renfeng, as the captain of the top hunting team in Yincheng, is indeed very strong. Although the iron demon ape is only at the gold 4 level, his melee ability is the best in the entire gold level with his strong steel body, multiplication, huge strength, and demon ape fist. Although the wasteland stone spider is only 1 level behind, the battle is a one-sided situation. After using all possible means, they didn't even break the iron demon ape's skin, and the iron demon ape could make it unbearable with just 1 punch. Xiao Yao believed that even without the sneak attack of the fiery mantis, the wasteland stone spider would definitely not be able to escape the pursuit of the iron demon ape. Looking at the slowly shrinking iron demon ape, Xiao Yao touched his chin, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know if the iron demon ape is male or female. If it is female, it can be paired with my father's black demon ape. Lao He has been single for so long. It's time to help him solve some of his needs. Chapter 133 Hidden Lizard. After the battle, Renfeng personally dismembered the wasteland stone spider. The 8 spider legs were tied up with ropes, the hard shell was separated, eyes, poison sacs, spider blood. The gold level monster was full of treasures. After collecting these materials, they were stuffed into Xiao Yao's sky-breaking ring. It's full, I can't put any more. Looking at Renfeng, who was about to hand him the materials, Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, It's full, okay then. Renfeng said with some regret. After seeing the convenience of Xiao Yao's sky-breaking ring, he yearned for it even more. This thing can play a huge role in the wild, it is both safe and convenient. It seems that I have to think of a way to get one in the future, Renfeng thought. After killing the wasteland stone spider, all the team members also had happy smiles on their faces, because they also had a share in it. The value of a gold-level monster's corpse is almost equal to the harvest of the previous 2 days combined. Perfect ending. Renfeng also showed a happy expression, and waved his hand. Go home. Go home. Go home. The team members waved their arms excitedly. Even though the trip was extremely smooth, everyone was always on edge, and dared not relax for a moment. Fortunately, we can finally go home. Everyone has made plans for what to do after returning. I want to have a good gamble. I want to eat for 3 days. I want to have a one-night love affair with a beautiful girl. Xiao Yao glanced at his phone. There were still about 4 hours left before the agreed time. If they rushed back now, they could reach the Xia Junction military base a little earlier. Everyone carried the black box on their backs and began their journey home. Everyone was relatively relaxed along the way, because the closer they got to Yanqing, the weaker the monsters would be. The chance of encountering a gold-level monster again was like winning the lottery. But what they didn't know was that less than 2 hours after they left, dozens of black monsters gathered at the place where the wasteland stone spider died. The leading monster smelled the smell, and then screamed loudly in the direction where the Black Blade team left. As soon as the sound fell, dozens of monsters immediately merged into the shadows on the ground, and moved quickly in one direction. Uncle Ren, I have something to ask you. Walking on the road, Xiao Yao approached Renfeng and whispered, What's the matter? Renfeng looked at him and said. Xiao Yao asked, Is your Iron Demon ape male or female? Renfeng smiled. What? Do you want to pair up with your father's black magic ape? Xiao Yao said embarrassedly, Uncle Ren, how do you know what I'm thinking? Renfeng laughed. Your father asked me before. Unfortunately, my iron magic ape is a male. You can only think of other ways. Okay. Forget about the male one. You can't let Lao He be a troublemaker. It seems that Lao He's happy life will be delayed. At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly thought of a question. Can war beasts reproduce? How to deal with the war beast in heat? Well, this is a profound question. I will study it later. After walking for a while, suddenly, Xiao's ears and nostrils twitched at the same time. Then he turned around suddenly, and frantically warned Xiao Yao. Be careful, there is an enemy. Xiao Yao paused, and immediately turned around to look. What's wrong? Xiao Yao. Renfeng stopped and asked. Xiao Yao said solemnly, Uncle Ren, there is an enemy approaching. Are there any enemies? Renfeng frowned. He still trusted Xiao Yao's judgment. However, there shouldn't be 2 strong enemies in this position. Out of caution, he asked everyone to be on high alert. The cold wind blew dozens of shadows, and surrounded everyone from all directions. What the hell is this? Lu Ping swallowed and said. He had been in the desolate plains for so many years, and he had never seen any monster traveling in the form of shadows. This strange appearance made everyone feel uneasy. At this time, the largest shadow changed. The black shadow gradually emerged from the ground, and after shrinking into forming, it revealed its true face. It was a lizard with a body of black, nearly as tall as a person, with extremely strong limbs, and eyes with only the deepest black. Without a trace of emotion, it looked extremely terrifying and made people feel creepy. Monster named Dark Lizard. Monster level Gold level 2 monster skill Shadow Rush, Shadow Binding, Shadow Shield, Shadow Strangling. After the Dark Lizard appeared, the remaining dozens of shadows also emerged from the ground. Monster named Shadow Lizard. Monster skill Shadow Rush, Shadow Bind. Uncle Ren, this is a Gold level 2 Dark Lizard. The rest are Shadow Lizards, from bronze to silver. Xiao Yao said quickly. Dark Lizard? Shadow Lizard? Renfeng frowned. He had come to the desolate plains no less than 100 times, and had never heard of the names of Dark Lizard and Shadow Lizard. What on earth is this? But before he could think about it, the Dark Lizard hissed, and all the Shadow Lizards surrounded him from all directions in an instant. Prepare for battle, Renfeng roared, and let the Iron Demon Ape find the Dark Lizard, while the Fiery Mantis was ready to support his men at any time. Bang! The Iron Demon Ape stepped forward and rushed directly to the Dark Lizard. But at this time, the shadow under his feet suddenly changed. More than a dozen slender shadows rose from the ground and tightly wrapped around the Iron Demon Ape's feet like ropes. Snap, snap, snap! The Iron Demon Ape raised his feet, and these shadow ropes broke quickly, making a crisp sound. Although the shadow binding did not trap the Iron Demon Ape, it also successfully hindered his steps. The Dark Lizard screamed, and the shadows of the people mysteriously broke away from their feet, and then turned into ropes, and the sharp blades rushed straight towards the Iron Demon Ape. Shadow binding plus shadow strangling. Snap, snap, snap! The shadow blades hit the iron body, leaving no white marks. But the terrifying thing was that after these shadow blades touched the body, they turned into black water and stuck tightly to the Iron Demon Ape. In a few seconds, the Iron Demon Ape was covered with black matter, and more than a dozen shadow ropes tied his body like a dumpling. The Iron Demon Ape stretched his body, trying to grab the black matter, but the matter was like flowing water, and he couldn't grab it no matter how hard he tried. King Kong. Double it. Renfeng had been paying attention to the battle of the Iron Demon Ape. Seeing that the situation was in a stalemate, he punched the bronze-level shadow lizard and blew it up, saying in his heart, "Ayo!" The Iron Demon Ape roared, and his body suddenly swelled. 4 meters? 5 meters? 6 meters? 7 meters? The 7-meter-tall Iron Demon Ape appeared. As his body grew bigger, the black matter could no longer cover his body. Squeak at this time. Fear appeared in the eyes of the dark lizard. He found that this big guy had some ability to restrain himself, and it seemed that he had hit a wall. Ah! The Iron Demon Ape hammered his chest angrily. Next. It's my turn. Chapter 134. The power of the Dark Demon emerges. Bang! With a savage charge, Lao Nyo knocked away the shadow lizard that wanted to approach Xiao Yao. On the other side, Xiao Ku also swung out his wolf claws and grabbed the shadow lizard. At this time, the shadow under the feet of the shadow lizard rose rapidly, turned into several extremely smooth black ropes, wrapped around Xiao Ku's limbs. Then, the shadow lizard approached rapidly, and its inky black claws stabbed at Xiao Ku. Xiao Ku's body was slightly bent, and a yellow light appeared on his body, just when the shadow lizard approached within 5 meters of him. "Awuh!" Xiao Ku roared, and fear appeared in the eyes of the shadow lizard, and it turned to leave. Xiao Ku struggled to break free from the shadow binding, and jumped, and was about to pounce on the shadow lizard. But at this time, several thick shadow ropes shot diagonally, and tightly entangled Xiao Ku's body. A slightly larger shadow lizard appeared beside Xiao Ku. Xiao Yao looked closely, and it was a bronze 5-level shadow lizard. The situation is not good. Xiao Yao frowned slightly. Now all members of the Black Front team formed a circle, and the war beasts stood on the periphery like a wall to block all the shadow lizards. There were more than 20 shadow lizards than war beasts, so everyone was under great pressure. Moreover, because the ability of the dark lizards was very strange, everyone did not dare to take the initiative to attack easily. In addition, seeing that the dark lizards were very difficult to deal with, Renfeng changed his plan and sent out the fiery locusts to prepare to execute the previous sneak attack tactics. But in this case, everyone's defense pressure was much greater, and some shadow lizards even needed Renfeng, the summoner, to take action to barely repel them. Crack! Xiao Ku tore the shadow rope in one swoop, his blood-red eyes revealing a crazy killing intent. These slippery ropes made him feel irritated, and he wanted to rush out and kill them immediately. But Xiao Yao calmed him down in time, telling him not to act rashly. Now everyone just needs to hold on, and wait until the dark lizard is dealt with by the Iron Demon Ape and the Fiery Mantis. Then, the shadow lizard in front of them will naturally not be able to escape. Boom! 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 The Iron Demon Ape strode forward, rushing towards the dark lizard. The heavy body stepped on the ground, leaving a trail of huge footprints. Huh? Jodian's big hand reached forward, with a whistling sound. The dark lizard's black eyes flickered, and a large group of shadows separated from the ground, transforming into a wide and thick shield. Shadow shield. Snap! The Iron Demon Ape's big hand easily penetrated the shadow shield, but these shadows, like before, tightly covered his arms, making his attack extremely slow. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark lizard took a few steps back, and pulled away. At this moment, hot energy came from behind it. The dark lizard subconsciously condensed a shadow shield behind it. The arm blade burning with blazing flames hit the shadow shield, cutting it in half instantly, and the arm blade continued to attack the dark lizard. The arm blade was like a body, cutting a long cut on the dark lizard. The blazing flames scorched the muscle tissue around the wound, emitting an unpleasant smell. Fiery arm blade plus armor breaking attack. The fiery mantis retracted its arm blade, and its wings vibrated, flying backwards. Hit the target with one strike, and run away with one touch. This is his assassin's way. Squeak! The dark lizard howled in pain, and the shadows on the ground suddenly changed into shadow spears, stabbing at the enemy behind him. But at this time, the Iron Demon Ape suddenly appeared in front of the fiery mantis, blocking all the shadow spears. In the distance, Renfeng frowned. This dark lizard was much more difficult to deal with than the previous wasteland stone spider. The main reason was that these shadows were too weird, and they could not be penetrated or torn apart. They were very sticky like taffy. "Ayo!" The iron demon ape roared angrily, waving his fist and smashing at the dark lizard. The fiery mantis was flying low in the air, waiting for the next opportunity. A shadow appeared in the eyes of the dark lizard, and it crouched slightly. Just as the iron fist hit it, its body merged into the shadow on the ground like flowing water. Dong! The punch missed, and the iron demon ape's punch directly smashed a half-meter deep hole in the ground. Suddenly, Renfeng's pupil shrank, and he saw that the shadow was actually rushing towards him quickly. Not good. Renfeng hurriedly sent 2 war beasts back for help, but it was too late to notify them now. The black shadow passed under the shadow lizard's feet, and was about to approach the team's small circle. A series of attacks hit the shadow, but they could not stop the shadow's speed. Seeing the black shadow getting closer and closer, everyone's faces showed fear. They couldn't even hit it, so how could they resist the gold-level monster? Seeing the black shadow about to enter the team's defense circle, everyone retreated a few steps in panic, and the formation was instantly dispersed. Renfeng took a deep breath, rooted his feet, made a defensive posture, and his Kingmashu and Binlei beast also stood beside him on the left and right. He knew that the opponent was so close to the team, he couldn't run away, but as long as he could resist the first attack of the dark lizard, then the fiery mantis would come to rescue. But this task was also extremely difficult. After all, he was only a gold-level summoner, and his combat power was far behind that of gold-level monsters. And even if it was a silver-level 5th-level war beast, it couldn't even touch the opponent. The only way now was to wait for the dark lizard to show up, and to resist it the moment it attacked, and then wait for the rescue of the fiery locust. But Renfeng himself was not sure whether he could resist it. The black shadow completely entered the team's defense circle, and the shadow lizards on the periphery also attacked the war beast at the same time. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. At this moment, boom! The old cow stepped heavily. A ball of black matter instantly flew out from the ground and bounced several meters. In midair, this dark mass quickly transformed into the original form of the dark lizard. What was going on? The dark lizard panicked. He did not expect that he would be ejected in the state of shadow assault. Good! Renfeng shouted excitedly. Just at this moment, the situation was reversed again. The fiery mantis flapped its wings, crossed its arms, and swung in the air. Bang! The cross-shaped fire blade burning with blazing flames came at a high speed and hit the dark lizard in midair directly. Flame cross slash. The huge force blasted the dark lizard directly into the ground, and the blazing fire cut 2 obvious charred marks on its back. At this time, the iron demon ape also arrived. The dark lizard endured the pain and launched a shadow raid again, preparing to escape. Zzzz. A bolt of lightning shot out from the thunder beast and directly struck the dark lizard, making its body numb instantly. The paralysis effect was very short, less than half a second. But it was this half a second that brought the dark lizard into hell. The iron demon ape threw a punch. The huge force plus the fist of the demon ape smashed the iron fist as big as a millstone on the dark lizard. The sound of bones bursting was heard. The dark lizard was beaten into a pulp by this punch. Squeak! As soon as the dark lizard died, the nearby shadow lizard seemed to be greatly frightened, and let out a sharp hiss, and instantly merged into the shadows on the ground, and fled in all directions. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, everyone felt relieved. Xiao Yao, it's really thanks to you. Renfeng came over and patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, rejoicing. If Xiao Yao hadn't forced the dark lizard out, thus creating time for the support of the fiery mantis, the situation would have been completely different. Letting Xiao Yao join this time is really the wisest decision. Xiao Yao smiled modestly. He was also desperate, wanting to let Lan Yo give it a try. He didn't expect that the earth-shattering could actually shake out the dark lizard. Even he himself didn't expect this. At this time, the system also moved. Minus chieftain experience points plus 100, dark demon power plus 50. Seeing the last line of words, Xiao Yao pupil shrank suddenly. Chapter 135, Blood Sensing Battle Royale. Dark demon power? How could it be the dark demon power? Xiao Yao's eyes fluctuated violently. He had always thought that the dark demon power was a power unique to the Shadow Society, but he did not expect that the dark demon power could be obtained from monsters. What on earth is this? He noticed that the system panel had changed. Dark demon power, 110 points, convertible, what is this again? Xiao Yao was about to study this conversion button. Suddenly, an illusory red light burst out from the body of the dark lizard. No. This is blood induction. Renfeng's face changed drastically. Blood induction? Uncle Ren. What is blood induction? Xiao Yao asked hurriedly. Renfeng said with an unpleasant face. Monsters above the platinum level will have a special ability, which is blood induction. When his direct bloodline dies, the blood induction is triggered, and he will know the death of the direct bloodline and the general direction of death. What? Everyone was shocked. Renfeng said in a deep voice, "It is not certain whether this monster is in the desolate plains, but we can't take risks. Everyone start to move and leave here immediately." Boss, but the body of the dark lizard has not been dealt with yet. LV Peng looked reluctant. This is the body of a gold-level monster. Renfeng carried the box on his back and ran directly towards Yincheng without looking back. He said, "If you want to die, just deal with it." After hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated and followed Renfeng closely. In the luxurious room, the man in black was writing, and suddenly his hand stopped, and he looked into the distance and murmured, "The seed is dead." He put down the pen in his hand, closed his eyes as if sensing something. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Desolate plains." In the center of the desolate plains, a golden monster was sleeping quietly. It was extremely large, even lying on the ground. It was more than 2 meters tall, snoring like thunder, and its golden scales sparkled in the sun. Suddenly, it opened its eyes abruptly. The golden vertical pupils were full of anger and murderous intent. Roar! It stood up suddenly and roared. Within a radius of 3 kilometers, all the monsters were lying on the ground trembling. "Who killed my child?" The monster roared in anger. He looked at the direction he had just sensed, moved his body, and burst out at an astonishing speed. "Uncle Ren, did you hear any sound?" While running on the road, Xiao Yao faintly heard an extremely weak roar. He asked Xiao Ku, who had better hearing, and Xiao Ku also heard the sound. Renfeng's face showed a trace of uneasiness. "I heard it too." "Hurry up. There is still an hour to reach the Xia Junction base, and everyone will be safe when we reach the base. Shaojun Mountain Base is equipped with the Sky Eye missile defense system. Even a platinum-level monster cannot stand up to it. And with his status, he naturally knows the existence of the city guard. So as long as he enters Shaojun Mountain Base, the crisis in front of him will be solved." Xiao Yao nodded, but for some reason, a sense of uneasiness always lingers in his heart. As he moved forward, he glanced at the bracelet on his hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed it. Ding ding ding. Xiao Li was in a meeting, and suddenly his bracelet made a harsh sound. Xiao Li's face changed, and he stood up suddenly. "Let's do it this way. I have something to leave first." After saying this, Xiao Li hurriedly left the meeting room. What happened to Captain Xiao? I don't know. It seems to be related to his bracelet. What happened? Walking downstairs, Xiao Li quickly made a phone call. "Old Li, Xiao Yao is in danger in the deserted plains. I have to rush there now. Please grant me temporary immunity from the eye of the sky." Xiao Li said straight to the point. Li Daocheng frowned. "Do you want me to send someone to check it out now?" Xiao Li replied, "No, Renfeng is also with him." Hearing that Renfeng was also there, Li Daocheng said no more. He was naturally aware of Renfeng's strength, which was slightly stronger than his. Since even Renfeng couldn't solve this danger, he couldn't do anything about it either. "Old Xiao, I grant you the authority right away." "Thank you." Xiao Li hung up the phone decisively. Then a white light flashed, and the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger appeared. "Overlord, merge." Xiao Li didn't say anything more, and gave the order directly. Roar! The thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger sensed Xiao Li's anxiety, and his thunder wings shook, and his entire body turned into a stream of light, and drilled into Xiao Li's body. Easy. The stream of light entered his body, and a pair of unfolded thunder wings suddenly grew behind Xiao Li. The thunder wings vibrated, and Xiao Li soared into the air, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and flew away. What happened? Looking at Xiao Li receding back, the law enforcement team members looked worried. After running for a long time with a heavy load, even with Xiao Yao's physique, he was a little out of breath. "Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon," Renfeng encouraged. Now, he could see the outline of the Xia Junction base in front of him, which made him feel a little relieved. Everyone tightened the black box behind them, and sprinted forward with big strides. After running not far, suddenly there was a slight vibration from the ground. Dong dong dong. The dull footsteps came from behind, and from a distance, you could feel the violent and overwhelming momentum. Renfeng's face changed drastically, and he roared, "Everyone, drop the black box, and rush." Pa pa pa. No one would hesitate at this time, and everyone dropped the black box together, and rushed towards the Xia Junction base. "You will die if you run too fast." Xiao Yao deeply understood the meaning of this sentence at this moment. Seeing that the base was just in front of him, but it felt like the distance was getting farther and farther. At the end, everyone heard increasingly clear footsteps, and the Xia Junction base was still far away. And everyone showed despair on their faces. Boom! With a heavy footstep, everyone finally saw the true face of the pursuer. It was a 5-meter tall monster, covered with golden scales, shining brightly in the sun, with strong limbs, full of explosive power, and a pair of golden vertical pupils flashing with anger and brutality. Monster named Golden Earth Dragon. Monster level Platinum level 2. Monster skill Diamond Body, super strong strength, Golden Scale Storm, Dive, Deterrence, Earth Dragon Roar. Cannon Roar. The Golden Earth Dragon roared, and the brutal and fierce momentum burst out. Xiao Yao felt as if his head was hit by a giant hammer. It was blank for a moment, and blood flowed down his nostrils. At this time, only Renfeng was still awake. He took a deep breath, with a look of determination on his face, said to the Iron Demon Ape, "Double it." It was too late to run now, so he could only fight to the death. Even if he died, he would die with dignity. Ah! The Iron Demon Ape's body suddenly swelled, and after doubling, it was taller than the Golden Earth Dragon. Boom! With one step, the Iron Demon Ape burst out with the strongest force, and rushed towards the Golden Earth Dragon, and used its strongest attack. Giant strength plus Demon Ape fist. Seeing the Iron Demon Ape coming fiercely, Golden Earth Dragon showed a disdainful smile. "Little thing, you are looking for death." Bang! The huge iron fist was imprinted on the Golden Earth Dragon. The Golden Earth Dragon did not move, but the Iron Demon Ape showed a painful look on his face. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the Golden Earth Dragon, and the thick forelimbs directly hit the heart of the Iron Demon Ape. Puff! The giant body of the Iron Demon Ape flew backwards, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. "It's over." Seeing that his Iron Demon Ape was beaten without any ability to fight back, Renfeng showed despair on his face. "Ho!" The Golden Earth Dragon let out a cruel roar, and saw his scales rustling. The dazzling golden light made everyone close their eyes. "It's over." Everyone clenched their fists in pain, waiting for death in despair. At this moment, thunder roared in the sky, and a 5-meter-long lightning spear pierced the Golden Earth Dragon in the blink of an eye, pushing it back several meters. Then, a majestic and domineering voice came from afar. "Who dares to touch my son?" Chapter 136. The Power of Combination. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Yao turned around suddenly, and shouted in surprise, "Dad!" Wow! A purple light flashed. Xiaoli, carrying the Thunder Wing, appeared above everyone. "Captain Xiao! Captain Xiao!" Everyone looked at the domineering figure in the sky with excitement. Although Xiaoli's appearance had changed, everyone still recognized his identity immediately. After seeing Xiaoli's arrival, Renfeng also showed a look of surviving a disaster. Xiaoli slowly landed on the ground, looking straight ahead, said in a deep voice, "You retreat first." Hearing Xiaoli's words, everyone hurriedly ran back. The platinum-level battle was not something they could get involved in. Xiao Yao also followed everyone and retreat far to the back. Looking at his father, who was like the god of thunder in front of him, Xiao Yao couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If his father was a step later, I'm afraid he would have fallen here. How lucky! At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of expectation in his heart. How strong is my father after the fusion? Feeling the powerful power fluctuation in front, the Golden Earth Dragon roared, and the fierce momentum smashed toward Xiaoli. Deterrence! Xiaoli's eyes condensed, opened his mouth, and let out an amazing tiger roar. One of the abilities of Thunder Wing Blue-Eyed Tiger is Tiger Roar. Roar! The two forces collided with each other, and suddenly a violent explosion sounded in the air, and countless flying sand and rocks were rolled up. Xiaoli's thunder wings fluttered, and his body soared into the air, and a white light flashed around him, and the Storm Spirit appeared on his shoulder. With an indifferent look, the Storm Spirit extended his right finger, and the extreme lightning jumped and condensed at the fingertips, and then suddenly exploded. Crazy Thunder Aurora Finger. Boom! The strange purple ray was faster than lightning, and the Golden Earth Dragon had no time to react, and its body was corroded by lightning. The ray disappeared, and a charred piece appeared on the golden scales, and a faint black smoke floated in the air. At the same time, Xiaoli's dark green eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally shot out two dark green lights as thick as forearms. Green-eyed ghost kill. The green light shot straight into the eyes, and the golden earth dragon subconsciously closed its eyelids. Bang bang. Although the green light failed to penetrate the golden earth dragon's eyelids, it also made it feel extremely painful. Opening his eyes, dense red blood appeared in the golden vertical pupils. Roar. The golden earth dragon roared, and a violent wind ball condensed in his mouth, and quickly shot toward Xiaoli and the storm elf. Earth dragon roar cannon. The storm elf's eyes flashed with disdain, and he opened his 5 fingers, and a light blue wind wall suddenly appeared in front of him and Xiaoli. Puff! The earth dragon roar cannon hit the wind wall. But just like butter hitting a hot pan, it dissolved into the wind wall in an instant. Seeing this, Xiaoli clenched his hands. A dozen thick lightning chains appeared under the feet of the golden earth dragon, tightly wrapped around the body of the golden earth dragon. Crazy lightning chains. The golden earth dragon paused, and his body was slightly numb. His Vajra body was extremely hard, like fine iron, and was not afraid of any attack. But it happened that the lightning ability was his nemesis. The electric current continuously stimulated his body along the golden scales. Although it was not fatal, it also made him extremely irritated. The storm spirit continued to release lightning, attacking the vital points of the golden earth dragon. The golden earth dragon's defense was too outstanding. Even the thunder aurora finger, which had the strongest single target attack power, could only cause moderate damage, and other abilities would have no effect. Therefore, the storm spirit did not use the ranged skill of the wind prison demon killing array, but only used lightning to constantly harass the enemy. Xiao Yao observed from a distance. Although the battle seemed to be in a stalemate, he still had strong expectations in his heart. You know, after the fusion, the summoner has all the abilities of the war beast, but his strength is not just as simple as the fusion war beast. Xiaoli grabbed his right hand to the side, and a 3-meter-long lightning spear appeared in his tiger-patterned palm. With a flash of lightning wings, Xiaoli disappeared from the spot, leaving a white air wave. As he moved forward, Xiaoli was filled with terrifying black air, and a hint of scarlet appeared in his dark green eyes. Black Demon Ape Demonic Burst. That's right, after the war beasts merge, the summoner can still use his own skills. And Xiaoli inherited the demonic burst of the Black Demon Ape, so he used it directly in battle. So after the war beasts merge, the summoner's combat power is equal to the sum of himself and the merged war beast, and can even exert the strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Shua. The lightning spear with demonic energy pierced the scales of the golden earth dragon, and actually poked a bloody hole. How the thick claws attacked. Xiaoli retracted the lightning spear, flew back into the air with his thunder wings, avoiding the counterattack of the golden earth dragon. Roar. The golden earth dragon's eyes were filled with rage. His strength was all in close combat. With the Vajra body and super strength, he had not yet met an opponent that could match him. But these two little things were like flying insects, flying around in front of him, and their attack power was not weak, and they could actually break through the defense of the Vajra body. Annoying things. The golden scales kept shaking. The golden earth dragon took a heavy step. Hundreds of golden light pieces shot toward Xiaoli and the storm spirit. Golden Scale Storm. This is the most powerful long-range skill of the golden earth dragon. The golden scale storm has both an extremely fast firing speed and the indestructible nature of the golden scales themselves. It has extremely strong lethality. The golden scale storm blocked all the retreat routes of Xiaoli and the storm spirit. But the eyes of the two were as calm as the sea. Zzz. Just when the golden scales were about to hit, a strong purple light burst out from the two people at the same time. The indestructible body of wind and thunder. Obviously, Xiaoli also inherited the indestructible body of wind and thunder from the storm spirit. Shwa shwa shwa. The golden scales passed through the two people's illusory bodies and smashed to the ground with a bang. Instantly, the ground exploded, as tragic as a missile washing the ground. Buzz. The bodies of the two people solidified again. Xiaoli waved his hand, and the lightning spear shot straight ahead. At the same time, the storm spirit also used the thunder aurora finger again. Bang bang. The two attacks made the golden earth dragon retreat again and again. The attack power of the wild thunder aurora finger was stronger, and it left a burn hole on the golden scales. Roar. The golden earth dragon felt extremely frustrated. These two little bugs were too restrained. The lightning ability could penetrate the golden scales, and the flying ability made it impossible for him to exert all his strength. The most important thing was that His two long-range attack abilities were ineffective against the enemy. He didn't know how to win this kind of battle. After taking a deep look ahead, his body quickly dived into the ground. I remember your smell. If you dare to show up again, I will definitely kill you. Seeing the golden earth dragon going into the ground, Xiao Li did not try to stop it. Although he had the upper hand just now, and even left a few wounds, it was just a minor injury to the huge body of the golden earth dragon. There would be no good result if he continued to fight. Let the battle end here. Xiao Li turned around, and came to the front of everyone with a move of Lei Yi. Chapter 137 Return. Dad. Captain Xiao. Captain Xiao. Seeing Xiao Li like the god of thunder, easily repelling the terrifying monster, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement, gratitude, admiration and other expressions. Xiao Li smiled slightly, and then a stream of light shot out from his heart. Roar the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger spread its wings in the air, and roared loudly. After the fusion, he felt as if he had completely merged into the master's body. Although he participated in every attack, he was still a little uncomfortable with this feeling of being out of control. Overlord, pay attention to the front. Xiao Li told him that he needed to let the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger monitor the golden earth dragon to prevent the opponent from making a surprise attack. Roar the thunder-winged blue-eyed tiger gently lowered its head, and its dark green eyes looked into the distance. Captain Xiao, thank you so much this time, Renfeng said with gratitude. If Xiao Li hadn't come to the rescue in time, he and the entire team would have been wiped out. Xiao Li waved his hand and said, Old Ren, don't be so polite. I also want to thank you for protecting Xiao Yao very well. If your Iron Demon Ape hadn't delayed for a while, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get there in time. Renfeng smiled bitterly and said, there was nothing we could do at that time. If we didn't fight to the death, we would have to wait for death. Xiao Li smiled. Fighting to the death also requires courage and faith. Many people face a crisis and don't even have the courage to fight to the death. It's over. Let's go back together, Xiao Li said. He knew that he left too hastily just now, which would definitely cause doubts and even anxiety among the law enforcement team in the city. So he had to go back quickly to explain the matter clearly. Okay. Everyone nodded. But Xiao Yao noticed that a few people looked confused and looked behind them reluctantly from time to time. Dad, we just lost some of the spoils in order to escape. Can we take them back now? They are not far away, Xiao Yao suddenly said. He knew that if he didn't say it, others would be embarrassed to mention it. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, let's go. I go with you. Upon hearing this, many team members looked at Xiao Yao with gratitude. Xiao Yao, the young master, might not care about the spoils, but they, the ordinary hunting team members, really couldn't bear to part with them. Of course, they didn't know that Xiao Yao, the son of a platinum-level expert, had less than 10,000 yuan on his body. In terms of reluctance, he was much more reluctant than these team members. That was all money. Accompanied by Xiao Li, everyone picked up all the black boxes that had just been discarded, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. Soon, everyone entered the Xia Junction military base. Old Li, I leave first. Thank you for today's matter. Xiao Li said hello to Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng waved his hand. It's a small matter. Xiao Li smiled and said, I treat you to a drink when you come back next time. Li Daocheng laughed. Then I have to see what kind of wine the platinum-level boss can treat me to. On the other side, Renfeng also said goodbye to Li Daocheng. Old Li, I go back first, because he often went in and out of the Xia Junction base. He and Li Daocheng were also very familiar with each other. Okay. Remember to come back next time after you deal with it, Li Daocheng instructed. Renfeng nodded. He knew what Li Daocheng meant. The car that the Black Front team sent to pick them up had already stopped at the base. And after picking up everyone, they drove to the urban area of Yanqing. After arriving in the urban area, Xiao Lixian left alone to deal with the follow-up matters, while Xiao Yao followed Renfeng and his group back to the Black Front base. Everyone took out all the spoils from the black box, and Xiao Yao also placed the things in the shattered sky ring on the ground. At this time, Renfeng patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, Xiao Yao, this time thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our trip wouldn't be so smooth, and we might not even be able to come back. I decided to give you 20% of the spoils this time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao quickly waved his hand to refuse. Uncle Ren, I appreciate your kindness, but the amount is what it should be. Without you, I can't go home safely. Let's divide it according to the agreed distribution. Renfeng said firmly. Just do as I say, you get more this time, and next time we will distribute according to the original plan. Seeing Renfeng so determined, Xiao Yao could only accept it helplessly. By the way, Uncle Ren, I am worried about something. Xiao Yao looked worried. Do you think that Golden Earth Dragon will remember what we look like? We have angered him. Do we dare to go to the desolate plains again? Hearing this question, Renfeng laughed. Xiao Yao, I have a question for you. 2 wind demon rabbits are placed in front of you. Can you tell their appearance apart? It seems not. Yes, we are all face-blind when we see foreigners, not to mention monsters. But many monsters remember the characteristics of their enemies by smell. So next time we go to the desolate plains, we have to use some special potions to change our smell. Renfeng said. I see. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. He now understood the last words that Li Daocheng had told him, so this is what he meant. Uncle Ren, then remember to call me next time you go to the desolate plains. Xiao Yao said. Now that this problem has been solved, he can go hunting in the wild without any worries. After this trip, Xiaoku experience value increased by more than 100 points, and Lan Yo experience value increased more because he participated in killing the dark lizard, more than 200 points. This is just the harvest of 3 days. If he stays longer in the future, or goes more times, then bronze level 3 will not be far away. Of course, the spoils of war are also a big gain. He estimated that the money he got this time, at least 100,000 yuan, if it is according to the 20% mentioned by Uncle Ren, it will definitely be higher. No problem. I will definitely call you. Renfeng said cheerfully. With Xiao Yao joining, the hunting efficiency of the team has greatly increased. Even if Xiao Li didn't have this relationship, he would let Xiao Yao continue to join the team. Then Uncle Ran. I go home first. After staying in the wild for 3 days, he wanted to take a bath quickly and have a big meal. Okay. You go back first. After the price of this batch of materials is estimated, I will directly deposit the money into your card. Renfeng said. Okay, thank you Uncle Ren then, goodbye everyone. Goodbye Xiao Yao. Goodbye. After 3 days of hunting, everyone liked this humble, experienced super genius, and second generation very much, so they said goodbye with a very warm attitude. Back home, my parents were not at home. Xiao Yao first took a good bath, and then ordered a lot of takeout. After everything was done, he began to study the new information that appeared on the system panel. Dark Demon Power, 110 points, convertible. What exactly does convertible mean? Xiao Yao focused his attention on the 3 words, convertible. At this time, a string of information poured into Xiao Yao's brain. After receiving all the information, Xiao Yao opened his eyes, with a look of ecstasy on his face. Chapter 138 Hero Gift Card Twisted Tree Spirit. So this is the use of Dark Demon Power. Xiao Yao clenched his fists excitedly. Just now the system explained to him the meaning of this, convertible. 100 points of Dark Demon Power can be converted into a Hero Gift Card. The host can grant the Hero Gift Card to others, then when this person advances, the new War Beast will be the hero on the gift card. After receiving this news, Xiao Yao first thought of his father. But then he thought, my dad had just been promoted to Platinum level, and it would take him a long time to be promoted to Diamond level. And he didn't know whether the heroes in the Alliance would only have 5 skills after being summoned. If so, then this hero gift card would be even more unsuitable for my dad. Afterwards, Xiao Yao thought of 2 more people. One was his best friend Su Xingliang, and the other was the girl he liked, Bai Lingsha. Between the 2, Xiao Yao chose his best friend without hesitation. After all, he and Su Xingliang have known each other for 7 years, while Bai Lingsha has only known him for less than a month. Although he has a good impression of her, they are just friends at present. Obviously, Su Xingliang is more important. In addition, Su Xingliang comes from an ordinary family. Without his help, the gap between them will become bigger and bigger. But Bai Lingsha is different. First of all, her father is a diamond-level boss with abundant resources. Secondly, she is very talented. Even without her own help, her growth will definitely not be slow. Then let's decide it this way. Xiao Yao murmured. The first hero gift card was given to Liang Liang. After getting a new gift card, he would consider other people. Since the power of the dark magic can be converted into a hero gift card, he must not let go of the people of the Shadow Society. He has not figured out what the dark magic power on the dark lizard is. But the Shadow Society must have the power of the dark magic. He must pay more attention to the news of the Shadow Society in the future. After coming to his senses, Xiao Yao focused his attention on the system panel and quickly clicked the convertible button. Wow! In an instant, his consciousness was brought into the familiar bright starry sky. Dozens of cards were cut quickly as before. Xiao Yao's eyes were stern, and he shouted, "Stop!" The cutting of cards stopped, and the first card in the deck was slowly turned over. Against the dark and gloomy background, a huge tree man opened his hands. His eyes and mouth were shining with green light, and several spherical tree stumps grinned strangely. Twisted Tree Spirit Makai. Swish! Xiao Yao opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was an extra line of information on the system panel. Hero gift card, Twisted Tree Spirit Makai. He didn't expect that the hero he drew would be Makai. Makai, also known as the Big Tree by Alliance players, is the most classic tank, and one of the top 3 mythical gods. This hero has extremely strong control ability, and is very tanky. It is estimated that when summoned, his defense will not be inferior to that of the old bull without the big move. And this hero is also very suitable for Liangyang. Liangyang Shadow Cat is positioned as an assassin, and his skills are Rapid Burst and Shadow Flash. Although the lethality is good, his body is relatively fragile. But with Makai, the situation is different. Makai can provide sufficient control, and Pidden can cause damage. The two attack and defend, and the combat effectiveness is not as simple as 1+1. The system stipulates that if you want to give the hero gift card to others, you must have physical contact. So I have to go back to school tomorrow. After such a long time, Xiao Yao still misses his friends. In the evening, Xiao Li and Lu Hui both returned home. As before, Xiao Yao shared his experiences and gains in the past few days. But he and Xiao Li tacitly concealed the last thrilling encounter. It seems that you have learned a lot these days, Xiao Li said. Indeed. Xiao Yao nodded. Some knowledge and experience can only be learned by going to the wild in person. As long as there is gain. Do you want to go again next time? Xiao Li asked. Go! Xiao Yao said decisively. Uncle Ren and I have agreed that next time, I will join his team. Xiao Li laughed. It seems that Xiao's performance has completely conquered them. Okay. Go ahead. But be more careful. Since his son wants to go, he will not stop him. Xiao Li knows that a top talent like his son must have a very clear plan in mind. And what he has to do is to support him unconditionally and ensure his safety. By the way, Dad, I have to go back to school tomorrow, Xiao Yao said. Xiao Li asked in confusion. I remember that Lao Zhou allowed you not to go to school. Right? Xiao Yao said. I want to go back to see my friends. Is that so? Xiao Li smiled and said, Okay, you can arrange it yourself. The next day, Xiao Yao came to school early in the morning. Wow, Xiao Yao is back. Xiao Yao, which school did you get admitted to? Xiao Yao, is the joint entrance examination interesting? As soon as they saw Xiao Yao, many people gathered around him, talking about him. Seeing so many familiar faces, Xiao Yao felt very close, and smiled and told about his experiences in Kyoto. After chatting with everyone, Xiao Yao called the members of the gossip team together. How are you doing recently? Xiao Yao smiled. Lu Lei shrugged and said, It's just like that. It's still the same few things. Physical training, training and fighting beasts. Hearing these familiar words, Xiao Yao felt dazed. In fact, more than 2 months ago, he was like everyone else, accepting training in these projects. But he has experienced too many things in the past 2 months. So after hearing these words, he felt as if a long time had passed. He noticed that except for Liangyang, the other good friends were still at Black Iron level 3. If they didn't make progress before the college entrance examination, it would be difficult for them to get into top universities. It seemed that he had to help them. Xiao Yao, you were admitted to Peking University. Right? How is Peking University? Is the environment good? Su Xingliang asked curiously. Xiao Yao put his arm around his shoulders and smiled. I want to know. It would be great if you could get in. Suddenly, Su Xingliang felt as if something had entered his body. But this feeling only lasted for less than a second. So he didn't think much about it. Then I will work harder and strive to become your schoolmate, Su Xingliang said with a smile. The others looked at Su Xingliang with some envy. They knew that Su Xingliang was the only one who could be admitted to Kyoto University. His Pai Dan performed extremely well in the war beast sparring during this period of time. He could kill gods and Buddhas. Except for Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino. Other war beasts could not last more than half a minute. Coach Xiao also said in private that even if Su Xingliang did not reach Black Iron level 5 before the college entrance examination, as long as he could perform normally, he would have a great chance of being admitted to Kyoto University. Chapter 139. The college entrance examination is over. Under the stage, dozens of people were running long distances with hundreds of kilograms of weight on their backs. On the stage, Xiao Yao and Coach Xiao stood side by side. How do you feel after meeting the genius of the whole country? Coach Xiao smiled. Xiao Yao thought for a moment, and said, it's fine, they are not as good as me anyway. You kid. Coach Xiao smiled. I haven't seen you for more than a month, and you are starting to get so crazy. Xiao Yao shrugged and said, I can't help it. As the #1 genius in the country, it's normal for me to be a little crazy after defeating the master who is the descendant of Master Yi. Ha ha ha. Coach Xiao laughed heartily. Yes. You have the capital to be crazy. I hope you can keep this mentality in the future. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I am sure. I heard that you went to the deserted plains a few days ago? Coach Xiao asked. Xiao Yao nodded, yes. I just came back yesterday. What do you think is lacking in our current training compared to the wild? This question is a bit difficult to answer. Xiao Yao thought for a long time before saying, I think that in addition to the necessary training, some wild common sense and experience should be learned, such as what equipment to prepare for the wild, how to find water sources, how to determine the living place, etc. Strength can be improved little by little, but I think these experiences can be learned in advance. Coach Xiao smiled. You are right. But generally speaking, it is not recommended for Black Iron level to go outdoors. And the things you said are only taught in college. Ah. I see. Coach Xiao looked at the students in the audience. Your strength progress is too advanced, so there is still a lot to learn. But the only goal of these children now is to get into a good university. So I will focus on improving strength. But you are right. It is necessary to know the knowledge of the wild. I will talk about some relevant knowledge in the course next. At noon, Xiao Yao and a few friends had lunch in the cafeteria. He could see that except Liang, the others all had a sense of urgency. He knew that this should be what he and Liang brought to them. The friends around him were so outstanding, I definitely didn't want to be left far behind. I had to find a way to help them. Xiao Yao thought secretly. In a blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. Today is the day for the cultural course exam for summoners. The time for the college entrance examination for summoners is different from that for ordinary people. Summoners will take the exam half a month earlier. And the exam papers are also different, and the difficulty is relatively lower. Early in the morning, Xiao Yao said his blessings in the group. Comrades, come on, Aligu. As soon as the message was sent, a bunch of people replied below. With God Xiao blessing me, I'm sure this time. Trust brother Xiao, I won't fail the exam. I envy those who don't have to take exams. It seems that everyone is in a relatively relaxed mood. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and sent another message in the gossip group. Brothers, do your best in the exam. Wang Jiachi, go! 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 Li Ming, just do it. Xing Yi, for the cultural exam, sprinkle some water. Su Xingliang, the guy upstairs who pretends to be cool, be careful of diarrhea during the exam. Lu Lei, don't pretend. Pretending to be cool will get you struck by lightning. Xiao Yao, I got 707 points in the joint entrance exam. Xing Yi, come on. Surpass me. Xing Yi, sorry to bother you, Bai. Su Xingliang, this is the real King, Bai. Ha ha. Xiao Yao put down his phone with a smile. In the past 2 months, he followed Ren Feng into the desolate plains many times, and exchanged some of the spoils for some elixirs and resources. He gave these elixirs and resources to several good friends, and the effect was very obvious. Now, Su Xingliang Pai Dan has broken through to Black Iron level 5, and the others have also broken through to Black Iron level 4. He believed that as long as they performed well in the academic subjects, with their strength, they could be admitted to other top universities even if they could not be admitted to Kyoto University. Like the joint entrance examination, the college entrance examination was also in the order of Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive examination. After the examination, these people could not help but compare their answers in the group. It seemed that everyone did well in the examination. The next day, the focus of the summoner examination came. The format of the examination was as follows. According to the strength level of the examinee, the examiner would randomly select monsters of the same level as the examinee's opponent, and score the examinee based on his performance. Candidates can also choose monsters with higher or lower levels than their own war beasts as opponents, and the scores will change at that time. Xiao Yao did not participate in the exam, so he could only silently wish his friends well. He has made great progress in the past 2 months. Xiaoke and Lao Niu both broke through to bronze level 4 in the last operation, and their strength has greatly improved. Bronze level monsters, as long as they are not able to fly, will not last more than 3 moves under the hands of the 2 beasts. For example, Guijin Iron Beast. Xiaoke and Lao Niu could only defeat it when they joined forces, and they fought again 2 days ago, and the Iron Beast was directly smashed to pieces by Lao Niu with 1 blow, breaking his bones. This outrageous progress made Guijin call him abnormal. Of course, he also made a lot of money in the past 2 months. Because of Xiaoku, they could accurately lock the monsters every time they hunted, and they also made a lot of money from the spoils. Now he has more than 2.1 million in his bank card, and this is when he used part of the money to exchange resources for friends. 2.1 million is a huge sum of money that Xiao Yao has never had. This money is enough to buy a house of more than 100 square meters in Yincheng. But for a summoner, 2.1 million is just a small amount of money. For example, the spiritual grass bone strengthening pill he had eaten before. A bottle of 20 pills cost 800,000. Ready fruit, 700,000 each. When he knew the price, he realized that he had eaten 3.5 million worth of ready fruit at Bai Chunfeng house. Uncle Bai was too generous. Other spiritual fruits, pills, spiritual stones, and other resources are even more expensive. So 2.1 million is just a poor guy in the summoner world. Considering that Xiaoke and Lao Niu can absorb the pill quickly, Xiao Yao is also thinking about whether there is any way to make a lot of money. At that time, relying on the spiritual grass bone strengthening pill alone, he can quickly and safely stack the 2 beasts to the silver level. He still has to make money. Even if he becomes a summoner, he can't do without this thing. Xiao Yao shook his head. He hasn't thought of any advantages that can make money quickly. At present, he can only take 1 step at a time. Time passed quickly. Until 5 p.m. The Yincheng summoner examination was over. Ding ding ding, Xiao Yao phone was vibrating wildly. Liberated. Liberated. Brothers, let's go out and have fun. Barbecue. Beer. KTV tonight, let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. In the big group, the classmates have already started to let themselves go. Xiao Yao smiled at the classmates' chat. After a while, everyone agreed to have a barbecue at Gucheng Road at 7 o'clock tonight, and go to sing after the barbecue, and all the classmates in the class will participate. Xiao Yao walked to the window of the bed, looked into the distance and sighed. Goodbye, my high school. Chapter 140. Goodbye, friends. Ding. Cheers. Several tables of people raised their glasses and drank. For many students in the special training class, this was their first time drinking. The bitterness of beer made some girls uncomfortable, and they had a tangled look on their faces. But the boys were all very generous. If anyone had beer left in the glass, they would definitely be angrily asked by their companions, "Are you raising fish?" Several months of special training life made everyone forge a deep friendship, and every table was chatting enthusiastically. "How did you do in the exam?" Xiao Yao asked Lu Lei beside him. "Not bad. I just killed a black iron for swift leopard." Lu Lei took a sip of beer and said lightly, "Yo yo yo. Someone is starting to show off," Li Ming said with a sidelong glance. Lu Lei pressed his hand. "Combat exam? Let's take a break." Su Xingliang smiled and said, "Why does this sentence sound so familiar to me?" Xingyi said seriously, "I'm sorry. I set a bad example. I sincerely apologize to everyone. Besides, I want to say that there are cultural exams and combat exams, which are just a piece of cake. Damn, pretend to be cool." Immediately, more than a dozen people at the same table pointed their middle fingers at Xingyi. But I have to say that the members of the gossip team did quite well in the exams. Even though Wang Jieqi's soul bewitching butterfly was more of an auxiliary skill, she eventually defeated the enemy of Black Iron level 4. Soon, all kinds of skewers came up, which pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Ahem. At this time, Duan Xiaofan, a boy in the class, suddenly stood up. Maybe he drank some wine. His face was a little red. Seeing his appearance, everyone seemed to have guessed something. Everyone put down the skewers in their hands and looked at him expectantly. "Fuck you. Hurry up and say it." Seeing Duan Xiaofan hesitating and not speaking, Wang Hao on the side couldn't stand it anymore and shouted in a low voice. Duan Xiaofan took a deep breath and said loudly, Wang Qianqian, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Wow Xiaofan is a real man. Everyone immediately clapped and cheered, and looked at Wang Qianqian in unison. Duan Xiaofan has liked Wang Qianqian for a long time, and all the classmates know it. However, this boy is too timid and has not dared to confess. But today the college entrance examination is over, and under the influence of alcohol, he finally expressed his thoughts. Promise him, Li Ming suddenly said. Promise him, promise him, promise him. Everyone immediately followed suit. Wang Qianqian's pretty face flushed, biting her lips with her pearly teeth, and she wanted to bury her face in her friend's arms. Duan Xiaofan swallowed his saliva, but still mustered up his courage again, walked to Wang Qianqian and said, Wang Qianqian, be my girlfriend. Dong looking at Wang Qianqian, who bowed her head and kept silent. Duan Xiaofan felt his heart was about to jump out. Promise. Li Ming was about to shout, but Xiao Yao slapped him on the head. Shh! Don't make a sound at this time, Xiao Yao said in a low voice. Everyone also realized that this was a critical moment, so they held their breath and stared at the two of them. Wang Qianqian almost buried her head in her chest at this time. After hearing Duan Xiaofan's second confession, she was silent for a long time, and nodded gently, with a thin voice. Yeah. The girl sitting next to Wang Qianqian immediately shouted. Qianqian agreed. Oh! Qianqian agreed. Xiaofan, you idiot! What are you standing there for? Qianqian agreed. The boys shouted in disappointment. After hearing Wang Qianqian's affirmative answer, Duan Xiaofan was overwhelmed by excitement, happiness, and excitement, with a silly smile on his face. Hey! You have some sense. Make room for me. Lu Lei stood up and said to Zheng Yadi, who was next to Wang Qianqian. Yes. 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 Zheng Yadi smiled and moved, making room for Duan Xiaofan, who was next to Wang Qianqian. Duan Xiaofan was pressed down on the seat by the boy, but he was not too close to Wang Qianqian. The two of them looked a little shy and restrained. Duan Zhaoping had a silly smile on his face, and he would glance at Wang Qianqian from time to time. Wang Qianqian's pretty face was still very red. Her hands were constantly tied under the table, and she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Duan Xiaofan, who was next to her. Xiao Yao saw the two people's little actions, and a smile appeared on his lips. This is youth. In his previous life, his good friend successfully confessed his love on the night after the college entrance examination. He didn't expect that another classmate would confess his love on the same night in this life, although he was not sure whether the two could be together in the future. The memories of tonight would definitely make them unforgettable. Are you envious? Su Xingliang pushed him with his elbow and whispered. Xiao Yao glanced at him. No. Su Xingliang curled his lips. Just pretend. Your eyes have already betrayed you. TSK. Xiao Yao said disdainfully. You know I don't have a girlfriend? Su Xingliang sneered. You do? I don't. Then why are you pretending? Xiao Yao squinted at him. Just because you don't have one now doesn't mean you won't have one in the future. Su Xingliang raised his eyebrows. You mean, you have a target? Xiao Yao crossed his legs, and put on an expression that said I won't tell you. Su Xingliang narrowed his eyes, and immediately hugged Xiao Yao's arms with both hands. You guys. Quickly take out Xiao Yao's phone. He has something wrong. Upon hearing that something was wrong, Li Ming and Xing Yi's eyes lit up immediately, and rushed over to take Xiao Yao's phone away. Xiao Yao looked at these people speechlessly. With his current strength, Su Xingliang naturally couldn't trap him. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it, and let these guys envy him. Su Xingliang opened Xiao Yao's phone familiarly. After so many years of being close friends, he knew Xiao Yao's phone password very well. Opening the chat software, Su Xingliang immediately found Bai Lingsha chat history. There was no way. It was too easy to find. In the first dozen lines, except for his mother, there was only this female avatar. He did not read the chat history of the two. After all, it involved privacy. But the circle of friends could still be seen. Opening Bai Lingsha's circle of friends, several people immediately exclaimed, Wow! It's so beautiful! What's beautiful? Let me see it. Quickly send it over. When they heard that Xiao Yao was in trouble, everyone immediately became alert, and stretched out their hands to look at their phones. Su Xingliang passed the phone over, and everyone who saw the photo couldn't help but exclaimed, It's so beautiful. The photo was a group photo of Bai Lingsha, Bai Lingyun and Bai Chengfeng. and it was taken by Xiao Yao. In the photo, the three members of the Bai family are all very good looking, and Bai Lingsha is the one with the best appearance and temperament among the three. Su Xingliang grabbed Xiao Yao's neck and said viciously, "We agreed to be gay friends. But you found a girlfriend behind my back. And she's so beautiful." "You liar." Xiao Yao shrank his neck and said, "Not yet. I haven't betrayed the organization. Your mind has been corrupted. I am expelling you on behalf of the organization." After the fight, everyone went to the next KTV. In the KTV, Xiao Yao saw how bad his classmates' singing skills were. The howling of ghosts and wolves was not enough to describe the tragedy. In his previous life, he was a music lover. He was good at piano, guitar, and singing. Now he has scores of songs at home. So listening to the various howling songs in the room, he was so devastated that he doubted his life. Later, he sang a song solo, which stunned everyone present. "Fuck. You can even participate in singing variety shows with your level. One more song. Fuck. You sing so well. God is so unfair." The song lasted until 2 in the morning. Finally, everyone sang a song Friends together. "These years, I have been alone. And the wind has passed and the rain has gone. There have been tears. There have been pains. But I still remember what I insisted on." At the end of the song, many people's eyes were red, because they knew that this might be the most time they have gathered together in their lives. And some people might never see each other again. My high school, my youth, my friends, goodbye. Chapter 141 Kyoto University, School Opening. After the college entrance examination, Lu Lei proposed a graduation trip to several friends. This proposal won everyone's approval. Xiao Yao was also willing to travel with his good friends. During this period, his body and mind have been in a state of high tension. Basically, he has to go to the desolate plains every week. Although the improvement of his strength has brought him a great sense of accomplishment, he is indeed tired. Take this opportunity to relax. Do what you say. On the third day after the college entrance examination, the 6 members of the Bagua team started their graduation trip. For the first stop, they chose Shu City. Hot pot, wonderful hand, ice jelly mouth eye. These delicacies made them linger. For the second stop, they went to Gue province, feeling the coolness of summer among the mountains. For the third stop, they went to the northern border, seeing the grandeur and vastness of the largest province in the territory of Longhua. The trip lasted 10 days, and on the 11th day, they returned to Yinshan together. It's not because I've had enough fun, but because the college entrance examination results are coming out soon. Because there are not many summoners. And the Summoner University starts early. The college entrance examination results will be out in about 10 days. Comrades, how did you do in the exam? Xiao Yao asked in the group. Lu Lei, not bad. Su Xingliang, it's okay. Li Ming, it's okay. Xing Yi, not bad. Wang Jiachi, it's just SOSO. Xiao Yao, question mark finally. Everyone talked about their own results. Indeed, everyone's academic performance is good. If you want to get into a good university, you have to look at your performance in the combat exam. In the next 3 days, the 5 friends applied for admission. All of them chose Kyoto University as their first choice. But their second and third choices were different. After applying for admission, each university will select students who meet the standards and carefully watch the video of their combat exams. Finally, several judges will jointly decide whether to admit the student. The admission results will be announced in 5 days. Unfortunately, only Su Xingliang was admitted to Kyoto University in the gossip team. But the schools of the others are not bad either. Lu Lei and Li Ming were admitted to Magic City Military University. Xing Yi was admitted to Jinling Military University. And Wang Jiachi was admitted to Shancheng University. These schools are all ranked in the top 10 among Dragon Country Summoner Universities. And Magic City Military University can be said to be firmly in the top 5. For this result, no one has any regrets. They know that if it weren't for Xiao Yao help, they might not have been able to break through the Black Iron Level 3 until now, let alone be admitted to these top universities. Xiao Yao felt it was a pity. It would be great if everyone could be admitted to Beijing University. After the admission results came out, everyone started preparing for school. All summoner universities start early. For young summoners, every day is important in the early stages and should not be wasted. Just like that, on the 10th day after the admission results came out, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang boarded the high-speed train to Kyoto. Senior. Liang Yang and I will arrive at school in the afternoon. Okay. I trouble you then. Xiao Yao hung up Gui Yufan phone. Looked at Su Xingliang and said. Senior Gui Yufan called. He will pick us up at the school gate in the afternoon. Su Xingliang leaned back, stretched and said, I didn't expect that I would become alumni with Senior Gui Yufan. It's incredible to think about it. Thinking back to the time when Gui Yufan took them to participate in the trial. He thought that this senior was an unattainable gifted man. He didn't expect that half a year later, he would become alumni with him. What's so incredible about this? Maybe you will surpass him in a year or two, Xiao Yao said. If his guess is correct, when Liang Liang reaches the bronze level, his growth rate will definitely shock everyone. It is not too difficult to surpass Senior Gui in 1 or 2 years. Su Xingliang said with a smile, to surpass Senior Gui in 1 or 2 years. You think too highly of me. I don't ask for that much. As long as I can reach the silver level after graduation. Silver level. It's very simple. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said. Silver level. When you graduate, gold level is possible. After all, you are also half a cheat. Su Xingliang curled his lips and said, do you think I am a pervert like you? You are already bronze level 4 before the start of the freshman year. When you graduate, I won't be surprised even if you reach gold level. Maybe you can get to the gold level too. Haha, I just borrow your good words. 4 hours later, Kyoto West arrived. After getting off the bus, many people secretly looked at them. Because they looked like students, but without their parents and empty-handed, they really attracted a lot of attention. Originally, Xiaoli and Lu Hui were going to send Xiao Yao to school, but the law enforcement team had too many cases recently, Xiaoli couldn't leave, and Lu Hui accounting firm also had a lot of backlogs, so there was no choice, Xiao Yao had to go to school alone. Seeing that Xiao Yao was going to Kyoto alone, Su Xingliang did not let his parents accompany him. In addition, he put all his luggage in Xiao Yao broken sky ring. He was very happy with nothing in his hands. This time when he came to Kyoto, Xiao Yao did not inform Bai Chengfeng. After all, Uncle Bai was a diamond-level boss, and it was not appropriate for him to pick him up at the station. After leaving the high-speed rail station, the two of them took a taxi directly. Master, Kyoto University. Okay. The master asked in authentic Beijing dialect. 2 little brothers? You are both summoners from Kyoto University. Right. Master, how do you know? Su Xingliang asked curiously. Hey, I've been driving in Kyoto for so many years. Those who are going back to Kyoto University at this time must be summoners. Ordinary Kyoto University students will not start school for more than a month. The driver was very enthusiastic. He told the two of them many delicious and fun places in Kyoto along the way. After more than 10 minutes, the car stopped at the gate of Kyoto University. After getting off the car, Xiao Yao saw that no one was paying attention, and he took the 2 people's suitcases out of the shattered sky ring. Dragging their suitcases, the 2 walked into the summoner campus of Kyoto University. Senior Gui Yufan said he would be 5 minutes late, so he had something urgent to do. Xiao Yao glanced at the message on his phone and said, then let's wait for a while. Jiaowen, there's a very handsome junior over there. At the school gate, a girl patted her companion and said in a low voice. Yin Jiaowen looked in the direction her companion pointed, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She patted her companion on the shoulder and walked quickly. 2 juniors. Are you freshmen reporting? Yin Jiaowen walked to Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang and said with a smile. We are freshmen. Looking at the tall senior in front of him, Xiao Yao's eyes were a little erratic, and he said with some embarrassment, there was no way. That pair of long, straight and white thighs was too eye-catching, and it was hard for him not to be distracted. Yin Jiaowen said enthusiastically, 2 juniors. My name is Yin Jiaowen, and I am responsible for receiving the freshmen reporting this year. Which building is your dormitory in? I take you there. Hearing this, the companion next to him couldn't help but complain in his heart, haha. You're obviously going out to buy food. And you're also saying you're going to receive new students. Women's mouths are deceitful. Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment and said, we're both in building 78. So I trouble senior sister Yin. Although he didn't wait for Gui Yufan. He was embarrassed to refuse this enthusiastic senior sister. Senior. It's because your legs are too white. Bah. You're late. Don't blame me. No trouble. Yin Jiaowen smiled brightly, and then said to her companion next to her, Xiaoi. You go to receive other new students. I take these 2 juniors there. Xiaoi, question mark. I found it first. Okay. Chapter 142, War Beast Battle Hall and True Dragon Ranking. Walking on the road, Xiao Yao sent a message to Gui Yufan, telling him the number of his dormitory building. It was afternoon now, and there were many students walking together on campus. What surprised Xiao Yao was that many war beasts followed the summoners, or lay alone on the lawn to bask in the sun. Senior, excuse me, can the school summon war beasts at will? Xiao Yao asked. Yin Zhuan smiled and said, yes, we are a summoner university, and we can summon war beasts at will on campus, but we have to take back the war beasts after leaving the school, or restrict them from leaving the campus. By the way, although you can summon war beasts at will, you must not violate the school rules. Otherwise you will be deducted points. And in serious cases you will be expelled. So scary. Su Xingliang was surprised. Senior sister, how serious will it be to be expelled? Yin Zhuan said, for example, ordering war beasts to attack summoners in private is strictly prohibited. That's right, Su Xingliang and Xiao Yao nodded together. This is also to protect the safety of students. To prevent some students from harming the lives of other summoners because of their impulsiveness. In addition, private battles are not allowed. If you want to fight, you can only go to the Battle Beast Battle Hall. Of course, there are many ways to deduct points, such as the Battle Beast urinating and defecating at will, damaging public facilities, damaging the environment, etc. When the school officially starts, there will be teachers to explain the student rules to you, and then it will be clear. I understand. Thank you, senior sister. For Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang, being able to summon battle beasts at will is naturally a good thing. It is usually boring for the battle beasts to stay in the beast control space. Now they can be released. Take a breath. And communicate with other battle beasts. Which can also make them happy. 2 juniors. I don't know your names yet? Yin Zhuan asked as they walked. Senior. My name is Xiao Yao. My name is Su Xingliang. I think you two are from the same place. Xiao Yao said yes. We are both from Yanqing. Ah. Yanqing. I know. Yin Zhuan smiled and said, one of my friends is from Yanqing. His name is Gui Yufan. He is your senior. Senior. You also know Senior Gui Yufan. Su Xingliang was surprised. Do you know him too? Yin Zhuan showed the same surprised expression. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Senior Gui Yufan was supposed to pick us up, but he had something to do just now, so he came a little late. I just told him our dormitory building numbers, and he will be there later. Is that so? Yin Zhuan's mouth twitched. This is too coincidental. Senior sister, how do you know Senior Gui Yufan? Su Xingliang asked curiously. Yin Zhuan said, his girlfriend is my cousin. So we know each other. So you are the sister of Senior Yin Feiyu. This is too coincidental. You also know Yin Feiyu. It is indeed too coincidental. Yin Zhuan did not expect that the 2 freshmen she received by chance actually knew her cousin. This world is really too small. Xiao Yao then asked, Senior, from your accent, you are not from Yanqing. Right? Although the senior's Mandarin is also very standard, but from a few words occasionally, you can still hear that she should be from the northeast. Yin Zhuan said, yes. I am from Xueqing. Actually, my grandfather and my uncle are both in Yanqing. But my father settled in Xueqing for work. So I grew up in Xueqing. Is that so? As they walked, Yin Zhuan continued to introduce the various facilities of Beijing University. This is our cafeteria, which mainly serves Chinese food. The first floor is a regular window, with rich dishes and very cheap. The second floor has stir-fried dishes and private rooms, with everything from ordinary meat to high-quality beast meat. But the price is much higher. There is a second canteen over there, which mainly serves Western food, and has fewer windows than the first canteen, but the taste is still quite authentic. That black building is the gravity hall, where you can adjust the gravity to a higher level. By adapting to higher gravity, you can enhance the muscle density and burst speed of war beasts and summoners. The gravity hall can be adjusted to 5 times the gravity, but no student has ever challenged it. This is the speed hall, which mainly trains the reaction speed of summoners and war beasts. This is the battle beast pavilion. Wow, this looks so cool! Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang exclaimed. A domineering golden dragon head is carved above the gate of the battle beast pavilion. The slender dragon body surrounds the entire pavilion. The shape is bright and lifelike, as if it is about to fly out of the wall. The pavilion covers a large area, with 5 floors. Each floor is 10 meters high, which should be convenient for the flying beasts to play. This Battle Beast Pavilion should be the place you visit most often in the future, Yin Jiuan said. What do you mean? Yin Jiuan explained. There is a list in Beijing University called the True Dragon List. The ranking of the list corresponds to the strength of the students. The top 100 students on the list will be awarded a certain amount of points by the school every month. The higher the ranking, the higher the points reward. And the top 5 on the True Dragon List will be directly determined as contestants in the annual National League. So every time the National League is about to start, the competition on the True Dragon List is the most intense. And the War Beast Battle Hall is the most crowded. Xiao Yao looked at the majestic and overbearing golden dragon and suddenly felt proud. True Dragon List? I want to see who is the real dragon. Not far away, Yin Jiawen pointed to a white building and said, this hall will also be the place you will visit most often in the future. The Mission Hall. Mission Hall? Yes. The most important thing in Beijing University is points. Points can be exchanged for resources, famous teacher classes, and the right to use the venues just now. And the main way to get points is to undertake various tasks in the Mission Hall. As for the specific tasks, how to accept the tasks, you will know later. After introducing the various venues, several people finally arrived at the accommodation area. Oh my god, we live here? Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Xingliang opened his mouth wide, incredulous. What caught his eyes were rows of small villas with exquisite appearances, neat lawns, and many war beasts lying on the lawns to bask in the sun. Haha, that's right, this is also the characteristic of our Beijing University. In order to provide a comfortable environment for summoners and war beasts, our school has built the best accommodation campus in the country, Yin Jiuan said proudly. I remember you are in Building 78. Right? Go this way. Yin Jiuan led the two into the campus. Along the way, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang looked around curiously like Lu Laoao entering the Grandview Garden. Xiao Yao also looked at many war beasts and did not see any lower than Black Iron Level 5. Most of them were bronze or even silver. As expected of Kyoto University, it's really amazing. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at Building 78. Are you two both in Building 78? Yes, Xiao Yao said. After Su Xingliang was confirmed to be admitted to Kyoto University, he specifically asked Bai Chengfeng to transfer the two of them to the same dormitory. For such a small matter, Bai Chengfeng only needed to give one instruction. Then you two are quite lucky, coming from the same place and being assigned to the same dormitory. By the way, are you two in Unit 1 or Unit 2? We both live in Unit 1. Unit 1 is on the left. At this time, Xiao Yao took a good look at the entire Building 78. This is a single-story small villa, divided into 2 units on the left and right, and there is a lawn of about 70 square meters in front and behind the villa. This environment is simply amazing. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang both smiled with satisfaction. Living here for 4 years in college, it's so happy. When several people were about to push open the door and enter the house, suddenly a very soft female moan came from the room. Ah! Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang looked at each other with a strange expression. Did someone bring his girlfriend to our dormitory? But the sound later broke their suspicion. Iku. Hearing this sound, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang immediately showed a veteran smile. Yin Jiuan, who was standing next to them, also heard this sound. Her face turned red and said angrily, "It seems that your roommate is not a good person." Roommate? Xiao Yao smiled, pushed open the door. Chapter 143 Weird Roommate Liu. After opening the door, a spacious and bright living room came into view. A clean coffee table, a light gray sofa, a 60-inch TV, a south-facing balcony. The simple and bright layout gives people a feeling of home. There is a bathroom on both sides of the living room, 3 bedrooms, and the owner's name is posted on the door of the bedroom. Xiao Yao room is on the left. Su Xingliang and another roommate's room are on the right. After confirming his room, Xiao Yao turned his head to look at the name on the door of another roommate. Liu is a very simple name. As soon as the few people entered the room, the blood-pumping voice just now disappeared instantly. After a while, another roommate's door opened, and a thin and tall boy walked out. The boy had a pair of peach blossom eyes, a high nose, fair skin, and at first glance, he looked very handsome, but the thick dark circles under his eyes and the messy hairstyle made him look a little decadent. "Hi, 2 roommates, my name is Liu." Liu smiled, and did not look embarrassed at all. "Hello. Hello, my name is Xiao Yao. My name is Su Xingliang." Liu smiled and nodded. He had already seen the names of his 2 roommates. At this time, Li Yu saw Yin Jiuwen behind Xiao Yao. Shua. His eyes lit up, and he jumped in front of Yin Jiuwen, and said with a smile, "This beautiful lady, can you add me your contact information?" While speaking, his eyes kept glancing down. He was obviously attracted by the pair of big white legs. Yin Jiuwen looked at him coldly, and suddenly said, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at you," Li Yu replied subconsciously, and swallowed the last word before he finished speaking. He smiled awkwardly. I didn't look at anything." Yin Jiuwen narrowed her eyes, and said in a cold tone, "If you look at me again, I dig your eyeballs out." Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang looked at each other, and their mouths twitched a little. I didn't expect that the senior sister, who was so warm and gentle just now, would be so fierce when she spoke northeastern dialect. This feeling. It has the flavor of Sister Zhou. "Oh, my phone is not with me. I add you next time." Li Yu scratched his head and returned dejectedly. "Hey Jiuwen, why are you here?" At this time, a puzzled male voice came from outside the door. Gui Yufan walked in and looked at Yin Jiuwen with some surprise. Senior. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang waved happily. "Hi Xiao Yao, Liang, we meet again." Gui Yufan also smiled gently. Being able to see his direct junior, the team member he once led, was admitted to the same university as himself. Gui Yufan also felt a sense of joy and accomplishment. "Brother-in-law, I am in charge of the reception of new students today, and I just happened to receive these two juniors." Yin Jiuwen smiled. From the way she addressed Gui Yufan and the tone of her voice, it was obvious that the two had a close relationship. "Is that so?" Gui Yufan's eyes were filled with a hint of doubt. He knew Yin Jiuwen's personality very well. Calling her a lazy pig was a bit insulting. With her usual personality, she would never move from the bed if she had nothing to do. She didn't get any points for receiving new students. Why would she do this job? "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you believe me?" Yin Jiuwen put her hands on her waist, and her coquettishness was immediately exposed. No, I believe you." Gui Yufan waved his hand quickly. "Humph." Yin Jiuwen wrinkled her nose. She turned to Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang and said, "Two juniors, I leave first, and we contact each other later if we have a chance." Through the conversation along the way, she felt that the two juniors were quite interesting. In addition to her relationship with Gui Yufan, she could get in touch with them more often in the future. Beijing University is also a place that values circles. Knowing more people and making more friends will be very beneficial to one's own growth. "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving. In a few days, ask my sister to come out for dinner." Yin Jiuwen waved her hand and left gracefully. What a girl with personality. She is my type. Looking at Yin Jiuwen's swinging white legs, Li Yu touched his chin and reluctantly withdrew his gaze. "Who is this?" Gui Yufan looked at Li Yu and said, "Senior, this is our roommate." Li Yu. Xiao Yao introduced. "Hello. Senior." Li Yu smiled. "Hello." Gui Yufan nodded and said, "Pack your things. I will take you around the campus and introduce you to several venues in Beijing University." Xiao Yao said, "Senior Yin has already introduced those venues to us." "Is that so?" Gui Yufan was a little surprised. When did this girl become so enthusiastic? "Then I take you to the cafeteria for dinner. It's time for dinner now. By the way, this junior brother should also join us." Li Yu said casually, "Thank you, Senior." After packing up briefly, Xiao Yao and his group of 4 went to the cafeteria for dinner. It was dinner time now. There were quite a few people in the cafeteria. Gui Yufan used his student card to buy food for the 3 of them. "Li Yu, where are you from?" Xiao Yao took a bite of rice and asked casually. Li Yu gnawed on a big chicken leg and said vaguely, "I am a local in Kyoto." "Local? That's great. Take us to experience what delicious and fun things there are in Kyoto later," Su Xingliang said. Li Yu immediately became interested, patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. I tell you, I am a member of all the famous foot massage parlors in Kyoto, and I know which one has the best service." Su Xingliang. Is this what I mean by fun? Xiao Yao mouth twitched. This roommate's train of thought is a bit strange. It will be fun in the future. Gui Yufan also smiled. This junior is quite interesting. "Brother, I would like to ask, what are your war beasts? Can't we put our war beasts on the lawn at the door? I'm worried that there will be incompatibility of attributes." Li Yu asked. "My war beast is a shadow cat. My war beasts are a black wind wolf and a purple prison bull. There is no need to hide this question. We are roommates anyway, and we will know it sooner or later." 2 bronze level? Li Yu was a little surprised. Gui Yufan also showed a surprised expression on his face. He didn't expect Xiao Yao to break through the bronze level before the start of school. This aptitude is much stronger than his back then. He can even be ranked in the top 3 in any class. Xiao Yao said modestly, "It's just luck." Li Yu smiled and said, "Big brother, please lead me in the future." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Help each other in the future." "Okay. Then I introduce my war beast." Li Yu said, "My war beast is a beautiful dream beast. One of its abilities is dream control. If you have insomnia or nightmares, you can tell me." Also Li Yu glanced around, lowered his voice, and showed a lewd expression on his face. "If you have a favorite teacher, I can also let you meet in your dreams. But remember to buy more underwear." Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang mouths twitched immediately. "Brother, you actually use the ability to control dreams like this. You are really a talent. I think this is how you get your dark circles." Chapter 144 Friends in the Villa. "Li Yu, before we enter the door, were you watching, well you know?" Su Xingliang asked awkwardly. "Yes," Li Yu said frankly. "This is the work of this year's newcomer king of Ghost Country. Mamatani Rika. Of course, I have to take a look. This girl's appearance and figure are online, and there will be one more person in my harem tonight. Do you want to experience it?" "No. No." Su Xingliang waved his hand quickly. "It's okay. You can tell me what style you want to try in the future." Li Yu raised his eyebrows, showing a look that said you understand. As the group ate and talked, Gui Yufan also briefly introduced some things that needed attention. After dinner, Gui Yufan led the group back to the dormitory, because he had something else to do, so he left first. At the door of the dormitory, Xiao Yao saw a figure flashing past the opposite unit, so he said to Su Xingliang and Li Yu, "There's someone on the opposite side. Why don't you go and meet him?" "Okay," Li Yu nodded readily. Xiao Yao walked forward and knocked on the door gently. After a while, the door of the opposite unit opened. A short and fat boy opened the door and asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Yao said, "Brother, the 3 of us are from the opposite unit." "Ah. Come in. Please come in. Everyone in our unit is here. Let's get to know each other." The boy leaned sideways and said enthusiastically. Xiao Yao and the other 2 walked in and found that the layout and furniture here were exactly the same as in their own room. There were 2 other young men in the room. One was tall and thin, with long bangs, and the other was muscular, with a crew cut that stood up like steel needles. "What are your names?" "Brothers?" The crew cut man stood up and asked. "My name is Xiao Yao." "Li Yu." "Su Xingliang." The crew cut man then said, "My name is Zong Tianho." The bangs boy said, "My name is Lonnie Feng." The chubby boy finally said hesitantly, My name is Pai Yan." Pai Yan?" Xiao Yao and the other 2 looked at each other, with some strange expressions. Pai Yan showed a helpless expression. "Yes, I don't know why my parents gave me this name." "Your reactions are all good. Once I just introduced my name, someone asked me directly, 'Do you have athlete's foot?' Puff." Several people in the room laughed at the same time. Pai Yan's expression on his face became more helpless. "Because of this name, I have endured too many nicknames since I was a child. What Pai Yan Ping, athlete's foot, the most common one is calling me a fart." Ha ha ha. Although it was a bit impolite to laugh out loud at this time, everyone was still amused by Pai Yan's helpless self-deprecation. After Pai Yan teasing, everyone's unfamiliarity disappeared instantly, and soon entered the chat state. After chatting, Xiao Yao also learned about the situation of several people. Pai Yan came from a small town in Lanzhou province. His parents run a small business, but they are ordinary people, and their family background is relatively average. Zong Tianho came from Shandong East. His parents are both soldiers, so his every move also has the neatness of a soldier. Lonnie Feng is from Guizhou province. His family seems to be well off, and his personality is relatively reserved. Friendships between boys always come quickly, especially when Li Yu drives from time to time. The relationship between them quickly becomes closer, and the room is filled with laughter. "Brothers, a senior told me that war beasts can be summoned at will on campus. In addition, war beasts can rest on the lawn at the door. Why don't you summon your own war beasts and get to know each other?" Zong Tianho suggested. "Okay, let me show you my dream beast. I can provide customized services for everyone." Li Yu raised his eyebrows and said, "Ahem, can foreign ones be okay?" Pai Yan coughed twice and said, "Oh, you are an expert." Li Yu immediately showed an expression of regret for not meeting earlier. "Foreign ones are of course okay. Do you like blondes or Latin beauties? Can I choose both?" Pai Yan said embarrassedly. Of course. Liu was like Boya meeting Ziki, excitedly said, don't say 2, I can make 10 for you. Pai Yin patted Liu's shoulder and said, you too, you've gone astray. Xiao Yao said unhappily. We talk later. Liu gave Pai Yin a look. Everyone looked at them with amusement. I really met a soulmate. Several people came to the lawn at the door. Zhong Tianho first summoned his war beast. War beast named Fire Lion. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Fire Lion Paw. The Fire Lion has a majestic appearance. The hair on its body is light red. A pair of lion eyes are sharp and domineering. Lonnie Feng followed closely behind. Battle beast named Songy Eagle. Battle beast level Black Iron level 5. Battle beast skill Blue Wind. Cry. That Songy Eagle hovered over Lonnie Feng, making a clear eagle cry. Next was Pai Yin. Battle beast named Shadow Cloud. Battle beast level Black Iron level 5. Battle beast skill Shadow Mist, Shadow Nail. Pai Yin battle beast was a thick black mist. This was also the first time Xiao Yao had seen a special type battle beast. Is this Shadow Cloud? Liu asked first. That's right. Pai Yin nodded. My war beast is quite special, Shadow Cloud, Black Iron level 5. The war beast's skills are Shadow Mist and Shadow Spike. Cloud type war beasts are indeed rare. Su Xingliang looked at the black cloud in the air curiously. He remembered that Code Show had told him about some cloud-type war beasts. This kind of war beast is very strange, and ordinary physical attacks can hardly hurt them. Their core is a group of fog souls. If this core is not attacked, it is absolutely impossible to defeat them. And the soul of fog will be hidden very well by them, which makes this kind of war beast extremely difficult to deal with. As expected of Kyoto University, it is full of talents. Then Su Xingliang summoned Pai Dan. War beast named Shadow Cat. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Rapid Burst, Shadow Flicker. This is the Shadow Cat? Pai Yin asked. Su Xingliang nodded. Yes, my war beast Shadow Cat Pai Dan. Pai Dan, your name is quite interesting. Pai Yin said with a smile. Shadow Flash and Shadow Cloud Shadow Mist go well together. We can team up for missions in the future. No problem. Su Xingliang said cheerfully. Come on. Come on, it's my turn. Liu rubbed his hands and summoned his war beast. War beast named Dream Beast. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skill Dream Control, Dream Heart Cannon. Dream Beast looks like a cute puppy, with wet eyes, looking pure and innocent. But who could have thought that this innocent little thing was actually the creator of Liu Harem? Appearance is indeed unreliable. The size of the Dream Beast is not big. About the height of a person's calf. Liu picked him up, pointed at Pai Yin and said, Xiao Ming, give this handsome guy a supreme meal tonight. The Dream Beast looked at Pai Yin with its innocent eyes. Ying, leave it to me. Finally, it was Xiao Yao's turn. Xiao Yao walked to an empty seat. A white light flashed. Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared immediately. A wumu after the two beasts appeared. The violent, heavy momentum intertwined and spread outward, scaring the other war beasts. Fuck, bronze level. Chapter 145 Ranking of War Beasts in Building 78. Su Xingliang and Liu were fine. They both knew that Xiao Yao was at the bronze level. But the other three were too shocked. After all, as far as they knew, there were very few people who could reach the bronze level before the start of the freshman year. Usually only one person appeared in a few classes, and they didn't expect that such a great god would be around them. Xiaoke and Lao Niu retracted their momentum, and looked at the war beasts indifferently. Xiao Yao, you are actually a bronze level summoner, so awesome. Pai Yin looked at Xiaoke and Lao Niu, and said with admiration, bronze level. If you know he is bronze 4, you will be shocked. Su Xingliang thought secretly. I didn't expect the master to be right next to me. Zhong Tianho said in amazement. Big brother. Big brother. Even the introverted Lonnie Feng couldn't help but say this. This is a big brother who can reach the bronze level before the start of school. He must be the best in the same class. It is said that the dormitories in Beijing University are arranged according to grades. Could it be that my grades are also among the best in my class in Beijing University? Xiao Yao smiled modestly. It's just luck. Boss, take us with you on missions in the future. Pai Yin said with a smile. It seems that they all know the point system of Beijing University. No problem. Let's help each other in the future. Xiao Yao smiled. Everyone is strong, and their skills are complementary, so we can be partners when we do missions in the future. Then let's leave the war beasts here. The war beasts can also get to know each other. They should be quite bored in the beast control space. Pai Yin suggested. Okay. This proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. The lawns in front and behind the villa add up to about 200 square meters, enough for several war beasts to rest. Xiao Lao, you two can rest here in the future. Xiao Yao touched them, and said. Xiao and Lao eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Usually in the beast control space, they stared at each other, except sleeping, very bored, they looked forward to fighting the most. But now they finally don't have to stay in that white place. Which is naturally a very happy thing for the two beasts. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with guilt. He knew that the two beasts must be very bored in the beast control space. But because the dragon country has a rule that war beasts cannot be summoned at will in the city. So he has no choice. When his strength improves in the future, the beast control space will become larger and larger. And then the war beasts will not have to be so depressed. For example, like Master Yi, the beast control space is like a small world. And the war beasts can go wherever they want. We still have to work hard. A few people went back to the house to chat. And the war beasts stayed on the lawn outside the door. The door closed. Xiao turned around and looked at the war beasts coldly. Under the cold and brutal aura, the war beasts slowly lowered their heads. And Yun shrank behind Pidden. And the black cloud shook slightly. Pidden proudly straightened his chest and meowed twice. This is my eldest brother. And that is my second brother. From now on, I will be the third brother. Roar. The fire lion roared in dissatisfaction. Why are you the third brother? At this time, the cold murderous aura suddenly enveloped the fire lion. The fire lion could not help but shiver, and growled tremblingly. The fourth brother greets the eldest brother, the second brother, the third brother. He is quite smart, and knows to take the fourth brother's position early. The eagle flapped its wings slightly, and cried carefully. Then I am the fifth eagle. The beautiful dream beast hurriedly said, I am the dream of the sixth. The shadow cloud, ? You won't make a sound when you bully me. Right? Meow Meow Pai Dan comforted. Shao Qi is also good, the elder brothers will protect you. Hu Yun twisted and changed, finally. It turned into 3 big sevens. 777 It was obvious that it also accepted Shuqi's identity. Ashika nodded with satisfaction, these little things are quite sensible. In this way, 78 dormitory buildings officially confirmed the status of war beasts. Wolf boss, ox boss, cat boss, lion boss, eagle boss, dream boss, and shadow boss. One night passed. Early the next morning, all freshmen received a text message. Student Xiao Yao, please come to the number 2 lecture hall of the comprehensive building for a meeting at 9 a.m. Xiao Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes, and slowly got up. He opened the door, and just in time, Su Xingliang, who was opposite him, also walked out of the room, with a messy hair. Xiao Yao yawned, and pointed to Liu's room, wake him up. Su Xingliang nodded in a daze, and knocked on Liu's room. Liu, get up. There's a meeting at 9 o'clock. After knocking a few times, no one in the room responded. Su Xingliang shook his head helplessly, and knocked on the door a little harder. Get up quickly, and go eat. Still no one answered. Xiao Yao said speechlessly, is he a pig? He won't even get up. He walked forward and pounded on the door hard. Dong dong dong. Liu, get up quickly. At this time, rustling sounds finally came from the room. After a while, Liu came out with 2 darker circles under his eyes, complaining, I can hear it. Xiao Yao said unhappily, you heard a ghost, go look at your dark circles, you are almost as dark as a panda. Liu shook his head, no way. It's just that teacher Taogu is too charming. You are really a talent. Su Xingliang looked at him speechlessly. After the 3 washed up, they walked out together. Coincidentally, the 3 people on the opposite side also pushed the door and walked out, so the 6 of them went to the cafeteria to have breakfast first, and then went to the comprehensive building. We should all be in class 1. Right? Walking on the road, Zhong Tianho asked. Is that right? Su Xingliang responded. All 3 of us are. It seems that dormitories are also assigned by class. Several people walked into the number 2 lecture hall together. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Yao first glanced around, and then a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of his mouth. Bai Lingsha was in the classroom. But then, his brows slightly frowned. A boy with a slick back hair was chattering beside Bai Lingsha, like a peacock showing off his clothes. Bai Lingsha seemed a little impatient, but out of politeness, he still smiled and nodded. Xiao, the Donghua restaurant next to the school is owned by my family. If you want to have a good meal, you can go there anytime. It's free. The Binglan equipment store on 5th Avenue is also owned by my family. You can tell me what equipment you want. By the way, Bai Lingsha clenched her fists under the table. She was almost driven crazy by the buzzing fly next to her. He kept talking to her, as soon as he entered the classroom. If it weren't for the fact that he was her high school classmate, and his grandfather was a diamond-level expert, she would have exploded long ago. Annoying guy Bai Lingsha agreed with a smile, and she wanted to beat him up in her heart. At this time, she turned her head and saw a familiar face. Xiao Yao smiled and waved at her. Bai Lingsha smiled and waved at him. Xiao. Waba was about to introduce his monster material store, but suddenly saw Bai Lingsha waving at a handsome boy. The smiling face made him fascinated and jealous. Who is he? What's the relationship with Xiao? For Waba, who had already regarded Bai Lingsha as his designated girlfriend, when he saw Bai Lingsha greeting other handsome men, he suddenly felt a strong anger in his heart. Hey Xiao Yao, is that girl? The few of them found an empty seat and sat down. Su Xingliang secretly pushed Xiao Yao's arm and whispered. Xiao Yao nodded, but he was also very unhappy. Who is that greasy-haired man who is chirping like a fly? Su Xingliang smiled. It looks like you have a competitor. Xiao Yao snorted coldly. That kind of guy is not my opponent. At this time, Li Yu suddenly turned his head and whispered, Xiao Yao, do you want me to help you kill him? I tell you, I have hundreds of ways to play tricks on people, and I will definitely make him lose face in school. Xiao Yao shook his head. Forget it. I will handle this kind of thing myself. There will definitely be more than one person who likes Xiao in the future. I have to rely on my strength to make those potential rivals admit defeat. Okay, Li Yu shrugged, looking a little regretful. If you want to play tricks on someone, tell me. I am the best at this. Thinking of those who offended him in the past. They often peed their pants, had diarrhea, and took off their clothes while sleeping in class. He is an expert. Chapter 146 Tasks and Points. At this time, a girl walked into the classroom. Bai Lingsha's eyes lit up, waved, and shouted, Yao. When the girl looked up and saw Bai Lingsha, she also waved happily. Yao, come sit next to me. Bai Lingsha shouted hurriedly, as if she had seen a savior. At this time, many people in the class looked at Yao, making her ears red. Yao lowered her head, walked to Bai Lingsha's side in small steps. Jiabao, I want to sit with my friend. Bai Lingsha ordered them to leave. Looking at Yao's innocent and lovely face, and the clothes that were bulging on her chest, Jiabao's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible lust. He nodded and said, Xiao, I go sit somewhere else, and we talk later. He found an empty seat and sat down, but his eyes were fixed on the two women. Xiao Yao, that girl with a childlike face. Ahem, do you know that girl? Li Yu was almost drooling. Xiao Yao shook his head and said, I don't know her. It was also the first time he met Yao, and she seemed to have a good relationship with Bai Lingsha. Yao, Xiao, these two names are quite compatible. Li Yu flattered his face and said, Xiao Yao, if you have dinner with this girl in the future, you must bring me along. Add me. Pai Yin also turned his head and said, Add one. Xiao Yao said speechlessly. I don't even know her. Okay. But you know the girl next to her, the girl in white is yours, and the girl with a baby face next to her is mine. Li Yu leaned forward and said, Get lost. Xiao Yao pushed his face away with a disgusted expression. Xiao. Who was that just now? Yao asked in a low voice. Bai Lingsha wrinkled her nose and said with some disgust, A self-righteous annoying guy. People like this who always talk about my family, my father and my grandfather, are the ones she hates the most. They have no ability, but they only know how to show off their family. Let's not talk about him anymore. Bai Lingsha said with a smile, Do you live in the school or at home? Yao is also a child of a teacher at Kyoto University. Their homes are very close, and they often play together. Kyoto University allows students to choose to live in the dormitory or live outside. Bai Lingsha did not live in the dormitory, but went home every day. Yao said with some distress, I want to live in the dormitory, but my parents are worried, so they let me go home every day. Bai Lingsha hugged Yao's arm. Then let's go home together from now on. The teachers' family quarters of Beijing University are very close to the Beijing University campus, so the two of them can go home together. Yao sighed. I really want to experience the feeling of living in a dormitory. Bai Lingsha pinched Yao's smooth and cute face, and said with a smile, Who said you are so cute? I am your parents, and I don't feel comfortable with you living outside. Dong at this time. A young teacher walked in from the outside. The teacher stood on the podium, and the classroom suddenly became quiet. I am Xia Xingyuan, the counselor of our class. You can call me Teacher Xiao or Brother Yuan. Xiao Xingyuan scanned the classroom and said, I am mainly responsible for the cultural courses, daily life, and other aspects of Class 1. Everyone should join the class group first, and then add my WeChat. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. After that, Xiao Xingyuan turned on the electronic screen. There was an enlarged QR code on the electronic screen. Seeing this, the classmates scanned the code and joined the group. After a pause, Xiao Xingyuan said, I will take the roll first. Xiao Yao. Here Su Xingliang. Here. Dong Fangying. Here. Xiao Xingyuan closed the roll call list and said, all 52 students in our class are here. Very good. I will first distribute your student cards to everyone. I believe you have a simple understanding of Kyoto University. You will need to use your student card to use any venue in the future. Please keep it carefully. After that, he walked to the students one by one according to the list, and handed them their student cards. There was no mistake in the distribution of all the student cards. It seems that Xiao Xingyuan remembered all the students' names and appearances in one roll call. This memory is really terrifying. After all the students got their student cards, Xiao Xingyuan started to get straight to the point, detailing the various systems and regulations of Kyoto University. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, because Xiao Xingyuan started by talking about several regulations that would result in expulsion. The first point is that you cannot fight in private. If you have a conflict, you can go to the Battle Beast Battle Hall to spar. The battle hall can be used for both battles between beasts and fights between summoners. The second point is that you cannot fight outside the school, unless you are performing a mission or encountering special circumstances. The third point is, if you violate the laws of Longwa, you will be expelled directly if the case is serious. These few points stunned all the students instantly, and they dared not be distracted at all. Then Xiao Xingyuan opened the map of Kyoto University and began to explain the purpose of each venue. It was basically the same as what Yin Xiaoan said, except that Xiao Xingyuan explained in more detail how to accept and settle tasks. Kyoto University's campus network will update the tasks of the day every day, and students who meet the requirements of the tasks can accept the tasks on the campus network. After the number of people who undertake the task reaches the target, the task publisher will take the initiative to contact the students who undertake the task. After completing the task publisher needs to fill out the task confirmation letter, indicating that the student has completed the task truthfully. Next, the student needs to take the task confirmation letter and related materials to the task hall for confirmation and settlement. After confirmation, the student can get the corresponding points and part of the money. Points have many uses, the first of which is resource exchange. Students can view all the resources in the school treasure house on the campus network. After successfully placing an order with points, they need to take their student card to the treasure hall to confirm and retrieve it. The second point is the right to use the gravity hall, speed hall, and other venues. The third point, points can also be used to purchase one-on-one lectures by famous teachers. Kyoto University has many platinum level and diamond level masters. If you want them to give you some advice on your future development or teach you some experience, techniques, or even unique skills, then you can choose to spend points to exchange for their classes. Of course, if a famous teacher is willing to teach you, that is another matter. The last point, points can be bought and sold privately, and of course the price is definitely not cheap. However, there are very few students who sell points. After all, money can be earned, and completing tasks can also make money. But the things that can be exchanged for points may be something that cannot be bought no matter how much money is spent. For example, the broken sky ring. 1 cubic meter of the broken sky ring can be exchanged for 400 points. But 1 cubic meter of the broken sky ring cannot be bought outside. Okay, that's all about the acceptance of tasks and the use of points. If you are interested, you can log into the campus network to check it out. In addition, everyone's class schedule for this semester is also posted on the campus network. Xiao Xingyuan paused, and then said, next, I want to talk about something very important this afternoon. Very important thing. The students straightened up immediately. That's the Freshman Challenge. Chapter 147 Freshman Challenge. Freshman Challenge. Although we didn't know the format of the challenge, but as soon as we heard the name, we knew it was a competition between freshmen, and everyone immediately became interested. Everyone present was a local favorite, and they all wanted to show their talents in the country's top university. Seeing the expectations in everyone's eyes, Xiao Xingyuan smiled and continued, The challenge is in the form of a champion defending the champion. The school selected the 5 strongest freshmen, namely champions 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Defeat them, and you can get 100 points, 90 points, 80 points, 70 points, and 60 points. After the champion loses, the champion status is transferred to the winner. Of course, if no one can defeat them, the points will naturally go to the champion. In addition, the challenge qualifications are limited. Each champion will only accept challenges from 10 people at most. If none of the 10 people can defeat him, the champion will successfully defend the title. Hearing this rule, many people showed excitement. Defending the title, attacking the title. It sounds very interesting. Of course, many people are more concerned about the list of the top 5. Who is the top 5 recognized by the school? Is it me? Next, I will announce the names of champions number 1 to number 5. They are all in our class. Please stand up if you hear the names. All the students held their breath and pricked up their ears. Champion number 1 is Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Suddenly, everyone looked around. Champion number 1 is naturally the strongest person among all the freshmen in the school. Who is he? Xiao Yao stood up slowly, with a calm face. Wow, he is number 1. So handsome. A girl whispered to her friend. Handsome and strong? This is my cup of tea. The young and beautiful girl next to her showed an interested look in her eyes, like a hunter eyeing her prey. Hearing the girl's declaration, Bai Lingsha behind her frowned slightly, feeling that something of his was about to be taken away. Sure enough, I knew it. Pai Yan and others were not surprised at all. This is a bronze-level boss, if he is not the first. Who is the first? It turned out to be him? Waba narrowed his eyes, and suddenly felt resentful. He was the one who greeted Xiao just now. How could such a pretty boy be the first? The vision of the teacher from Beijing University is really rubbish. I am the best. Listening to the students' whispers, Xia Xingyuan smiled faintly, and then continued, the second champion is Bai Lingsha. Wow. Bai Lingsha stood up and looked forward. Oh, she is the second? Li Yu whispered in surprise. You two are the first and the second. Are you trying to play a husband and wife team? Shut up. Xiao Yao slapped Li Yu on the head. This girl is so beautiful. She's pure and cool. I'm in love. I want to pursue her. Sorry, from today on, we're rivals in love. Listening to the whispers of the boys behind him, Jiabao clenched his fists, wanting to stand up and scold the losers behind him. Who do you think you are? How dare you like my woman? Xiao Yao turned his head to look at Bai Lingsha, and Bai Lingsha happened to look at Xiao Yao. The two smiled at each other in tacit understanding. Watching the tacit understanding between Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha, Jiabao's forehead was full of blue veins, clenched his fists, and dug his nails deep into the flesh. Xiao Yao. Just wait for me. Number 3 champion, Suyu. A handsome boy stood up. Xiao Yao turned to look at him, and Suyu also looked at Xiao Yao. He nodded politely, showing a faint smile, like a nobleman. Number 4 champion, Qi Xingxiu. A boy with an ordinary appearance, but a strong body stood up. He also looked at Xiao Yao, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The last one, number 5 champion Li Yu. Ah, it's me? Li Yu's body shook, and he stood up quickly, waving his hands triumphantly. Everyone, please give way to me. Well, we are all classmates. Don't challenge me. My small body can't bear your abuse. Damn. He is the 5th? Su Xingliang, Pai Yan, and the others immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Others may not know Li Yu's background, but don't they know? This big yellow man who always promotes his supreme meal is actually the 5th freshman. Is he mistaken? Xiao Yao glanced at Li Yu. Kyoto University's judgment is naturally correct. Liang Yang and the others don't have a system, so they naturally don't know that in addition to controlling dreams, the beautiful dream beast has another skill. The Dream Heart Cannon. It seems that this Dream Heart Cannon is not ordinary. I am not included? Jiabao gritted his teeth. The dissatisfaction and resentment in his eyes were about to solidify into substance. The 5th place is that idiot. Not me. Are all the teachers in this school blind? Bang! Jiabao slammed the table, and suddenly stood up, pointed at Li Yu and shouted angrily, the top 5 are judged? Such an idiot can be the 5th? I don't accept it. Idiot? Li Yu cursed. I am an idiot? Who the hell are you? Jiabao said angrily. Keep your mouth clean, be careful or I will kill you. Li Yu said disdainfully. I'm going to beat the shit out of you later. Wow. The explosive conversation between the two immediately ignited the atmosphere in the class. Li Yu, kill him. Li Yu, confidant Pai Yan immediately supported his brother. Get him. Zhong Tianho, who had a military temperament, slammed the table and shouted angrily. Li Yu, get him. Xiao Yao also supported Li Yu. He had long disliked this greasy-haired guy. Wan Jiabao was isolated and helpless, and his momentum instantly fell behind by a large margin. You guys, shut up. Wan Jiabao showed a fierce look on his face. A bunch of rubbish. Don't you know who I am? Who are you? My dog's son? Li Yu laughed. Fuck. Wan Jiabao was so angry that his veins were exposed, and he slammed the table and rushed towards Li Yu. Dong dong dong. At this time, Xia Xingyuan slammed the blackboard hard and said sternly, shut up. The scene suddenly became quiet. Wan Jiabao also slowly withdrew unwillingly. Of course, he was pretending to be like this. Although he was angry, he was not a fool. If he rushed forward, 1 versus 6, how could he possibly beat the opponent? But he had to pretend. It was the teacher who stopped him, not him who was scared. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Bai Lingsha, as if he wanted to get her admiring look. But unfortunately, Bai Lingsha didn't even look at him. This made him feel disappointed and dissatisfied. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to fight and get expelled? Xia Xingyuan said angrily. If you want to fight, wait until the afternoon. Don't show off here. Did you hear that? Wan Jiabao? Wan Jiabao said unconvincedly. I heard it. Li Yu? Li Yu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I heard it. Seeing that the two students had a decent attitude, Xia Xingyuan's face improved slightly. At this time, Wan Jiabao pointed in the direction of Li Yu and said harshly, wait for me in the afternoon. Li Yu showed a disdainful smile. Xiao Yao. Swish. The smile on Li Yu's face froze instantly. Xiao Yao. Question mark. Li Yu. Question mark. The whole class. Question mark. Chapter 148. Meeting Zhou Hongyu. Li Yu laughed angrily. You have been scolding me for a long time, but you are not challenging me. Then what are you talking about? Li Yu pointed at Wan Jiabao and scolded, are you crazy? Wan Jiabao naturally knew what Li Yu was scolding. He showed a disdainful expression. Everyone has only one challenge opportunity. I will not waste it on you. The rubbish 5th place. Except the 1st place, the others are rubbish. His words instantly angered the 2 ND, 3 RD, 4th place. Su Yu and Qi Xingshu looked at him coldly, their eyes full of hostility. Bai Lingsha curled her lips in disdain. This Wan Jiabao, who didn't even qualify for the joint entrance examination at the time, wasn't even in the top 10 among Kyoto students, and dared to speak nonsense here. He's really hopeless. Xiao Yao sneered. Welcome to challenge. Seeing Wan Jiabao want to challenge himself, he was so happy. I don't know where this idiot came from. He has a foul mouth and likes to be around Xiao Xiao. I teach you a lesson. Su Xingliang looked at Wan Jiabao with pity. Awesome. You challenged Xiao Yao, who is at bronze 4. I respect you as a man. Li Yu grabbed Xiao Yao's hand and said viciously, Xiao Yao. Brother Yao. Beat him up this afternoon. Don't worry. Xiao Yao said calmly. I will behave well. TSK hearing Xiao Yao's words, Wan Jiabao smiled disdainfully. You want to beat me? I will let you know the strength of the successor of Wan's group this afternoon. Xia Xingyuan shook his head helplessly. This freshman has a bad temper. No wonder the school holds a freshman challenge every year, just to let these students, who are the boss of the world and the second in command of me, gain some experience and not be self-righteous. He glanced at his watch and said, everyone can go to eat now. Gather at the playground at 1:30 p.m. Let's go. Let's go. Li Yu stood up quickly. I don't want to stay in the same room with this unlucky fool. Let's go. Xiao Yao and others also stood up. Before leaving, Xiao Yao saw Bai Lingsha talking and laughing with a girl named Xiao Yao, and Wan Jiabao was right next to them, seemingly wanting to get involved. Annoying flies. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes. I show you this afternoon. Xiao Xiao, just watch my performance this afternoon. I'm going to beat up that Xiao Yao. Wan Jiabao said ambitiously. Bai Lingsha resisted the urge to roll his eyes. You, a piece of trash, who just got promoted to Black Iron level 5 not long ago, still want to challenge Xiao Yao, who was at Bronze level a few months ago. You are really smart. Wan Jiabao, my friend and I are going to have dinner. We talk later. Bai Lingsha waved her hand. She didn't want to stay here any longer. If you stay with a fool, You will become stupid sooner or later. Xiao Yao immediately said enthusiastically, come to my hotel for dinner. It's not far from the door. We have everything you want to eat. I can also get you gold-level beast meat. Bai Lingsha took Xiao Yao's arm and left, saying, sorry, I'm not used to big meals. I just like to eat in the cafeteria. Xiao Yao hurriedly shouted, the cafeteria is fine, I invite you two to eat on the second floor. Bai Lingsha said without looking back, next time. Looking at Bai Lingsha back as she walked away quickly, Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Stinky girl, you are shameless. I can't stand it anymore. Why is there such an idiot in the class? Liu said speechlessly. I think there must be something wrong with him. Su Xingliang nodded his head and said, maybe there is something wrong down there too. Liu said. Pai Yin raised his eyebrows. How about you give him a supreme set meal tonight and see if he reacts? Liu rolled his eyes at him. Isn't this a bargain for him? I should give him a 300 gene fat woman heavyweight set meal and a one-stop supplementary set for diarrhea and bedwetting. Damn. This is okay? Pai Yin felt a chill in his heart, and he would never dare to offend this ruthless man in the future. Walking on the road, Su Xingliang's eyes lit up, and he waved and shouted, Hong Yu, Hong Yu. Not far away. A muscular man turned around, with a look of surprise on his face. Hi. Liang Liang. Xiao Yao. This man was Zhou Hongyu. He came over and said with a smile, are you two in the same dormitory? Yes. We are both in building 78. And you? Zhou Hongyu replied, I'm in building 135. The three of them smiled. It is a happy thing to meet alumni in college. Xiao Yao and Zhou Hongyu did not have much contact. But after all, they were both students in the special training class of number 1 high school. And the two had fought several times. So they had a good relationship. Su Xingliang and Zhou Hongyu are too familiar with each other. In the last 6 months, they basically played against each other. Su Xingliang wanted to defeat Zhou Hongyu from the beginning, but later they won and lost against each other. They played hundreds of games. And they were both enemies and friends. When filling in the application form, Su Xingliang knew that Zhou Hongyu also applied for Kyoto University, and the two agreed to have dinner together in Kyoto. Zhou Hongyu's smile was complicated. At first, he targeted Xiao Yao, and fantasized that he would defeat Xiao Yao one day. Unexpectedly, when he was still at Iron 4, Xiao Yao was already at Bronze. Since then, he had given up the idea of defeating Xiao Yao. And just now, he learned that Xiao Yao was actually the number 1 seed selected by the school. The number 1 in Kyoto University. He would definitely be number 1 or number 2 in the country. Such a genius turned out to be his high school classmate. The goal he once wanted to surpass. I really overestimated my own abilities at that time. Hongyu, let's have dinner together, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Zhou Hongyu hesitated for a moment and said, Xiao Yao, I just made an appointment with my roommate to have dinner together. No problem, then let's do it next time. Anyway, we are all in Beijing University. Come to my dormitory when you have time. Unit 1. Building 78. Xiao Yao said casually. Yeah. Zhou Hongyu nodded. Let's have dinner together next time. Xiao Yao. Su Xingliang waved and said goodbye to Zhou Hongyu. On the other side, Zhou Hongyu also returned to his team. Hongyu, are those two your high school classmates? A thin boy asked. Zhou Hongyu nodded. Yes, my high school classmates Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang. Xiao Yao. He is Xiao Yao? Several people on the side were stunned. You are all from Yincheng, so how strong is he? What is a war beast? Several people hurriedly asked. Just now. Their assistant also announced the format of the freshman challenge and the name of the champion. The names of the others were not clear, but the number 1 champion Xiao Yao, this simple but interesting name, almost everyone remembered it in their hearts. Zhou Hongyu looked at them and said, Do you want to challenge him? A sturdy man who was no less sturdy than Zhou Hongyu said unconvincingly. Of course. Who knows if he, the number 1 champion, is a fake or if he got promoted through connections. That's right. Students who can get into Beijing University are all proud and confident. And no one wants to be suppressed right from the start. Zhou Hongyu said helplessly. I advise you to give up this idea. What's wrong? Is he still at the bronze level? He was already at the bronze level more than 3 months ago. What the hell? What? WTF? Chapter 149 Unreasonable Request. In the afternoon, all freshmen gathered in the playground of Kyoto University and lined up according to their classes. More than 20 teachers sat on the stage. and Bai Changfeng was among them. After seeing that everyone was present, the middle-aged man in the center of the teachers slowly stood up, and then spoke. Good afternoon, students. I am Ouyang Xian, the president of Kyoto University. Ouyang Xian's tone was calm, and although he did not use a microphone, his voice was clearly heard by everyone. Hello, President, the students said in unison. Ouyang Xian, Dragon Country Master Summoner, Kyoto University President, has trained countless talents during his 30 years in office, and holds a very high status in Dragon Country. Ouyang Xian smiled. Every year when I see outstanding talents join Kyoto University, I am very pleased. You are all the top talents in various provinces across the country. I hope you can achieve success in Kyoto University and repay the country. Okay. I won't say any more. I believe everyone is looking forward to the freshman challenge. Let's get straight to the point. Ouyang Xuanqi raised his hand, and the ground of the playground shook violently. 5 long, 30 meters wide, 2 meters high arenas slowly rose and solidified. The ground of the arena was a faint black color, which was a sign of the highly condensed land. In front of the arena were engraved the traditional Chinese characters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and on the side were steps leading directly to the platform. Xiao Yao looked at the arena in surprise. You have to know that the land under their feet is not soft grass or soil, but a ground paved with special materials. Even a silver-level war beast cannot cause any damage to the ground. The principal could actually easily condense 5 such large arenas, and engrave complex texts on them, which shows how terrible his ability to control the earth element is. There were many people who had the same idea as Xiao Yao. They all looked at the arena in shock, and they were immediately full of awe for the principal, teachers and the school. Now please invite the 5 champions to the stage. Ouyang Xian's clear voice sounded. Xiao Yao, Bai Lingsha, Su Yu, Qi Xingqiu, and Li Yu walked slowly onto the arena. The number 1 ring is located in the center of the 5 rings, and the other 4 are located in front, behind, left and right of the number 1 ring. At this time, most people focused their attention on Xiao Yao. Is he the first? He looks like a pretty boy. I'm going to challenge him later. Guys, cheer for me. The first place is always the most controversial position, and everyone wants to be the first, the best one in the same class. Many people rub their hands secretly, preparing to be the first to challenge. I believe that all students have understood the challenge rules. Then the freshman challenge will officially begin. Who is willing to be the first to challenge? I will. Before the principal finished speaking, someone shouted loudly and raised his hand. This person was Wan Jiabao. Wan Jiabao puffed out his chest, strode to the front of the team, pointed at Xiao Yao and said, I want to challenge the number 1 champion. Ouyang Xian smiled. He thought that the freshman challenge every year was the most interesting competition besides the National League, so he has been hosting it personally for so many years. Most of the opening matches of the freshman challenge tournament are against the number 1 seed, and it seems that this time is no exception. Wan Jiabao walked onto the stage, with his hands behind his back, and posed like a master. Both sides summoned war beasts. With Ouyang Xian's order, Wan Jiabao couldn't wait to summon his war beast. Roar! A white tiger with electric light all over its body appeared instantly, roaring to the sky. Electric tiger. It's the electric tiger. No wonder he dared to be the first to come forward. There were whispers from the audience. The lightning tiger is a very powerful species. Its original tiger identity gave it great power. Its amazing speed and sharp tiger claws, plus the paralysis and damage added by lightning, it can be said to be one of the most outstanding war beasts in the black iron and bronze levels. Wan Jiabao's mouth curled up with a smug smile. It seemed that everyone was shocked by his carefully designed appearance. War Beast name Lightning Tiger War Beast level Black Iron level 5 War Beast skills Lightning Possession. Looking at the system prompt, Xiao Yao secretly curled his lips. That's it? You dare to be so arrogant with such strength? Anyone in dormitory 78 can at least fight him back and forth. I don't know who gave him the confidence. Xiao Yao mind moved. Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared in front of everyone. A Wu Mu as soon as Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared. Cold, brutal mixed with heavy, oppressive momentum immediately enveloped Dian Guanghu and Wan Jiabao. Xiao Yao just told them that they should give the other side a warning. So Xiaoke and Lao Niu did not hesitate to use their momentum, pressing the other side. Who? The lightning tiger growled and took 2 steps back, with fear and panic in its eyes. Wan Jiabao was also shocked by this momentum. Bronze level. Really bronze level. Although he had his backers, and was prepared for the worst. When he really saw Xiao Yao 2 war beasts, he still felt a touch of fear and jealousy. I am the heir of the Wan group, but I am only at the black iron level. Why are you a bronze level summoner? 2 war beasts. Bronze level. Oh my god, it turns out he is at the bronze level. No wonder he is the #1 champion. The appearance of Xiaoke and Lao Niu immediately caused a sensation in the audience. He was able to reach the bronze level before the start of the university. Such a person usually only appears once in several classes. I didn't expect that such a genius would appear in my class. Of course, some people were not surprised at all. And these people were the students who took the joint entrance examination of Kyoto University and Mizuki University at that time. This big guy was at the bronze level a few months ago. You ignorant people are making a fuss. Maybe he has already reached bronze level too. The foolish and bold man on the stage just wait to be beaten. At this time, Wan Jiabao suddenly said, "Principal, it is unfair for him to fight one of my 2 war beasts. I request a one-on-one, and decide the winner in one battle. You shameless bastard, Xiao Yao has 2 war beasts. Why should I fight you one-on-one, if you have the ability? You can also reach bronze level." On the other side, Liu, who had sharp ears, heard Wan Jiabao's words, and shouted immediately. "That's right, you can't reach bronze level, and still want to fight one-on-one. You don't look good, but you think it's a good idea." Pai Yin echoed from the audience. "That's right, they're already at the bronze level. Why are you still playing? Get down quickly. This guy is really funny." Wan Jiabao's words instantly caused many people to laugh. Even if you fight one-on-one, what can you do? Can the black iron level beat the bronze level? Hearing Liu ridicule, Wan Jiabao's eyes flashed with anger, but with the principal present, he still tried his best to suppress his anger. The principal smiled. "For this request, you need to ask your opponent for consent." "I agree." As soon as the principal finished speaking, Xiao Yao said calmly, "Do I need Xiaoke and Lao Niu to beat you? I'm afraid you run away?" "Okay." The principal nodded. "Both sides get ready, the challenge is about to begin." Chapter 150 Beast Armor. Seeing Xiao Yao agree to his request, Wan Jiabao smiled proudly. "You seem to be quite courageous." Xiao Yao curled his lips. "You talk too much nonsense." "You?" Wan Jiabao clenched his fists, then glanced at Xiaoke and Lao Niu, slowly said, "Who are you going to let fight me?" Xiao Yao said indifferently, "Whatever you choose one. It doesn't matter which one you choose, just watch me beat you up and that's it." Wan Jiabao's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He was waiting for Xiao Yao to say this. The bull on the opposite side is too big, it is obviously a power-type war beast, which can restrain his trump card. The other one is much better, a wolf-type war beast, which should be fast but weak, and this kind of opponent is what he wants most. "I choose the black wolf." Wan Jiabao pointed at Xiaoku and said. Xiao Yao smiled. "Xiaoku, play with him." "Choose Xiaoku, you are really looking for death." In terms of single-player ability, Xiaoku is better than Lao Niu. I want to see what confidence you have. Xiao Yao has guessed that Wan Jiabao may have some trump cards, but no matter what his trump cards are, he can never be Xiaoku's opponent. Xiao Yao and Lao Niu stepped back a few steps. Wan Jiabao also retreated to the edge of the ring, leaving the ring to the lightning tiger and his opponent. His Xiaoku's mouth curled up a cruel smile. The master just said that he would teach the opponent a profound lesson. I like this. Just as Xiaoku was about to step closer to the lightning tiger, Wan Jiabao suddenly shouted, "Ahu, thunder armor!" Roar! Hearing Wan Jiabao's words, the electric tiger roared, and an astonishing electric current instantly burst out of his body. ZZ pieces of light black armor slowly emerged from the electric tiger's body, transforming from illusion to reality, covering the electric tiger's shoulders, claws, abdomen, back, legs and other vital parts. After the thunder armor was attached to the body, the electric current on the electric tiger's body increased several times, emitting a dazzling light. Roar! The electric tiger roared, and the tiger claws covered with steel rubbed against the ground, leaving several long white marks. This is beast armor. Beast armor, oh my god, black iron rank uses beast armor, this is too rich. Looking at the steel tiger on the stage, the students below the stage exclaimed. Beast armor is a very precious equipment in the summoner world, which can greatly enhance the strength of the war beast. The main materials of beast armor are generally monster shells and precious metals, and the minimum requirement for the shell is gold grade, and materials below gold grade cannot withstand the high temperature during forging. And not all metals can be used to make beast armor. Only certain metals and materials that match the shell can be used to make beast armor. Therefore, the cost of making beast armor is extremely high. The material cost alone is a considerable expense, not to mention the cost of the forging master. But once the beast armor is made, it can be integrated into the body of the war beast through the blood contract and can be summoned at any time during the battle. The electric tiger used the beast armor, and his vital points were all surrounded by the armor. At the same time, the sharpness of the claws is comparable to that of a gold-level war beast. In addition, the beast armor will also enhance his own strength, speed and lightning ability, which is not inferior to that of a bronze-level war beast. No wonder the guy on the stage is so confident. It turns out it's because of the beast armor. Beast armor, no wonder this kid dares to be so rampant. Xiao Yao thought secretly in his heart. Beast armor is very precious, like the beast armor on the electric tiger, although the material of the production will not exceed the gold grade, because the beast armor above the gold grade cannot be activated by the black iron grade war beast. But even so, this set of beast armor is at least worth more than 30 million. And once the beast armor is replaced in the future, the one on the body will automatically be scrapped. Black iron level is equipped with beast armor. What does this kid's family do? So rich. Xiao Yao said proudly, "This is the thunder armor that I, the chief beast armor master of Wan's group, made for me. The material is taken from the gold 4-level crazy thunder ant queen. Equipped with this beast armor, the bronze 1-level monster is not my opponent. Xiao Yao, just wait to be defeated by me. TSK. Xiao Yao sneered disdainfully. I don't know how many bronze 5-level monsters died in Xiao Ke hands. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Xiao Yao was secretly proud. Equipped with this set of thunder armor, Ahu's defense is comparable to that of a gold-level monster. If the bull came, he was still worried that the strong force would cause Ahu internal injuries. But he was not afraid of the wolf. It was obvious that it was fighting with its claws, and claws were the least worrying attack method for beast armor. Can a bronze-level person like you break through the gold-level defense? Damn, armed with beast armor, this is cheating. If you have the ability, fight with your own strength, don't rely on these external equipment. Bai Yin protested. Xiao Yao said sarcastically, financial resources are also a reflection of one's own strength. You, a poor guy, will not understand. Many students remained silent, because what Xiao Yao said was indeed true. Having money is also a reflection of strength. With money, you can buy treasures, buy elixirs, buy equipment to improve the strength of war beasts. Beast armor is also part of the strength of war beasts. Now it seems that the man named Xiao Yao is in danger. Bai Yin was about to say something, but was stopped by Su Xingliang. Bai Yin Su Xingliang looked calm, and said calmly, believe in Xiao Yao. He will not lose. He may be the only one in the school who knows Xiao Yao's true strength. Bronze 4th level beast armor is very powerful, but it depends on who is using it. You have to know that Xiao Ke can easily kill bronze 5th level. The gap of a large level cannot be made up by beast armor. Bai Yang clenched his fists in hatred. He grew up in a poor family in a small town. Although he often ridiculed himself as a poor bastard, he could not tolerate the malicious ridicule of others. Xiao Yao's words poor bastard just now really offended his taboo. So what if you are poor? Sooner or later, I will trample you, the rich second generation, under my feet. Roar. Lightning surged around the lightning tiger, and he roared at Xiao Ke ostentatiously, as if he was provoking him. A faint red light flashed in Xiao Ke's eyes, and the bloodthirsty arc at the corner of his mouth became more exaggerated. Little thing, dare to challenge me. At this time, the principal said, are both players ready? Ready! Xiao Yao shouted immediately, his eyes full of impatience. Xiao Yao also said calmly, ready? The principal nodded, you two can fight freely. Don't worry about injuries. Understood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes became more vicious. It's good to fight freely. In this case, I will dig out your eyes. You will avoid me from now on. Xiao Yao saw the cruelty in Xiao Yao's eyes. He sneered, and gave Xiao Ke an order. Both sides are ready. Start. Chapter 151, Eye Insertion. As soon as Ouyang Xian finished speaking, the lightning tiger stepped on lightning and pounced on Xiao Ke like thunder. The tiger claws covered with steel armor swung forward and grabbed Xiao Ke's eyes. Xiao Ke lowered his head slightly, stepped lightly, and dodged the attack sideways. At the same time, he swung his wolf claws and hit the beast armor. The teeth-grinding friction sound was heard. A spark was rubbed on the beast armor, but no mark was left. Turned sideways, Xiao Ke kicked the lightning tiger in the waist, making it lose its footing and retreat several steps. Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes. Just now, he had asked Xiao to hit the beast armor, in order to see how strong the beast armor was. As expected, the beast armor made of gold-grade shells was not something Xiao could break through at present. Xiao stomped his feet lightly. The lightning attached to the beast armor just now made his soles numb, but it was not a big threat, and did not affect his movement. Roar the lightning tiger turned around, and roared, and a stronger electric current burst out from his body. The lightning tiger kicked its feet, like a tiger made entirely of lightning, and pounced on Xiao. ZZ. The amazing electric current caused the magnetic field near the ring to change. Xiao felt the hair on his body start to stand up slightly. At this time, a yellow light suddenly appeared on his body. When the lightning tiger was about to approach, it opened its mouth and roared, "A woof!" The wolf howled. The lightning on the lightning tiger was extinguished instantly. It flashed with extreme fear in its eyes, and turned around to leave. At this time, puff! Xiao two wolf claws pierced deeply into the tiger's eyes, and then pulled out. The wolf claws were pulled out, with sticky blood and turbid liquid. The lightning tiger suddenly woke up, covered its empty eyes with its front paws, rolled wildly on the ground, and let out a terrible roar. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. Can the beast armor cover the eyes? How is it possible? Wan Jiabao looked at his war beast rolling on the ground in disbelief. He didn't expect that in just a few seconds, the lightning tiger would lose its combat effectiveness. Lose just like that? My beast armor hasn't shown its power yet. On the stage, Bai Chengfeng's eyes were filled with smiles. Thinking back then, he had tested Xiao and Lao Nio's strength. Even a diamond-level summoner like him would be affected by that move of fear, not to mention this mere black iron-level war beast. Beast armor is not omnipotent. That's it? Li Yu, who was on the next stage, held his nose and mocked loudly. It's over before I've even finished picking my booger, you're really a rookie. You? Wan Jiabao was so angry that he was shaking all over. But the electric tiger was still seriously injured. He didn't want to argue with Li Yu now. He looked at the stage with a pleading face. Teacher, come and save my Ahu. At this time, a male teacher sitting on the stage waved his hand, and a green light flew out of his palm and shot towards the electric tiger. As soon as the green light touched the electric tiger, it felt a coolness in its eyes, and the maddening pain gradually disappeared. Xiao Yao was right next to it, watching the bloody and empty eyes slowly heal. And the eyes that finally grew out were no different from before. But when the lightning tiger saw Xiao, his body could not help but shrink back, his eyes full of fear. First place. Challenge failed. The principal announced the result of the challenge. My god. Lightning Tiger was defeated in 2 moves. I don't know if Lightning Tiger is weak, or if the wolf is strong. Lightning Tiger is not weak, but the wolf has the ability of mental attack. I guess the wolf howl is an attack skill. The beast armor is not a full-body defense. There are still loopholes. That guy just chose an opponent who restrained him. What bad luck. That's right, when you go on stage, don't choose that wolf, change to that cow. Go on stage. What stage? Hey, didn't you just say you wanted to challenge the #1 champion? Why are you scared? When did I say that? Don't slander me. If you want to go on stage, go on stage by yourself. Don't drag me along. I fucking... Below the stage, the students were constantly discussing the battle situation just now. With the support of the beast armor, the speed and lightning ability of the Lightning Tiger are definitely far beyond the limit of the Black Iron level. This is beyond doubt. But even so, the Lightning Tiger could not even last 3 moves, which shows how powerful the Black Wolf is. Is the Bronze level 1 so strong? Many people were puzzled. Xiao Yao should have been promoted again. On the stage, a teacher said with certainty. He was also one of the examiners of the joint examination at that time. After watching Xiao Yao's performance in the joint examination, compared with that time, this Black Wolf was more than 1 level stronger. At that time, Black Wolf would never be able to defeat the Electric Tiger armed with beast armor so easily. Chunfeng, do you know what level he is now? The teacher turned to look at Bai Chengfeng and asked. Bai Chengfeng smiled. Guess? Bronze 2? Bai Chengfeng smiled but said nothing. Bronze 3? The teacher's eyes widened slightly. Bai Chengfeng shook his head. Bronze 4? The teacher's voice changed. At this time, Bai Chengfeng smiled and nodded. Oh my god! All the teachers were deeply shocked by this answer. Bronze 4. There is a Bronze 4 at the beginning of the freshman year. This is absolutely unprecedented in the history of Dragon Country. To be able to reach Bronze level before the beginning of the freshman year is enough to be called a super genius. And what does it mean to reach Bronze 4 in the freshman year? Bronze 4 is already the best level among the sophomores. That means Xiao Yao's strength is 1 year ahead of others. This talent is too terrifying. Even Ouyang Xian couldn't help but focus his attention on Xiao Yao. With such talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, he can participate in the National League in his junior year, and it is very likely that he will become the first student in the history of Dragon Country to win the National League Championship for 2 consecutive years. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xian's eyes also showed expectation. Seeing that everyone's expressions were the same as he expected, Bai Chengfeng smiled slightly. If it weren't for the fact that he asked Xiao Yao casually when he arrived in Kyoto a few days ago, he didn't know that this kid had already reached Bronze 4. Originally, he expected Xiao Yao to be at Bronze 2. And it was a pleasant surprise that he could be promoted to Bronze 3. He did not expect that he could reach Bronze 4. This kid, if he was from another country, he would destroy him no matter what. This talent is too terrifying. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be at the Grandmaster level. Do you know what the current strength of Grandmaster Yi descending Yi Xiaozhu is? A teacher asked. Many teachers looked at each other and shook their heads. Yi Xiaozhu disappeared after the joint entrance exam, and no one in the circle has heard of his deeds. However, even if he works harder, he will not reach Bronze 4. It is hard for them to imagine that 2 geniuses like Xiao Yao can appear at the same time. Bronze 4. The league championship in a few years is guaranteed. Chapter 152, Bai Lingsha Feiyu 1. After losing, Wan Jiabao reluctantly walked off the stage, but he really couldn't stand his defeat and the pointing and criticizing of people around him, so he left in disgrace. Seeing this, the teacher didn't stop him and let him leave. Is there anyone else challenging the number 1 champion? The principal's words echoed in the air. At this time, the playground was silent, and everyone looked around to see if there were any warriors coming up to challenge. But after half a minute, no one spoke. Although the students are arrogant, they are not fools. The number 1 champion is already at the bronze level. So what's the point of fighting? I don't want to embarrass myself. If no one challenges, then the number 1 champion will successfully defend the championship and get 100 points. Ouyang Xian announced the result of the defense. 100 points? How many tasks do you need to complete to earn it? I've seen that the tasks at the black iron level are generally 3 to 5 points, which means you need to complete dozens of tasks. Damn it. The gap between people is widened at the starting line. If you don't agree, you can challenge me? Hee hee. Do I look like an idiot to you? Hee hee. What do you mean by hee hee? It means hee hee. Hearing that he had successfully defended the ring, Xiao Yao's face was calm, touched Xiao's soft hair, and turned his eyes to other rings. Anyone else wants to challenge other champions? I do it. At this time, a sturdy boy rushed to the team and jumped directly onto the number 2 ring. I'm Yao Shun from class 2. I want to challenge the number 2 champion. The boy said his name with his chest puffed out and looked at Bai Lingsha provocatively. It's a joke that a little girl can be the number 2 champion. Today I want to prove that, even in the summoner world, women can only be inferior to men. However, since you are so beautiful, I will be gentle later. Xiao, come on. Xiao Yao waved her hand and kept standing on tiptoe to cheer for Bai Lingsha. The slightly shaking chest, the other beasts swallowed their saliva secretly. Both sides summoned war beasts. The principal spoke. A flash of white light, Yao Shun took the lead in summoning his war beast. War beast named Thick Stone Giant Lizard War Beast Level Black Iron Level 5 War Beast Skills Ground Wave, Stone Armor. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be a Black Iron Level War Beast with 2 skills. No wonder he jumped out so anxiously, he is really good. Xiao Yao was a little worried about Bai Lingsha, because this tank-type war beast is actually the nemesis of the rainbow horned deer, and because of the limited space of the arena, Little Rainbow's acceleration is also difficult to use. It looks like Xiao is going to have a tough fight. Hiss, the thick stone giant lizard spit out its bright red tongue towards Bai Lingsha, with sticky liquid sliding down from the corner of its mouth. Bai Lingsha frowned with some disdain, and then summoned his own war beast. Little Rainbow was the first to appear. His rainbow-colored hoof stepped on the ground, with a light and lively expression. At this time, another light cry came from the sky. A blue phoenix with gorgeous wings spread its wings, proudly raised its head, and its tail feathers as gorgeous as a peacock moved in the wind. Battle Beast named Rainbow Horn Deer Battle Beast Level Bronze Level 1 Battle Beast Skills Rainbow Speed Up, Rainbow Flying Blade. Battle Beast named Flying Feather Blue Luan Battle Beast Level Bronze Level 1 Battle Beast Skills Wild Wind, Luan Flame. Wow, Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to be promoted to bronze level. Although she was already black iron level 5 3 months ago, but after all, she had just been promoted to black iron level 5 at that time, and black iron to bronze is a big hurdle generally. Students need to accumulate nearly half a year before they can break through the bronze level. Xiao Xiao spent 3 months to advance to bronze level. This talent is really excellent. And the war beast is such a gorgeous flying war beast. I'm so envious. Fuck, another bronze level. Damn, are you still going to play? Brother up there, are you okay? The students were very shocked, looking at Bai Lingsha war beast unexpectedly. I didn't expect that there would be another bronze level boss in their class. Do geniuses always appear in groups? At the same time, many people also mourn for Yao Shun. Brother, thank you for paving the way for us. I hope you won't be beaten too badly. After summoning the 2 war beasts, Bai Lingsha subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yao. Seeing Xiao Yao's unexpected look, she also smiled with a hint of smile in the corner of her eyes, and her cute dimples were looming. Yining, big brother Nyo, little rainbow called out to the old cow twice in a soft and sticky voice. A hint of smile appeared in the old cow's peaceful eyes, and he responded to little rainbow. Chafeng, you are hiding it quite well. When did Xiao Xiao get promoted to bronze level? A teacher who had a good relationship with Bai Changfeng said with a smile. Bai Changfeng smiled slightly. 5 days ago. Xiao Xiao's talent is even better than yours. If it weren't for Xiao Yao, she would be the first in the same level. Xiao Yao is his future son-in-law. We are all family. At this time, a female teacher teased on the side. Bai Changfeng smiled helplessly. I don't know about the child. Seeing the 2 war beasts summoned by Bai Lingsha, Yao Shun's body suddenly stiffened, and his neck slowly rose, like a machine. The flying feather blue phoenix spread its wings, and looked down at the giant lizard with proud eyes, with a strong disdain in its eyes. Both sides are ready. With the principal's order, the little rainbow's horns faintly glowed white, and the flying feather blue phoenix also flapped its wings, and the blazing fire element condensed on her body. At this moment, Yao Shun suddenly bent down, holding his stomach, and said with a painful expression, "Ouch! I can't do it anymore. My stomach hurts." He squatted slowly, raised his right hand, and said in a dry voice, "Teacher, I request a truce. I want to go to the toilet." Hey! His appearance immediately caused a round of boos from the audience. Bai Lingsha was also amused, and said with a smile, "How about I wait until you finish using the toilet before we start the game?" Yao Shun quickly waved his hand and said, "No. No, I must have diarrhea, and I can't come out for a while, so I won't waste your time." Okay. Okay, you go down first. Yang Xian was also amused by this funny guy, and waved his hand with a smile, asking him to leave the stage. After hearing this, Yao Shun ran away as if he had been pardoned, and ran directly out of the playground. He didn't look like someone with diarrhea at all. Ahem. Is there anyone who wants to challenge the number 2 champion? Suddenly, the scene became quiet. Another bronze level boss. There shouldn't be any warriors to come on stage. Half a minute later, no one answered. Yang Xian said, "The number 2 champion successfully defended the ring and got 90 points. Does anyone want to challenge next?" "I challenge." Immediately, someone stood up. It was an ordinary-looking boy. He slowly walked out of the team, pointed at Liu and said, "I challenge the number 5 champion. Champions number 1 and number 2 are both bronze level. It's hard to say about champion number 3. But champion number 5 can't be bronze level either. Just pick a weak target. 60 points is not bad. Challenge me?" Liu pointed at the boy in the audience and said arrogantly, "Brother, challenging me is the stupidest decision you made today." The boy didn't say anything, but walked on to the number 5 stage silently. In the audience, all the students showed expectant eyes. What is the strength of champion number 5? Do I have a chance to challenge him? Chapter 153 Ghost Tribe Singing Banshee. After walking onto the stage, the boy announced his name. Class 1, Chen Jiahua. Liu shook his head. "Jiahua, we are all in the same class. I will save face for you later." Chen Jiahua remained silent, waiting for the principal to speak. Both sides are ready. Summon the war beast. While at this time, Liu and Chen Jiahua summoned the war beast at the same time. War beast named Dream Beast. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Dream Control, Dream Heart Cannon. War beast named Black Ice Turtle. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Ice Breath. Seeing that Liu only had one war beast, many students in the audience breathed a sigh of relief. Right, is this the normal situation? Black Iron is the king, Bronze is the outlier. As soon as Xiao Maiming Beast appeared, he ignored the black ice turtle on the opposite side, but greeted Xiaoku beside Xiao Yao. Big brother, Xiaolu is here. Xiaoku nodded. Fight well, don't embarrass the brothers. Just watch me beat him up. Maiming Beast puffed up his cheeks, and his fighting spirit was high. Qin Jiahua frowned slightly. Distracted before the battle, do you look down on me so much? A fierce look flashed in his eyes. Both sides get ready, start. With the principal's order, Qin Jiahua stepped aside, and let the black ice turtle take a defensive stance. Even though the black ice turtle has no defensive skills, as a member of the turtle clan, its own defensive power is already very strong. And his most commonly used tactic is defensive counterattack. Especially when facing unfamiliar opponents, this tactic is the safest. Xiaoming, Dream Heart Cannon. Li Yu gave the order. With so many people watching him, he felt a little excited and agitated. Let me win prestige in this battle. The wet eyes of the Dream Beast revealed a determined brilliance, and then he took a deep breath, and roared at the black ice turtle. The small body of the Dream Beast actually made a rough and thunderous roar like a lion. An amazing wave of air rose from the ring, and an invisible force burst out from the mouth of the Dream Beast, accurately locking onto the black ice turtle. The moment it heard the roar, the black ice turtle retracted its head into its shell. But this time, the solid and thick shell did not work at all. The black ice turtle felt a shock in its brain, as if it was hit by a hammer, and instantly fainted. What? Qin Jiahua learned about the black ice turtle's situation at the first time. He took a half step back, his eyes filled with deep shock. What kind of move is this? Can't even be blocked by retracting into the shell? So this is the Dream Heart Cannon. Xiao Yao showed an interested look. Interesting. No wonder Li Yu is the number 5 seed. This move, not many people can block it. The game is over. The challenge failed. The principal announced the result of the challenge. What? You failed? No, just one move. That's it? This is too bad. We are both iron level players, but you can defeat him in one move? The students below the stage immediately raised questions and ridicules. Qin Jiahua clenched his fists, and silently endured these comments. Failure is failure, there is nothing to refute. But he still didn't understand how the other side hurt the black ice turtle. I know. At this time, a student shouted, this is the beautiful Dream Beast. The attack just now was the Dream Heart Cannon, a kind of mental attack skill. Beautiful Dream Beast, mental attack. On the stage, Qin Jiahua showed a look of sudden realization. No wonder his black ice turtle couldn't block even one move. It turned out that it lost to the mental attack. Indeed, the black ice turtle shell can block most physical and spell attacks, but facing mental attacks, the black ice turtle is also powerless. No blame for losing. Wow. At this time, a green light fell on the black ice turtle. 1 second later, the black ice turtle regained consciousness and poked its head out with a blank face. Qin Jiahua briefly communicated with the black ice turtle in his mind, then took it back to the beast control space and walked down the stage silently. I knew that Li Yu was able to be admitted to Beijing University, and it must not be because of that yellow skill, Bai Yin said with a smile. Yellow? At this time, several boys in the class leaned over and asked secretly, Brother, what yellow skill? Aw, nothing. Nothing, you heard it wrong. Bai Yin laughed. He didn't want others to know about the benefits of building 78. The Baijiaka Supreme combination that Li Yu made for him last night still left a deep impression on him. How about changing it tonight? Adamao Mayin. Bai Yin touched his chin, with anticipation in his eyes. After defeating the enemy, Li Yu raised his chin slightly, and shouted arrogantly, Who else? There was some silence off the field. Although Li Yu was not a bronze level like Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha, but the mental attack of Mingxin Cannon was an unsolvable existence for most war beasts. Unless you have mental defense skills, or are a war beast known for its mental abilities, you will not be able to resist this move. After a while, seeing that no one challenged him, the principal was about to announce that Li Yu had successfully defended the ring. At this time, a girl slowly raised her hand and said in a low voice, I want to challenge. At this time, many people focused their eyes on the girl. The girl's face instantly turned red, but she still lowered her head and walked onto the ring in small steps. My name is Zhang Yingying. From class 2. The girl looked quite cute, with shoulder-length hair and big eyes that seemed to speak. Zhang Yingying cute and shy look immediately aroused Li Yu's desire to protect her. He patted his chest and said, Classmate Yingying, don't worry. I will be very gentle later. Thank you. Hearing Liu calling her Ying in public, Zhang Ying's face became even redder. Classmate Zhang Ying. Summon the war beast, the principal said. Zhang Ying nodded. A white light flashed. Her war beast floated in the air. War beast named Singing Banshee. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Fierce Scream. A translucent banshee appeared in everyone's sight. She was wearing a blood-red dress. She looked noble and cold. Her body was only the size of a human head. Ghost Clan Xiao Yao looked at the singing banshee in the air with some surprise. This was the first time he saw a war beast of the Ghost Clan. As expected, Jingda is a place where there are many talented people. Liu has met his match. Ghost Clan Liu's cynical smile suddenly disappeared, and his expression became a little serious. Ghost Clan is a race formed by the gathering of spiritual energy under special circumstances, which is extremely rare. But it is precisely because she is actually a spiritual body that she can restrain Xiao Ming's dream heart cannon. This is troublesome. After summoning the war beast, Zhang Ying's shyness gradually faded, and then she became calm. Although she is a low-key and shy person who doesn't like to be noticed by others, for the sake of points, she still plucked up the courage to challenge on stage. Both sides get ready. With the order of the principal, Liu's eyes became sharp. Start. Chapter 154 Liu Dream Heart Cannon. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the beautiful dream beast and the singing banshee activated their skills at the same time. Roar-ah, the rough roar and the sharp screams mixed together, making everyone's ears tremble, and they quickly covered their ears. The two spiritual forces hit each other at the same time. The beautiful dream beast took 2 steps back, and there was a look of pain in its round eyes. And the singing banshee was not feeling well either. The color of her red clothes became lighter, and her cold and beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned, which was heartbreaking. Xiao Ming, continue, Liu said in a deep voice. At this time, his face was no longer cynical as usual, but full of seriousness and solemnity. The beautiful dream beast concentrated and inhaled, opened its mouth wide, and fired another dream cannon. At this time, the singing banshee also reacted, and also raised her head and screamed. The piercing scream sounded again, and the two spiritual forces collided and shook the fierce wind. The students in the audience covered their ears tightly, and their eyes were fixed on the ring. Another draw. Keep going, Liu said coldly. Roar Xiao Mei. Hold on. Zhang Ying was also cheering for the singing banshee. The arena seemed to have become a competition of voices. The two war beasts shouted louder and louder, which made the students' ears hurt. If there were ordinary people in the audience, they would have had their eardrums perforated and become deaf. After a few moves, Liu's face looked heavy. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, it would be very likely that both sides would suffer losses. I didn't expect that there would be a ghost beast among my classmates. Alas, I could only use my ultimate move. Girl, don't blame me. Liu narrowed his eyes, stared closely at the battlefield, while moving his feet little by little. Xiao Mei. Hold on, the opponent is almost dying. Seeing the increasingly weak eyes of the dream beast, Zhang Ying clenched her fists and cheered her up. At this time, the red clothes of the singing banshee had become very dim, and her eyes were full of fatigue. But she still tried her best, and activated the skill horror scream again. Roar-ah. Two spiritual powers collided. But this time, everyone could hear the weakness in the bombardment. The voice was obviously much smaller than at the beginning. It seemed that his voice was hoarse. The dream beast's footsteps softened, and he almost sat on the ground, and the singing which also closed her eyes, and her whole body became almost illusory. At this moment, Liu's body suddenly jumped out. He didn't know when he had walked to a distance of less than 20 meters from Zhang Ying. While running, he took a deep breath, and then roared. His voice was like a lion or a tiger, but the volume was still lower than that of the dream beast, but it was also quite shocking. Zhang Ying only felt her head shake, her brain went blank, and her body was about to fall backwards. At this time, Liu suddenly burst out with amazing speed, and hugged Zhang Ying in his arms in time. The challenge failed. The principal announced the result in time. The situation changed suddenly, and it took many people a long time to react. This is the skill of the war beast. He actually inherited the skill of the war beast. Wow, this luck is too good. I give up. 1, 2, 5 are so abnormal, then 3, 4 are obviously very strong. I won't challenge them. Everyone realized that Liu's decisive blow was his own war beast skill. Attacking summoners is also a common method in competitions, but generally speaking, when both war beasts still have fighting power, few people will directly attack the opponent's summoner. What if the opponent's summoner is more powerful? Wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's mouth? However, Liu was able to defeat his opponent when he was not prepared. This kind of grasp of the situation is quite impressive. He is indeed the fifth among the freshmen. Many people have recognized Liu's status, but they are also secretly bitter in their hearts. The fifth is like this. What about the third and fourth? Liu, why don't you let go? How long do you want to hold me? Pai Yin shouted from the audience. That's it. Su Xingliang laughed and shouted, if you don't let go, I will report you to the police for harassment. At this time, Zhang Yingying had recovered. Seeing that she was held in Liu's arms, her face suddenly turned red. Liu smacked his lips and reluctantly let go of Zhang Yingying. Sorry, Yingying. I can only win in this way. No. It's okay. Zhang Yingying lowered her head and said in a soft mosquito-like voice. At this time, a few green lights floated down from the sky again, landing on the two people and two beasts respectively. The body of the singing banshee gradually solidified, and her red dress became brighter and brighter. Zhang Yingying's head, which was still a little dizzy, suddenly became clear. Yining the dream beast shook its head and shouted excitedly to Xiaoku, Big brother, do you think I'm awesome? Ah, Xiaoku responded with approval. No. Seeing Liu recover, some people who were originally planning to take advantage of the situation also gave up the idea. After Zhang Yingying stepped off the stage, the principal said, Is there anyone willing to challenge the number 5 champion? Half a minute later, no one on the playground responded. Okay, the champion number 5 successfully defended the ring and obtained 60 points. Nicely, you waved to the front with a proud look. Everyone thank you. The smug smile of the villain made many people jealous. Is this the descendant of that family? On the stage, Yang Xian turned around and said to the teacher beside him, That's right. The teacher nodded. Yang Xian said calmly, This family finally has another talent, not bad, and they have lived up to their bloodline. This child named Liu is indeed very talented, but his personality is a bit eccentric, and he is said to have some bad habits. The teacher's eyes flickered, as if he was wondering whether he should tell the principal. Yang Xian smiled and said, Everyone has their own way of living. As long as he doesn't delay others, there is no need to worry too much. Since he is from that family, you should take care of him more. We thought so too. So we put him in the same dormitory with Xiao Yao. Is that so? You did a good job. Yang Xian nodded in approval. After Liu successfully defended the ring, only number 3 champion Su Yu and number 4 champion Qi Xingxu were left on the ring. Su Yu had a faint smile on his face, like a nobleman, and Qi Xingxu clenched his fists. His eyes were full of fighting spirit, seemingly looking forward to someone coming up to challenge him. Does anyone want to challenge number 3 and number 4 next? The principal's voice came from the sky. After a long silence, everyone looked around, worried whether they would become the stepping stone of the champion. Number 1 and number 2 were naturally not the majority. It was normal for 2 bronze-level masters to crush the black iron. But if number 5 champion could make everyone dare not challenge, then number 3 and number 4 champions would be even more difficult to defeat. After a long silence, someone finally stood up. I challenge number 4 champion. Zhong Tianho stepped forward and said firmly, as a descendant of a soldier. His family told him, since he was a child, that he should move forward fearlessly when encountering difficulties. A real man can lose, but cannot be afraid. Here, the 2 equally burly boys looked at each other. Their fighting spirit rose, sparking brilliant sparks. Chapter 155, Zhong Tianho vs Qi Xingxu. Both sides get ready. With the principal's order, the 2 summoned their war beasts at the same time. War beast name Fire Lion, War Beast level Black Iron level 5, War Beast skills Fire Lion Palm. This is Zhong Tianho's War Beast. War Beast name Ice Stone Puppet, War Beast level Black Iron level 5, War Beast skills Frost Fist, Frost Armor. This is Qi Xingxu's War Beast. Roar. After the Fire Lion appeared, the red hair moved without wind, like a flame fluttering in the wind, blowing out amazing heat. Dawn. The Ice Stone Golem fell to the ground, making a dull sound. The Ice Stone Golem was more than 2 meters tall, and its entire body was made of light blue stones, with only a pair of eyes on its face, looking very strange. Rock Tribe monster Xiao Yao looked at the Ice Stone Golem with some surprise. Rock Tribe was also a very rare war beast among low-level beasts. They had super high defense and powerful strength, but their shortcomings were also quite obvious, that is, They were very slow, and their intelligence was not as good as that of the wild beasts, so it was a test of the tacit understanding between the summoner and the war beast. However, judging from the surface strength, the ice stone puppet just restrains the fire lion. It is hard to say which one is stronger, ice or fire. But with flesh and blood fighting against stone, the fire lion will definitely be at a disadvantage. This battle of Tianho is very difficult to fight. Both sides get ready. Start. With the order of the principal, the fire lion took the lead in launching the attack. With a step, the fire lion rushed towards the ice stone puppet with flames all over his body. The ice stone puppet took a half step back with its left foot, and its right fist emitted a chilling cold air, which suddenly condensed into a huge ice fist armor and hammered towards the fire lion. Frost fist. The fist was fierce, bringing with it a fierce cold wind. As the fist was about to hit the fire lion, suddenly, the fire lion's body stopped abruptly, as if it had pressed the pause button, and then it suddenly turned to the left, not only avoiding the punch, but also turning to the side of the ice stone puppet. Bang! The blazing flames condensed on the lion's paw, and the blazing warmth distorted the surrounding air. Fire lion paw. The lion's paw was imprinted on the back of the ice stone puppet, and with a click, steam rose into the air, filling the entire ring. Everyone looked closely. At some point, a thick layer of ice armor appeared on the waist of the ice stone puppet. The fire lion's palm hit the ice armor, making a huge lion's palm print appear on it, but the ice stone puppet's body was not hurt. Huh? The ice stone puppet turned around, and its huge fist hit the fire lion fiercely. The fire lion took several steps back and nimbly dodged the punch. On the edge of the ring, Zhong Tianho frowned. The ice stone puppet's defense was far beyond his imagination. The defense of the rock tribe war beasts was already a headache, and the ice stone puppet also had the defensive skill of ice armor. The combination of the two made the defense power despairing. A flesh and blood body was already at a disadvantage against a stone body, and the ice stone puppet happened to be a war beast with ice attributes. The attributes were mutually exclusive, so it was too difficult to win this battle. Bang! The fist with the ice fist armor hit the ground, making a loud noise. The fire lion paused, and took advantage of its greater agility to harass the ice stone puppet constantly, and occasionally launched a fire lion palm to attack the opponent. But the ice stone puppet also has a countermeasure. It is on the defensive side, which means it is less labor-intensive than the attacker. So when the fire lion attacks it, it only needs to activate the frost armor defense. After the defense is successful, it will attack the opponent again. In this way, the fire lion feels more and more tired, and the flames on its body are also much dimmer. The ice stone puppet is in a much better state. It is not a flesh and blood body, and it does not know what tiredness is. Although there are a few traces of burns on its body, it does not affect its actions at all. Finally, in a counterattack, the fire lion was a step slower and was hit by the frost fist. Bang! The fire lion flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. After falling to the ground, the fire lion tried to stand up, but the pain of the broken waist made it difficult for it to exert strength, and it finally lay on the ground dejectedly. The challenge failed. The principal announced the result. At this time, 2 green lights shot at the fire lion and the ice stone puppet. The fire lion felt a shock in his body, and his broken bones healed rapidly, and he stood up soon. After the victory, Qi Xingxu walked in front of Zhong Tianho, stretched out his right hand, and said with a serious expression, "Class 1, Qi Xingxu." Zhong Tianho was stunned for a moment, then smiled, held Qi Xingxu's hand and said, "Class 1, Zhong Tianho." Perhaps because the two of them were similar in size, and their temperaments were very similar. After a battle, they both felt that the other was a friend worth making close friends with. Pa pa pa. There was warm applause from the audience. This wonderful duel won everyone's approval. Is this the normal way to start a fight? What was that just now? It was simply a contest of loud voices. This ice stone man is too strong. It has both attack and defense. And on the stage, its speed shortcoming is greatly weakened. I dare not challenge it. It's a headache. Why are they more difficult than each other? Why is he the number 4 champion? How could Jingda's judgment be wrong? When the list of the 5 champions was just announced, many people still doubted the authenticity of the list. But now, almost everyone is convinced by the school's judgment. The 4 people who took action are stronger than each other, even if they are all at the same level of Black Iron 5. The combat power of the champions is much stronger than that of ordinary students. It is impossible not to accept it. Now only number 3 champion Suyu has not taken action. But just by seeing the performance of number 4 champion Qi Xingshu and number 5 champion Liu, everyone knows very well that Suyu's strength must be far beyond the general public. Does anyone else want to challenge the number 4 champion? Asked the principal. After a moment of silence, 2 more people went up to challenge. After all, Qi Xingshu's strength was not as overwhelming as Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha. Nor was it like Liu, whose mental attack was completely unstoppable. It seemed that he could still fight back and forth. Maybe I can win? With this mentality, the 2 people went on stage and were beaten up. Their war beasts were not as strong as the fire lions. They could not even last a minute and were beaten to a bloody mess. If the teacher hadn't rescued them in time, I'm afraid the 2 beasts would have died on the stage. After the 2 were defeated, no one came up to challenge Qi Xingshu. The number 4 champion successfully defended the stage and earned 70 points. There is only 1 champion left. Is there anyone willing to challenge? Suyu smiled faintly and looked at the silent audience. At this time, a boy suddenly stood up, walked slowly to the stage, and said to Suyu, "Brother, I am Wei Liheng from class 3. I know I can't beat you, but I really want to see your beast. Please be gentle later." Suyu smiled. His voice as clear as a stream. "Don't worry. I will pay attention." Chapter 156 Black Flame Thorns. Both parties summoned war beasts. A flash of white light, Wei Liheng and Suyu summoned war beasts at the same time. War beast named Black Flame Thorns. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Rapid Reproduction. Black Flame strangles the disordered black thorns that appear beside Suyu. Each thorn was covered with sharp thorns, making one scalp numb. War beast named Swift Leopard. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Rapid Explosion. As soon as the Swift Leopard appeared, it half crouched, and its sharp eyes were fixed on the mass of black thorns. For some reason, it always had a vague sense of uneasiness. "Begin!" At the headmaster's command, the Swift Leopard took the lead in launching the attack. Rapid Explosion. It opened fire at full force at the beginning, and burst out at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the black thorn shook slightly, and dense small bulges suddenly appeared on the ground. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of black thorns broke out of the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The dense black thorns gathered into a large net, trapping the Swift Leopard tightly in it. The sharp thorns pierced into the body, causing the leopard to howl in pain. Bang! Suddenly, a black flame burst out from the black thorns wrapped around the leopard. The flame was extremely hot, and in a blink of an eye, it ignited the leopard's hair, and quickly spread to the whole body. At the same time, the black thorns continued to multiply, and in less than a few seconds, they broke out of the ground in front of Wei Liheng, trapping him in it. The game is over. Less than 10 seconds after the game started, the principal announced the result. After the black thorn shook gently, they quickly drilled into the ground. In the end, only a dozen of them were left to guard Suyu. Perhaps because the battle was too short, many people stared blankly at the stage without saying a word. Compared with Qi Xingshu's violence and Liu's invincibility, Suyu fighting style made people feel more desperate. The rapidly multiplying black thorns and the strange black flames made people's scalps numb. Everyone finally knew why Suyu was the 3rd champion. Except for the 2 bronze-level bosses. Suyu black flame thorns were invincible in the ring. And even Qi Xingshu was definitely not his opponent. The reason is very simple. As long as the black thorns entangle the ice stone puppet for a few seconds, they can quickly reproduce their offspring to Qi Xingshu and trap him in it. At that time, Qi Xingshu's life and death will only depend on Suyu thoughts. It's strong. Too strong. If Qi Xingshu defeated his first opponent, some people would still want to challenge him. But after Wei Liheng was defeated, no one would think of challenging Suyu. Xiao Yao nodded in approval. The black flame thorns are indeed a very powerful war beast. Not only do they fully utilize the advantages of the plant system, but they also do not have the weakness of the plant system that is afraid of fire. If Xiao fought against it in the arena at Iron level 5, he could only win by attacking the opponent's summoner first with endless binding. Of course, if it was in the wild, the situation would be different. After all, no matter how fast the black flame thorns reproduced, they would definitely not be as fast as Xiao. Wow! The green light fell, and the Swift Leopard's scarred body healed quickly. It struggled to stand up, and couldn't help shivering when it looked at the black thorns. "I lost," Wei Liheng was very calm. He had always thought that he would lose. And he went on stage, just to reveal his curiosity. After Wei Liheng stepped down, after confirming that no one was willing to challenge, the principal also announced the result of the challenge. The champion number 3 successfully defended the challenge, and obtained 80 points. Suyu bowed slightly to the audience. His elegant appearance, like a nobleman, made many girls dazzled. The freshman challenge is over. I hope everyone will guard against arrogance and impatience, work hard in the future, and do not let down their talents and youth. Yes, principal. Many people answered in unison. After seeing the performance of the 5 champions, the pride and complacency in everyone's heart disappeared. There are 2 bronze-level masters in the same class. And there is also a genius, who is also at the Black Iron level 5, but has overwhelming strength. What else can I be proud of? The freshman challenge has taught every student a lesson. Even the 5 champions felt a strong sense of tension. For Suyu and Qixingxiu, there are 2 bronze-level masters above them, so there is no reason to relax. For Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha, there are very outstanding talents among their classmates who are catching up, and they cannot stand still. For Li Yu, his background makes him unwilling to be inferior to others. Although Xiao Yao is his roommate and friend, one day he will surpass Xiao Yao and become the strongest in the same class. Seeing the change in the temperament of the freshmen, all the teachers nodded with satisfaction. The freshman challenge is to polish the rebelliousness of the freshmen, let them realize that there are people better than people. And there are heavens beyond heaven. What Beijing University lacks the most is genius. Disband? Xiao Yao and Li Yu took back the war beast, walked down the ring, and gathered with their friends. Xiao Yao, you should have been a little more ruthless just now. That idiot deserves to be punished, Li Yu said with a pout. Xiao Yao said speechlessly, isn't it ruthless enough that I dug out his eyes? I should have torn that kid's mouth too, so that he wouldn't have to spit shit all over his mouth. Oh my god, you're still ruthless. Li Yu, I didn't expect that you, a porn guy, are so strong. Pai Yin put his arm around Li Yu's shoulders, and said with a smile. Li Yu said seriously, what's the point of doing pornography? I'm studying art. Do you understand body art? Yes. 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 Art is art. I feel that it won't be long before the reputation of our 78th building will be ruined by them. Su Xingliang shook his head and said, that's right. If I can't find a partner, I beat you 2 up. Zhong Tianho nodded. Li Yu winked and said, if I can't find a partner, I can still make you happy. Get lost. I won't fall for your tricks. Zhong Tianho said unhappily. That's because you don't understand. Ask Pai Yin if my ultimate set meal is ready. Pai Yin rubbed his chin. If I had a girl tonight, I think it will be the ultimate set meal. Sure. Pai Yin. Li Yu immediately looked at Pai Yin differently. You have good taste. You are worthy of being my soulmate. I can't stand these 2 wretched men. Let's go. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes speechlessly, waved his hand, and walked towards the dormitory. You will be in building 79 from now on. Don't make the mistake. Su Xingliang patted Li Yu's shoulder, turned and left. Lonnie Feng smiled and said, Li Yu, how about I make room for you? Let's change dormitories. It's just right for you 2 to live together. Li Yu smiled and said, I can. Can you ask Tianho if he can stand it? Zhong Tianho rolled his eyes. You know I can't stand it. Let's go, back to the dormitory. Several people caught up with Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang's steps, and walked towards the dormitory together. Li Yu, who is your favorite teacher? There are many, for example. You 2 are really enough. Hee, let's talk about it when Pai Yin gets back. Oh! Chapter 157 Exchange for Diamond Fruit, Diamond Body. Lying on the bed, Xiao Yao used his mobile phone to change his campus network password, and then opened the resource library to check the treasures he could exchange. Currently, he has 120 points, 100 of which came from the freshman challenge, and the other 20 points came from the monthly reward of 20 points promised by Beijing University. Let me see what I can exchange. Xiao Yao directly screened the treasure house, checking what can be exchanged below 120 points. Baichao Zhuangdu Dan, 20 pills per bottle 15 points. Lingchao Zhuangdu Dan, 20 pills per bottle 40 points. Primary detoxification pill, 20 pills per bottle 50 points. Hongi fruit, 30 points. Jinyang fruit, 50 points. Fengling fruit, 50 points. Leiling fruit, 70 points. Wudu fruit, 70 points. Items that can be exchanged for 120 points are mainly concentrated in elixirs and some spiritual fruits. Although Lingchao Zhuangdu Dan can increase Xiaoku and Laon Yo experience points, Xiao Yao does not want to waste precious points on elixirs. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yao spent 100 points to exchange for 2 diamond fruits. Diamond fruits, which can enhance the root bones and defense of war beasts after taking them, have a certain chance of awakening the skill of diamond body after taking multiple diamond fruits. Of course, this probability is very low, and it still depends on the potential of the war beast itself and the degree of absorption of diamond fruit. Some war beasts are very suitable for diamond fruit, and the most classic one is the powerful ape. After a long period of statistical investigation, the powerful ape is the race that is most likely to awaken the diamond body by absorbing diamond fruit. After awakening the King Kong body, the great ape will evolve into the King Kong great ape, and its race limit will also break through the gold level. Senior Guiyufan war beast is the great ape, and it is unknown whether he has successfully evolved. Ding at this time, Xiao Yao received a text message on his mobile phone, which was sent by the Beijing University Treasure House, notifying him to take his student card to the treasure house to receive treasures. Xiao Yao was surprised at the high efficiency of the school. With his student card, Xiao Yao walked for more than 10 minutes, according to the map, before arriving at the treasure house. The appearance of the treasure house is like a huge night pearl. After entering, several students were queuing at the exchange window. Xiao Yao was at the end of the line. It was his turn after a while. Student card. The teacher at the exchange counter said. Xiao Yao handed the student card to the teacher. The teacher first compared the photo on the student card with Xiao Yao himself. After confirming that they were correct, he swiped it lightly on the machine and saw Xiao Yao exchange information. New student. The teacher looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. A freshman has so many points right after registering. It seems that he should be the first among the freshmen. He operated on the computer, and soon a wooden box slowly came down along the track and came to his hand. Here, this is your exchange material. The wooden box needs to be returned within half a month. If it exceeds the time, 1 point will be deducted from you directly. Facing the freshman, the teacher did not forget to remind them of the rules of the treasure house. I understand. Xiao Yao walked back to the dormitory holding the wooden box. What is this? Su Xingliang walked out of the room and saw the wooden box in Xiao Yao's hand and asked curiously. This is the resource I just exchanged, 2 diamond fruits. Xiao Yao opened the wooden box, and the diamond fruits immediately appeared in front of him. The diamond fruit is slightly larger than a fist, and is yellow in color, hard in texture, and emits a smell of rust. What a strange smell. Su Xingliang pinched his nose and said, it smells a bit bad. Xiao Yao also looked a little disgusted. Forget it, I'm not going to eat it myself anyway. How many points are there for 1 diamond fruit? 50 points. 50 points, so expensive. Su Xingliang smacked his lips. Black iron level tasks usually only give 3 to 5 points, and 50 points need to be accumulated after completing more than a dozen tasks. Get to bronze level sooner, then 50 points won't be considered a lot. Xiao Yao smiled. The points for bronze level tasks are considerable, usually around 10 to 30 points. Complete 2 or 3 tasks, and you can redeem diamond fruit. Of course, Su Xingliang preserved egg is not suitable for taking diamond fruit. He should take spiritual fruit that increases speed to strengthen his advantage. However, after he reaches bronze level, the twisted tree spirit will also consume resources. So the more war beasts you have, the more points you need. Points are never enough. Xiao Yao came to the lawn and walked to Xiaoke and Lan Yo. He summoned the 2 beasts after returning to the dormitory just now, and did not let them follow him when he went to the treasure house. At this time, the 2 of them were lazily lying on the lawn, feeling the beauty of the sunset. Get up, I give you 2 good things to eat. Awumu Xiaoke and Lan Yo stood up, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. What good things? Xiao Yao fed 2 diamond fruits into the mouths of the 2 beasts at the same time, and then stared closely at their system panels. After less than a minute, Xiaoke panel changed first, and his experience value increased by 27 points. That's it? Xiao Yao was very distressed. 50 points in exchange for 27 experience points, a big loss. Afterwards, the old cow's panel also changed. The experience value also increased by 27 points. But there was one more line on the skill bar, diamond body incomplete, 1/10. Oh! Xiao Yao opened his eyes slightly, revealing a strong surprise. I didn't expect that the system panel had this function, which could actually display the number of resources needed to supplement the skills. This is really important for summoners. Many people may have a mental breakdown and give up directly after feeding the war beast with many resources, but no changes have been made. Maybe they were just missing one last resource. But they gave up hope before dawn. Moreover, summoners didn't know whether their war beasts matched certain resources. The only thing they could do was to keep trying. But the cost of this method was too high. And the possibility of success was also very low. But with the system panel, it was different. Xiao Yao could completely test the matching degree of the war beast by exchanging different resources. After the match was successful, he could also clearly know the number of resources required. Having a direction is the most important thing. It seems that Xiaoku has a low adaptability to the diamond fruit, while Lanyo has a very high adaptability. 10 diamond fruits can evolve into a diamond body. If Senior Gui Yufan knew this, he would definitely be envious. Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile. With Lanyo already strong defense, and the blessing of the diamond body, he is a living tank. I guess the defense of a tank is not as strong as his. Invincible. Take off. Xiao Yao touched Xiaoku's hair and said, the diamond fruit is not suitable for you. I will exchange it for other spiritual fruits for you to try later. It doesn't matter, Xiaoku didn't care either, he already had a very high blood recovery ability, even if his defense was a little worse. It didn't matter. Then the near-term goal is to let you evolve into a diamond body. Xiao Yao patted the old cow's solid back and said, Moo. The old cow mooed, and a look of expectation appeared in his peaceful eyes. Chapter 158 The drunkard's intention is not to drink. Knock. 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 Su Xingliang knocked hard on the door. Li Yu, you dead pig, hurry up and get up. If you don't get up, you will be late for the first class. I'm coming. I'm coming. A weak voice came from the room. Li Yu opened the door. His eyes were so sleepy that he couldn't open them, and he yawned. Xiao Yao saw that Li Yu was only wearing underwear, and was speechless. I give you 3 minutes. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I know. 3 minutes is enough. Li Yu yawned and quickened his pace. I think you should stop calling me Li Yu, and call me salted fish. Su Xingliang said unhappily. Li Yu brushed his teeth while mumbling. Salted fish is good. Being salted fish is my dream. After Li Yu finished washing up, the three of them rushed to the cafeteria, had a simple breakfast, and ran to the classroom. Walking into the teaching building, Xiao Yao saw a vending machine at the corner. So he said, I'm going to buy a bottle of water. What do you two want to drink? I have a bottle of water. 2. I want coffee. Li Yu said. Okay. You go, and take a seat first. Xiao Yao walked towards the vending machine, while Li Yu and Su Xingliang walked towards the classroom. There were already many students in the classroom at this time. Li Yu glanced around, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Liang, let's sit over there. Li Yu nodded in the direction of Bai Lingsha and Tao Yao. Okay. Okay. Su Xingliang smiled. The two walked straight towards Bai Lingsha, and sat next to her, with a seat between them. Hello. Classmate Bai Lingsha. After sitting down, Su Xingliang greeted him first. Bai Lingsha recognized him as Xiao Yao friend. Smiled and nodded, hello at this time. Wan Jiabao walked into the classroom. He looked around, as if he was looking for someone. When he saw Li Yu sitting next to Bai Lingsha, his face suddenly turned black. Dong dong dong, he walked to Bai Lingsha, wanting to sit between Bai Lingsha and Li Yu. At this time, Li Yu moved his butt and sat directly in that position. Wan Jiabao was furious, and said in a bad tone, I want to sit here. What do you want to do? Li Yu crossed his legs and said leisurely, sorry. This seat is occupied. You? Wan Jiabao clenched his fists, and veins on his forehead jumped. Why do you want to fight? Li Yu straightened his body, pointed at his right cheek and said, come on. Come on. Hit me. If you don't hit me, you will be my grandson. At this time, Su Xingliang's body was tense, watching Wan Jiabao's every move. If Wan Jiabao gets crazy and starts fighting regardless of school rules, he can't just watch his friend get beaten. At this time, the dispute between Li Yu and Wan Jiabao attracted the attention of many classmates, and everyone was watching this place with an eye that was watching the fun and not minding the trouble. What are you doing? Xiao Yao came over with 3 bottles of water, frowning slightly and said, Xiao Yao, I've saved a seat for you. Li Yu moved his butt to make room for the seat between him and Bai Lingsha. Xiao Yao glanced at Wan Jiabao, and sat down directly. You guys. Wan Jiabao's chest rose and fell, and he was about to explode. He had never been so frustrated since he was a child. But he had to say that Xiao Yao had left him with a shadow after yesterday's battle. and he didn't dare to say anything harsh again. One Jiabao swept Xiao Yao, and the other two with a sinister look, and then found a seat where no one was and sat down. You wait for me. I won't let you go. Sitting in the seat, Wan Jiabao stared at Xiao Yao, and clenched his fists until they made a cracking sound. Wan Jiabao is a petty person. If you offend him like this, be careful that he will retaliate against you. Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao and the others, and said with a worried look on his face, "TSK. I'm afraid of him." Li Yu said with disdain. Xiao Yao also said calmly, "Don't worry. I pay attention." Although he usually doesn't want to do something that offends people, if some people deserve to be punished, he is not afraid of offending them. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. He doesn't take Wan Jiabao seriously. Xiao, this is my roommate Li Yu, and this is my best friend Su Xingliang. We were classmates in junior high and high school. Xiao Yao introduced. Hello. Bai Lingsha smiled slightly. She still had a deep impression of Li Yu, the number 5 champion yesterday, who was really good. Su Xingliang also vaguely remembered Xiao Yao mentioned, who were classmates in junior high, high school, and college. They were so destined. This is my friend Xiao Yao. She is also a student of Beijing University, and lives next door to my house. Classmate Xiao Yao, hello. Xiao Yao greeted politely. Hello. Xiao Yao replied shyly in a low voice. Her voice was as sweet as a lark. Classmate Xiao Yao, can I add WeChat? Li Yu tilted his neck and said with a smile. He even brought out his QR code and placed it in front of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao had never seen such a direct posture. She was not a person who would find it difficult to refuse others. After a moment of hesitation, she scanned Li Yu's QR code. Ding, the phone rang. Li Yu quickly accepted Xiao Yao's friend request and said, My name is Li Yu. Musically, April Fool's Day. It's the stupid you. The stupid you. Xiao Yao said with a sidelong look. You are the stupid one. Li Yu poked Xiao Yao's waist with his elbow. This salty fish. Just because the girl is thin-skinned, Su Xingliang rolled his eyes. He originally thought that Li Yu suggested sitting next to Bai Lingsha to create an opportunity for Xiao Yao. Now it seems that the real purpose is not to drink. I heard from my dad that you have reached bronze 4. Bai Lingsha held her chin with her jade hand, looking at Xiao Yao and whispered. Bronze 4. Li Yu, who was standing by, also heard this. His body suddenly stiffened, and he looked at Xiao Yao in disbelief. He thought Xiao Yao had just broken through the bronze level, and although he himself had not reached the bronze level, he was close to the edge of breaking through. He did not expect Xiao Yao to have reached bronze 4. This is too outrageous. Are you a human being? Xiao Yao, who was standing by, opened her mouth slightly and looked at Xiao Yao in surprise. Bronze 4, is he really a freshman? Xiao Yao did not see the expressions of Li Yu and Xiao Yao at this moment. He focused all his attention on Bai Lingsha. Yeah, this speed is not bad. Right? Looking at Bai Lingsha's jade-like face, Xiao Yao unconsciously raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph, you are really a pervert. Bai Lingsha wrinkled her nose, said angrily. Originally, she thought that after she was promoted to bronze level, the gap between her and Xiao Yao would be much smaller. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yao has already reached bronze 4. The gap between the two has widened again. I can't compare with him. He must be an alien. Liang, did Xiao Yao awaken this year? Li Yu leaned close to Su Xingliang's ear and whispered. Yes, we awakened together. Then he has reached bronze 4. Did you know that? I knew it a long time ago. Su Xingliang shrugged. I knew it more than half a month ago. More than half a month ago? Li Yu's eyes widened. Already at bronze 4 more than half a month ago? Damn, can we still be friends? Behind them, Wan Jiabao watched Xiao Yao, and Bai Lingsha's intimate chat, his eyes became more and more vicious. Chapter 159, The First Mission, Child Abduction Case. The two classes in the morning were botany and monsterology. The two teachers were the top professors in Dragon Country. Many of the plants and monsters explained were species that Xiao Yao had never seen in books, or even heard of. The two professors explained in detail. In addition to showing pictures, they also described in detail the appearance characteristics of plants, uses, growth environment, the skills of monsters, the range of strength and weaknesses. Every student listened with great interest. Of course, except for a greasy-haired man who was blinded by jealousy. Well, get out of class is over. Xiao Yao put down his notes and stretched. It must be said that the teaching quality of Kyoto University gave him a big surprise. The professor's knowledge is very broad, and his research on various plants and monsters is very thorough, which has benefited him a lot. Two beauties. Let's have dinner together, Liu said with a smile. Xiao Yao also looked at Bai Lingsha, with a slight expectation in his eyes. Bai Lingsha thought for a moment, looked at Xiao Yao and said, Yao Yao, do you want to have dinner with him? Xiao Yao hugged her arm, whispered, I listen to you. Then let's go together. You said you would treat me to a meal before, did you remember? Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao and said, Of course I didn't forget. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Whatever you want to eat I treat you. That's good enough, let's go. Bai Lingsha took Xiao Yao and left the classroom with Xiao Yao and the others. Behind them, Wan Jiaobao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were full of anger and sinisterness. Two beauties, this is the fresh juice I bought for you too. Liu handed the juice in his hand to Bai Lingsha and Xiao Yao. Where's ours? Su Xingliang poked Liu and asked, Don't you two have water? Just drink it. Liu glanced and said, Fuck you. Su Xingliang immediately raised his middle finger. Puff Xiao Yao saw the interaction between the two and covered her mouth and laughed. The friendship between boys is really strange. Su Xingliang coughed twice in embarrassment, while Liu stared at Xiao Yao's cute smile, and the aggressive look made Xiao Yao blush slightly. Comrades, I saw a task that is very suitable for me, which was just released. Xiao Yao took a bite of rice, and said, while holding up his mobile phone. What task? Su Xingliang came close to him, and asked curiously. Around 11:30, a boy was abducted on Jinhua Road. The task was issued by the police station, requesting the help of a summoner with the ability to hunt down war beasts. Xiao Yao said while looking at his phone. This mission is very suitable for you. Are there any requirements for the summoner's strength? Bai Lingsha said. No, it just requires the war beast to have tracking ability. How many points? 8 points. 8 points is not a small amount. Liu said quickly. 8 points is higher than the rewards of most Black Iron level missions. I think you can try this as your first mission. Okay, then I take it. Xiao Yao clicked the confirmation button. I found the task so quickly. No, I want to do some tasks too. Su Xingliang picked up his phone, opened the Beijing University app, and started to do it. On the Beijing University app, tasks are constantly updated. Some tasks are very popular. If you are not fast enough, they will be gone. So in their spare time, the most common thing for Beijing University students is to do tasks. At this time, the importance of the circle is reflected. Sometimes when some people find a good task, they will immediately contact people in their circle to take the task. When friends who know each other do tasks, things will be much simpler and smoother. What should I do after accepting the task? Xiao Yao held the phone, not knowing what to do next. Wait, someone will contact you later. Bai Lingsha was very familiar with this, so he explained. Okay. Wu in front of the police station, a woman in her 30s was sobbing in her husband's arms, and kept saying in a crying voice, It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Her husband patted her back, comforting her emotions, but his eyes were also red, and his eyes revealed anxiety and uneasiness. Ding at this time, a cell phone notification sounded nearby. The police officer next to them immediately took out his cell phone, and saw the message on it, and said in surprise, Someone answered it, a student of Kyoto University, a bronze 4-level summoner. Did anyone answer it? The woman quickly grabbed the phone, looking at the message on it. Her husband also stared at the screen. Xiao Yao, a freshman of Kyoto University, a bronze 4-level summoner. The woman read the message on it in a low voice. A bronze 4-level summoner is already very powerful. Since he dared to accept the mission, he must have a way of finding people. The police officer was worried that the two of them would distrust the identity of freshmen, so he explained. The woman returned the phone to the police officer, and said anxiously, Officer Chen, how can we get this summoner to come quickly? Xiao Jun has been missing for 2 hours. He must be scared to death. At the end, the woman's voice was crying again. Don't worry, I contact him now. Officer Chen found Xiao Yao's mobile number in the message, and called it immediately. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Xiao Yao put down his chopsticks, and answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Xiao Yao? Officer Chen asked politely. Yes, may I ask who you are? I am Chen Jifeng, a police officer from the Weiyang District Police Station in Kyoto. Our police station just issued an assistance mission at Kyoto University, and I see you have received it. Hello. Officer Chen, I did just receive this mission. Excuse me. Does your war beast have the ability to track? Xiao Yao responded, please rest assured. Since I have accepted this task, I must have the relevant ability. Okay. Okay. Can you please rush to the police station as soon as possible? The child has been abducted for 2 hours. The family members are in a bad mood. We want to find the child as soon as possible. Xiao Yao thought for a while and said, no problem. But Officer Chen, I want to understand the process of the case first and see what I need to prepare. No problem. Then let me tell you about the incident. Around 11:30, the child's mother, Ms. Wang, was shopping with her child on Jinhua Road. There happened to be a traffic accident on the roadside at that time. Ms. Wang stepped forward to help. When she finished helping, she found that the child was missing. We checked the surveillance at that time and found that the child was dragged into a van by a man in black, and finally drove into Jiuan Community. Jiuan Community? Since you know this, why don't you continue to check the surveillance? Officer Chen explained, Jiuan Community is the largest urban village in Kyoto, with tens of thousands of households living there. The roads there are narrow and complicated, and many small roads are not equipped with surveillance. So when the car drove into here, our clues were cut off. Is that so? Xiao Yao pondered for a moment and said, Officer Chen, please ask the family to find 2 clothes that the child wore today. Okay. Okay. Then when will you come? Please add me on WeChat and send me the location where the van disappeared last. I am leaving from Kyoto University now, and will take a taxi there. Okay. I add you on WeChat now. After hanging up the phone, Officer Chen looked at the couple and said, this summoner needs you to find 2 sets of clothes that the child changed today. I go back and get them now. Wait for me here. Wife. When the husband heard this, he immediately took a taxi home. Looking at her husband's hurried back, the woman couldn't stop crying, Xiao Jun. Wait for your mother. Chapter 160. Something big has happened. An hour later, Xiao Yao arrived at the location set by Officer Chen. This place is just as Officer Chen said, a large village in the city. The rows of bungalows seem endless, the roads are narrow and dilapidated, there are some cars parked on the main road, but they are all some dilapidated cars and vans. There are many pedestrians on the roadside, some are transporting goods, some are selling snacks, and there are old men playing chess under the trees. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiao Yao saw a police car driving in. Squeak! The police car stopped steadily on the side of the road. And soon a man in police uniform and a couple with red eyes got out. Officer Chen? Xiao Yao waved. Mr. Xiao Yao. Officer Chen extended his hand politely. He had also worked with many college student summoners, so seeing Xiao Yao's young appearance, he didn't find it strange. Officer Chen. Just call me Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao said with a smile. This summoner was quite easygoing. Officer Chen smiled back and said, then I be bold and call you Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, these 2 are the child's parents, Mr. Li and Ms. Wang. Mr. Xiao Yao, please save my child. Ms. Wang was like a drowning person, grasping Xiao Yao's arm tightly, and her tears could not stop flowing down as she spoke. Xiao Yao gently patted her hand and said, don't worry, I will help you find the child. Have you brought the clothes you asked me to bring? I have brought them. Mr. Li quickly handed the clothes to Xiao Yao. He was worried that the smell on the clothes would dissipate, so he specially wrapped the clothes in a sealed bag. Xiao Yao took the clothes, and then a white light flashed, and Xiaoku appeared beside him. Wow! After seeing Xiaoku appear, the onlookers hurriedly stepped back. At this time, Officer Chen looked at the people and said, don't be nervous. We are investigating a case. Out of trust in the police officers in uniform, the people on the side were slightly relieved. Xiaoku. Find him. Xiao Yao handed the clothes to Xiaoku, and after Xiaoku smelled it, he slowly walked in one direction. Seeing this, Officer Chen and his wife hurriedly followed. After walking for a while on the main road, Xiaoku suddenly stopped and yelled at a dilapidated van. This is the one that kidnapped the child, Xiao Yao said. This car? Officer Chen quickly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of the entire car, including the license plate. The license plate was different from what he saw on the surveillance camera, and it must have been changed. Then he took another look around and said helplessly, the management of this community is too chaotic. There are no streetlights, let alone surveillance. This kind of place is the easiest place to hide filth and corruption, and it has always been a difficult problem for the police to handle cases. What is troubling is that, although the police have reported it many times, this problem has not been solved. It seems that there is a force hindering the transformation of this community. Go on, Xiao Yao said. Then Xiaoke turned into a small road, and everyone hurriedly followed. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoke reminded Xiao Yao in his heart. It's just ahead. Xiao Yao turned around and reminded the people behind him. The child is just ahead. Really? Ms. Wang grabbed Xiao Yao's sleeve and said excitedly. Xiao Yao nodded and said yes. But you need to be more cautious next time. Don't make any noise, so as not to alert the enemy. Understood. Mr. Li nodded vigorously. Several people followed Xiaoke carefully, and soon they came to a small building. This is a single-family building with a yard. Although the building is very old, and the red bricks are exposed outside, it still looks much more impressive than the surrounding bungalows. Xiao Yao waved his hand, signaling the others to step back, then took a step forward and kicked the door hard. The door was kicked open. In the room, a scarred man suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the house. When he saw Officer Chen and Xiaoke in police uniform at the door, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he quickly summoned his war beast. War beast named Razor Spider. War beast level Black Iron level 5. War beast skills Spider Blade. A half-human high spider suddenly appeared in the yard, and its 8 spider legs flashed cold light like sharp blades, and several eyes revealed terrifying murderous intent. Iron level 5? Xiao Yao frowned. He didn't expect that the human trafficking case could be related to the summoner. Dong dong dong. Officer Chen and his men were frightened by the hideous appearance of the Razor Spider and took several steps back. Their expressions were terrified. You guys step back, Xiao Yao said. Xiao Yao, you must be careful. Officer Chen's voice was trembling. He didn't expect that the human trafficking case actually involved the summoner. Can this young man beat the opponent? By the way, he is a bronze level 4 summoner, and the opponent only summoned one war beast, so there should be no problem. Xiaoke, disable that war beast, don't kill it yet, Xiao Yao said. He thought it was very strange that the summoner was involved in this matter, so he should be more cautious. A wish. Xiaoke nodded. Blade, kill them, Scarface said sternly. What he did must not be discovered by the police. All these people must die. Squeak. The Razor Spider made a sharp cry, kicked its hind legs, raised its front 2 spider legs, and chopped down at Xiaoke like a machete. Xiaoke's mouth curled up in disdain, and he exerted his strength with his limbs, and disappeared in front of Scarface. What? Scarface's body suddenly stiffened, and he only saw a black shadow flickering around the Razor Spider. Puff! Puff! A series of sounds rang out, and all 8 spider legs broke, and the Razor Spider fell to the ground like a broken building block. Dark green pus continued to flow out of the spider's legs, and the Razor Spider screamed in pain, and the sharp sound made Officer Chen and the other 2 cover their ears quickly. At this moment, Scarface's eyes went dark. Just when Scarface was in a state of confusion, Xiao Yao had approached him secretly, then stepped forward with his shoulders lowered, and bumped into Scarface's arms. Bang! Scarface flew backwards and hit the wall directly. Puff! The wall shook violently, and white dust fell to the ground. Scarface sat on the ground weakly, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs had been displaced, and it was very difficult for him to even lift a finger. Seeing that he couldn't move, Xiao Yao walked straight into the house. Scarface opened his mouth, anxious and desperate in his eyes. Pushing the door open, Xiao Yao's body suddenly stiffened. He saw 2 rows of children sitting against the wall in the room, each with their hands and feet tied with tape, and tied to the ground with ropes. They looked up at him, their eyes lifeless. Many of the children had bruises on their faces, and the exposed skin was also blue and purple. There was a boy who was the most miserable. His right little finger was wrapped in gauze, and the gauze was soaked with blood. His little finger was cut off. What a beast! Xiao Yao clenched his fists, and a burst of anger rushed to his head. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiaoke, kill that spider, Xiao Yao said coldly. Originally, for the sake of follow-up investigation, he wanted to save the lives of this man and the beast. But now it seems that it is enough to save the life of this scum. If he really becomes demented or a vegetable because of the death of the war beast, then he deserves it. Ouch! Xiaoke stabbed the Razor Spider's head with one claw. The Razor Spider lost its life without even a scream. Experience +2. As soon as the Razor Spider died, Scarface let out a tragic howl. Xiao Yao looked at him indifferently, and then waved to Officer Chen and others. Officer Chen walked past the Razor Spider carefully, while Ms. Wang completely ignored the others, and rushed into the house first, shouting loudly, "Xiao Jun, Xiao Jun!" Officer Chen followed closely, and walked into the house. When he saw the 2 rows of children under the wall, his body suddenly stiffened, and muttered, "It's over, something big has happened." Chapter 161 Black Hand Mystery. Officer Chen. Please contact the local police station as soon as possible. In addition, the summoner is involved in this matter. It is best to notify the local law enforcement team. Xiao Yao said. Understood. Officer Chen nodded repeatedly. More than 20 children were abducted. This matter is not something that an ordinary policeman like him can bear. Xiao Jun. Ms. Wang finally found her son among the many children. She quickly untied the tape and rope on her son and hugged the child tightly in her arms. Wow! When Xiao Jun saw his mother, he threw himself into her arms and burst into tears. Behind him, Mr. Li secretly wiped away his tears. Xiao Yao untied the tapes on all the children, and soon the room was filled with heart-wrenching cries. "Mom, I want Mom! Mom, where are you?" Woo woo. Xiao Yao looked at these children with heartache, because he knew that this experience would be a nightmare they would never forget. Xicheng Police Station. What? More than 20 children were abducted, Jiuan community? Okay, I take people there right away. Captain Chowan put down his phone, and immediately yelled to the police officers in the office. Number 368 Jiuan community hides more than 20 abducted children. Now everyone act immediately, quick. More than 20 children. Everyone's face changed drastically. More than 20 children were abducted and hidden in their jurisdiction. If this is blamed, no one can bear the responsibility. At this time, a young police officer sitting in the corner had a fluctuating look in his eyes. He secretly took out a very small mobile phone from his trouser pocket and quickly sent a message. The poisonous spider was caught in less than a few seconds. The phone vibrated slightly, and the reply was only one word, kill. Xiao Yao looked at the group of children in front of him with a headache. These children all wanted to go home, but they couldn't let them go now. So many children rolled on the ground, or hugged his legs and cried loudly. Dizzy. I'm going crazy. Xiao Yao raised his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect saving people to be easy, but the finishing work made his head explode. Police uncle, come quickly. Dong dong dong. At this time, noisy footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Yao was as if he had been pardoned. He waved his hands and shouted, Here! Here! A bunch of police ran over and saw the dead razor spider in the yard and the children in the house. Their faces were extremely heavy. Are you the police officer in charge of this case? Chowan looked at Officer Chen and asked. Yes. I am Chen Jifeng from Weiyang Police Station. Officer Chen said. Please give me a brief introduction to this case. Chowan said. Okay. Officer Chen nodded. Today at 11:30 noon, Ms. Wang's son was abducted on the street on Jinhua Road. Later, we received a report. Through the surveillance, we found that the suspect hid in Jiuan community. You are also familiar with the situation in Jiuan community. So we then issued a task at Kyoto University, seeking the help of the summoner. Just now, this Beijing University student led us to find Ms. Wang's child. But strangely, there was a summoner involved in this trafficking case. This student defeated the summoner and found the children in the house. Is that so? Chao An's face was a little more relaxed. Since there was a summoner involved, the responsibility of their police station would be much smaller. By the way, I have notified the law enforcement team. They will be here soon. Xiao Yao looked at the police officers who were patiently comforting these children, and his heart suddenly relaxed. At this time, he saw a young police officer handcuffing Scarface, and Scarface seemed to be in a trance. Without any resistance. There was no need. He was already an ordinary person without his war beast, and the law enforcement team would come to take him away later. Xiao Yao thought to himself, but did not say it out loud. After all, the police also act according to the rules. A few minutes later, 3 men in law enforcement uniforms walked into the yard. The leader was a tall young man, and the 2 behind were slightly older. Seeing the dead razor spider in the yard, the young man frowned and asked, Who reported the case? It was me. Officer Chen said quickly. Please tell me about the case. Okay. Officer Chen repeated what he had just said to Chowan. Are you a student at Kyoto University? After listening to Officer Chen's story, the young man looked at Xiao Yao with a smile on his face. Yeah. I'm a freshman at Kyoto University. Xiao Yao responded. Haha, it seems that the juniors in my alma mater are getting better and better. My name is Gao Jinghao. I graduated from Beijing University 2 years ago. Gao Jinghao said with a smile. Ah, it turns out to be my senior. Xiao Yao eyes showed surprise. I didn't expect that the law enforcement team member who came this time was actually his direct senior. Junior, there are a few police officers. I will take this person away, and these children will be handed over to you, Gao Jinghao said. In recent years, there have been more and more missing children in Longwa, and this is the first case involving a summoner. Maybe we can find some clues from this person. I understand. We will handle the rest. Chowan nodded. Although the summoner was involved in this matter, it was a hassle to help these children find their parents. In addition, after all, this happened in his jurisdiction. There will be a lot of wrangling and responsibility. It's a headache. Captain Chow, I will take Ms. Wang and Mr. Li away to close the case, Officer Chen said. He successfully solved Ms. Wang's case, and found so many abducted children. He must have made a lot of contributions. And he didn't have to take responsibility like Chowan. He is in a much better mood than Chowan now. Okay. Chowan is in a heavy mood now, and he is not in the mood to say anything else to Officer Chen. Afterwards, Officer Chen Xiao Yao and Ms. Wang family returned to Weiyang Police Station. Officer Chen, this matter should be over. Seeing Ms. Wang and her husband walking out of the police station with their child, Xiao Yao asked. It's over. It's over, Xiao Yao. Thank you for your help, Officer Chen said with a smile. Just now, he reported this matter to his leader, who appreciated his performance very much. Then please help me show the task settlement certificate. Oh, look at my memory. Come. I stamp and sign for you. Officer Chen is also very familiar with this set. He downloaded a template from the computer, found the relevant department to stamp, and signed his name. It will take another day to confirm online. I give you this confirmation letter first. Okay. Xiao Yao took the confirmation letter and waved goodbye to Officer Chen. Goodbye, Officer Chen. Xiao Yao, goodbye. After leaving the police station, Xiao Yao smiled and was in a very good mood. He had a great sense of accomplishment in saving so many children. Doing the mission, is it quite interesting? On the avenue, Gao Jinghao was sitting in the back seat of the car. Next to him was Scarface, who was handcuffed. Scarface closed his eyes and said nothing, and Gao Jinghao ignored him. As long as he got to the law enforcement team, there were ways to make him speak. Halfway through the car, suddenly Gao Jinghao's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Stop." The car stopped quickly. The law enforcement team member in the front row turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Gao Jinghao did not speak, but put his hand on Scarface's neck. After more than 10 seconds, Gao Jinghao said with an ugly face, "Dead?" "What?" The other two law enforcement team members suddenly changed their faces. Chapter 162, Wanjia and Qilin. After returning to school, Xiao Yao first went to the mission hall to submit the mission confirmation letter. The points will be issued after confirmation on the police station website. After submitting the mission, Xiao Yao went to the large supermarket inside the school to buy some food. The supermarket is owned by the school. It is divided into 2 floors. Each floor is more than 1,000 square meters. The first floor mainly sells some daily necessities, snacks, drinks and the like. The second floor sells food for war beasts, such as meat, vegetables, nutrient solution needed by the plant system, etc. Pushing a small cart, Xiao Yao went through the shelves one by one. He had an amazing appetite. When he was at home, he would buy a lot of snacks and put them in the snack corner he set up. And when he was at school, the snack corner would not be left out. Biscuits, bud. Beef jerky, I want 5 big bags of small cakes, I want a box of this. Hawthorn pills, it helps digestion, I want a big bag. Fat water, this is not very healthy, I will just buy 1. The cart was soon filled with 2 full layers. If he hadn't left room for Xiaoke and Lan Yo to buy food, his cart would have been full long ago. With 2 million in his pocket, he doesn't even look at the price when buying things. So, it's better to be rich. Xiao Yao smiled. When he's in a good mood, he's good at making big purchases. In one word, buy. 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 Xiao. This coffee doesn't taste good. If you like coffee, I can give you imported coffee, which is definitely purer than this. Hearing that familiar voice, the smile on Xiao Yao's face disappeared instantly. Damn, it's this fly again. Why are you everywhere? Following the direction of the sound, Xiao Yao pushed the cart over. Bai Lingsha put the coffee on the shelf into the cart and said lightly, "No need, I just like instant coffee, I'm not used to drinking pure coffee. Also, Classmate Wan Jiabao, I like to go shopping alone. You can go back to the dormitory if you have nothing to do. Wan Jiabao said proudly. I don't live in the dormitory. I live at home like you. I won't live with a group of common people. Bai Lingsha frowned. She didn't live in the dormitory because her father was a teacher at Beijing University, and her home was close. This was completely different from the reason given by this idiot. If others heard what Wan Jiabao said just now, then her reputation would be ruined. What a brainless and annoying guy. Classmate Bai Lingsha said that she likes to go shopping alone. Why are you still staying here? At this time, a faint voice sounded behind him. Wan Jiabao turned around and saw that it was Xiao Yao, the person he hated the most. Have you finished your mission? Bai Lingsha asked with a smile. Yes. I found the child. Watching the two talking as if no one was around, Wan Jiabao's jealousy suddenly rose. But he was really traumatized by Xiao Yao, and he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Wan Jiabao showed a forced smile. Xiao. It's late now. I'm going home first. See you tomorrow. After saying that, without waiting for Bai Lingsha to reply, he turned around and left. After Wan Jiabao walked away, Xiao Yao frowned and said, this is an annoying thing. Seeing Xiao Yao frowning, Bai Lingsha's original irritability disappeared immediately, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You usually eat so many snacks? Bai Lingsha looked at Xiao Yao's two-layer cart, and couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Yao said awkwardly, well, I usually eat a lot, and I get hungry quickly. Loving snacks is indeed a behavior of some little girls, but he couldn't help it. He couldn't go to the cafeteria to eat every once in a while. Bai Lingsha smiled and changed the topic. Is the mission going well? It went smoothly, but there was an unexpected gain. The two pushed the cart and talked as they walked. What does an unexpected gain mean? Xiao Yao briefly described his experience. More than 20 children and summoners participated. Yeah. I also find it strange. Xiao Yao also showed a puzzled expression. Why would you do this? Forget it. Don't think about it. This is the business of the Kyoto law enforcement team. After working in the law enforcement team for a while, he would consciously involve himself in the case when he encountered it. But this matter is under the jurisdiction of the Kyoto law enforcement team after all. There are so many talented people there, it is not my turn to worry about it. After the two of them finished shopping on the first floor, they went to the second floor to buy a lot of food for war beasts. Xiaoke and Lanyo's food is very simple, just meat. But Bai Lingsha's rainbow horned deer and flying feather blue luan are very picky eaters. They must have the freshest fruits and vegetables, a perfect war beast princess style. Kyoto's high-end villa area. Wan Jiabao returned home angrily, threw the bag in his hand on the sofa, and was about to go upstairs to the house. Come and eat. At this time, a majestic voice came from the room. Wan Jiabao paused and slowly walked towards the restaurant. This is a luxurious restaurant. The crystal lamp above reflects the dreamlike and colorful lighting, the gorgeous tables and chairs, the small and exquisite bar. Everywhere exudes the atmosphere of nobility. 3 people have already taken their seats at the table. On the main seat is Wan Jiabao's grandfather Wan Chongshan, on his left is his father Wan Wenye, and on his father's left is his mother Shi Yuqing. Wan Chongshan looked only in his 40s, with a dark complexion and deep eyes. He was a shrewd and calculating boss. Wan Wenye's appearance and complexion were similar to Wan Chongshan's, but his temperament was completely different, more rugged and heroic. Shi Yuqing was beautiful and generous, with fair skin. When she saw Wan Jiabao, she couldn't help but show her love. You go down first. Wan Chongshan waved his hand, signaling the chef and housekeeper who were waiting on the side to leave. After the others disappeared, Wan Jiabao shouted loudly, Dad, there is a pariah in our class who wants to steal my woman. Help me kill him. Wan Wenye glanced at him indifferently and said, let's eat first. Dad. Wan Jiabao wanted to say something, but was frightened by Wan Wenye's cold eyes. After eating 2 mouthfuls of rice, Wan Jiabao felt more and more aggrieved. The miserable defeat under the spotlight, the ridicule of classmates, Bai Lingsha alienation, the reluctance to be scared away by Xiao Yao, and the indifference of his father. All kinds of emotions exploded in his heart. Wan Jiabao pressed the chopsticks on the table and said angrily, I'm full. I don't want to eat anymore. After saying that, he went upstairs. Jiabao, you can't skip meals. Seeing this, Shi Yuqing hurriedly followed Wan Jiabao and kept persuading him. Wan Jiabao said nothing and walked quickly to his room. Bang, a loud door slammed. The villa was silent, and Shi Yuqing's comforting voice could be heard faintly in the room. Seeing this, Wan Wenyi's eyes flashed with a faint black air. Wenyi? Wan Chongshan ate a steak slowly, and said lightly, "How is Qilin now?" Hearing the name Qilin, Wan Wenyi's brows relaxed slightly, and said, "Qilin has officially started school at the Magic City Military. He is now very strong." Okay, Wan Chongshan nodded slightly, and said, "You must be extremely cautious about Qilin's affairs, and never let anyone know about his relationship with our Wan family." Understood. Wan Wenyi nodded and said, "I will take care of it." Wan Chongshan looked up at the building, and there seemed to be a black mist flowing in his eyes, which made people feel cold. Chapter 163 Yinwu Club, Battle for the Gravity Chamber. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Yao spent his first week in school. This week he did not do any other tasks, except for classes. He went to the library to read various books and materials. The books in the Beijing University Library are as vast as the sea, and many of them are top secret, only open to Beijing University students. Here, Xiao Yao learned a lot of outdoor knowledge. Red Cloud Gobi, Dark Forest, Endless Sea of Forests. The conditions of the largest forbidden areas in Dragon Country are vividly presented in the book. Xiao Yao was fascinated by what he saw, and his brain made him remember the knowledge firmly. After reading this information, Xiao Yao realized how dangerous the A-level forbidden area was. It is not an exaggeration to say that silver is everywhere, and gold is worse than dogs. Only tribes with platinum level can survive in these forbidden areas, and tribes with diamond level can gain a firm foothold. Compared with these forbidden areas, the barren plains are like a warm cradle. Fortunately, monsters will not easily go out of the wild, and each country has developed powerful firepower equipment. Otherwise, humans would have been extinct long ago. Of course, danger also means opportunity. Precious spiritual fruits, rare minerals, materials for elixirs. Almost all treasures are obtained from various forbidden areas. Still too weak. Xiao Yao sighed. If I were to put myself in a forbidden area, I might not even survive a day. The road to becoming a king is long and arduous. Ding, the phone rang. Xiao Yao found a quiet place to answer the call. Hello Xiao Yao, where are you now? Senior, I'm in the library. The caller was Gui Yufan. Come to the second floor of the cafeteria in the evening. I take you and Liangyang to meet our fellow countrymen from Zhong province. Okay. No problem. I notify Liangyang now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao felt a surge of anticipation. He had heard that there were all kinds of small circles in Beijing University. This hometown gathering in the evening, would it mean that he was beginning to integrate into these circles? The importance of circles is even greater in Beijing University. Resources, information sharing, joint efforts to complete tasks, campus cadre elections. These things are inseparable from the support of circles. Although he is a cheat, as long as he lives in society, he cannot avoid these interpersonal interactions. Xiao Yao. Liangyang. Come and sit here, Gui Yufan said as he entered the room, pointing to the seat next to him. After Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang sat down, the other dozen people at the table looked at them with friendly and curious eyes. Gui Yufan stood up and said, "Let me introduce them. These two are my direct juniors. Both of them are from Yinqing No. 1 High School. This is Su Xingliang. And this is Xiao Yao, who is also the top student of this year's freshman class." Wow! Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that Xiao Yao was the first. Strong fresh blood is indispensable for every group, especially in Beijing University. When a member is the strongest in the same class, it is very good news for them. Hello, seniors. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang greeted politely. Xiao Yao, Liangyang, I called you two here today. First, to introduce you to our fellow countrymen from Zhong province. And second, to ask you two, are you willing to join our Yinwu Association? Yinwu Association. When they heard the name, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang immediately realized that this was a hometown association of Zhong province. The name was taken from Wu City, the capital of Zhong province, and Yinqing, the second largest city. It was just that Yinqing was named before Wu City, which surprised the two. But after thinking about it, Wu Yin Association is indeed not as smooth as Yinwu Association. Gui Yufan seemed to see what they were thinking, and explained with a smile. Yinwu Association was founded a long time ago, and the founder is from Yinqing. After so many generations of inheritance, our Yinwu Association is also considered a medium to high-level force in Beijing University. Everyone present is a member of our Yinwu Association. Of course, there are many people who are on missions. They are not here today. I will introduce you two to them later. There are many large and small groups in Beijing University. Among them, groups that are united by region are the most common. After all, many people choose to return to their hometowns after graduation. After returning to their hometowns, Beijing University students can basically become leaders in various fields. This is an extremely large force and team. For example, the deputy director of the Wu City Law Enforcement Bureau is a senior of our Yinwu Association. There are also seniors of our Yinwu Association in the military, business, and various large hunting teams. Wow! Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang were shocked. After hearing what Gui Yufan said, they realized how terrifying the Yinwu Association was. Apart from other things, the deputy director of the Wu City Law Enforcement Bureau alone is one of the top people in the entire central province. And his strength is at least platinum level. I don't know if my dad is from Yinwu Association. The two exchanged glances. And finally Xiao Yao said, Senior, it is an honor for Liang Yang and I to join Yinwu Association. Okay, Gui Yufan said excitedly. As the president of this session of Yinwu Association, on behalf of all members, I welcome you to join. As Xiao Yao former guide, he was quite satisfied with Xiao Yao character and strength. Being promoted to bronze level before the start of the freshman year, it takes several sessions to produce a genius who can definitely lead Yinwu Association to soar in the future. Su Xingliang character and strength are also good. And he is also a good seedling. Next, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became much more lively. Everyone is a summoner, with excellent physical fitness, and they drink more and more heroically. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang, as newcomers, are the focus of everyone present. After drinking for more than an hour, even Xiao Yao, who has a strong physique, felt his tongue tied. Su Xingliang had already fallen asleep on the table. At this moment, the door was kicked open. A tall man rushed in, followed by 4 or 5 followers. Liao Xiong, are you looking for death? Gui Yufan stared at the intruder and said angrily. Liao Xiong grinned and said with a faint smile, Gui Yufan, I haven't settled the score with you for the last time, but I came here to talk to you about something else. He glanced across the room. Everyone from the Yinwu Association is here. That's perfect. Gui Yufan, we lost the right to use gravity room number 19 to you last time, but I will take back gravity room number 19 in the new year. As usual, see you at the Battle Beast Hall tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, he led his people away. Gui Yufan's face was ugly. Liao Xiong's kicking in was really a slap in his face. The faces of others were also not good. At this time, Xiao Yao asked curiously, Senior, what is the right to use the gravity room that the man just mentioned? Gui Yufan calmed down his anger and explained, the gravity hall has more than 20 large gravity rooms. These gravity rooms will not be lent to a single student, but will be lent to various groups of Beijing University for free. Over the past hundreds of years, a situation similar to the routine has been formed. Basically, each gravity room is fought over by 2 forces. Our Yinwu Association's opponent is the Donghai Palace of Donghai Province, fighting for gravity room number 19. Donghai Palace. Xiao Yao twitched his lips. Do you think you are the Dragon King? Then what is the old rule he mentioned? The principle is this. Each force selects one person from the first, second, third and fourth year to fight. And the one who wins more games will get the right to use the gravity hall for 1 year. What if it's 2-2? Then the presidents of both sides will fight it out, and the winner will be decided in one battle. I see. Gui Yufan looked at him and smiled. We have you here. At least the freshman class is secure. Although he said so, there was a hint of reluctance in his smile. He and Liao Xiong were equally strong, and who would win or lose depended on the performance of both sides. As for the junior and sophomore classes, as far as he knew, Donghai Palace had an outstanding member in each class, and they were definitely better than Yinwu Club. Therefore, only if he wins 2 games can Yinwu Club keep the gravity room. But he is not sure whether he can win 2 games. After all, he knows Liao Xiong's background. The two have fought for so many years, and they have won and lost. No one can guarantee a sure win. Gui Yufan sighed slightly in his heart. As the new president of Yinwu Club, he is under a lot of pressure. He never wants to see that he has just taken office and lost the important resources of Yinwu Club. It's a headache. Chapter 164. Gui Yufan first battle with the mighty golden ape. The next afternoon, the members of Yinwu Association and Donghai Palace gathered in the number 5 battle room of the War Beast Battle Hall. More than 20 people from Yinwu Association came, except for the members, who were still doing the mission. All the others came. More than 20 people from Donghai Palace also came, and they were not inferior to Yanmu Association in number and momentum. A middle-aged male teacher stood in the center of the ring, watching the two groups confronting each other with interest. He was the permanent referee of the battle hall, mainly responsible for the refereeing of the battle hall and protecting the safety of the students. There are 10 permanent referees in the fighting hall, although not many. Fortunately, under normal circumstances, the students' fights will not occur at the same time, so 10 referees are enough to handle the daily work. But if we wait until the National League selection, those 10 referees will not be enough, and more teachers will need to be transferred from other departments. Gui Yufan Liao Zhiyong walked to the front of the team. With a confident smile on his face, "Let's not talk nonsense. Let's get started." He had full confidence in this battle. He had known all the members of Yanwu Club. In the sophomore and junior classes, Donghai Palace would surely win. He also recruited a very outstanding junior in the freshman class. As for the senior class? Gui Yufan. "Let's settle the last grudge today," Gui Yufan said calmly. "Okay. Let's start the first battle with the two of us." Liao Zhiyong smiled faintly and said, "That's exactly what I want." The two walked slowly to the stage, stood opposite each other, and summoned their own war beasts. Name of war beast: Mighty King Kong Ape. War beast level silver. Level 1 war beast skills: Giant Force Burst, Banging Punch, Vidra Body. Name of war beast: Wind Spirit Bird. War beast level silver. Level 2 war beast skills: Wind Blade, Wind Speed. Name of war beast: White Jade Lion. War beast level silver. Level 4 war beast skills: Lion King Claw, White Jade Cage, Crazy Lion Roar. Seeing the information of Gui Yufan war beast, Xiao Yao eyes lit up. Compared to the time when they were in the trial field a few months ago, Gui Yufan war beast has grown a lot. First, the powerful ape evolved into the powerful diamond ape. Not only promoted from bronze level 4 to silver level 1, but also gained 2 more skills: the blasting fist and the diamond body. Just looking at the body that is several times stronger than before, and the skin that is faintly glowing with golden light, you can see how much the strength of the powerful diamond ape has changed. Compared with the evolved powerful diamond ape, the qualifications of the wind bird are slightly inferior. In the past 6 months, she has only upgraded 1 level, and her skills are still 2, without any change. However, the wind spirit bird is a flying war beast. Even if it has 1 less skill, it can still play an irreplaceable role in battle. The last one is the white jade lion that Gui Yufan did not show before. He remembered that Gui Yufan was a silver level 3 summoner at that time, which means that the white jade lion has also been upgraded by 1 level in the past 6 months. And it is also one of the top silver war beasts, with 3 skills. Silver level 4 summoner. I don't know where the senior is ranked in the true dragon list, and whether he has the strength to compete for a place in the National League. At this time, Xiao Yao turned his eyes to Liao Zhiyong's war beast. War beast named Giant Steel Rhinoceros. War beast level silver. Level 1 war beast skill: War Collision, Steel Armor. War beast named 5 Poisonous Vines. War beast level silver. Level 1 war beast skill: Poisonous Vines, growing wantonly, Devil Vine Strangles. War beast named Frost Mantis. War beast level silver. Level 4 war beast skill: Ice Slash, Ice Path, Lightning Attack. Liao Zhiyong's war beasts are quite diverse. Giant Steel Rhinoceros of the Wild Beast system, 5 Poisonous Vines of the Plant system, and Frost Mantis of the Insect system. Although the 5 Poisonous Vine is 1 level lower than the Wind Spirit Bird, but in terms of team battles, the 5 Poisonous Vine may play a greater role. These two are worthy of being the leaders of the 2 groups. They are of similar strength, and are definitely the best in the entire grade. This battle, the outcome is unpredictable. The referee stood in the center of the ring and asked, "What kind of competition method are you going to use?" "Let's fight in a group, and the winner will be determined in 1 battle," Liao Zhiyong said. "Okay." Gui Yufan nodded. There are 2 main ways for students to compete with each other. One is a group battle, where all the war beasts come together to decide the winner. There is also a 1v1 competition system, similar to King of Fighters 97, where the winner continues to accept the challenge of the opponent's second beast until he wins. Some people prefer team battles because of the tacit cooperation between the beasts, while others prefer 1v1 battles because one of their beasts is outstanding, but the overall strength is lowered by the rest of the beasts. Liao Zhiyong and Gui Yufan have fought too many times, so they simply chose team battles, which are simple and easy. Okay, then both sides get ready. The referee retreated to a corner of the room, waved his hand and said, "Begin." Boom! As soon as the words fell, Several war beasts each found their opponents. The giant steel rhino suddenly exploded, launching a war collision and directly finding the powerful diamond ape. A thick layer of silver armor condensed on its huge body. Even its face was no exception. And it instantly turned into the most terrifying war machine. Ayo! The powerful diamond ape roared. And its knotted muscles suddenly exploded. Its skin faintly emitted a golden glow. His right arm was pulled back, like a big bow, and it swung forward violently. Bang! The indestructible iron fist met the heavy steel visor, and the two war beasts took 2 steps back at the same time. The powerful King Kong ape shook his aching fist, and the steel giant rhino shook his dizzy head. Then the two beasts attacked each other at the same time as if they had agreed. On the other side, the ice mantis also found the white jade lion, with a tremor of its wings as thin as a cicada's wing. The ice mantis turned into a blue lightning and flew towards the white jade lion. The white jade lion crouched slightly, and its majestic lion eyes stared at the blue shadow. Then his front paws suddenly expanded twice as much, and slapped forward heavily. Lion King Claw versus Ice Slash. Ding! The cold blade arm collided with the white jade lion paw, making a crisp sound of collision. In terms of strength, the ice mantis is naturally not as good as the white jade lion. It flew backwards several meters in the air, but at the same time, swinged 2 blue beams towards the ground. Caw 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 caw. In the blink of an eye, a layer of extremely smooth ice condensed in front of the white jade lion, slowing down his pursuit. At the same time, more than a dozen vines with a bright green light wove a large net, and moved towards the white jade lion. At this moment, several wind blades fell from the sky, cutting off the vines cleanly and neatly, leaving debris all over the ground. The wind spirit bird was always paying attention to the movements of the 5 poison vines in the air. Her mission was to cut off all the branches of the 5 poison vines to prevent them from affecting the battle of the other 2 partners. The main branch of the 5 poison vines shook slightly, and then grew rapidly, like a chaotic lion's hair technique, sweeping towards the wind spirit bird in the sky. The battle entered a white-hot stage. Chapter 165 Poison Explosion Reversal Draw. Swish swish swish. The wind bird flapped its wings, and the wild and sharp wind blades cut towards the green vines. The extremely resilient vines could only be cut into several sections under the wind blades, and fell to the ground like a torrential rain. But the vitality of the vines was very terrifying. The broken sections could close in a breath, and quickly grow, like weeds growing wildly. Dozens of vines connected and bent with each other, turned into several thick whips, which were constantly swung in the middle, making a crisp and loud sound. The limited height of the battle hall limited the advantage of the wind bird. Fortunately, she also had the blessing of wind speed, which allowed her to continuously break through the large net woven by vines. The 6 war beasts were completely mixed up. Ayo! The powerful golden ape glared angrily, and his originally thick arms suddenly expanded. He took a step forward, and his right fist turned into a sharp spear, carrying a terrifying sound of breaking wind, and smashed towards the steel giant rhino. Huge force burst plus bang punch. Bang! The eardrum bursting shock sounded. The steel mask shattered instantly, and the steel rhino roared in pain. His mind went blank. The powerful King Kong ape stepped forward, lowered his waist, and turned his hips, and punched again, seeing that this punch was about to hit the head of the steel rhino. Suddenly, the powerful King Kong ape staggered, as if he was tripped by something. He looked down and found that his ankles were tied tightly by thick vines, and these vines were still exerting force, pulling his center of gravity. Roar! At this time, the giant steel rhino also came back to his senses, and with a kick, his body suddenly burst out with a terrifying speed, and the thick rhino horn stabbed towards the chest of the powerful diamond ape. The powerful diamond ape did not panic. He half crouched, stabilized his center of gravity, and welcomed the opponent's attack. Suddenly, the powerful diamond ape felt his feet loosen. He did not think much. He directly stepped sideways, grabbed the rhino horn with both hands, and his muscles suddenly bulged, exerting force on his waist and back. Roar! A roar of explosion sounded. The powerful King Kong ape's face flushed red, and he turned his feet. Under the shocked eyes of the crowd, he actually pulled up the steel rhino, swung it in the air, and then quickly let go. Bang! The huge body hit the wall, and the whole battle room was shaken. Oh my god, this strength is too great. President, Invincible. Senior, you are my idol. The members of Yanwu Club were overwhelmed by this violent and passionate scene, and couldn't help but cheer loudly. The atmosphere at the East Sea Palace was very depressing. Brother Liao is not going to lose. Is he? Don't talk nonsense. Brother Liao will not lose. At this time, Liao Xiong frowned slightly. Compared to a month ago, the combat power of the powerful golden ape has increased a lot. After the evolution of this race, the potential is really not to be underestimated. Dong dong dong, the powerful golden ape took advantage of the victory and took a big step. Then he bent and stretched his knees, and his body flew into the air, and his fists were clenched and smashed down like beating drums. On the ground, the steel giant rhino shook his dizzy head, and his vision was a little blurry. Suddenly, he felt something approaching from above. When he really saw his opponent clearly, his eyes suddenly showed panic. At this moment, the ice mantis, who was fighting with the white jade lion, used a knife arm to distance himself from the opponent. And then a blue light flashed on his body, and he disappeared in front of everyone. Lightning attacked the powerful King Kong ape in the air, felt a blue light flash in the corner of his eyes. He subconsciously used all his strength to drive the King Kong body, twisted his body in the air, and threw a heavy punch at the blue light. Ding! The azure crystal blade arm and the diamond-like fist collided. The fist of the powerful diamond ape suddenly cracked, blood flowed out, dyeing the light yellow hair red. Facing the silver level 4 ice mantis's flash attack plus ice slash, the silver level 1 diamond body seemed a little powerless. Seeing his opponent leave the battlefield, the white jade lion naturally would not be idle. He opened his mouth and let out a shocking roar. The airwaves surged, and the invisible force hit the steel giant rhino, making his brain blank. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? The steel giant rhino roared in his heart before he fainted. The white jade lion stepped forward, and 7 or 8 white jade pillars, as thick as arms, suddenly condensed under the steel giant rhino, binding it to the ground. Then, the white jade lion took heavy steps and rushed towards the steel giant rhino. Along the way, the 5 poisonous demon vines wove many large nets, trying to slow down the white jade lion's steps, but under the white jade lion's tyrannical power, these actions were tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Suddenly, the 5 poison demon vine changed its mind. While the mighty King Kong ape was being restrained by the ice mantis, it jumped up like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity, tightly tied up the mighty King Kong ape, and suddenly exerted force. The demon vine strangled. The rough vines rubbed against the solid muscle skin, making a creaking sound. The thorns on the vines wanted to pierce the skin and inject the toxins into the body of the mighty King Kong ape. Fortunately, the body of the King Kong was very strong, and did not give the vines a chance to take advantage. The powerful golden ape was trapped, and in order to save him, the white jade lion had to change its target and fight the ice mantis again. In midair, more than a dozen wind blades condensed around the wind bird, some of which chopped at the main body of the 5 poisonous vines, and some directly hit the steel giant rhino. At this time, the steel giant rhino woke up, and a layer of steel armor condensed on its face again to block the wind blades. The battle became a mess again, but Xiao Yao could see that Senior Gui Yufan still had the upper hand. The steel giant rhino became a breakthrough point, and as long as this point was always targeted, the senior would be able to win the final victory. Gui Yufan obviously realized this, and then secretly gave an order. Ayo! The powerful diamond ape roared to the sky. His body expanded again, and his arms stretched out. Gigi! The vine squeezed into the flesh of the powerful diamond ape, making a constant friction sound. The 5 poison demon vine wanted to trap the powerful diamond ape, but under the huge force, its strength was not enough. Boom! The vines exploded, and the powerful diamond ape escaped and rushed towards the steel giant rhino without hesitation. At the same time, the white jade lion suddenly opened its mouth and aimed at the ice mantis. Seeing the white jade lion's mouth open, the ice mantis, an old rival, naturally knew that he was going to launch the lion's roar, and subconsciously distanced himself. But the white jade lion was just bluffing, and he leaped forward and pounced on the steel giant rhino. Seeing this, the ice mantis knew that he was being fooled, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Swish! A blue light flashed, and the ice mantis launched a skill. Flash strike plus ice slash. The sharp blade arm slashed at the back of the white jade lion, making a sharp sound of breaking the wind. At this moment, the powerful diamond ape suddenly jumped up, blocked behind the white jade lion, and swung out his right fist, colliding with the knife arm. Bang! The knife arm chopped on the fist, and instantly sank into the flesh, and the bones were clearly visible. The powerful diamond ape's face remained unchanged, because his mission had been completed. Lion King Claw. The white jade lion swung its front paw forward, and slammed into the face shield of the steel giant rhino with a bang. The terrifying force penetrated the face shield, causing the steel giant rhino to fall into a coma. At this time, the wind spirit bird also condensed dozens of wind blades, and cut the magic vines that wanted to join the battle into pieces. As soon as the steel giant rhino fell, the white jade lion immediately changed its target. Under the combined efforts of the mighty King Kong ape and the white jade lion, the ice mantis was also knocked down and had no fighting power. The mighty King Kong ape and the white jade lion panted and turned to look at the main branch of the 5-poison demon vine. The wind spirit bird also slowly landed and flew over the shoulder of the mighty King Kong ape. Liao Xiong. Admit defeat, Gui Yufan said calmly. 3 against 1, the opponent is bound to lose. Although he and Liao Xiong had a deep grudge, he did not want to make things too extreme, and let Liao Xiong lose miserably in front of his men. Liao Xiong glanced at the battlefield calmly. Apart from Gui Yufan's 3 war beasts, there were only his own 5 poisonous magic vines and broken vines all over the ground. To be honest, this outcome was indeed beyond his expectations. He did not expect that the powerful King Kong ape's combat power would improve by leaps and bounds in just 1 month, directly opening up a gap with the steel giant rhino. Fortunately, he just happened to have practiced a trump card. The corner of Liao Xiong's mouth curled up. Gui Yufan, do you think you can win? What do you mean? Gui Yufan suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Liao Xiong opened his fist, then clenched it suddenly. Poison explosion. Bang bang bang, the broken vines covering the ground exploded at the same time, and the thick poisonous fog instantly covered the entire battlefield. Although the 3 war beasts held their breath in time, they still couldn't help but inhale some of the poisonous fog. Although the poison of the 5-poison demon vine could not penetrate their flesh through the vines, this gaseous poison mist was the most difficult to defend against. The 5-poison demon vine, its greatest lethality comes from its poison. Although they only inhaled a mouthful, the 3 war beasts still could not resist the poison and lay on the ground in pain. After launching the poison explosion, the 5-poison demon vine also lost all its strength, and the originally vertical vines fell to the ground with a bang. At this time, the referee on the side waved his arm, and the thick poison mist quickly dissipated. At the same time, he summoned his healing war beasts to heal all these war beasts. This match, a draw. A draw. Liao Xiong showed a proud smile. In this draw, the sophomores and juniors will definitely win, so it can be said that Donghai Palace has won the final victory. When Gui Yufan heard the word draw, his heart sank. He knew very well that a draw would mean that Yanwu would give up the gravity room. I was careless. With a feeling of remorse and unwillingness in his heart, Gui Yufan said nothing and walked off the stage. Chapter 166, Junior Year Battle, a crushing defeat. From a sure win to a tie, many people in Yanwu Club hadn't reacted yet, but saw Gui Yufan walk off the stage with a heavy face. President. Brother Fan. Everyone wanted to say something, but Gui Yufan just waved his hand and said, "Get ready for the next game." After that, he looked at a boy next to him and said, "Huahai, you play in the next game." Tung Huahai nodded solemnly and said, "Brother Fan, I will do my best." He knew very well who his opponent was, and he also expected that he would most likely lose this match. However, as a member of Yanwu Club and a student of Beijing University, he would never back down. On the other side, Liao Xiong patted the boy next to him on the shoulder and said, "Jinka, win cleanly." Zhong Jinka smiled confidently. "Brother Liao, watch me finish the fight in 1 minute." Both players walked onto the stage, and the referee said without further ado, "Both sides summon war beasts." A flash of white light, 6 war beasts appeared at the same time. War beast name Thunder Leopard, War beast level Silver, level 1 war beast skills Lightning Step, Thunder Claw, Thunder Roar Cannon. War beast name Ironback Bear, War beast level Silver, level 1 war beast skills Rage, Giant Bear Claw. War beast name Silver Horned Gold Devouring Rat, War beast level Bronze, level 4 war beast skills Gold Devouring Body Forging, Silver Horn Stab. This is the war beast of Tung Huahai of Yanwu Association. 2 silver level 1 war beasts paired with a bronze level 4 silver horned gold eating rat are considered to be relatively outstanding students among the juniors. But compared with Zhong Jinka, Tung Huahai war beast is slightly inferior. War beast name Blackwater Giant Crocodile, War beast level Silver, level 2 war beast skills Steel Fang Bite, Corroded Black Water, Blackwater Arrow. War Beast name Earth Elf War Beast level Silver level 1 War Beast skills Quicksand Burial, Earth Flow Wall, Thick Earth Armor. War Beast name Phantom Wolf War Beast level Bronze level 4 War Beast skills Phantom Clone, Shadow Attack. First of all, the Blackwater Giant Crocodile is one level higher than the Thunder Leopard, and the combat power and control power of the Earth Elf are much higher than the Ironback Bear. After reading the information of the war beasts of both sides, Xiao Yao predicted that Yinwu would lose this round. Begin! The referee waved his hand, and the war beasts on both sides launched attacks at the same time. The Earth Elf floated in the air, and stretched out his hand. Violent sand and stones flew out from his palm, and covered the entire arena. The arena was suddenly covered with a layer of yellow gauze, making it difficult to see the situation inside. Zzz. Blue electric light flashed, and the Thunder Leopard stepped on the lightning step, rushed out of the quicksand range, and ran towards the Blackwater Giant Crocodile. The Earth Elf ignored the Thunder Leopard, and focused on dealing with the Ironback Bear in front of him. The Blackwater Crocodile crouched slightly, and a dark, viscous liquid flowed out from under his feet, and quickly covered the entire arena. Then, the Blackwater Crocodile opened its mouth, and a thick black arrow shot out, hitting the Thunder Leopard's face. Blackwater Arrow. The Thunder Leopard also opened its mouth, and the dazzling lightning gathered in his mouth, and then burst out. Thunder Roar Cannon bang, the two collided. The lightning dissipated, and the black arrow also flew in all directions, merging into the black water on the ground. The black water rushed forward quickly. The space on the ring was limited. The Thunder Leopard and the other three beasts had nowhere to hide. The black water first touched the soles of the Thunder Leopard's feet. A faint black smoke rose up. The hair on the soles of the Thunder Leopard's feet was immediately corroded and charred. Seeing this, the silver-horned gold-eating rat hurriedly climbed onto the Ironback Bear's back. His small body was far inferior to the Thunder Leopard's. If it came into contact with the black water, I'm afraid his flesh and blood would be corroded. At this time, the Ironback Bear received the order from his master and endured the pain on the soles of his feet and ran towards the Blackwater Crocodile. If he doesn't get closer, his only chance will be lost. The Earth Elf showed a disdainful smile on his delicate face. He waved his hand, and a 2-meter thick earth wall blocked the Ironback Bear. Bang! The Ironback Bear hit the earth wall without any pretense. Although the earth wall shook violently, it was still not destroyed. At this moment, the flying sand around suddenly spun and condensed, like a sharp blade, cutting the bodies of the Ironback Bear and the silver-horned gold-eating rat. Fortunately, the Ironback Bear had a high defense, and this quicksand could not break through his thick skin. The silver-horned gold-eating rat also swallowed a lot of metal, and its body was extremely hard, so it did not receive much damage. However, the effect of the quicksand was far more than that. All the quicksand in the room continued to flow towards the Ironback Bear, and in less than a few seconds, the two beasts were buried in the earth slope. Then, the Earth Elf clenched its hands. Quicksand Burial. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from the earth slope. The quicksand dissipated, leaving only two dying war beasts. After dealing with the opponent, the Earth Elf turned his head and looked at the Thunder Leopard. Paw paw paw! The Blackwater Crocodile stepped on the black water and quickly crawled towards the Thunder Leopard. The Thunder Leopard's paws emitted a blazing lightning, and then slapped the Blackwater Crocodile. Thunder Claw. At this moment, a wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the Thunder Claw. Bang! The wall broke, and the Thunder Claw came out through the wall. The Thunder Leopard was about to retract its claws, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in its claws. It turned out that the Blackwater Crocodile took the opportunity to shoot a Blackwater arrow at the Thunder Leopard's palm. Zzz. The Blackwater arrow pierced through the epidermis, and continued to corrode the hair and flesh. The Thunder Leopard showed a painful expression. His claws stepped on the ground, and the black water on the ground was like an ant that could penetrate any hole, trying hard to drill into his flesh and blood, making it unbearable for him. He opened his mouth wide, and the strong electric light gathered in his mouth, and wanted to fire the Thunder Roar Cannon again. At this moment, the quicksand in the air suddenly condensed into a mask, and covered the Thunder Leopard's face with a snap. Thick Earth Armor. The Earth Elf did not use this move of Thick Earth Armor on himself and his teammates, but condensed it into a mask and gave it to the opponent. But this is also where he made good use of it. Boom! The Thunder Roar Cannon passed through the visor and slammed into the wall. Because of the visor, Thunder Leopard's eyes were dark at this time, and he couldn't see anything. What a delicate operation, Xiao Yao exclaimed in the audience. being able to transform the thick earth armor into a small visor. Only the elves, a race with superb elemental control, can do it at low levels. Crack suddenly. Thunder Leopard felt a sharp pain under his feet. The 2 rows of terrifying steel teeth of the Blackwater giant crocodile bit on the Thunder Leopard's legs. And the terrifying bite force of the steel teeth directly bit the Thunder Leopard's legs into pieces. Roar! The Thunder Leopard roared in pain. The overwhelming pain made him lose his mind. He kept kicking the Blackwater crocodile with his other legs. But these actions only made the Blackwater crocodile bite harder. Puff! The Blackwater crocodile tore off a large piece of flesh and bones from the Thunder Leopard's leg. The white bones that looked like irregular gears were exposed, which made everyone's scalp numb. In this battle, Donghai Palace won. The referee announced the result in time and asked the war beast to be treated quickly. 10 seconds later, the 3 war beasts stood up again, without any signs of injury. But Tung Huahai's expression was extremely lonely. The opponent only used 2 war beasts to defeat his 3 war beasts. This gap made him unwilling and helpless. Lost? Gui Yufan sighed in his heart. Before leaving the stage, Zhong Jinka pointed a thumbs down in the direction of Yinwu Association, silently saying the word rubbish with an extremely arrogant expression. The members of Yinwu Association glared at him. And Xiao Yao also frowned slightly. Chapter 167 Xiao Yao goes to battle. Haha, Gui Yufan, you lost miserably in this battle. Liao Xiong grinned, showing a mocking smile. If you lose another round, you will have to return the gravity room. Gui Yufan ignored Liao Xiong's arrogance, but turned his head to look at a girl next to him, and said softly, Yuchi, just do your best in the next battle. Li Yuchi bit her teeth lightly. She looked around, seeing that her companions were looking at her with expectation and encouragement, and suddenly she felt as if a mountain was pressing on her, making her breathless. She knew very well that if she lost, the Yinwu Association would lose completely, and the gravity room would have to be handed over. She would be the center of the Yinwu Association. Gui Yufan sighed, patted her shoulder, and said nothing more. Soon, Li Yuchi and Liang Shangji of Donghai Palace walked onto the stage at the same time. Both sides summoned war beasts. A white light flashed, and 4 war beasts appeared. War beast name Flower Fire Fox War Beast Level Bronze Level 3 War Beast Skills Fox Flame Fire Circle. War beast name Ice Claw Cat War Beast Level Bronze Level 2 War Beast Skills Ice Claw Tearing Claw. This is Li Yuchi's war beast. The Flower Fire Fox is pure white, and its tail is dyed with 7 or 8 kinds of gorgeous colors, like a blooming flower. The Ice Claw Cat is cute, with a naive face and a faint blue light on its claws. Both war beasts are very good looking. In comparison, Liang Shangji's war beast is like an ugly bully. War beast name Mudstone Beast War Beast Level Bronze Level 4 War Beast Skills Mudstone Armor Mudstone Stick. War beast name Blood Hyena War Beast Level Bronze Level 3 War Beast Skills Blood Claws Bloody Explosion. The Mudstone Beast is nearly 2 meters tall, with upright legs, a slightly hunched body, and dark blue mud spots all over its body, and a faint stench of mud. The Blood Hyena was more than half a person's height. Its hair seemed to be stained with blood, and its pair of blood-red and violent eyes were chilling. Seeing the information of the war beasts of both sides, Xiao Yao frowned. Senior Li Yuchi's war beast was not only inferior to the other parties, but also restrained by the other party. It was estimated that it would be difficult for her 2 war beasts to break through the defense of the Mudstone armor, and the Blood Hyena's lethality was definitely much stronger than that of the Ice Claw Cat. At the same time, he could also see that Li Yuchi's mental state was not right. Her fists were clenched, and her body was trembling slightly. Maybe she was afraid. Maybe she was under too much pressure. But no matter what, fighting in this state would make her already disadvantaged situation even worse. Many people also saw this, and their faces showed despair. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao walked to Gui Yufan and whispered a few words. Really? Gui Yufan's eyes flashed with surprise. Xiao Yao nodded. Okay. At this time, Gui Yufan shouted loudly, wait a minute. We need to change people. Change people? Whether it is the members of Yinwu Association or Donghai Palace. They all showed puzzled expressions. Changing people on the spot. What the hell is this? Xiao Yao slowly walked onto the stage, smiled at Li Yuchi and said, Senior sister, let me do this round. Xiao Yao. You? Li Yuchi opened her eyes slightly, not knowing what to say. She didn't understand why Brother Fan would let Xiao Yao replace her, although he was excellent and the strongest freshman. It didn't mean he could fight against sophomores. Everyone was a genius boy. Even if you were talented, you couldn't make up for a year's accumulation. Besides, Liang Shangji was not a weakling. He was also among the top 20 in the sophomore class. Oh, why is it him? Donghai Palace, a young man pointed at Xiao Yao, with a look of shock and confusion in his eyes. Ah, do you know him? Liao Xiong asked. Yu nodded and said, his name is Xiao Yao, the number 1 among our freshmen, a bronze-level leader. The number 1 freshman, a bronze-level leader. Liao Xiong frowned. He didn't expect that Yenwu would be able to recruit the number 1 freshman under his command, and this was a rare super genius, who could be promoted to bronze level before the start of the freshman year. When this person grows up, won't Donghai Palace be suppressed by him? But at the same time, he really doesn't understand Gui Yufan's intention to change people. Even if Xiao Yao is a genius, he is just a freshman. How can he be a match for a sophomore? Is he crazy? Liao Zhiyong looked at Gui Yufan and asked, Gui Yufan, if you want to admit defeat, just say it directly. What's the matter with you sending a freshman? After that, he said to Xiao Yao on the stage, boy, Gui Yufan is asking you to die. Do you know? He has talent, but he is a brainless guy. Xiao Yao looked at Liao Zhiyong and said calmly, to deal with you sophomores, there is no need to ask the senior sister to take action. I am enough. In addition, I want to say, Xiao Yao faced the direction of Donghai Palace and imitated Zhong Jinka before, and gave a thumbs down, and said calmly, you are all garbage. Fuck you. Arrogant. Shangji. Kill him. Brother Liao. Let me go. I want to kill this kid. The crowd at Donghai Palace was furious, and they wanted to rush up to duel with Xiao Yao. Liao Zhiyong's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, boy, you are looking for death. Shangji. Kill him for me. Liang Shangji clenched his fists and showed a cruel smile. Brother Liao. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. Xiao Yao's calm and arrogant ridicule made him furious. A mere freshman dared to be so arrogant. He simply didn't know how to write the word death. Today, your grandfather Liang will teach you a lesson. Beijing University is not a place where anyone can be rampant. Interesting. The referee at the side showed an interested look. There must be no fools who can be admitted to Beijing University. So what does this freshman rely on to dare to challenge the sophomore? Xiao Yao, then you do your best. Seeing this, Li Yuqi could only take back the war beast and leave the ring. But at the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the burden of pressure now fell on Xiao Yao, even if he failed. It had nothing to do with her. But she felt a little guilty, because she was not strong enough, so she asked the freshman to help her shoulder the heavy responsibility, and even had to endure the blame from others. Hey. After Li Yuqi withdrew, the referee said, both beasts. Prepare. Wow. A flash of white light. Xiao Yao summoned Xiaoku and Lanyo. A woo. Moo. Xiaoku and Lanyo appeared. And their arrogant, domineering and deep aura spread all around. The blood hyena and mud beast were shocked by the aura and took a half step back, with vigilance and uneasiness in their eyes. At this time, Liao Zhiyong also felt the extraordinariness of the two beasts, and turned to ask Yu Wu, what level of bronze is he? Yu Wu was stunned for a moment, and said uncertainly, it should be bronze 1. Liao Zhiyong frowned slightly. He also felt that Xiao Yao was bronze 1, and that he could be promoted to bronze 2 before the start of the university. It would be too abnormal. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy. Chapter 168, Destroying with Overwhelming Force. Su Xingliang goes to battle. Feeling the amazing momentum bursting out from the two beasts, Liang Shangji frowned slightly, and immediately withdrew his contempt for Xiao Yao. Boy, what bronze level are you? Liang Shangji asked. Bronze 4. Xiao Yao said indifferently. Bullshit. Liang Shangji cursed, if you, a freshman, are at bronze 4, I dare to eat shit right away. Xiao Yao curled his lips and said, if you want to eat shit, don't make excuses for yourself, there are plenty of them in the toilet. Good boy. Liang Shangji's eyes turned cold, and he said viciously, just wait for me. Bronze 4? Under the ring? Everyone was talking. Brother Fan. Is Xiao Yao really bronze 4? Brother Fan. He's not exaggerating. Right? The members of Yenwu Club surrounded Gui Yufan and asked, if Xiao Yao is really bronze 4, then Brother Fan's decision to change him can be understood. But bronze 4 at the beginning of the freshman year, Isn't it too magical? Gu Yifan smiled and said, I don't know either. Read on. The Yinwu Association was skeptical, while the Donghai Palace was unconvinced. Bronze 4. He is not afraid of being blown away by the strong wind. Yes. He is too boastful. I said I was gold level. The members did not believe it. And Liao Zhiyong did not believe it either. If you say bronze 2, there is still a slight possibility. Bronze 4, keep watching. I believe Shangji can teach him a profound lesson. Liao Zhiyong said with a smile. Begin. Following the referee's order, Liao Zhiyong took the lead in launching the attack. The blue-gray mud flow gathered on the body and palm of the mud beast. And within a second, it transformed into a solid armor and a 1.5-meter long mud stick. Boom, boom, boom. The mud beast held the mud stick and stepped heavily, rushing towards the old cow. On the other side, a faint blood mist burst out from the blood hyena. He directly launched a bloody explosion. His speed and strength increased dramatically. His scarlet eyes burst into terrifying murderous intent. His limbs moved, and he turned into blood-colored lightning and pounced on Xiaoke. As soon as he came up, Liang Shangji let the beast exert its full strength, and he had to teach the boy on the opposite side a profound lesson. Xiaoke and Lanyo did not move at all, quietly waiting for the opponent's attack. Swish, the blood hyena was very fast, approaching Xiaoke in 2 seconds, and its sharp claws were glowing with blood. Grabbing Xiaoke. Blood claws? Xiaoke grinned, and the wolf claws took advantage of the situation. The mouth of the beast. Bang, the two claws collided, and the blood hyena took a few steps back, and the bloody claws trembled slightly, and blood dripped down drop by drop. He looked closely, and saw 5 clear claw marks on his palm, bloody and fleshy, with faint bones visible. On the other side, the mudstone beast also found Lanyo. Before he got close, the mudstone beast raised the mudstone stick high, and a cruel smile appeared on his ugly face. Lanyo's eyes were calm. When the mudstone beast approached within 10 meters of him, his body suddenly exerted force. Everyone only saw a purple shadow flash by, and the next second, Lanyo hit the mudstone beast. Bang! The mudstone beast was knocked back 5 meters. The mudstone armor was shattered, and the mudstone stick in his hand fell to the ground at some point. What? Liang Shangji's pupil shrank suddenly. He didn't even see how Lanyo approached the mudstone beast. Puff! The mudstone beast spit out dark red liquid from its mouth. It raised its hands and was about to get up. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Lanyo raised his front limbs and smashed down heavily. Boom! The fierce force instantly destroyed the mudstone beast. Not only was the armor shattered, but even the mudstone beast's rock-hard body was smashed into spider-web-like cracks. Puff! The mudstone beast spat out a mouthful of blood, and its eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Then the old cow stepped on the mudstone beast's face, causing it to faint. On the other side, Xiaoke also took the initiative to attack. A black shadow flashed by, and before the blood hyena could react, it felt a sharp pain in its chest. Then, its footsteps softened, and it fell to the ground with a thump. Everyone looked at Xiaoke in amazement, standing majestically on the blood hyena like a general. And then his sharp claws snapped and picked down, directly breaking the blood hyena's spine. Ayo! The blood hyena screamed in pain, but his spine was broken, so he couldn't even move. The game is over. The referee announced the result. Xiaoke and Lanyo retracted their steps and walked slowly to Xiao Yao's side. The referee looked at the two beasts curiously, but did not forget his duty. He asked the war beast to quickly treat the injured blood hyena and mud beast. Is this the end? Oh my god! Is this really a freshman? I can't believe it. That's Liang Shangji, who can be ranked in the top 20 among all sophomores. But he couldn't even last half a minute. Brother fan, is Xiao Yao really a freshman? Are you mistaken? Bronze 4. It's possible that he is Bronze 4. The members of Yinwu Club surrounded Gui Yufan and asked non-stop. The curiosity and shock in their eyes could not be concealed. On the other side, the atmosphere in Donghai Palace was terribly dull. Everyone couldn't believe that Liang Shangji lost like this, lost without any resistance. The most important thing was that his opponent was just a freshman. Xiao Wu, are you sure he is from your class? Liao Zhiyong took a deep breath and asked. Yu Wu swallowed his saliva and nodded. I am sure. I will not make a mistake about those two war beasts. Hissing. Everyone in Dahai Palace took a breath and looked at each other. He is so powerful in his freshman year. So when he is in his sophomore year, won't he have no chance to take back the gravity room? Will my Dahai Palace be suppressed by him for 4 years? Where did this monster come from? Why did he join Yinwu Club? On the stage, Liang Shangji's eyes were still a little dull. He hadn't recovered from the defeat just now. Half a minute. He couldn't even last half a minute. For him who was arrogant. This was an absolutely unacceptable fact. Even Zhao Tianya, the strongest sophomore, couldn't beat him in such a short time. Who is this guy? Are you really bronze 4? Liang Shangji asked in a dry voice. Xiao Yao replied calmly, I don't even bother to lie about this kind of thing. Boom! Xiao Yao words completely set off the whole audience. Whether it was the members of Yinwu Association or Dahai Palace, they all looked at Xiao Yao with shocked eyes. A bronze 4 level at the beginning of the freshman year, such a genius, has never appeared in the history of Longwu. No matter the success or failure, everyone felt like witnessing history. Bronze 4 level, I don't blame myself for losing. Liang Shangji smiled bitterly and left the stage sadly, but at this time, he felt better. Losing to such a historical level genius, it's not shameful. At this time, Liao Zhiyong took a deep breath, turned to look at Gui Yufan and said, Gui Yufan, we are now 1 win, 1 loss and 1 draw. So the final winner will depend on the freshman. I let this kid replace me in the sophomore match. So he can't play in the freshman match. Gui Yufan said calmly, I know. After that, he looked at Su Xingliang and smiled. Liang Liang, it's up to you next. Su Xingliang was stunned, looking at the hopeful eyes of the people around him. And Xiao Yao encouraging nod on the stage. He took a deep breath and said, leave it to me. He stepped onto the stage and high-fived Xiao Yao. Come on! Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and said, leave it to me. Su Xingliang smiled confidently. In those months of hard training, I didn't waste my time. Let this battle test my strength. Chapter 169 Dahai Palace lost. Yinwu Club sent Su Xingliang, while Dahai Palace sent Yiwu. After walking onto the stage, the two stood opposite each other. Yiwu introduced first. Class 2 Yiwu. Su Xingliang was stunned for a moment, then said, Class 1, Su Xingliang. Both parties summoned war beasts. The referee said. Shua. 2 war beasts appeared at the same time. War beast named Shadow Cat, War beast level Black Iron, level 5 War beast skills Rapid Burst, Shadow flickered. Pidden fell to the ground and rubbed his claws with some excitement. After a long period of training, he has evolved from the timid little coward to an assassin who is proficient in combat skills. He is not afraid of the next opponent and is full of fighting spirit. Name of War Beast Golden Horn Bull, War Beast level Black Iron, level 5 War Beast skills Giant Horn Collision. While collision, the Golden Horn Bull is huge, and its 2 thick golden horns shine brightly under the light. Seeing that the opponent is the Golden Horn Bull, Su Xingliang and Pai Dan smiled immediately. Fighting bulls, they are so good at it. They have been fighting Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhinoceros for several months, and they are very familiar with how to fight such a huge enemy. After seeing the information of both sides, Xiao Yao also smiled. Golden Horn Bull, you have met a master of fighting bulls. Xiao Yao, it seems that you are very confident in Liang Yang. Seeing the smile on Xiao Yao's face, Gui Yufan couldn't help but say. Xiao Yao smiled and said, the attack method of the Golden Horn Bull is useless to Pai Dan. I think this battle will end soon. Unlike Zhou Hongyu Iron Rhino, the Golden Horn Bull does not have strong defense. Such an enemy is a sitting duck for Pai Dan. Is that so? Gui Yufan looked at the ring and smiled. Then I have to appreciate Liang performance. Is this a Shadow Cat? A member of the EC Palace asked uncertainly. It should be. Shadow Cat. It's a bit difficult to deal with. The member showed a worried look. Not necessarily. We are all lit here, and we can hardly see any shadows. So where can we find a place for him to flicker a shadow? Hey, what you said makes sense. The team members were discussing enthusiastically, but Liao Zhiyong's face was a little ugly. He had too much combat experience, and he could see the disadvantages of the Golden Horn Bull at a glance. Yu Wu, it depends on your performance. At this time, the referee retreated to the corner and shouted, Okay, both sides are ready, start. Dong. As soon as the voice fell, the Golden Horn Bull was like a starting train, stomping on the ground, rushing towards Pai Dan. Faced with this fierce attack, Pai Dan made a naughty face at his opponent, then stepped a step, and disappeared from the spot. Boom boom boom, the Golden Horn Bull braked suddenly, and missed completely. Beside him, Pai Dan looked at him with a smile on his face. Seeing the golden horned bull turn around and looked at him, Pai Dan twisted his butt towards him, making a provocative sound. Meow meow moo. The golden horned bull was completely enraged by Pai Dan's provocation. His eyes began to turn red, and rushed towards Pai Dan again. Boom boom boom. On the ring, the golden horned bull was like a headless fly, being led by the nose, missing again and again, but he kept rushing towards Pai Dan. Seeing the opponent's helpless and furious look, Pai Dan's interest was aroused. He made faces, twisted his buttocks, and hooked his hands. A series of provocative means made the golden horned bull completely lose his mind. Yu Wu, who was standing aside, was very anxious. He knew that the black cat was using a consumption tactic to continuously consume the golden horned bull's physical strength. But at this time, the golden horned bull was so angry that he completely disobeyed the command and launched an attack on the opponent without any rules. If this continued, the golden horned bull's physical strength would be exhausted sooner or later. On the other side, Su Xingliang's eyes were fixed on the battlefield. Piden's various actions were not simple provocations, but they were looking for the most suitable angle and position. The lights in the battle room were very bright. In addition to the several headlights above the head, there were several lights on the wall, which greatly reduced the shadows, so except for a few specific angles and positions, there were no conditions suitable for Piden's shadow to flicker. Fortunately, they finally found those points. Boom! The golden horned bull missed again. He gasped, and the red bloodshot in his eyes gradually faded. He woke up at this time. If he continued like this, he would not be able to hold on for long. Unfortunately, he woke up too late. Swish! The figure of the preserved egg blurred in an instant, and then disappeared under his eyes. The golden horned bull looked around blankly, and did not see the shadow of the enemy at all. Golden horn, be careful under you. Yu Wu's exclamation suddenly came to his mind. The golden horned bull was about to react, but it was too late. Swish! Piden appeared from the shadow below the golden horned bull's belly, and swung his sharp claws upwards, just like scissors cutting through cloth, leaving a more than 1 meter long cut on the golden horned bull's abdomen. Moo! The golden horned bull screamed in pain, then raised his hind legs and stepped on Piden. But Piden was prepared, and with a rapid burst, he quickly left his original position and came to Su Xingliang's side. While under the strong pressure of the abdominal cavity, bright red blood gushed out, and some intestines and internal organs were also exposed. The golden horned bull wanted to rush at his opponent, but just after taking one step, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. The game is over. The referee announced the result. Yeah. We won. We won. Junior. Awesome. The members of the Yanwu club cheered loudly and excitedly. Several boys who knew Su Xingliang yesterday rushed to the ring excitedly and hugged Su Xingliang tightly. These matches made them feel emotional. From a draw to a defeat, they were already desperate. Unexpectedly, two juniors stepped forward in the end and saved the situation that was originally doomed to lose. The freshmen nowadays are too fierce. Huh? Seeing Su Xingliang win, Gui Yufan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As the president, he is under more pressure than anyone else, especially after Liao Zhiyong reversed the situation in the first round. He had already made the worst plan. Unexpectedly, the Xiao Yao brothers gave him a big surprise. God bless my Yanwu association. Looking at Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang clapping their hands to celebrate on the stage, Gui Yufan's mouth curled up with a relieved smile. He knew that even if he graduated and left school, as long as these two brothers were there, Yanwu Association would still be able to suppress Donghai Palace. Compared to the excited celebrations of Yanwu Club, Donghai Palace fell into dead silence. They could never imagine that the situation that was originally a sure win would turn out like this. And Liao Zhiyong's emotions were even more complicated. Reluctance, loneliness, regret, all kinds of emotions intertwined together, making it difficult for him to calm down. Since he entered school, except for the first year when the number 19 gravity room was in the hands of Donghai Palace, they all failed in the remaining 3 years of competition. In the first 2 years, as a representative of the sophomore and junior, he lost to Gui Yufan twice in a row. I thought he was the boss this year, and the first game ended in a tie, and he could finally make a beautiful comeback, but he didn't expect to end up losing again. Liao Zhiyong clenched his fists. He knew that the failures in these years would be a regret that he would never let go of in his life. Chapter 170. The reason for the feud. Cheers! Ding! Dozens of people raised their glasses together, celebrating today's victory. After winning, Yan Weihui went directly to the second floor of the cafeteria to celebrate. Facing the defeated Donghai Palace, they did not mock, did not show off, but only took the attitude of the winner as it should be. But it was this attitude that made the people of Donghai feel more aggrieved and angry. Ahem, let me say a few words. Yan Weihui Vice President Gui Chongqing stood up, and said with a slightly red face, "Everyone knows the grudge between our Yan Weihui and Donghai Palace. In addition to fighting for the gravity room, they also tripped us up a lot during the execution of the mission. Last year, we won 2 and lost 2 in the first 4 games. And finally the last President Li Wubin fought against the East Palace Master Shui Lingfeng again, and won the final victory. And today's battle, we won more cleanly and neatly, not only showing the style of our Yanwu association, but also making those little guys from the East Palace taste the taste of failure again. Let's all raise our glasses together, and thank the heroes who fought today. Cheers! Cheers!" Ding! Everyone raised their glasses excitedly, and toasted Gui Yufan, Tung Huahai, Xiao Yao, and Su Xingliang, who were sitting at the main seat. The 4 stood up and drank the wine in their glasses. Tung Huahai looked a little embarrassed. After all, he was the only one who lost the game. But no one at the scene would blame him. Instead, they praised him for playing a wonderful duel, which made Tung Huahai feel relieved. Gui Yufan was also full of emotion. Last year's battle was very difficult for Yanwu Club to win. He and the last President Li Wubin won 1 game each in the first 4 games, and the other 2 lost. Fortunately, Li Wubin's strength was stronger than Shui Lingfeng, so he won the final victory in the final president battle. But this year, he had 2 reliable helpers, so he didn't have to fight the 5th duel. And he believed that as Xiao Yao's strength improved, with the addition of a reliable helper, it would be difficult for Donghai Palace to regain the gravity room in a few years. After sitting down, Xiao Yao approached Gui Yufan and asked in a low voice, "Senior, why are our Yanwu Association and Donghai Palace so stalemate because of a gravity room? Is this gravity room so important?" He had just joined the Yanwu Association, and he really didn't understand why the members of the Yanwu Association would immediately look like they were facing an enemy when they heard about the Donghai Palace. Gui Yufan smiled bitterly and said, "A gravity room is not that important. After all, people don't go to the gravity room for training very often. But how should I put it? I think the conflicts between the groups were deliberately provoked by the school. After being passed down from generation to generation, it has become what it is now." "What do you mean?" Xiao Yao asked, puzzled. Gui Yufan explained, "I also heard this from the last president. In fact, the rules for the competition for the large gravity room were formulated by the school. The purpose is to provoke conflicts between different groups, so that students can always maintain the motivation to make progress. Think about it. If we lose this time, would you definitely want to take it back next time?" Xiao Yao nodded. "That's the reason. Most of the students at Beijing University will join various groups when they see that their opponents can use the gravity room without spending points, and they have to make an appointment and spend points to use the small gravity room. Do you think they will be willing? I believe that no one will be willing to admit defeat. So in the next battle, they will definitely try every means to take revenge. At the same time, in order to win, senior students will also actively help junior students with potential. And this is the purpose of the school. After so many generations of struggle and grievances, each group has basically formed a feud. When I first joined the Yanwu Association in my freshman year, my senior at the time told me that the people of the East Palace were not good people. After the defeat of the East Palace this time, they will definitely not give up. So if you meet them in future missions, you must be more careful. Be careful not to be tricked by them." "I understand." Xiao Yao showed a helpless look. Joining a group, you have to oppose another group. As expected, there is no such thing as a free lunch. By the way, if you and Liang Liang have nothing to do tomorrow, you can go and experience the gravity room. Sign up in the group 1 day in advance. The vice president will compile a list of people going to the gravity room the next day and give it to the management teacher. You just need to go with your student card." Xiao Yao looked at Su Xingliang. "Go and experience it?" "Okay." Su Xingliang readily agreed. He was also very curious about how magical the gravity room, which was fought over by 2 major forces, was. Gui Yufan and his 4 companions were the focus of everyone's attention tonight. One by one, they came to toast. Poor Liang Liang had just drunk himself unconscious last night, and suffered a heavy blow tonight. In the end, it was Xiao Yao who carried the drunk Su Xingliang back to the dormitory. Lying on the bed, Xiao Yao suddenly remembered the scene of Sun Wukong training under 10 times gravity in Dragon Ball. How did you practice that king fist? The next evening. Teacher, these are our student ID cards. We are going to gravity room 19. Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang handed the student cards in their hands to the management teacher. The teacher swiped the student card, and soon the information of the two people appeared on the computer screen. This is the access card for the number 19 gravity hall. Remember to return it after use. In addition, there is a senior of yours in the number 19 gravity room. You can consult him on how to adjust the gravity. The teacher handed the student card and access card to the two and said, "Thank you, teacher." The two nodded politely, and then walked to the number 19 gravity room. The door of the gravity room was opened with a swipe. As soon as the two entered, they saw an acquaintance. Vice President, the two said in surprise. Gu Chongqing smiled kindly. Xiao Yao. Liang. You can just call me Brother Xing. It's too formal to call me Vice President. Okay. Brother Xing, that's right. Gu Chongqing's smile became even bigger. He knew how terrible Xiao Yao's talent was. He could reach Bronze 4 before the start of the freshman year. If there were no accidents, such a genius would at least reach the master level in the future. It is not impossible for him to reach the grandmaster level. Being able to get acquainted with such a genius is an opportunity that many people would love. Su Xingliang is also talented, and he is also Xiao Yao's best friend. His future achievements will definitely not be low. As an experienced person, he will naturally not favor one over the other. After the greetings, Xiao Yao began to observe the structure of the gravity room. There is a circular area in the middle of the gravity room. There are 2 rows of sofas in the middle, and there are several carpets on the floor. It seems to be a rest area. Surrounding the circular area are closed small houses. He counted them and found that there are 10 houses. This is the rest area in the gravity room. You can take a short break here after training and adjust your sensory changes caused by the change in gravity. There are 10 small rooms in total, 1 for each person. Come! I will teach you how to adjust the gravity in it. Gu Chongqing led the two into a room. The room was about 50 square meters, and there were several large treadmills inside, as well as some dumbbells, barbells, sandbags and other equipment. Here is the gravity control panel. You can adjust it according to the data displayed above. I remind you too, don't set the gravity too high at the beginning. I suggest that the maximum should not exceed 1.5 times. Also, for the safety of the students, each room is not locked. It is convenient for teachers to rescue. Here, people often faint due to the gravity being set too high, so you two must not be too reckless. I understand, thank you, Brother Xing. Okay, I won't say anything else. You two can each take a room and feel it. Xiao Yao walked into the next room, closed the door, and began to adjust the control panel on the wall. How much should I set it to? Let's start with 1.1 times. Chapter 171 Strength Communication Campus. As soon as the 1.1 times gravity appeared, Xiao Yao felt his body sink. This heaviness is not only reflected in the heaviness of the body's surface, but also in the heaviness of the internal organs of the body. There is a feeling that the organs are falling down. At this time, Xiao Yao also summoned Xiaoke and Lao Niu to experience the mystery of the gravity room together. A Wu Mu. As soon as Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared, they looked around curiously. They have already felt the difference between this place and the outside world. How does 1.1 times gravity feel? Xiao Yao asked. A Wu, interesting. Try harder. Xiaoke's eyes showed strong interest. Try harder? Do you think you're taking a bath? Xiao Yao shook his head speechlessly, but continued to increase the gravity to 1.3 times. Under this gravity, he had to be careful with every step he took, fearing that he would hurt his internal organs. A Wu Xiaoke jumped a few steps on the side, and his expression seemed to say to his master, "You can't do this. Go away," Xiao Yao said unhappily. A few minutes later, he felt that his body had adapted to the new environment, and he added a little more gravity, finally reaching 1.5 times. 1.5 times gravity was already his limit, and for Xiaoke and Lao Niu, this gravity was enough to exercise. In the following time, they each practiced their own things. Xiao Yao kept walking slowly in the gravity room, adapting little by little. Xiaoke got on the large treadmill, and ran fast on it. Lao Niu carried a sandbag on his back, walked with heavy steps, training his strength. Just as they were concentrating on training, the news of the battle between Yinwu Association and Donghai Palace yesterday also spread. Have you heard that? The top freshman is actually Bronze 4? Damn, you are talking nonsense. How is it possible? Really, this guy has joined Yinwu Association now, and defeated Liang Shangji, a sophomore of Donghai Palace yesterday. Liang Shangji, no way, I remember he is already bronze 4. So this guy is also bronze 4. Oh my god, if this is true, it's too scary. He's already bronze 4 right after the freshman year. It's definitely a record in Dragon Country's history. Are all the geniuses now so scary? Tianho, check the school forum. Pai Yin shouted while holding his phone. What's wrong? What's the big deal? Zhong Tianho said without raising his head while completing tasks. Xiao Yao is actually bronze 4. What? Zhong Tianho stood up suddenly asked, how did you know? Pai Yin showed his phone to Zhong Tianho. Look, it said on the forum, yesterday Xiao Yao defeated all the sophomores, and he admitted that he was bronze 4. Fuck. Zhong Tianho snatched the phone, his eyes widened. Bronze 4, is he a human being? After reading the entire forum, Zhong Tianho pinched Pai Yin's neck and shook it hard. Damn, what does this have to do with me? Why are you pinching me? Pai Yin said with difficulty, shrinking his neck. Zhong Tianho loosened his hands and said, no, I want to struggle, I want to complete tasks to earn points. After that, he picked up his phone and frantically browsed suitable tasks. Should you tell Yifeng about this? Pai Yin asked. Of course, I will tell him. Let him experience this feeling too. Zhang Yu looked quickly. In the girls' dormitory, a girl shouted. What's wrong? Gong Jingyu wiped the water droplets from his head and asked. The girl pointed the phone at Gong Jingyu and said, someone on the forum broke the news that Xiao Yao is bronze 4. No way. Gong Jingyu's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he bent down and stared at the screen. Suddenly, the full scenery appeared in front of the girl opposite. Jingyu, you have a great figure, the girl said enviously. Compared with her beautiful roommate, she looked like an ugly duckling, with an ordinary appearance and a flat figure. Oh, why is God always partial? Gong Jingyu is like this too. Bai Lingsha and Xiao Yao are like this too. He simply doesn't give the other girls a chance to survive. Gong Jingyu smiled slightly, then stood up straight, and said with interest, so he is so good, interesting, he is my type. Ah, Jingyu. The girl hesitated and said, I see Xiao Yao likes Bai Lingsha very much, they sit together all day long. So what? Gong Jingyu showed an indifferent expression, and asked back, are they boyfriend and girlfriend now? Well, that's not the case. Although Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha are usually very close, they are definitely not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Yes, since they are not, then what's wrong with me competing with her? Okay, seeing her roommate apply a facial mask. The girl shook her head slightly. She was not optimistic about Gong Jingyu. Although she was a big beauty, good-looking and with a good figure, her opponent Bai Lingsha was not inferior to her at all. Gong Jingyu has three-dimensional facial features, bright and beautiful looks, and is a charming and strong-faced beauty. Bai Lingsha has an elegant appearance, an oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows, and is a pure and light-faced beauty. The two people have their own seasons, and it is hard to say who is more beautiful. But the key is that Xiao Yao obviously likes Bai Lingsha, and the two have a foundation of love. So even if Gong Jingyu is more beautiful, can she still beat Bai Lingsha? Although I am not optimistic, the girl will not point it out. In the battle between beauties, I should just be a quiet bystander. You finally came out, Su Xingliang said while sitting on the sofa. The moment Xiao Yao walked out of the room, it was as if he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his whole body was sublimated. Xinggu said, let's take a break first, and get used to normal gravity before going back. Okay. Xiao Yao didn't dare to sit down directly, but walked back and forth slowly in the rest area. Xiao Yao, how much gravity did you adjust just now? 1.5 times, how about you? Xiao Yao said as he walked. I increase it to 1.2. And I won't dare to go any higher. Normal, when you reach bronze level, you can also adapt to 1.5 times gravity. Bronze level, it feels so far away. Not far, I'd break through it within a month. Good luck to you. After resting for a while, the two of them returned to the dormitory. As soon as they arrived at the dormitory, some people from the opposite side knocked on the door and came in. Xiao Yao, are you really bronze level 4? Pai Yin asked curiously. Hey, how did you know? Xiao Yao was a little confused. Although his strength was not a secret, he had not told his friends. Don't you know? You are famous. What's famous? Look at the forum. Pai Yin handed the phone to Xiao Yao. After taking a quick look at the posts on the forum, Xiao Yao showed a helpless expression. To be honest, he was a low-key person. He didn't want to be in the limelight, and he didn't want to make himself known to everyone. Now, he didn't know who posted his strength on the forum. Although he didn't care much about others knowing his strength, he couldn't stand the comments below the post. What the first genius? The future master? Etc. Isn't this just making him hate you? Who is so boring? Chapter 172 Encountering an Expert. Liu. If you don't get up, I kill you. Xiao Yao slammed the door hard and shouted loudly. Get up. Get up. The sound of dressing came from the room, and after a while, Liu came out like a zombie. I just don't understand. Which summoner stays in bed like you? Xiao Yao said, as he pushed Liu into the bathroom. You don't understand this. This is my family's unique skill, which can train mental strength through sleep. Liu yawned and said, You are talking nonsense. Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. I am hungry, Xiao Yao said unhappily. After the three of them washed up, they went to the cafeteria. After buying a lot of breakfast, the three of them found an empty seat and sat down. What class was it in the morning? Liu asked while eating a bun. History. Today we will talk about the details of all the beast tides that have occurred in the past 30 years. Don't you even look at the class schedule? Su Xingliang said helplessly. Haha. I forgot about it after sleeping. Xiao Yao shook his head speechlessly. Suddenly, he smelled a strong fragrance approaching him. Before he turned around, a sweet voice came to his ears. Xiao Yao. Can I sit here? Xiao Yao looked up and saw that it was Gong Jingyu, a classmate of his class. Sit down, Xiao Yao said with an embarrassed expression. To be honest, he really didn't want to sit with Gong Jingyu. Although Gong Jingyu was very beautiful, the perfume she wore was too strong, which made him, who had a keen sense of smell, a little unbearable. However, the two were classmates, so he couldn't refuse directly. After sitting down, Gong Jingyu looked at Xiao Yao, raised his eyebrows and said, Why? It seems that classmate Xiao Yao doesn't welcome me very much. No. No. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, I'm just not used to eating with girls. Really? Then I see you eating with Bai Lingsha every day? Gong Jingyu showed a half smile. Is that so? Xiao Yao's expression became even more awkward. Beside him, Liu took a bite of a bun, with a smile on his face, looking like he was watching a show. And Su Xingliang looked around with a guilty conscience, as if he was looking for someone. Xiao Yao, are you really bronze 4? Gong Jingyu changed his address unconsciously, looking at Xiao Yao with curiosity. Is that so? Xiao Yao rubbed his nose and said, What kind of perfume is this? It smells good, but it's too strong. How did you do it? Can you tell me? How should I put it? Talent plus hard work. Don't even think about it if you don't cheat. Girl. How hard work is hard? I think I have talent, but I don't know how to work hard. Well, everyone's beast is different, and the training methods are also different. My method may not be suitable for you. It doesn't matter. Just tell me, and I take a look, okay? Hearing Gong Jingyu's coquettish tone, Xiao Yao smiled awkwardly. To be honest, he couldn't accept this kind of coquettish tone. Even if the other party was a beautiful woman, it always felt weird. Xiao, what are you looking at? Tao Yao held a plate and looked along by Li Xiao line of sight. Ah, this. Tao Yao saw Gong Jingyu, a classmate in the class, gently pulling Xiao Yao close. From the side, it seemed that he was acting coquettishly. Bai Lingsha said calmly, Nothing. Let's eat. Oh. Tao Yao followed Bai Lingsha's steps closely, but after taking 2 steps, she looked back again. She noticed that Xiao Yao's expression was a little strange, and his body was slightly leaning back, as if he wanted to distance himself from Gong Jingyu. Looking back, seeing Bai Lingsha's nonchalant look, she showed an expression of wanting to say something but stopped, but in the end, she didn't say it. This is your training plan, I know, thank you Xiao Yao. Gong Jingyu stood up with the plate, showing a bright smile. You're welcome. Xiao Yao nodded reluctantly. I'm going to find Lily. We have a chance to talk later. Gong Jingyu smiled slightly, and walked towards his roommate not far away. Jingyu, I think Xiao Yao doesn't seem to like you very much. After sitting down, Wang Lily whispered across from him. I can see that. Gong Jingyu smiled, but this is more interesting. Isn't it? How about it? Can you hold on to a girl like this? Liu raised his eyebrows and said. Xiao Yao shook his head helplessly, not my type. Although Gong Jingyu is very beautiful, with exquisite makeup and a hot body, this kind of overly proactive queen-like girl is not his type. He still likes the pure and gentle type. Really? Liu glanced ahead and smiled meaningfully. After entering the classroom, Xiao Yao sat next to Bai Lingsha as usual. Bai Lingsha closed the book, glanced at him lightly, and sat directly in the back 2 rows. Xiao Yao also hurriedly took the book and followed Bai Lingsha. But before leaving, she glanced at Xiao Yao. With a tangled expression, Xiao Yao had a question mark on his face. What are you doing? Liu looked at the front row at this time, and he found that Gong Jingyu was looking at this side. As Bai Lingsha stood up and left, she immediately raised a triumphant smile. Hee. This is a master. Liu was eager to see the prey, and looked at Gong Jingyu with interest. Hey, you sat opposite us during the meal. Did Xiao see it just now? Su Xingliang said in a low voice. Liu raised his chin slightly, and said vaguely, well maybe. Fuck, what do you mean by possible? Did you see it? Are you a pig? Didn't you see that Xiao would react like this? Then why didn't you remind him just now? How could I remind him? Let Gong Jingyu get out of here. Liu rolled his eyes. Xiao Yao listened to the conversation between the two. He shook his head helplessly, opened his phone, and sent a message to Bai Lingsha. Gong Jingyu asked me about my usual training plan just now, and didn't say anything else. Xiao Yao glanced behind him, and found that Bai Lingsha was not looking at her phone at all, but was concentrating on reading. After a long time, he did not receive a reply from Bai Lingsha. Xiao Yao sighed, and opened the book to read. Did they have a quarrel? Seeing that Bai Lingsha finally did not sit with Xiao Yao, Wan Jiabo's eyes flashed with joy, and he hurriedly walked to Bai Lingsha and said, Xiao, can I sit here? Get lost. Bai Lingsha did not look at him, and said coldly, oh. Seemingly frightened by Bai Lingsha's cold aura, Wan Jiabo shrank back and sat in the back row. But at the same time, he felt a surge of anger and resentment in his heart. Stinky girl, dare to treat me like this, I teach you a lesson sooner or later. After class, Xiao Yao walked towards Bai Lingsha with a book in his arms, but Bai Lingsha took the book and left, without wanting to pay attention to him at all. Why, our great genius is also defeated, Liu said with a smile. Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? It's actually very simple. Girls need to be coaxed. Admit your mistakes, and say a few nice words. Xiao Yao thought about it, and shook his head and said, forget it. He is also a proud person. He obviously did nothing wrong. Why should he bow his head and admit his mistakes? Let's go eat, Xiao Yao said without turning his head. Okay. Liu smiled and followed Xiao Yao's steps. Two proud people meet together. It's interesting. Chapter 173 Buying Diamond Fruit. Classes at Kyoto University are usually held in the morning, and the afternoon and evening are reserved for students. If there are tasks, students can ask for leave in the morning. There is nothing to do in the afternoon. Xiao Yao is also thinking about what to do in the afternoon. I just checked the tasks, but I didn't see anything suitable. Either the task points are low, or the points are good, but it takes a lot of effort. His current goal is to help Liao collect enough diamond fruit, so as to evolve the skill of diamond body. At present, besides exchanging points, the only thing left is to buy it with money. Liu, you are a local. Do you know which War Beast store is more reliable, where you can buy diamond fruit? Xiao Yao drank a sip of iced watermelon juice and asked. Diamond fruit? I know there is a store that sells it. Liu wiped his mouth and said. Why? Do you want to spend money to buy diamond fruit? Well, I think Liao is quite compatible with diamond fruit, so I want to try and see if I can build a diamond body. Wow. That will cost a lot of money. Liu leaned back and said with his eyes slightly open. There are only a few types of war beasts known in the summoner world, who can guarantee to obtain the skill of diamond body by taking diamond fruit, but the amount taken depends on the individual differences. As for other war beasts, who want to obtain diamond body by taking diamond fruit, they can only rely on luck. But even if they fail to evolve diamond body, they can also strengthen the defense of war beasts, so it is not a waste of money. I know one. Do you want to go this afternoon? Yes. I have nothing to do in the afternoon. Okay. Then let's go after dinner. Liang. Are you going? Liu said. Su Xingliang shook his head. I won't go. I have a task to do in the afternoon. Okay, after dinner. Liu took a taxi and took Xiao Yao to the store he mentioned. Longting Trading Area. As the largest summoner trading market in Longhua. Even on weekdays, There are still crowds of people here. Rows of shops are open for business. And there is a strange smell in the air. Is the store you're talking about here? Xiao Yao looked around and asked. Yes. All the powerful stores are opened here. Liu seemed to be very familiar with this place. He introduced many powerful stores along the way, and described the organizations behind these stores in detail. There were official ones, college ones, military ones, high-level hunting teams, and some big families. Through Liu narration, Xiao Yao realized how wealthy these organizations were. As expected, the higher the level of the summoner, the easier it is to make money. We're here. Liu stopped at the door of a store. Xiao Yao glanced at the signboard Rare Beast Pavilion. It was a store decorated in an ancient style. As soon as you enter the house, you can smell a faint scent of sandalwood. The entrance of the store mainly displays some monster fur, bones, and other materials. The space inside is also very large. Xiao Yao can smell a faint medicinal fragrance. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s came up and said enthusiastically, Mr. Li, why are you here? Liu smiled and said, Lao Qin, I'm here to introduce you to business. This is my friend Xiao Yao. I came here today to see if you have any diamond fruit. There are still a few diamond fruits in stock. I wonder how many you want to buy. Lao Qin looked at Xiao Yao and asked. Xiao Yao said, Boss Qin, how much is one diamond fruit? Lao Qin smiled and said, Ordinary people buy one for 1.1 million. Xiao is Li Xiao friend. I give you a discount. 1 million. 1 million. Xiao Yao mouth twitched. The diamond fruit worth 50 points in school is actually sold for 1 million here, and it's discounted. Now he realized how valuable the school's points are. If calculated by the value of diamond fruit, 1 point is worth 20,000. And the money he worked hard to earn for several months is only enough to buy 2 diamond fruits. Battle Beast training is really a bottomless pit. I want to. No choice, I have to buy it for 1 million. After all, the diamond body is a very powerful skill, and it must be obtained no matter how much money it costs. Okay. You two wait in the lounge. I will pick up the goods from the warehouse now. Lao Qin led Xiao Yao and Liu to the VIP lounge, and went to the underground warehouse to pick up the goods. Alas, 2 diamond fruits have drained me out. Xiao Yao leaned limply on the sofa, and said weakly, after spending 2 million, his assets shrank instantly, and he dared not look at the prices when buying things in the supermarket in the future. This is just the beginning. There will be many places to spend money in the future. Liu crossed his legs and glanced at the white and straight thighs beside him. I have to say that this store has a good taste. Not only is the decoration of the store very ancient, but the appearance and dress of the service staff are also quite colorful, such as the small cheongsam and the pair of white legs. TSK. After more than 10 minutes, Lao Qin walked into the house carrying 2 wooden boxes. Mr. Xiao, this is the diamond fruit. Please check it first. Xiao Yao took the wooden box and opened it. A smell of rust immediately entered his nose. Yes, that's the smell. Xiao Yao closed the lid and nodded. No problem, Boss Qin, just pay directly. Okay. Old Qin took out his mobile phone and said, you can transfer it directly to this account, or you can swipe your card. Transfer it directly. Xiao Yao looked at the account and heartbrokenly transferred 2 million yuan to it. Goodbye, my little money. Ding. After receiving the payment, Old Qin smiled even more and said, do you want to see anything else? Lao Qin, let me see the inventory in your store. Okay. Please wait. Facing old customers, Lao Qin had no need to hide anything, and quickly handed the store's inventory list to the two. Xiao Yao took a glance. Although the things here were far inferior to the treasure house of Beijing University, they were still very complete in common elixirs, spiritual fruits, and other items. Okay. There is nothing I need at the moment. Come back later. Liu stood up and looked at Xiao Yao. Let's go. Okay. Xiao Yao stood up and followed Liu out of the store. With his current wealth, he couldn't afford to buy anything else. Goodbye. Both of you. Mr. Li, are you the second generation of an official or a powerful one? Xiao Yao said with a smile. I am a descendant of the king's family. Liu said with a smile. You are really good at making up stories. Xiao Yao said speechlessly. Dragon Country does have a king, but his surname is not Li. This is really a bad story. Hee hee. I can't fool you. I am actually the illegitimate son of the Grandmaster. Hee hee. After returning to the dormitory, Liu received a call and went out again. And Xiao Yao summoned Lan Yo and fed him 2 diamond fruits. Experience value plus 27. Experience value plus 27. Experience value did not change much. Diamond body became diamond body incomplete. 3/10. Still needs 7 diamond fruits. 350 points, 7 million. Xiao Yao felt the pressure. Whether it was points or money, it was not so easy to earn. Points depend on completing tasks. Making money is even harder. He has no idea now. It's a headache. Chapter 174 Friendly Assistance. There was nothing to do in the evening. Liang and Li Yu were not in the dormitory. Xiao Yao was really bored, so he prepared to buy some food. They had almost finished their snacks. Lan Yo and Xiaoku also wanted to have a snack. These two ate more than each other, and the food was expensive, so they were definitely big spenders. Luckily, there were still more than 200,000 yuan left in the card, otherwise he would have to rely on selling himself to make a living. Pushing the cart, Xiao Yao still shopped at the shelves one by one, but this time, he was not as casual as before. He would carefully check the price before buying, and pass up the ones that were too expensive. Biscuit area, that's it. Pushing a small cart, Xiao Yao entered the biscuit area. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. Across, Bai Lingsha was slowly walking with a cart. Her attention was on the shelf, and she didn't see Xiao Yao at first. When she put her favorite biscuits into the cart, Bai Lingsha was about to move forward. At this time, she turned her head and saw Xiao Yao in front of her, and her body froze slightly. "Hi, what a coincidence," Xiao Yao said with a smile. Bai Lingsha hummed lightly, pushing the cart past Xiao Yao. Hearing the sound of the cart gradually fade away, Xiao Yao sighed silently. At this time, he was no longer in the mood to shop. He just bought some food and rations for the 2 beasts, and went straight back to the dormitory. Throwing the snacks on the ground, Xiao Yao lay on the bed, put his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. He really didn't understand. It was fine yesterday. How did it become like this now? Xiao, you bought so many things. Tao Yao took a big bag from Bai Lingsha at the entrance of the supermarket, and said in surprise, "Well, buy more, so you don't have to come back in 2 days." Bai Lingsha looked at the ground in a daze, and said casually, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Tao Yao felt that Bai Lingsha's expression was not right, so she asked with concern, "It's okay." Bai Lingsha forced a smile, and then took Tao Yao's arm and said, "Let's go home." "Okay." Along the way, Tao Yao found that Bai Lingsha was silent and in a very low mood. Thinking about what happened today, she seemed to have an answer. "Xiao Yao, I ate your cookies. Are you starving?" Su Xingliang pushed open Xiao Yao's door and said, "Eat it," Xiao Yao said casually. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Seeing that Xiao Yao was not in a good condition, Su Xingliang sat by the bed and asked, "Nothing, I'm just in a bad mood." "Are you in a bad mood? Is your uncle here?" "Go away. What's wrong? Did you get cheated today? The store you said is unreliable?" "No. I bought 2 diamond fruits, and Lao No ate them all." "What's going on? Is it because of Xiao Xiao?" Xiao Yao glanced at him, and said nothing. "It's really because of Xiao Xiao. I think what you said is very good. You should bow your head, and say a few nice words." "Why should I bow my head? I didn't do anything wrong." Xiao Yao sat up suddenly, and said unconvincingly, "You did nothing wrong. But Xiao Xiao doesn't know. She must think that you have a good relationship with Gong Jingyu. So, you know?" Xiao Yao was silent for a while, turned his face to one side, looked out the window and said, "I just met her in the supermarket. Took the initiative to greet her. But she ignored me." "Ah." Su Xingliang touched his chin. "Then what else do you say?" "What else can I say? She's gone." Xiao Yao lay back on the bed, waved his hand and said, "I don't want to talk about this now. I bought snacks at the door. You can take whatever you want. I also bought the rations of preserved eggs. They are in the yellow bag. Hey, I think..." Su Xingliang wanted to say something, but Xiao Yao covered his head with the quilt, looking like he didn't want to listen. Su Xingliang shook his head and walked out of the room. Sitting on the sofa, he hesitated for a moment and finally sent a message. 20 minutes later. "Hey, I'm hungry. I'm going out to eat something." Su Xingliang leaned his head and said, "Why don't you go to the cafeteria to eat?" Xiao Yao twisted his body and turned his face to the wall. "I want to eat barbecue, but there's no barbecue in the cafeteria. Let's go." Su Xingliang forcibly pulled Xiao Yao up, Go finally you. I have no appetite. Xiao Yao said speechlessly. I don't know where Li you went. Let's go quickly. Fuck you. Finally, Xiao Yao put on his shoes and walked out of the campus with Su Xingliang. There is a food street in front of the school gate. Seeing the familiar barbecue, hot pot, and food stalls, Xiao Yao's mood did improve. Which one? Follow me. I've found it all. After walking for 10 minutes, the two came to a barbecue restaurant. Let's sit outside, Su Xingliang said. Okay. It's more comfortable to eat skewers outdoors. After sitting down, Xiao Yao asked, how did you find this restaurant? I found it online. Su Xingliang glanced around and said casually, what are you looking at? There's beauty. Xiao Yao looked in the direction of Su Xing's gaze, and his voice suddenly paused. Not far away, Tao Yaoyao was walking towards the side with Bai Lingsha. When he saw Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang, Bai Lingsha also stopped instantly. Haha, what a coincidence, let's eat together. Su Xingliang stood up, waved his hand and smiled. Xiao, let's eat with him. Without waiting for Bai Lingsha to answer, Tao Yao pulled her to Xiao Yao and the others. Pa! Xiao Yao stepped on Su Xingliang. Su Xingliang acted as if he didn't feel anything. He smiled and said to the two girls, summer is the best time to eat barbecue. What do you two want to eat? I treat you today. We haven't eaten it much. Just order directly? Tao Yaoyao said. Okay. Su Xingliang called the waiter over, and after ordering a bunch of dishes, he looked at Tao Yaoyao and said, Yao, there's a milk tea shop next to us. Let's go buy a few cups of milk tea. Okay. Tao Yaoyao glanced at Bai Lingsha, then stood up and followed Su Xingliang to the side. At this time, only Xiao Yao and Bai Lingsha were left here, and the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. That finally, Xiao Yao spoke first. Didn't you say before that you had never eaten barbecue? You can experience it today. Yeah, actually, grilled fish is not bad. You can try it later. Yeah. That? Gong Jingyu only came to ask me about my usual training plan today, and didn't say anything else. Hearing this, Bai Lingsha glanced at him calmly and said, I don't care. Why are you telling me this? Xiao Yao said to himself, I don't really like her. She's so beautiful. Why don't you like her? Well, you know I have a good sense of smell, and the perfume on her is too strong. I really can't stand it. Because of this? Bai Lingsha looked at him and said, yeah, I actually prefer the light lavender scent. Xiao Yao nodded and said, in fact, there is one thing Xiao Yao didn't say. He doesn't like girls who are too proactive or too purposeful. Humph. Bai Lingsha held her chin with her jade hand, turned her face to the side, but a tiny arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. I think the lavender smell is very ordinary. Xiao Yao sniffed slightly, and said, I think the jasmine smell is also very good. Bai Lingsha wrinkled her little nose and said, your nose is quite sensitive. Xiao Yao smiled embarrassedly. I really like the smell of jasmine. Humph. Bai Lingsha snorted proudly, turned on his phone, and said nonchalantly, I want to eat the grilled fish you mentioned. No problem. Xiao Yao quickly stood up, and shouted loudly, Boss, another grilled fish. Okay. Hearing Xiao Yao's excited voice, Bai Lingsha's mouth corners slowly rose. Have they reconciled? Su Xingliang and Tao Yaoyao were hiding in the distance, keeping an eye on the situation ahead. Seeing Xiao Yao standing up and shouting, Su Xingliang couldn't help asking. Should be? Tao Yaoyao replied uncertainly. I think it must be. Su Xingliang straightened up and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yao lost and gloomy look in the dormitory just now was something he had never seen in all these years. He never thought that such emotions would appear in Xiao Yao. Fortunately, he finally adjusted himself. Let's buy milk tea. By the way, what kind of milk tea does Xiao Xiao like to drink? She likes fruit tea. Not too sweet. Hey, Xiao Yao also likes fruit tea, which is usually slightly sweet. What do you drink? I like sweeter milk tea. Then our tastes are similar. Chapter 175 Black Pine Forest Cleaning Operation. Good morning. In the classroom, Xiao Yao sat next to Bai Lingsha and smiled. Yeah, good morning. Bai Lingsha opened the book and replied. At this time, Xiao Yao smelled the familiar lavender scent, and a smile appeared on his lips. Hey, when did they reconcile? Li Yu pushed Su Xingliang with his arm and asked in a low voice. I tell you later. Su Xingliang responded in a low voice. TSK, still quite mysterious. Liu muttered softly. Jingyu, look. They are sitting together again. Wang Lily whispered. I saw it. Gong Jingyu opened the book, smiled slightly. This is more interesting. Damn it! Wan Jiabao stared at Xiao Yao back with a vicious look, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a cracking sound. At this time, Xiao Yao looked back with a sense of feeling. Wan Jiabao quickly lowered his head to read the book. What's wrong? Bai Lingsha asked. Xiao Yao turned around and smiled. Nothing. Damn it, you can read books? You can't even pretend. Xiao Yao curled his lips secretly. He was sure that the dull pain in his back just now must have come from Wan Jiabao. This guy, sooner or later, he would have to teach him a lesson. This morning we learned geography. The professor gave a detailed account of the geographical features of the major provinces in Dragon Country, and the location and conditions of each forbidden area. Everyone listened very seriously. After all, these forbidden areas are likely to be the places everyone visits most often in the future. What did you do yesterday? During the meal, Liu couldn't hold back his curiosity. We just had a barbecue, Xiao Yao said casually. Oh, I don't trust you. You must be hiding some secrets from me. Liu looked back and forth at the people, as if he wanted to get to the bottom of the secret. You haven't told me what you did yesterday. And you didn't come back all night. Su Xingliang said. Something happened at home. So I went home. Liu's eyes wandered. Humph. You'd better be like this, Su Xingliang said with a sidelong glance. Snap Xiao Yao suddenly pressed his chopsticks. With his other hand holding up his phone, excitedly said, Comrades, the school has a large-scale team mission. Team mission? When everyone heard this, they quickly took out their phones to check. Really, Black Pine Forest cleaning mission. After carefully reading the mission instructions, everyone understood the situation of this Black Pine Forest cleaning mission. The Black Pine Forest is located between Kyoto and the central North Province. It is a sea-level forbidden area. It is as dangerous as the desolate plains. Therefore, the Black Pine Forest has also become the most frequently visited trial place for summoners from major universities in Kyoto. Some monster species in the Black Pine Forest reproduce very quickly, so every year the Kyoto University Alliance regularly organizes major universities to clean up the Black Pine Forest to prevent the monsters from invading the city. This month's cleaning operation is in charge of Kyoto University, so the school organized this large-scale team task, led by the teacher to the Black Pine Forest. It just so happens that this activity is a group of 5 people, so let's go with the 5 of us, Xiao Yao suggested. Okay. Everyone agreed happily. Let's sign up quickly. There are only 300 places in total, Liu urged. Okay. Everyone quickly signed up on the app and formed a team, with Xiao Yao as the captain. What's the name of the team? Xiao Yao asked. Naming is indeed his weakness, so he should ask other people for their opinions. The undefeated team, Su Xingliang said immediately. A bit second year, Liu pouted. Yeah. Bai Lingsha and Tao Yao also nodded. Thunder Squad. Su Xingliang came up with another name. This one is fine. The Thunder Squad was recognized by everyone. Aw no. After Xiao Yao entered the name of the Thunder Squad, it showed that the name was already taken. If not, let's call it the Xiao Yao Squad, using the captain's name. Just change it to Xiao Yao, which means free and easy, Liu suggested. Isn't this too ostentatious? Xiao Yao hesitated. Using his own name as the team name, it always feels weird. That's it. It's just a name. Liu's proposal was recognized by others. Okay then. After Xiao Yao entered the name of the Xiao Yao team, the background soon showed that the team was successfully formed. Oh, comrades. The cleanup operation will officially start the day after tomorrow, and we still have 1 day to prepare. Xiao Yao took a look at the registration situation. In just 5 minutes, more than 50 teams had registered. It is estimated that if it is 1 minute later, there will be no vacancies. Large team missions, as expected, are the most sought after. I know a good equipment store. Let's go buy equipment, Liu said. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. But before we go, we need to check what equipment to prepare for the Black Pine Forest. Different outdoor environments require different equipment, which he has a deep understanding of. Leave it to me. I will be responsible for preparing the equipment list. Bai Lingsha volunteered. In fact, this equipment list is easy to prepare. After all, for summoners in Kyoto, the Black Pine Forest is the first choice for most people. Just find a few experienced summoners for consultation. In addition, There are many experience posts on the Summoner Association forum. Okay, then we set off at 2 p.m. Okay. In the afternoon, several people bought a lot of things: blankets, water bottles, knives, deodorants, dry food, mineral water. Because Xiao Yao had the broken sky ring, everyone bought more, 10 boxes of mineral water alone, and so many snacks that the broken sky ring was almost full. I find it so convenient to have the broken sky ring. How many points do I need to exchange for one? Su Xingliang said enviously. 1 cubic meter will cost 400 points. Xiao Yao responded. Just pretend I didn't say that. Su Xingliang waved his hand in dismay. For 100 points, at the current rate of earning points, it will take a long time. Let's just use Xiao Yao. Your sky-breaking ring is 5 cubic meters. Right? TSK, Jingda is really generous. Li Yu also showed an envious expression. Although his family could afford a 5 cubic meter sky-breaking ring, he still hoped to use his own strength to get what he wanted. But the broken sky ring is really too expensive, and there is still a long way to go. By the way, Li Yu, I want to ask you a question. Why didn't you take the joint exam at that time? Your strength at that time was enough to rank in the top 10 in Kyoto. Right? Bai Lingsha asked in confusion. Li Yu's eyes flickered, and he laughed and said, haha, something happened at home at that time, and I missed the selection. He would never say that he missed the selection because he overslept. Li Yu's expression showed that he was hiding something, but no one asked. Xiao Yao said with anticipation, I haven't been to the real wilderness yet. I don't know what it's like. It's actually quite boring. Xiao Yao said the truth. He is now considered an old hand, and he has been in the wilderness for several months. At the beginning, he was really excited, but after less than half a month, he felt tired. There is no internet in the wilderness, and you can't take a shower, and you can't sleep well. If it weren't for becoming stronger, he would never want to set foot in the wilderness again. Sofa, mobile phone, doesn't he like delicious food? Captain, it's up to you then. Su Xingliang put his hand on Xiao Yao's shoulder and said. He knew all of Xiao Yao's experiences. There was a time when Xiao Yao spent more time in the deserted plains than at home. In terms of outdoor survival experience, he believed that Xiao Yao was definitely the strongest among the few. Leave it to me. Xiao Yao smiled confidently. Chapter 176 Tiani Unicorn. At 7 o'clock the next morning, all the personnel who participated in the Black Pine Forest cleaning operation came to the playground to gather. There were 300 people in this operation, 60 teams. The school was divided into 10 large groups according to the strength of each team. Each large group was led by a teacher above the diamond level, who was responsible for the safety of the entire group. At the same time, the school also emphasized that the team leader would not take action unless it was necessary. Once he took action, the total score of the 5-person team would be immediately halved. Xiao Yao and his team were the third largest group. The team leader was a male teacher who looked to be in his 30s. He was muscular, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The only drawback was his bald head. But being bald was also good, which showed that he was strong. Members of the third group, come and gather here. The bald teacher shouted loudly. His voice was very rough, like a muffled thunder. Soon, the members of the third group of 6 teams gathered around him. Xiao Yao took a look and found an acquaintance. Hello, Xiao Yao junior brother. Liao Zhiyong greeted with a half smile. Senior Liao, hello. Xiao Yao nodded calmly. Liao Zhiyong's mouth curled up. We are quite predestined. In this case, I will take good care of you during this operation. Thank you for your care, Senior. Xiao Yao responded indifferently, and sneered in his heart. Threatening me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Classmates. Teacher Guantou Chong spoke. My name is Wu Yu. I am the leader of your operation. I have only one principle for leading the team, that is, to follow orders. Under normal circumstances, I will not restrict your actions, but as long as I tell you what to do, everyone must follow it unconditionally. Do you understand? I understand. 30 people said in unison. Okay, Wu Yu nodded and said, I have 6 walkie-talkies here. Captain, come and take them. Xiao Yao stepped forward, took the walkie-talkie, and put it on. All captains will switch to channel 3. Everyone followed Wu Yu's instructions, and soon his voice came from the headset. The signal is not good in the Black Pine Forest. Only the walkie-talkie can receive my instructions. You must keep it properly. Okay. Let's talk about the remaining precautions after we get on the bus. Soon, the 10 groups, under the guidance of the team leader, boarded different buses. On the bus, Wu Yu also told everyone the plan for this operation. The 10 groups will enter the Black Pine Forest from different locations. After entering the Black Pine Forest, the 6 teams will act alone in a specific area. Each member will wear a video badge to record the hunting of monsters. The killed monsters will be collected by the team leader into the beast control space. After the operation is over, the school will arrange professionals to check the video and give corresponding points according to the strength of killing the monster and the sale value of the corpse. After the mission is over, the points will be evenly distributed to each member of the team. Although this distribution plan sounds unfair to the strong students, this is the meaning of the team. It is worth reminding that if a monster is very strong, but the corpse does not have too high value, the points obtained in this case will be very low. So the monsters we killed were sold by the school in the end, and the money from the sale will be converted into some points and given to us. This is the middleman making a profit from the price difference. Xiao Yao thought secretly. Oh! Li Yu yawned loudly, and his dark circles became heavier. Waking up at 6 in the morning was like killing him. Go to sleep quickly. You won't have a chance to sleep well when you get to the wild. Xiao Yao reminded him. Then I go to sleep first. And call me when we're almost there. Li Yu leaned his head back and fell asleep in less than 10 seconds. Xiao Yao casually glanced at everyone's expressions and could tell which ones were seniors and which ones were freshmen from their expressions. Those who were talking and laughing and had a relaxed look were experienced seniors, and those who were slightly nervous and had a little expectation were obviously freshmen. After driving for nearly 5 hours, they finally stopped in a wasteland. There was no one around at this time, and several other buses had also left in other directions 2 hours ago. After getting off the car, everyone packed up their equipment and waited for Wu Yu to speak. Captains, check the intercom. Wu Yu's style was resolute and decisive, without a word of nonsense. After everyone checked the intercom, Wu Yu turned around and led the troops into the Black Pine Forest. From the outside, the Black Pine Forest looked like a dark forest in a movie. At first glance, it was endless black, dim and lightless, like a monster that was waiting for its prey to approach. After entering the Black Pine Forest, looking up, you will see the pitch-black pine trees, from the trunk to the pine needles, all black, which makes you feel cold. At this time, Wu Yu suddenly stopped and said to the 6 teams behind him, Next. The 6 teams will act separately. The video badges on your body have a positioning function. I will remind you which direction to go. Also, after killing the monster, just leave the body where it is. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone responded loudly. Okay, let's go our separate ways. With Wu Yu order, the 6 teams also moved forward in different directions. After walking for a while, Xiao Yao said, Let's summon our war beasts first. Everyone nodded and summoned their own war beasts. Xiaoke, Laon Yo, Su Xingliang Preserved Egg, Li Yu Dream Beast, Bai Lingsha Rainbow Horned Deer, and Flying Feather Blue Phoenix. All of them were very familiar. However, he saw Tao Yao War Beast for the first time. Name of War Beast: Sky Wing Unicorn. War Beast level Black Iron. Level 5 War Beast skill Holy Light Cannon, Light of Purification. Sky Wing Unicorn is pure white, wings on its ribs, and circles of patterns are engraved on its horn, and it exudes a holy smell. She stands together with the Rainbow Horned Deer, which is also pure white, like 2 little sisters, incomparably harmonious. Light of Purification. When Xiao Yao saw this skill, surprise flashed in his eyes. As the name suggests, Light of Purification can remove negative effects on the body, and it is definitely a god-level auxiliary skill. This Sky Wing Unicorn has both attacking skills and purification ability, and can fly, and is very good-looking, which makes people jealous. Ao. Moo. Ing. Several war beasts made sounds at the same time. Xiaoke looked around, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The environment here looks like a fight is going to happen. Kill. 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 Pai Dam was not panicked. The light in the Black Pine Forest was very dark, and there were shadows everywhere, which was very suitable for him to perform. And with the big brother and the second brother around, the little brother, naturally didn't have to worry. The Rainbow Horned Deer and Sky Wing Unicorn were not quite used to the environment here. It's dark and dirty here. I don't like it. Feiyu Qingwan was fine, landed on a branch, looking far ahead, keeping vigil for everyone. In the beautiful dream beast ran to Xiaoke and began to play the victim. Big brother, I'm a wimp, you have to protect me. Xiaoke glanced at him. You just need to yell a few times beside him. The beautiful dream beast patted his chest. No problem. Big brother. Xiao Yao pointed in a direction and said, let's go this way. Everyone nodded. Chapter 177 Encountering the Enemy. In the gloomy woods, a group of people walked silently on the road. The ground was covered with thick black pine needles, which made a crackling sound when stepped on. Xiao Ke concentrated his attention and sniffed the smell around him. This time, there were no silver or gold war beasts around him. He was the strongest among the many war beasts, so he was extra cautious. Once he smelled a group of creatures or other powerful smells, he would immediately change direction. Xiao Yao team, you have deviated from the direction of the main force, now move to the left. Wu Yu voice came from the headset. Got it. After Xiao Yao replied, he explained the situation to his teammates, and then moved to the left. While moving forward, they did not forget to maintain their formation. Xiao Ke was in the front of the team to lead the way, while Lan Yo was at the back of the team to protect everyone's safety. Rainbow Horned Deer and Sky Wing Unicorn were on the left and right. Fei Yuqing Wan was detecting in the air, while Pai Dan and Mei Beast stood behind Xiao Ke, ready to support at any time. Everyone was surrounded by war beasts, issuing orders. As he walked, Xiao Yao kept scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a black pine tree with vines wrapped around it, and exclaimed, "Be careful! Wow!" At this moment, the pine needle layer on the ground suddenly trembled, making a strange sound. And then a dozen thick black vines emerged from the ground, and surrounded the crowd with their fangs and claws. Monster named Black Binding Vines. Monster level Bronze level 1. Monster skill Entanglement. Black Poison. Swish swish. Several rainbow flying blades came across the sky, quickly cutting off the dozen black vines. At the same time, the flying feathered blue phoenix in the air sang softly, and a ball of dark blue flame spurted out of her mouth, shooting directly at the black vine. The dark blue flame instantly ignited the entire black vine, emitting a faint black smoke. The black vine twisted violently like a wounded venomous snake, and then stopped clinging to the black pine tree, but stretched out vines, weaving a large net, covering everyone. At this time, Xiao Ke jumped up with a bang, and the black shadow broke through the vine net and pounced directly on the main body of the vine. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp wolf claws cut the vine into dozens of pieces. The unpleasant black juice flowed out from the broken ends of the vine. The vine net fell to the ground weakly. Zwan Angry Beast experience +5. It's over. Win by doing nothing. Looking at the black vine that was no longer moving, Liu said with a smile. Xiao Yao looked at the black vines on the ground and frowned slightly. This kind of plant-based monster has no special smell, and it usually blends into the surrounding environment, so even Xiao Ke can hardly find it. This is a loophole in Xiao Ke's sense of smell. We need to find a way to solve it. Keep going. Oh, Xiao Ke still led the way, and everyone followed closely. Not long after they left, a black mantis suddenly appeared from the air. It flew to the ground, and its blade touched the black vines. The black vines disappeared instantly like a magic trick. Then, the black mantis flew up quickly, as if it was erased by an eraser, and became transparent in the air. By the way, how did Teacher Wu collect the monster corpses of several teens at the same time? Walking on the road, Su Xingliang asked curiously. It's very simple. After the summoner reaches the diamond level, whether his war beast reaches the diamond level or not, it has the ability to connect to the beast control space, so I am sure that the monsters killed by each team were taken away by the teacher's war beast. Liu explained, then he turned his head and looked behind him. Maybe Teacher Wu's war beast is behind us. Is that so? Su Xingliang suddenly realized. He had heard Xiao Yao talk about the magic of the beast taming space above the platinum level, but he did not expect that the beast taming space would have this ability after the diamond level. This was the first time Xiao Yao had heard of this. It turned out that the diamond level had this ability, and he was looking forward to it more and more. At this time, Xiao Ke's nose twitched, and he was alert in his heart. Be careful, there are monsters approaching. Xiao Yao paused and said, everyone be alert. After hearing this, everyone straightened up instantly and looked around. The branches trembled, and the pine needles fell. Soon, 7 or 8 squirrels appeared on the branches around. These squirrels were not big. Their fur was a light black and gray. Their eyes were smart, but they were also slightly violent. Monster named Gray Bullet Squirrel. Monster skill throwing gray bullets. Rapidly. Squeak. After seeing the humans under the tree, these gray bullet squirrels seemed to be communicating with each other. Be careful. This is a gray bullet squirrel. The 2 big ones are bronze level 1. and the rest are below black iron level 5. Xiao, just do it. Xiao Yao stared at the tree and gave the order. Cry in midair, the flying blue phoenix spread its wings. A fierce gust of wind blew towards the branches, and at the same time, the blue phoenix flame shot out from its mouth, and headed straight for a bronze-level gray bullet squirrel. At the same time as the wild wind plus phoenix flame, the rainbow horned deer also launched an attack, and several rainbow flying blades shot out from its horns, and headed for the bronze-level gray bullet squirrel. Squeak! A bronze-level gray bullet squirrel let out a sharp howl. A ball of gray energy condensed in its palm instantly, and with a single swing of its hand, it hit the center of the windwing flame. Bang! The flame spread out, and after falling to the ground, they ignited the black pine needles under its feet, but soon went out automatically. The other gray bullet squirrel took a step, and easily dodged the flying blade of Little Rainbow. They dodged easily, but the other gray bullet squirrels were not so lucky. Swish! A pitch-black kitten suddenly appeared in the shadow of the branches. This strange appearance frightened the gray bullet squirrel next to him. Before he could react, he felt his neck getting hot, and hot blood flowed out. Swish swish! Little Rainbow changed its target, and a series of rainbow blades flew towards the iron-level gray bullet squirrel. On the other side, the bronze-level gray bullet squirrel dodged, and also attacked everyone. Paw 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 paw! The gray bullet squirrel kept swinging his hands, and gray energy bullets quickly shot at everyone. Dom Old Cow took a step, like an indestructible wall, blocking all the energy bullets in front of him. Gee! The gray bullet squirrel howled angrily, and turned around, preparing to attack from another position. Suddenly, his body suddenly froze. A pair of blood-red eyes reflected his figure, and the cold murderous aura made him tremble. It turned out that Xiao had climbed up the branch with his sharp claws without noticing, and came to the side of the gray squirrel. The gray squirrel screamed and was about to escape, but Xiao was much faster than him. A black shadow flashed by, and Xiao grabbed the gray squirrel directly in midair, and then used it as a meat pad, and fell to the ground. The height of more than 10 meters plus Xiao's heavy body made the gray bullet squirrel's internal organs burst, and it spit out a mouthful of blood before completely losing its life. On the other side, Fei Yuqing Wan and Xiao Kaihan also worked together to kill the second bronze-level gray bullet squirrel. Shwa shwa shwa! Pai Dan's figure kept flashing on the branches, like a strange assassin, quickly harvesting the lives of the remaining gray bullet squirrels. Pai Dan jumped to the ground, licked the blood on his claws, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 178, Mind-Controlling Tricks. Little Mind Demon. Well done, Pai Dan. Su Xingliang squatted down and touched Pai Dan's head. In this dark and gloomy forest, Pai Dan's shadow flickering is definitely a magical skill. His figure is everywhere, making it difficult for the enemy to resist. Little Pai Dan awesome. Bai Lingsha gave Pai Dan a thumbs up. Pai Dan's performance in this battle was impeccable, killing 3 gray bullet squirrels alone. How many points do you think these gray bullet squirrels are worth? Liu grabbed a gray squirrel, patted its belly and asked. It's hard to say. Xiao Yao shook his head. I don't think there will be many. This thing is small, and its fur, claws, teeth, and so on are not valuable. It's good to have 5 or 6 points in total. Okay. It's worthless. Liu let go of his hand, and the gray squirrel fell to the ground. Let's go, find a place to rest, and eat something, Xiao Yao suggested. He hadn't eaten for a few hours, and he was really hungry. Let's go! Everyone felt hungry, so they walked a little further, and found an open place to rest. Several people sat down in a circle, and the war beasts were on guard outside. Bang, bang, bang. Bags of snacks, dried meat, and mineral water fell to the ground. Take out so much first, and tell me what you want to eat. Xiao Yao picked up a vacuum-packed chicken leg and handed it to Bai Lingsha on his right. Thank you. Bai Lingsha took the chicken leg and said, I want to drink ice green tea. No problem. Xiao Yao stretched out his hand, and a bottle of ice green tea suddenly appeared in his hand. Give me a bottle of coffee to refresh me. I'm a little sleepy. Liu yawned and said, Damn. I can still feel sleepy in the wild. Xiao Yao rolled his eyes speechlessly, but still took out a bottle of coffee from the broken sky ring and handed it to him. It must be said that having the broken sky ring is really convenient. With the food they have now, people who don't know would think they are having a picnic. Xiao Yao ate the energy bar with a crunchy sound, while drinking water. I don't know what happened today. He had already eaten several chicken legs, and 3 high-energy bars, but his stomach was like a bottomless pit, and he could never be full. Are you okay? Bai Lingsha asked with concern. Xiao Yao eating power was really too scary. Even if he had a good appetite, he wouldn't eat 3 high-energy bars in a row. The calories in the high-energy bars were scary. Even for a summoner, eating 1 bar per meal was enough. I don't know what happened, Xiao Yao said with a bitter smile. Huh? Li Yu was snoring slightly beside him. He actually fell asleep against the tree. Is he so sleepy? Bai Lingsha whispered. Maybe he didn't sleep well last night. Xiao Yao looked at her and shrugged. For some reason, Xiao Yao suddenly felt his brain was a little empty. He smelled the faint lavender scent of the person next to him, looked at the beautiful face and the crystal clear cherry lips, and he had the urge to lower his head and kiss her. At this time, Bai Lingsha also felt her face getting hot, and her body moved uncontrollably towards Xiao Yao. A Xiao roared with a proud roar, completely interrupting the two people's next move. Ahem. Xiao Yao coughed awkwardly twice, and his body straightened. And Bai Lingsha's pretty face flushed, and she drank water to cover up her embarrassment. A Xiao stood up suddenly, and stared at one side. Snap at this time. Li Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and quickly stood up. Something's wrong. Li Yu frowned and said. He had just fallen asleep without realizing it. This was in the wild. Even if he was sleepy, there was no way he could fall asleep at this time. Xiao Yao slowly got up, squinted his eyes, and finally saw the pair of eyes hidden behind the black pine tree. It was a pair of creepy green eyes, as if suspended in the air, revealing a cunning and sinister look. The area around the eyes was black, blending into the dark environment, making it difficult to see the true face. But as long as you see a part of it, the system will display his information. Monster name Little Mind Demon Monster Level Bronze 2 Monster Skills Mind Controlling Technique. Voiding Little Mind Demon Xiao Yao frowned, and said his name. Mind Controlling Technique will amplify people's desires. Their various abnormal behaviors just now must have been caused by Mind Controlling Technique. And because of voiding, Xiaoke did not notice his existence. At the same time, the Mind Controlling Technique was lifted, and he suddenly felt like he was bursting with energy and vomiting. 3 high energy bars, how did I eat them? Little Mind Demon. Li Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he said excitedly. Xiao Yao, help me, I must kill him. Mind demons are a very strange race. Their bodies can be transformed between matter and illusion at will, and have strange mental control abilities. But the most important thing is, after mind demons are killed, their bodies will be transformed into a stream of overflowing mental power, which can be absorbed by the surrounding war beasts or monsters. For the wild beast, plant or other types, killing the mind demon is a very difficult task. After all, after the mind demon becomes virtual, physical attacks are ineffective, and spell attacks will be greatly weakened. Only powerful mental attacks are the best way to kill them. Similarly, the feedback of the mind demon's mental power is not very effective for other war beasts, but it is the best supplement for mental war beasts. Li Yu believes that as long as the beautiful dream beast can absorb the mental power of the little mind demon, it will definitely be promoted to the bronze level. Xiaoke, Qingwan and Meiming beasts go up, and the other war beasts stay where they are. Xiao Yao suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and gave the order in a deep voice. For monsters like the little mind demon, war beasts like Lan Yo and Pai Dan, which have no energy attack and mental attack, cannot play any role, and the Sky Wing Unicorn is too low level, and is not very useful. Xiao Kaihong needs to protect everyone's safety, so it's best not to move. Therefore, to deal with the bronze 2 little mind demon, the other 3 war beasts can go up. Awoo! Xiaoke roared, and burst out with terrifying speed, and rushed toward Xiaoyan Mo. Li! Feiyu Qingwan flapped its wings, and its starting speed was only slightly slower than Xiaoke. Pa 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 pa. The beautiful dream beast took short steps, and his eyes were full of excitement. Seeing the enemy rushing towards him, Xiaoyan Mo immediately turned and left. With the sunlight shining through the shade of the trees, everyone finally saw his true face. It was a pitch-black monster, with eyes as big as fists emitting a faint green light, and its black lips were open, and the deep red color inside could be seen, and there were 4 slender long legs under its round body, which looked extremely uncoordinated. But despite its slender legs, the little demon can run very fast. You stay here, Li Yu. Let's go! Xiao Yao and Li Yu looked at each other and followed Xiaoke's steps. Crackling sounds continued to be heard as they stepped on the ground full of pine needles. Although the little demon's speed was not slow, it was still far behind Xiaoke. Xiaoke pounced, and his sharp wolf claws swung forward, and he was about to hit the little demon's back. But at this moment, the little demon's body suddenly blurred, as if the blur key was pressed, and the dark color immediately became transparent. Huh? Xiao Wolf claws passed through the illusory figure without causing any damage. But at the same time, he stepped forward and blocked the little mind demon. Li Fei Yuqing floated in the air, blocking the little mind demon's retreat. Hu Chi Mei Ming beast arrived with its short legs. The three war beasts formed a tactical triangle, trapping the little mind demon in it. Chapter 179 Liu Bronze Level Gargoyle. Being trapped in the middle by three beasts, Xiao Yanmo not only did not panic, but also laughed sinisterly and bizarrely. Hearing this sound, Xiao Yao and Liu, who were hiding behind the tree, suddenly felt upset and had an urge to destroy madly. Mind-controlling technique. Xiao Yao frowned and quickly ordered Xiao Ke to take action. A wish. Xiao Ke rushed forward, with cold murderous aura pouring out. At the same time, Fei Yuqing spit out a breath of dark blue flames, flying toward Xiao Yanmo. Xiao Yanmo showed an exaggerated smile at the corner of his mouth, and stepped his slender long legs to the side, and then avoided the Luan flame, and facing Xiao Ke attack, he didn't even think about dodging. Hu Wolf claws penetrated the illusory body. Xiao Ke's heart was inexplicably filled with violent anger, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Hu Wolf claws slapped Xiao Yanmo frantically, but the completely ineffective attack made Xiao Yanmo laugh even more wildly, and his dark green eyes were full of pride. Stupid black wolf. Xiao Yanmo dodged Luan Yin, while mocking in his heart. Now! Xiao Yao ordered in his heart. A circle of faint yellow light loomed on Xiao Ke's body, but the arrogant Xiao Yanmo didn't notice it at all, or he noticed it, and ignored it directly. Huh? The wolf claws were swung out again. The little mind demon didn't even look at Xiao Ke, but activated the mind-confusing technique, influencing the flying feather blue phoenix in the sky. Just as the wolf claws were about to approach, Xiao Ke let out a burst of angry roar. Awuh! The ancestors howl. Fear flashed in the eyes of the little mind demon, and the originally illusory body instantly solidified. Bang! The virtual transformation was broken. The wolf claws left several broken wounds on the little mind demon, and a light black liquid sprayed out. Ah! The little mind demon let out a tragic cry, and before it could activate the virtual transformation again, the earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded. Roar! The small body of the beautiful dream beast roared like a lion, and the invisible spiritual power hit the little demon, causing it to fall into a short coma. Although the coma lasted less than half a second, it was enough for Xiao Ke and Fei Yuqing. Luan flame. The mouth of the beast. The dark blue flame hit the little demon, instantly igniting his body. At the same time, the sharp wolf claws also inserted into the little demon's head, and then pulled out violently. Puff! Several large holes appeared on the round head of the little demon, and a sticky liquid continuously flowed out, and his cunning and sinister eyes gradually dimmed, and finally he fell to the ground with a bang. Experience value +6. After falling to the ground, the body of the little demon gradually blurred and melted, and finally turned into a transparent black substance, and spread around like black smoke. Xiao Ke took a deep breath, and a wisp of black mist penetrated into his body through his nose, which shocked him. Fei Yuqing also absorbed some of the black smoke, and his eyes became brighter. But the biggest change was in the dream beast. He opened his mouth wide, like a vacuum cleaner running at full power, sucking most of the black smoke into his body. After the black smoke entered his body, a faint black gas filled the face of the dream beast. His body trembled violently, revealing a painful expression. Xiaoming, come on! Liu walked aside, clenched his fists, and cheered him up. Ho ho ho! The dream beast curled up, holding his head with his two chubby hands, and kept moaning in pain. A wish Xiao Ke shouted with concern. Xiao Lu, come on! Perhaps it was the master, and the elder brother, who gave the dream beast strength. He stood up with difficulty, his body continued to swell while shaking, and the black air on his face slowly dissipated. Finally, the dream beast stopped shaking and let out a low roar with full energy. Roar monster named Dream Beast Monster Level Bronze Level 1 Monster Skill Dream Control, Dream Heart Cannon. Successful. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Liu with a little curiosity. He wanted to know, what would a normal person react after breaking through a big stage? At some point, Liu closed his eyes, and a strange wave was faintly emanating from his body. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes, a white light flashed, and a dark brown monster appeared beside him. The monster looked like a stone sculpture in front of an ancient castle, not big, only half a person's height, with an ugly face, gray eyes, wings on his back, and 4 sharp claws firmly grasped the ground. Battle Beast named Gargoyle. Battle Beast level bronze. Level 1 Battle Beast skills. Petrified eyes. Tearing claws. Liu eyes showed deep surprise. The addition of the Gargoyle can well improve his combat system. At the Black Iron level, although the attack ability of the Dream Beast is strange, it is difficult for ordinary Battle Beasts to resist, but its weakness is also obvious. Its body is fragile, and it has no other means of attack except the Dream Heart Cannon. If you encounter an enemy that can resist the Dream Heart Cannon, you can only wait for death. But after the addition of the Gargoyle, it can perfectly make up for the shortcomings of the Dream Beast. First of all, the Gargoyle has the ability to control the petrified eyes. Secondly, he is made of stone. Both the attack power of the tearing claws and his own defense are excellent. The most important thing is that he is also a flying war beast. The cooperation between the Dream Beast and the Gargoyle can definitely achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Of course, in addition to this, he has other gains. This wave, big profit. Gargoyle, it suits you very well, Xiao Yao said with a smile. To be honest, he was a little jealous. Whether it was Liu, Bai Lingsha or Xiao Yao, they all had flying war beasts, and when they reached the gold level, they could take them to the sky. Like the sky wing unicorn, it is estimated that when it reaches the bronze level, it can carry Xiao Yao to the sky. When will my flying war beast come? He now had high expectations for the third hero. At present, his combat system lacked both long-range and flying war beasts. The third hero can meet any of the requirements. It's better to meet all of them. Yeah, very suitable for me, thank you Xiao Yao. Liu hit Xiao Yao's chest and laughed. He knew that, without the help of his partners, it would take him a while to reach the bronze level. As for whether the new war beast is as suitable for him as the Gargoyle, it is still unknown. Haha, no big deal, go back. Xiao Yao laughed and waved to the flying feather blue phoenix in the air. When Liu returned with the Gargoyle, he immediately attracted the curious eyes of the other three. Is this a Gargoyle? Xiao Yao asked timidly. The Gargoyle looked a little ferocious. When its gray eyes looked at her, it made her hairy. Yes. Liu touched the Gargoyle flying on his shoulder with pride, and introduced its skills. Petrified eyes. Tearing claws. Su Xingliang looked at the Gargoyle with some envy. You are really lucky. A flying war beast, and a petrification skill, this salted fish is really lucky. Hee. Liu raised his eyebrows proudly at Su Xingliang. Not bad, but a little ugly. Bai Lingsha commented. Yeah. Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. For the two girls, appearance is also a very important part. A war beast like a Gargoyle, ugly. Ugly? I think it's okay. Liu turned his head and took another look. This sharp claw, this solid body, this indifferent eyes like cataracts, is this ugly? This is the style of a real man. Chapter 180 Teamwork. In the distance, Bald Chong, no, Teacher Wu was walking in the pine forest, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Little Nian Mo Gargoyle, this kid is quite lucky. But the speed is still a bit slow, it's time to speed up. Thinking of this, he glanced at the positioning display in his hand, and said, Lang Tao team, you have deviated from the main force, now move forward to the southeast 35 degrees. Xiao Yao team, next you move forward to the southwest 75 degrees. Received. Received. The voices of two captains came from the intercom. Teacher Wu asked us to move 75 degrees southwest. Xiao Yao said to the crowd. Then let's go quickly. It's time for my Agui to see blood. Liu stamped his feet impatiently and said, Agui. Su Xingliang showed a disgusted expression. This name is really not good, like a small role in a movie, the kind that is stabbed to death with a sword. Yeah. Several people nodded, indicating their agreement. What name do you think sounds good? Liu asked. How about Dead Ghost? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows and said, Go away. Liu said speechlessly, You are the dead ghost. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily. In the end, Liu still kept the name Agui, and would change it when there was another nice name in the future. The deeper they went into the black pine forest, the more nervous they became. Although they knew that they were protected by Teacher Wu's war beasts. No one wanted to have half of their hard-earned points deducted. Xiao's nose twitched. Warning Xiao Yao. There are enemies ahead. 5 in number. 5 Xiao Yao thought for a moment and said. Xiao said, there are 5 monsters ahead. Should we go up? Liu hurriedly said. Let Agui investigate first. He has no smell or heartbeat, so it's hard to be found. That makes sense. Xiao Yao just thought of this. Indeed, the characteristics of the Gargoyle determined that he was born to be a good scout. It had no heartbeat and no smell. And most importantly, it could fly. Then leave it to Ague. Liu touched the wings of the gargoyle and said, Ague, go. The gargoyle nodded, flashed its stone wings and flew into the air, without making any sound. The dark brown body blended perfectly into the dim forest. Not long after, the gargoyle flew back, and described the enemy's appearance to Liu in his mind. There's a two-headed snake ahead. Liu said affirmatively. Two-headed snake. Everyone's mind immediately popped up information about the two-headed snake. Two-headed snake. The strength is generally between bronze and silver. One snake head can spray poison mist. The other snake head can spray water arrows. Let's get closer. Let me observe his strength. If it's silver level, we change the target. If it's not more than silver level, we kill them. Xiao Yao said. Okay. Everyone trusts Xiao Yao's judgment very much. For so long, he has never made a mistake in assessing the strength of war beasts. Soon, the group slowly approached. When the distance was about the same, Xiao Yao climbed up the black pine tree and looked forward with a telescope. Monster named Two-Headed Snake. Monster skills Poison Mist. Water Arrow 5 Two-Headed Snakes. All of them were bronze level. The highest was bronze level 5. And the lowest was bronze level 2. But as long as they were not silver, they would not be their opponents. After observing from a distance, Xiao Yao said to his companions, all 5 are bronze. We can deal with them. Let's do it. Liu couldn't help it. Let me tell you about the battle plan, Xiao Yao said. Although Xiaoke and Lao Niu can completely kill these two-headed snakes, but since there are teammates around, they should fully exert their strength. This time, not only is it to complete the task to earn points, it is also to cultivate everyone's combat effectiveness and mutual understanding. This is also his responsibility as the captain. A few people briefly discussed the battle plan, and it was soon finalized. The two-headed snake spit out bright red snake tongue, and coiled under the tree. This damp and dark feeling made them feel extremely comfortable. If only there were a few more prey. At this time, the sound of flapping wings sounded in the sky. 20 eyes looked up at the sky. It was a gorgeous and noble blue phoenix, spreading its indigo feathers to its heart's content, and staring straight down with proud eyes. Feeling that the blue phoenix was hostile, the 5 two-headed snakes coiled together, their snake tongues flickered, and their golden vertical pupils showed a sense of vigilance. The blue phoenix flapped its wings, and a strong wind surged up from the ground. The black pine needles covering the ground were like a black carpet that was lifted up and rolled towards the two-headed snakes. Wild wind. Paw 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 paw. The black pine needles naturally could not cause harm to the two-headed snakes, but they could block their sight. And this was the purpose of the blue phoenix. At this moment, several rainbow flying blades and a blazing white beam of light blasted towards the two-headed snakes. Boom! The bursting energy made the heads of the two-headed snakes dizzy, and the snake scales on their bodies were broken, and blood flowed out. They came back to their senses and looked carefully. Not far away, 2 pure white and holy guys were looking in their direction. One horned deer had hooves like rainbows, and several rainbow flying blades condensed on its horns. Another unicorn was suspended in the air, with its horn hanging down, emitting a blazing white light. Rainbow flying blades plus holy light cannon. Hiss hiss hiss. The two-headed snakes were angry, and they immediately split into 2 groups. 2 of them swam towards Qingwan, spraying powerful water arrows from their mouths. The other 3 came towards the horned deer and the unicorn, and thick poisonous fog and exploding water arrows surged in, facing the attack of poisonous fog and water arrows. The 4 hooves of the rainbow horned deer burst into brilliant light, and with a single step, it moved so fast that it left a rainbow phantom behind, and easily dodged the attack. The sky-winged unicorn was even simpler. Its wings vibrated, and its body flew upside down, and the water arrows passed under its feet. Hiss! The two-headed snakes roared angrily, and the water arrows shot out like machine guns. The rainbow-horned deer and the sky-winged unicorn relied on their own advantages and the concealment of the black pine trees to constantly dodge these attacks. At this moment, a dark brown figure suddenly emerged from the black pine tree behind the two-headed snake. 2 brown rays shot out from its gray eyes and directly hit a two-headed snake. From the hit position, the gray stone skin continued to spread around. The two-headed snake saw its body slowly stiffening, so it tried its best to mobilize its body energy to fight against this inexplicable force. The strength of the gargoyle was still low, and the petrification effect could not last for 2 seconds and slowly faded away. But this is enough. A small black shadow suddenly appeared in the shadow under the two-headed snake. The black shadow waved its claws, and directly stabbed into the eyes of the two-headed snake. Before the other snake head could react, he merged into the shadow again. The injured snake head let out a tragic roar. At this moment, a rainbow flying blade was fed directly into his mouth. Puff blood splattered everywhere. Half of the snake head was completely cut off. One snake head died, and the other snake head of the same body also felt incomparable pain, and madly sprayed water arrows outward. Huh? The gargoyle attacked from behind, his claws locked on both sides of the snake head, and then he exerted force. Puff! The snake head was like a torn cloth, spurting out a lot of blood. At this time, the dream beast hiding in the shadows opened its mouth, and let out a shocking roar. The invisible force hit the two-headed snakes next to it, making their heads dizzy, and the attack stopped. Paidan did the same thing, flashed in front of a two-headed snake again, stretched out his claws, and poked out its eyes. Puff! Rainbow blades and holy light cannons arrived at the same time, blasting the two snake heads into pieces. Hua hua! Rainbow horned deer, dream beast, skywing unicorn, gargoyle and shadow cat surrounded the last two-headed snake tightly. Hiss! The two-headed snake curled up, with despair in its eyes. On the other side, before the two-headed snakes attacking Fei Yuqing got close, two big men, one black and one purple, walked out from behind the black pine tree. Beast's mouth. Savage collision. Xiaoke and Lao Niu attacked without reservation and killed the two-headed snakes directly, quickly and neatly. Puff! On the other side, the trembling two-headed snake was also beaten to death by various attacks, and its death was extremely tragic.